Chapter 271. Pull the progress bar. The sun shines through the leaves onto the table, making the golden cheese layer on the cheese-baked rice dumplings sparkle. The thick cheese aroma fills the nose, as if saying, "Come on, come and eat me." Wow! The people watching nearby saw her eating, and couldn't help but envy her. It was so noisy, even the people who were still in line heard the sound and looked over, watching her eating, and they all showed envy. The string is so long. I'm dying of greed. Ah! When will it be my turn? Woo woo woo. This is too happy. Before she had even bit off the cheese in her mouth, she had already stood up, and the cheese in her mouth formed a super long cheese waterfall. Maya was also stubborn. She just wanted to stand up and walk to the side. She just wanted to see how stringy this little cheese was. She took a small step slowly, and the people around her advised her, "That's enough. Don't spill it on the ground. You won't be able to eat it." Maya still had a small bite of zongzi in her mouth. She couldn't even refute it. She kept mumbling for a long time without understanding what the other party said. Fortunately, she listened to the advice and rolled the cheese into her mouth little by little like eating noodles. The others were amused by Maya's exaggerated expression and wondered when it would be their turn. It was laughter. Definitely not ridicule, because they knew that this reaction was normal after eating the food from the grape food truck. Maybe when they got their share of fried zongzi, they would not eat as well as she did. Maya ignored them and continued to eat. The steaming baked rice was scooped up, and the cheese was pulled out and stretched out thinly, strand by strand, like melted gold dancing on the surface of the food. The glutinous rice was wrapped in cheese, and it looked even more delicious. I really don't know what brand of cheese the owner used, and the string can be so long. As the queue got closer, some people were really greedy. The people who had already bought it in the queue shared it with the people next to them. "You eat mine now, and I eat yours later." See up pure aside again that their relationship was really good, better than many people's family relationships. Many people nowadays pay attention to clear accounts between brothers, which is good, so that no one will take advantage of them. It's just that for some things, it seems to lack some human touch. It's rare to see such a happy scene in the end times. Everyone's expression after tasting it was similar to Maya, and they all said it was the most delicious fried rice dumpling they had ever eaten. She was praised to the heavens and the earth, and Sia Puru believed it. Holding a cheese double fried rice dumpling, she remained calm and retreated to the backstage, eating a large portion with tears in her eyes. Wow, it's really delicious. For those who like the milky cheese flavor, there is no resistance at all. Everyone was enjoying the delicious fried rice dumpling. Tianli quietly enjoyed another flavor that everyone had not discovered yet, salted egg yolk and meat rice dumpling. The rich salted egg yolk was wrapped with a layer of meat, and the outermost layer of glutinous rice exuded a refreshing fragrance. Bite open the glutinous rice layer. The fragrant salted egg yolk filling and meat filling are mixed together. You can taste the fragrance between your lips and teeth when you bite it. It exudes a faint glutinous rice fragrance and a strong aroma of salted egg yolk, and the taste is chewy but not sticky. The rich salted egg yolk blooms in the mouth, making people unable to help but taste it one bite after another. And each bite of salty egg yolk and the deliciousness of pork interweave a unique flavor, making people feel full of happiness and satisfaction. Tianli secretly enjoyed her salted egg yolk rice dumplings, and then set her sights on the osmanthus honey lotus root rice dumplings. I just finished a meat zongzi. To be honest, the zongzi is quite big. In the past, one zongzi would have been enough for her to eat for a whole day when she was losing weight. But now she can never get enough. After finishing one zongzi, she still feels relaxed. The sweet osmanthus lotus root zongzi is a sweet zongzi. As soon as the zongzi leaves are opened, the fragrance of sweet osmanthus hits you. You will be intoxicated by the smell. The faint floral fragrance is sweet but not greasy. The dark granules that are faintly visible in the glutinous rice are lotus root cubes. The sweet osmanthus taste is not as strong as you might imagine. It is light and moderate. The lotus root cubes are like the toppings in milk tea, crunchy, enriching the taste. She is very satisfied with the sweet rice dumplings, and the salty ones are not bad either. After eating the fried rice dumplings, Maya found that Tianli was particularly quiet today, and then she noticed that she was savoring the flavors of other rice dumplings one bite at a time. Good job. We are still eating fried rice dumplings, and you are actually dragging the progress bar. Tianli was shocked by being caught, and immediately stopped what she was doing, looked up at her, smirked and said, "Ha, ha, you are eating too. I see that you like fried rice dumplings so much. So I will eat what I like too." "Humph, you still dare to quibble." Maya pretended to be angry, and slapped the table, making the dishes shake a few times. They often quarreled like this, and Tianli also waved her hands to admit her mistake. Yes. Yes. Yes, I know I was wrong. I should have waited for King Maya to eat together. Humph, you talk nicely. Maya sat in her seat angrily, looking like you can do whatever you want. Tianli smiled and approached her to tease her. Okay. Okay, don't be angry, I buy you a drink. Okay. Really? Tianli smiled. Really, let's go see what else the owner has for sale. I treat you. In fact, Chinese herbs are all planted together, and they belong to everyone's property. There is no such thing as who treats whom. It's just a nice way of saying it. They have nothing to do in the cave, so they take care of the herbs. There is a large area of them in the cave. They calculated last night, according to the price, if they sell all the herbs, they will share it among so many people, they will have no worries about food and drink for at least 2 years. Besides, there are still a few crystal cores. They can also find ways to catch low-level zombies and mutants. In short, they won't starve to death. The only uncertainty is how long the owner can set up the stall here. Maya opened her eyes wide. Really? Of course. Tianli suddenly lowered her voice. Really? Let's go! The two got up as soon as they said it. Siep pure rice dumplings were almost sold out. The last person in line to buy fried rice dumplings was about to take a rest after they had sold out. Shopkeeper. Tianli looked inside the RV and looked around. On the surface, it seemed that there was nothing good to buy. But it was not certain. Maybe the owner would have some surprises for them. So she said, we want to buy something. Okay. Siep Puro agreed. After thinking about it, the RV was connected to the store. But she couldn't introduce them one by one. It seemed that she had to make an online shopping that could be selected by opening the personal panel. She made a note of it in her mind, and planned to do it when she had time. Can I introduce some products to you? Or if you need anything. I see if there is anything for sale. Chapter 272 Zombie King. Maya was shocked. Can it be like this? She thought that the RV was so small, and it didn't look like there were many things, and the owner would just take out the goods for sale and show them. How could they know that? Siepura didn't want to, but there were too many goods, and it was too troublesome to take them out one by one. Tianli asked tentatively, do you have seasoning? Seasoning is the top priority for them at the moment, and they won't have to live a life of eating boiled wild vegetables again after the owner leaves. Siepura didn't expect them to ask this, and asked in confusion, I see that most of you are girls. Don't you want some sanitary napkins and tissues? These things. Tianli gritted her teeth. Even if these things are available, they are very expensive. Right? We still want to solve the current dilemma first. As the old saying goes, food is the first necessity of the people. They can bear the trouble of menstruation. But how can they bear hunger? Siepura couldn't help but said, not expensive. 10 points per pack. 10 tablets per pack. As for the seasonings, there are none. She hadn't taken out the seasonings for sale yet, and she was powerless to help them. When they heard the price of sanitary napkins, they were delighted at first, and then asked, will the owner come here to set up a stall again? Tomorrow should be the last day. Siep Puro walked out of the RV, looked up at the sky, and didn't know if there would be another natural disaster. The coke base was not lit up by her, and she didn't know what the standard for lighting up the base was. Tianli frowned. Tomorrow is the last day. Then if you are willing, come and buy from me tomorrow after you decide how much you want. Siep Puro already has a plan in mind. Tomorrow is the last day of the stall, and then she can ask them if they want to live in another place. After closing the stall tonight, she will go to draw cards, to see if she can get some information about natural disasters from the cards. If a natural disaster really comes, these girls should be willing to go back with her. Tianli hesitated for a moment. Okay. Siep Puro gathered her thoughts and enthusiastically recommended to them something she found interesting. Let me tell you what else I have here. Okay. She thought about what she might need. There are also tissues, playing cards, chess cards, Monopoly, flying chess and the like, and some snacks. As soon as she finished speaking, she waved her hand and spread a layer of waste paper on the ground, and a pile of bagged food appeared on the waste paper separated from the ground. As long as there are snacks in the store. She took out a bag of them. She knows this. If you want to sell more snacks, you have to have the real thing on the spot. Just like why snacks are sold in bundles instead of individually in online shopping. Because you can't see or touch them. So there will be promotions to bundle a certain number of snacks for sale. It feels different to buy them in the supermarket. You can touch them in the supermarket, see them with your eyes, and eat them immediately after paying. This is one of the reasons why you have to buy a lot of snacks every time you go to the supermarket. The people who were quietly eating zongzi saw the piles of snacks falling from the sky, and their eyes went straight to the place where the snacks just appeared out of thin air. Boss Xie said, I have taken out a portion of the snacks that can be sold. See how much you want, and I will take out more for you. The men and women who saw the snacks really went crazy. The girl ran over screaming, and she was eager for the snacks, and she was unwilling to put down the zongzi in her hand. The boys who were eating silently also went crazy when they saw it, and rushed forward. In a corner that no one noticed, a pair of dull eyes stared straight at the cheerful crowd. To be precise, they were staring at the girl with the brightest smile in the crowd. The voice he had only heard once from afar came again, both familiar and strange. He tried to speak, but the voice he made from his vocal cords that had not been used for a long time was a little hoarse. Sister? She smelled sweet. Occasionally, a few zombies wandered around him unconsciously. He just took a look, and those low-level zombies seemed to be under control, reaching out to dig out the crystal core in his brain. The zombies that lost their crystal cores also lost all their energy sources. Plop, the broken bodies fell to the ground. The young man's delicate face showed doubt. He could clearly feel that they were of the same kind. Why were they different from him? As expected, Xie Pura made a lot of money. When closing the stall, all the staff of the Coke base watched her go away with gratitude, and said they would wait for her tomorrow. Everyone happily made a lot of purchases, and took the snacks back to the cave, planning to eat them tonight. They were happy. But the Chinese herbs they had carefully nurtured were suffering. They were all being plucked out. The RV was driving normally on the road. It was unknown where it was going. Xie Pura opened the blackout curtain to look outside. She found that the sunny sky had suddenly become cloudy. The sky was dark, and the invisible wind blew on the flowers and plants on the ground. She didn't open the window, but she could imagine how strong the wind was outside. The boy chased after the RV. He wanted to go up to see if the woman in the car was the same as him. He wanted to ask why he could remember her voice. Almost there, I'm almost catching up. The RV was moving very fast, and the boy was also moving very fast. The two shadows moving forward almost left after images. Finally, he was about to catch up. He stretched out his hand, and the RV that was close at hand suddenly raised a protective cover, and the airflow pushed him in the opposite direction. The meaning was very clear. It was a warning for him not to get close. But the boy didn't understand. It was the second day after he came out of the sea, and he had no memory at all, and her voice was the only thing in his blank memory. So he accelerated countless times, and was about to hit it countless times, and was repeatedly bounced off. This cycle repeated. Thunder rolled in the sky, and the thunder was deafening. A lightning bolt as thick as a bucket hit the boy's head, as if it was a final warning. The boy ignored everything around him, fell down, got up and continued to chase. M80 was anxious and wanted to tell the host that all the messages it sent were intercepted by the main system. After a while, the main system contacted it. M80, why are there zombies chasing my host? Won't the zombies ignore her? The main system comforted, if your host wants to leave this plane, you need to figure out all this. Don't worry. She won't be hurt. You lied to the system. If it weren't for the lack of a physical body, M80 would have been teary-eyed. You said she would always be invincible in this plane, and the zombies wouldn't be able to see her. The main system was also helpless, and could only guarantee she won't be hurt. Not even a strand of hair will fall off. M80 calmed down a little. Then why are the zombies chasing my host? Chapter 273 Predicting Natural Disasters. The two systems talked a lot, finally. After the main system repeatedly assured that there would be no danger, M80 was willing to end the conversation. The lightning that had been brewing for a long time suddenly struck. Boom! The thunder fell on him, and then a drizzle began to fall. The boy fell to the ground, unable to get up, unable to move. He simply stopped moving, letting the rain wet the soil under him. He was a zombie, without pain, and the thunder could only temporarily weaken him. The young zombie lying on the ground withdrew his sight, as the RV disappeared at a certain corner. He didn't think about anything, and didn't know what to think, so he opened his eyes, and waited until the exhaustion from the lightning dissipated, and then he stood up and continued to chase. Until the RV returned to the B&B, he was ejected 13 times. 13 times of falling and getting up. The clothes that had been neatly worn on him were torn into tatters. Finally, the RV where the sister was entered a large house, and he still wanted to chase after it. The moment he jumped on her, he was not bounced back, but was teleported to an unknown place. Being teleported to an unknown place, he seemed to understand that he could not get close to her, but he had only one obsession for no reason, which was to go forward and say something to his sister, even if he didn't know what to say. The rain soaked his whole body, and he walked forward again in the mud, towards the place where his intuition was. The mastermind M80 did not gain nothing. At least, he won the privilege of being notified in advance before the disaster came for the host. The RV stopped steadily. Siapura got out of the car and drank some tea. Just as she took a breath, she suddenly heard a voice from the system that was obviously different from usual. Host, just talk. Why drag your words out? I'm just thinking about making you happy. What's the matter? Do you need to make me happy before you can tell me? The next natural disaster is coming. Siapura was in a trance. Didn't the extreme heat just pass? Can't you take a breath after the natural disaster? Then should I make a phone call to ask the sky for you? Do you have the ability to do that? M80. She raised her eyelids, wondering why the system took the initiative to tell her about the next natural disaster. Will it cause a lot of casualties? Thinking of this, she became anxious. What will the next natural disaster be? Will many people die? M80. According to my careful analysis and inferences made by big data, there will not be many people. Most of the bases in the current plane are built in places with few people. Some are close to mountains. Some are close to water. The next natural disaster is a typhoon. Heavy rain and strong convection will likely cause mudslides and collapses near mountains, and floods are likely to form near water sources. In addition to the small number of people, the common point of most bases is that the terrain is low, so the host. After the system finished speaking, Siapura was already stunned. She thought natural disasters would be terrible, but she didn't expect them to be so serious. Mudslides, floods, any one of them could wipe out the base. According to the bases she had seen, most of them were not high-rise, and the lack of elevators was also one of the reasons. She asked calmly, "What should I do?" She was in a very bad mood, so she was calm on the surface. Host, draw a card. You can only draw a card to see if there is any state that can change your fate. According to the current human technology, it is impossible to deal with it. Whether or not you can draw a card depends on how much vitality the heaven of this plane can leave here. Siapura responded, "Okay." But she did not rush to draw a card, but first found a satellite phone and called the central base. "Hello. I am the owner of Great BNB. I would like to ask when Joku will come to the BNB again." "Hello. I am the operator of the first central base. I don't understand this. Can I ask my superiors and give you a reply?" Siapura raised her eyelids. "No need to reply. Let him come over as soon as possible." After the other party responded, she hung up the phone. "You have to draw cards. And you have to notify. Thinking of the cotton seeds you drew before. It is hard to say that it will not be extremely cold after the typhoon. Moreover, when the typhoon comes, the things you draw and sell during the extreme heat may be useless. Especially solar panels. Once the dark clouds cover the sun, no matter how powerful it is, it will be quiet. The world is unpredictable. The seeds must be sent out and planted as soon as possible. Whether it is to use spiritual springs to stimulate the birth, or to be prepared. After calming down, she clicked on the card drawing page, and didn't care about the points anymore. She just wanted to see if she could draw something good. She ignored the great coins in her account, and clicked a few times to draw the highest number of times. Lightning rod, after being inserted vertically into the soil. It needs to be buried with soil. It can automatically identify the range of the base, and completely prevent the base from being attacked by lightning. Single price, 30,000 points. Wall waterproof spray. Use the spray to spray on the wall to effectively waterproof. Scope of use, self-test. Price per bottle, 3,000 points. Universal drainage floor drain. Water will be drained to another space. Single price, 10,000 points. Wall reinforcement sticker. Stick it on any wall at will, just like a copper wall. Scope of use. One sticker can be used as a floor reinforcement, regardless of the area. Single price, 10,000 points. Wireless power generation lamp. Power connection homestay power generation terminal system. Remote control payment. Electricity fee as low as 1 point per day. Single price, 200 points. Unlocked homestay building. Furniture city. Please build a furniture city as soon as possible to sell the above furniture. Sell? Does it mean that the above things that surpass modern technology are sold indefinitely? She thought it would be like a constant temperature suit, which needs to be drawn. Yes, host. Siapuro looked at the excitement outside the courtyard. She removed the waterproof layer that isolated rainwater in the homestay, only the snack street was not removed, which still cannot be rained on. Even in her small courtyard, she turned off the waterproof layer. She stood on the balcony, stretched out her hand to feel the rain. The drizzle felt very comfortable on her hand. The rain dripped down the eaves to the ground. The sound of the rain was as soft and pleasant as its water drops. Men, women, young and old in the B&B were all happy to feel the rain after the extreme heat. No one took shelter from the rain, but played as if it were a water-splashing festival. Everyone picked up a small bowl, or any tool that could hold water, and played in the rain. It's great. Unfortunately, she knew that the natural disaster was coming, and faced with this seemingly mild rain, she could not feel their joy. It should be the same in other places. Right? Just as Siapuro thought, in other places. Facing a normal rainfall, everyone celebrated. Chapter 274 Home Furnishing City. But in this case, humans have some auxiliary tools. But what about animals and plants? She asked the system. M80 had no choice. The main system didn't say it. So we still can't be blindly optimistic. The world is made up of ecosystems. If animals and plants are gone, humans won't have an easy time. When she leaves, this place will still be over. She opened the panel, and just about to click on the construction, she found that she didn't need to build the furniture city herself. It was already marked on the map. She teleported directly to the furniture city on the map. She teleported not to the door, but directly to the inside of the furniture city. It was an empty, huge room, just like a warehouse, which was in line with her stereotype of a furniture city. It was such an empty place, without any furniture to decorate, and it was weird to stay inside. Siapuro touched the tip of her nose, and felt a chill behind her, and a sense of unease. She held her breath and concentrated, and opened the construction of the furniture city. There is no need for many soft furnishings, but there are too few things to unlock. She just wanted to click on the card drawing page of the furniture store to add some, but she found that there is no need to draw cards to unlock here. All furniture, from stools and bowls to beds and wardrobes, can be directly selected. They all rent on a monthly basis. Who would buy wardrobes and furniture for the rented room? M80. Prepare to unlock a new rental section. And isn't the host too busy? In the future, the host won't have to worry about the placement of the soft furnishings. Let them do it themselves. So it's a good thing for me? It's not an absolute good thing. Everything has two sides. If they buy furniture from the furniture store, the monthly rent will be reduced. Forget it, whatever. Anyway, she doesn't just make money from the rent. The real money comes from the extracted technology products. No matter what, she will never lose money. Siapuro arranged the layout according to her memory of IKEA, and put out all kinds of furniture. She was surprised to find that there were spatulas and knives. It wouldn't take long. No matter how fast the vegetables in the garden grow, and how fast the spiritual spring grows, it will still be a large-scale growth. It will take at least a month for all the vegetables to grow. It's even harder to say about poultry. It takes longer for the meat to grow than the vegetables. Siapuro thought that according to her many design experiences, it would be easy to design and place furniture. When she slid out the page where products could be displayed, she was silent. After swiping for 3 minutes, she still couldn't reach the end of the product page. How many things are there? M80 prompt, host. Please look at the lower left corner. The lower left corner clearly marked a line of small words. Due to the large number of products, the placement can be automatically generated after selecting the decoration style. Can't you really say it earlier? After choosing the style she wanted without hesitation, the placement was automatically generated. In just 5 seconds, everything in front of her was changed. Even the floor beneath her feet was replaced with gray tiles. Piles of goods were placed on large shelves, each with its own price tag. And she was now in the kitchenware sales area. The already large space was renovated, and it instantly looked even larger. The furniture mall was already high, and now it looked even higher. How about I bring some snacks to the furniture mall? Build a food area, so you can eat while you shop. What a good idea. Host. Eating while you shop. Isn't that much better than just shopping? Siapuro was so confused by M80 that she walked in the brand new furniture mall and said proudly, after a while, I unlock more snacks for eating and drinking. And then it will be really lively. She immediately wanted to open up an area for guests to eat. A prompt popped up in front of her. The first floor is for daily necessities, selling nail clippers, combs, tissues, and the like. The second floor is for home furnishings, storage, decorations, hangings, ornaments, and the like. The third floor is large furniture, beds, sofas, wardrobes, etc., all kinds of things. The fourth floor is a place dedicated to selling the goods she drew, and the thermostatic suit that was drawn by extremely hot before was also moved here. She discussed with the system, why don't we change the name? It's better to call it Home Furnishing City instead of Furniture City. It has everything. It's not just selling furniture anymore. Okay. Host. M80 was very efficient. It changed the name displayed on the homestay map in an instant. Since the prompts were out, she couldn't mess up the neat plan. She wanted to give up, but felt a little regretful. The system popped up an optimization notification again. Host's intention was detected. Please choose whether to automatically optimize the construction according to the host's ideas. It was the first time she encountered such a situation. Siapu clicked yes. The panel was still there, and it was not generated directly. There were many more pictures on the panel, which turned out to be a construction preview. The unlocked delicacies were scattered all over the first floor, and the delicacies that needed to be eaten sitting down, such as noodles and rice, were placed in one place. In front of her was a large area of tables and chairs, which was a uniformly supplied dining area. After the preview, she felt that it was all reasonable, and there was no problem, so she agreed to the automatically generated construction plan. Various delicacies appeared in the mall along with robots that made delicacies. She had overheard someone mumbling about opening more branches in the hot pot restaurant before. And this was also solved here. Some popular snack categories have opened many small shops here. And there are 10 small shops selling milk tea on the first floor alone. Even so, the Furniture City is still very spacious. And the homestay can really provide a good place for shopping. The taste of the food is not too strong. And the aromatherapy used in the mall is not known. And the entire public area is filled with a fresh and natural fragrance. She was not a person who liked to use perfume. But she was not disgusted by the smell. What she did not expect was that her casual action actually triggered a hidden task about the Furniture City. The task information popped up in front of her. Host. Please go to build a children play area. Then a guide sign appeared in front of her. And she moved her feet, looking around while walking. The Furniture City was really too big. And it took a long time to reach the designated area, because the decoration was automatically generated by the system. Everything here was so reasonable and standardized. I couldn't help but sigh. It would be great if I had a template for decorating my room. M80, received. I will report it to the main system. When we arrived at the area, it cost 3,000 grave coins to unlock the Ocean Ball amusement facility. She waved her hand and took it directly. The yellow area in front of her gradually turned into a physical amusement facility after being unlocked. There are some other facilities in the Ocean Ball, slides, seesaws, etc. The audience should be very wide. Chapter 275 Inflatable Castle. From the venue, it can accommodate up to 1,000 people playing together at the same time. There is also a super large inflatable castle next to the Ocean Ball. Siapura's eyes lit up. Who can refuse such a big castle? Suddenly she thought of her dream. In the morning, as the president, she woke up from a 200 square meter bed. While she was dreaming, she received another good news from the system. Congratulations to the host for unlocking the home robot employee *50. Employees can only be used in the Furniture City. Congratulations to the host for unlocking the Home City Delivery Robot Employee *20. Employees can only be used for Furniture City delivery service. Siapura was overjoyed. Why are you so nice to me all of a sudden? The Home Furnishing City doesn't need to be decorated, and I unlocked such a big place without spending much money. I'm a little flattered. M80 played dead. She happily walked around the mall and walked out. The robot employees followed her neatly. The wheels made no sound when they rolled across the floor. When she was tired, she teleported home to rest, and officially opened the Home Furnishing City tomorrow. Looking at the Home Furnishing City on the homestay map, it perfectly avoided the busy center of the homestay. It seemed that the system also wanted to disperse the flow of people, so that she didn't need to intervene in the construction. She didn't fall asleep immediately after returning to bed. She opened the construction panel, converted the store that sold things before into a convenience store, and copied and pasted it to build it under each building to sell goods. The current home city includes a lot of things. Converting stores into convenience stores can promote consumption and make shopping more convenient. Host, do you want to synchronize the home city to Loon Base? It only takes 10,000 grape coins to synchronize the home city 1-to-1. 10,000 grape coins? That's cheap. She held an unrealistic fantasy. What about the employees? Will they also be copied one-to-one? Unexpectedly, M80 said, as the host wishes. She was overjoyed. She nodded repeatedly like a chicken pecking at rice. Synchronize. She frowned, and suddenly thought of something very important. Can you add a restriction? Only those who are dressed clean can enter the Ocean Ball entertainment facility. The cleaning before entering will be assessed by the robot. Children under 3 years old must wear diapers, and be accompanied by an adult before entering. Anything else? Also, I hope the ocean balls can be cleaned and washed once a day. This small request may be a little difficult for real employees, but it must be no problem for the most powerful system. Right? M80. Of course it's no problem. I do it for the host now. 2 large buildings were built, rounded off to almost no money. Sia Poirot happily went to bed. A good night's sleep. Now there is no need for M80 to personally push notifications for any new buildings in the B&B. Everyone has eyes, and can see for themselves. Some people are really bored. Almost every day. The first thing they do is to open the homestay panel, first check if there are any new additions on the map, and then worry about what to eat today. It can be said that now everyone's worries, in addition to earning points, are what to eat in the morning, what to eat at noon, what to eat at night, what to eat for midnight snack. The moment the mall appears on the map page, if there are children at home or the children see it themselves, they are all excited. Look at the business hours of the home furnishing city on the map. 7 o'clock in the morning, 2:00 in the morning of the next day. They don't care about time limits. And this time is very wide. It's enough for normal people to go shopping in this time period. What's more, most people wake up at 6 o'clock in the morning now, and there are still crowds of people outside the home furnishing mall, waiting for the new store to open, so that they can be the first customers to enter the mall to consume. Don't squeeze. Don't squeeze. Is it interesting to fight for this? I go in and be the first one. I come out and tell you about my experience later. Isn't it good? Sherzu squeezed at the door. Just as he finished speaking, a stranger came over and punched him to shut him up. What would Chihua? Look at him. Chihua glanced at Sherzu. It seemed that the stranger had a dark hand. There were 2 black marks on Sherzu's fair face. He looked around. While no one was paying attention, he raised his leg and dropped it hard. You stole my infinite chicken legs. Sherzu, who didn't understand, screamed like a pig being slaughtered. Ah! Who stepped on my foot? Chihua yelled. Who is it? Who stepped on my good brother? Are you going to die? Sherzu couldn't tell who had done the cruel thing to him. He thought about going in first, and then talking about it. He yelled at Chihua. You are the best. Good brother. Come on. Push my butt. Push me in first. I push you? Chihua was eager to try. I am a little strong. Bear with it. Sherzu was determined to go in. If he had known, he should not have bought that ice cream downstairs. Because he was a little late. He was now stuck at the door, and couldn't get in or out. He felt very uncomfortable. He was determined and made a major decision. Come on. Get me in first. I can handle it. Chihua kicked him again. Sia Poirot woke up by chance. Seeing the crowds at the entrance of the mall, she removed the wall next to the door temporarily. The person in front walked in. Chihua kicked him directly against a wall of the mall. The crowd dispersed, and Chihua hurried forward to pull Sherzu. You said it's okay? Sherzu's internal organs twitched with pain, and his facial features twisted together. I think it's a little bit. Chihua covered his mouth. No. It's okay for you. Lu Ming, who was following them, took in everything and caught up to see the 2 people clinging to the wall. One was crying, and the other was coaxing her to cry. Lu Ming waited for a long time, and was really impatient, and urged, if you don't go shopping now, others will get there first. I'm ready. Let's go shopping. Sherzu's expression changed at the speed of light. He went to the front alone and pushed a shopping cart. Chihua and Lu Ming followed behind. Did you see those 2 black marks on Juzi's face? Ha! I don't even want to say anything about him. Lu Ming thought of the scene he just saw. Pursed his lips. You didn't let him go either. Chihua widened his eyes. Looked at him in horror. You saw it all? After saying that, he had a fierce look in his eyes. It seems that I can't keep you. Lu Ming raised his eyebrows. What do you want? Don't tell anyone else. Chihua put his hands together, begging. The pleading in his eyes was so humble. Please. I'm coming. Sherzu came over with a shopping cart, smiling brightly, as if he was not the one who was seriously injured just now. Seeing that Shizhu was about to get closer, Qihua turned to Lu Ming, with an even more humble attitude. Please, from now on, the title of the most muscled man in our team will be yours. Lu Ming was satisfied, and did not forget to ask for something practical. You will pay the bill later. Chapter 276. What is a doctor? Qihua flattered. Okay, big brother. Then he turned around and yelled at Shizhu. Why are you standing there? Push the cart over here. Oh, okay. Shizhu ran over obediently. Lu Ming stood there, watching the two people's backs gradually go away. He smiled meaningfully. The two stopped in front of the milk tea shop. Qihua looked around and pointed at the milk tea on the platform in the store to show Shizhu. Do you want to drink it? Shizhu looked at it carefully for a long time, and was about to nod, but was interrupted by Qihua's exclamation. Look ahead. The ocean arena. Shizhu and Lu Ming looked in the direction of his finger, and they saw a big inflatable castle. Qihua quickly bought 3 cups of milk tea, and he and Shizhu dragged Lu Ming to the inflatable castle. They arrived at the amusement area with trepidation, and the inflatable castle with no obstructions finally appeared in front of them. Qihua struggled to find the instructions everywhere, and finally read through them. There is no age limit. Qihua and Shizhu smiled at each other, and tacitly handed the milk tea to Lu Ming. What are you going to do? Lu Ming looked at them, and said in disbelief, You are not going to go in and play. Qihua had already sat down next to them, and took off his shoes according to the regulations, and put on shoe covers. What do those little brats know how to play? Believe me, the castle needs a handsome prince to save it. Shizhu, who was taking off his shoes at the side, was not convinced, and pretended to cough to remind him. Ahem. Yes. We need 2 handsome princes to save us. Qihua understood immediately. The two put on shoe covers, and ran to the empty inflatable castle. Speechless, Lu Ming took the milk tea, and sat in the parent rest area next to him. He couldn't understand why he went shopping with his brothers, and suddenly became a childbearing person. Gradually, he found that there were more and more children in the inflatable castle. Qihua and Shizhu had good personalities, and got along well with the children. The two of them also split into 2 camps, and let the children join them to fight against each other. I declare that the first Ocean Ball Battle of Grape Homestay is officially opened. With one order, millions of child soldiers obeyed their orders, and started the Ocean Ball Battle. Lu Ming was so angry that his teeth were about to break. What good brother! He didn't even take him. He can still play with him. Many parents are willing to put their children in the Ocean Ball Hall in order to have a good time shopping in the home furnishing mall. They were worried before they saw the price, but when they saw that they could enter and exit the Ocean Ball area as they pleased for a whole day with only 100 points, they let their children play. The children could play, and they could go shopping at ease, which was the best of both worlds. Somewhere in an unknown corner, the zombies were starving. The young zombie looked at his ubiquitous counterparts, who were eating people who went out to search for supplies. It was a level 3 zombie, and he held the other's head and nodded, shaking it. Seeing him coming, the 3rd level zombie reverently handed him the still warm brain in his hand. The boy frowned, hungry, but didn't want to eat. The 3rd level zombie sensed his resistance, stretched his claws into the shaken brain, and dug out a lump. The boy was a little annoyed and left. Siepu Ro was awakened by the sound of rain. The sound of the rain sounded nice when it was quiet, so she removed the sound insulation layer of the courtyard. But she didn't expect to be awakened by the sound of rain. After sitting on the bed for a long time, she got up and looked out the window. The rain was heavier than yesterday, hitting the window with a crackling sound, which made her feel annoyed. To avoid trouble and inconvenience, she opened the soundproof and rainproof layer again. The excitement of building the home furnishing city yesterday was gone, and she felt listless. However, thinking of the heavy task today, she was ready to go. She didn't even go to see the first day of the home furnishing city's business situation. She got in the RV and went straight to the coke base. Waiting is a 2-way process. The coke base was also in an anxious wait. All the staff gathered in a circle, wiping out the happy atmosphere of playing chess and cards together last night. Will the owner come today? It's raining, she shouldn't come. Right? If she doesn't come today, she should come tomorrow. Right? I can't say. What if it rains tomorrow too? They were eating potato chips while chatting. Maybe they had suffered too much. Now whenever they see food, they can't help wanting to eat. Everything is fake. Only what you eat, and turn into fat and your stomach is yours. Maya asked the big sister for her opinion. Sister Tianli, do you think the owner will come today? Tianli shook her head, indicating that she didn't know. Mi Lian asked the question that everyone was discussing. If the owner comes, should we tell her our secrets? No one spoke, and everyone had their own thoughts. If no one expressed their opinions, Tianli took the lead and decided, let's vote. Isn't that fair? I go first. I tell the owner. Someone got anxious and shouted, Sister Tianli, I think she's a good person. Tianli looked at everyone with a firm look. Take out your own supplies to exchange for supplies. If you're not a good person, you're a powerful person. We don't need that stuff anyway, so why not give it away? I agree. I agree too. A lot of hands were raised. Someone who didn't support it was a little angry. Have you thought about the consequences? It's still raining outside. If she asks someone to come here and take it by force, we can't move even if we want to. Silence. Sister Tianli, what do you think? Tianli looked at the fire. Her eyes were not affected by the swaying flames. We should give the things away. Those things are no longer useful to us. Didn't we discuss this before? If soldiers come here to rescue, we will hand over the things. Those things should not be privately owned. Besides, they are useless to us and are beneficial to the country. When I was in school, our teacher taught us, what is a doctor? To benefit the people. Tianli was not completely influenced by the aura of affinity. She also had her own thoughts. The owner looked righteous. But in fact, every time she looked at her and observed her, she found that when she saw them playing and laughing, everything they showed was from the heart. She didn't believe that such a person would be a bad person. Tianli turned to ask Maya for confirmation. How many trees like that did we see last time we went there? Maya, 5 trees. There are 27 fruits in total. Tianli continued, trying to get everyone to agree. Can we just trust the store owner for once? Look at this rain. This rain is like a natural disaster. Okay, stop talking. Sister Tianli. Kuping, who was the most opposed, was not someone who didn't know right from wrong. I understand what you mean. You didn't choose her without reason. You said you wanted to hand over the things for the sake of the country. I have no objection. But if she doesn't have the ability to hand over the things to the country, we won't give them to her, okay? Kuping had her own principles. Chapter 277 Changes of Level 5 Zombies. It's okay to sacrifice one's family for a big country, but it's impossible to sacrifice oneself for ordinary people. Okay, it's settled. Tianli agreed immediately, and the rest of the people had no more opinions. The only sound in the quiet cave was the crunching of potato chips. Yu Xiaoxiu reminded Hu Yuyu, don't eat any more. If the owner doesn't come, these things can still hold up for a while. Hu Yuyu stopped eating potato chips, a little aggrieved. The rain is not too heavy, and the owner has a car, so he should come. What if you don't come? We live in the mountains. Do you know what rain will cause? Hu Yuyu, will it cause rain? They were discussing the possible impact of rain, and Siapura was really affected. Strange birds were flying under the dark clouds, and the dark sky was so dark that it seemed to be squeezing out ink. Looking out of the RV window, it was still drizzling outside. M80 has been tested, so there is nothing wrong with the rain, it is just normal rain. But Siapura looked up at the sky, and felt depressed no matter how she looked. There seemed to be more zombies on the road. She had only seen a few zombies swaying on the first day. But now she saw several times more zombies every day than the day before. She couldn't see through them, and didn't know how to classify the zombies' strength levels. She couldn't even tell them apart from a distance. She sat in the passenger seat, and saw a looming figure in front of her through the front window. How could anyone not be afraid of zombies walking out on the road alone in the rain? Siapura frowned. Is there a person in front? M80 quickly detected. No life activity detected. Drive over and take a look. The car approached the person walking in front. Siapura kept staring at the figure of the person. From the walking posture, from the back, he looked like a normal person, and his walking posture was also normal, except that he walked a little slowly. There was nothing abnormal. Stop! She suddenly stopped. The M80 braked suddenly. She pushed the door open and jumped out of the car, and walked quickly towards the person in front. She walked into the rain. The protective cover made her not even need to bring an umbrella. The rain was separated from the outside world by a transparent circle. Siapura walked a few steps to him, and finally saw the man's face clearly. The face was as pale as paper, without a trace of blood. The lips were also pale, and there was even blood on the corners of his mouth that had dried, and then been wetted by the rain. He walked with his head down, and his hands fell naturally, as if sensing something was wrong. He slowly raised his head, found nothing wrong, and lowered his head again. Those were a pair of lifeless gray eyes, looking lifelessly at Siapura standing in front of him. The person in front of him was like a zombie. Siapura felt a chill in her heart, and could not help but take several steps back, before she could barely calm herself down. M80, he is a zombie above level 5. Level 5? She looked at the zombie from head to toe more carefully. Ordinary zombies may have lost their arms and legs before they mutated, and their walking posture is also very strange. What's even more weird is that when they run, their upper body also maintains the terrifying walking posture. If you ignore their many unusual features, there is another point that is easy to distinguish. That is, there are black and gray lines on the skin of zombies. But the zombie in front of him, his face is only blue-gray. And if you don't look carefully, it's easy to ignore the faint color of the lines on his body, because the color is too light. In addition, male zombies have thicker body hair when they are alive, and the lines are hidden under each strand of hair, making them almost invisible. This zombie is also a bit unusual. Normally, even if she kicks the zombie twice, the other party can't feel her at all. But the level 5 zombie in front of her seems to be able to sense her coming, maybe because she stood there, the rain stopped falling, maybe because of something else she couldn't figure out, but he seems to have become smarter. After observation, she discovered another feature. That is, the higher the level of the zombie, the more corroded the skin and flesh are. The appearance of this male zombie is too normal. So normal that if you don't look at it from a closer distance, you will mistake him for an ordinary person like her. After thinking for a long time, she took out a stone from the space and threw it at the puddle in the distance. With a snap, the water in the puddle was impacted and splashed everywhere. The level 5 zombie had a target, and immediately rushed towards the place where the sound came from. Siapura's brows relaxed a little. Fortunately, it was just a little smart, but not much. It's just that the speed of action is much faster than that of low-level zombies. It may be because the level is not high enough, but just the fact that it looks a bit like him is already very scary. At least if he doesn't speak, it's enough to fool some humans who think he is a normal person. I'm afraid that the future of humans will be even more difficult. The zombie in front of her was not left to cause trouble. She used her wood power to summon vines, which killed the zombie in one move. The vines twisted and dug open the zombie's brain, and took out the beautiful crystal core. What a pity. You can't exchange the crystal cores you get yourself for points. Siapura dealt with the corpse of the zombie, got in the car, and continued to drive forward. The RV had not been driving for long when another accident happened in front. Dark clouds covered the city, and dense raindrops pierced the earth like steel needles, quickly forming a rainstorm. The mountain began to shake violently, followed by thunder and earth-shaking mudslides. The huge mud carried stones and trees, and attacked the forest like an angry dragon. A big tree in front was shaking under the impact of the mudslide, and was finally completely destroyed by the huge force. Boom! The whole mountain trembled in the explosion, and the stones on the top of the mountain rolled down, like small shells hitting the grass and trees on both sides of the road. The raindrops on the glass windows slid down the glass and hit the back of the hand. Siapura stared blankly at everything outside the glass window, and the only thing in her mind was that she was doomed. With such a big noise, the zombies nearby would definitely notice it, and there was no guarantee that these sounds would not trigger a zombie riot. The members of the Coke base could not stay any longer, and they had to be moved. Hurry up, Siapura urged M80. The protective shield was centered on the RV, and it slowly expanded from the inside, repelling all the rocks that fell from the mountain. A few minutes later, Siapura appeared on the only way to the Coke base. The direction of the cave came with the low roars of zombies, mixed with the sounds of branches breaking and boulders rolling, which sounded very scary. There were already a group of zombies gathered there, and the boulders fell on the zombies, crushing several zombies to death. They ignored it, and continued to attack the entrance of the cave. Chapter 278 Zombies besiege Coke base. Take out all the spare crystal cores, and give them all to them. Tianli calmly gave the order. The cave was in order, except for Tianli, who gave the order and necessary communication. No one spoke. Coke base assigned the gold and earth ability users to a group to guard the gate in shifts, but unfortunately these two abilities were still too rare in Coke base, so they were only divided into two groups. Million came back with the spare crystal core. The crystal core is here, you are ready to change people, one by one. One person stepped down, and the other person took over to release supernatural powers to maintain the gate. And everything was in order. The person who was replaced was sweating profusely, and took the crystal core handed over by Mi Lian to absorb. What's wrong with the zombies today? They have to break in. Hungry for a long time and want to eat buffet. Another person who was replaced to rest and adjust was also absorbing crystal cores. And joked, what buffet? It's obviously canned meat. In just a few minutes, Tianli thought of a way to save herself. In this way, you guys go to the back to find a vent and use supernatural powers to set up a net. We will go to the net to avoid the zombies in a while. And then, they will build a metal plate for us to resist the attack. Will this work? Whether it works or not, we can't continue to fight them. We don't have so many crystal cores to supply. We have to hold on for a while. If the zombies don't leave, it's not a good idea for us to stay there. Then let's go. As long as the rain stops, we can use our supernatural powers to open the vents. As long as we can survive. That's all. The zombies are blocking the door. Tianli really can't think of a solution with all her heart. There are many small details that she can't think of, and she doesn't want to think about them. When the situation was imminent, she could only try her best to save everyone's life. Tianli calmed down and said, if we don't do this, when we run out of crystal cores and the zombies haven't left, they don't have special powers. And it won't take long for the zombies to attack us. We can only think of ways to save ourselves first. At this critical moment, Kuping also said, Sister Tianli, let's leave a note. If we die, the owner can find those plants by following the note when he comes back. If they were all gone, there would be no worries about their addresses being leaked. If the worst came to the worst, she still hoped someone could pass on the information. Everyone was helpless, and they just wanted to be safe and secure. Tianli glanced at Kuping, nodded and agreed, okay. However, after they used their supernatural powers to lay out the cave, the guy guarding the door said, it seems that there is no movement outside. Are all the zombies gone? No one answered. No one could really be sure that the zombies had gone away. What if they were just nearby? There were so many zombies outside. Most of them had second-level wood abilities. They had no chance of winning against the zombies. When everyone was thinking wildly, a clear female voice came from outside the cave accompanied by the sound of rain. The zombies are gone. If it's convenient, please open the door. Maya was overjoyed. It's the owner. It's her voice. The zombies left as soon as she came. Open the door a little to make sure it's the owner. Tianli spoke, and the door opened very quickly. The metal door melted into a small gap. Maya squeezed to the front. I do it. I do it. She saw the woman standing outside the door through the gap. The amazing thing was that she didn't have an umbrella. In such a heavy rain, she didn't get any rain on her body. Maya was still a little scared, wanted to confirm again, and asked again, are there no zombies outside? No, I'm alone. Xie Pu walked to the side a little, so that she could see that there were no zombies near her. Maya was very happy. Open the door, the zombies are really gone. The brother guarding the door still opened a hole that could only accommodate one person. He first looked out and confirmed that there was no one around before he completely retracted his supernatural power. Shopkeeper, we thought you were not coming. Maya flew over and felt more secure standing next to the milky purple RV. It was amazing. There was no rain even near the RV. The rain was like a navigation system, and it would turn automatically. Xie Pu looked at the people in the coat base. Led by Tianli, you have to move. These girls are all good girls. After 2 days of getting along with them, she felt very pure. Knowing that people in the end times are evil, she wanted to guard against her, but when she saw her actually taking out food, she couldn't resist the temptation of food. The first time they met, he saw zombies outside and pulled her into the cave. He was kind-hearted. It's a pity that if kind-hearted people don't have absolute strength, they can only be stepping stones in the end times. After thinking it over, Xie Pu decided to take them back. If they were willing, she could give them a job in the hospital. If they were not willing, she could just trick them away. They were easy to trick anyway. After she had a clear mind, her eyes changed when she looked at them. Before anyone noticed this little detail, Tianli spoke up. Shopkeeper, would it be convenient for me to take you to dig up some mutant plants? Sister Tianli, I've decided. Tianli thought silently. If they were besieged by zombies again next time, and they were all gone, there would be no one to take those things out to see the light of day again. This place is remote, and it is uncertain whether a natural disaster will destroy this place in the future. It is better to move away now. Siapura raised her eyebrows, and swallowed what she wanted to say. She guessed it before they spoke, and it was probably related to the fact that almost all the people in the Coke base were Wood-type mutants. Let's talk while we walk. Tianli pulled Maya into the cave. You guys guard the cave after we leave. Siapura came to her senses. No need, you guys go in. I just parked the RV inside, and the zombies won't come. She snapped her fingers. And the RV drove unmanned to a place not far from the cave entrance in full view of everyone. Siapura had not forgotten her mission for this week, and had asked the robot staff to prepare a small amount of food on the way. Unfortunately, Kai Kai, Bao Bao and the others were only responsible for doing odd jobs, and could not sell like the robot staff in the B&B. Just tell the kittens what you want to buy, and the 2 cats will convey your order to the robots, and they will bring it up directly when they are ready. Yes, no meat is eaten for free, and there is no canned meat either. Aoyo and Chihuahua are 2 temporary employees, so it is best to let them pass the message up and down. Aoyo and Chihuahua jumped down from the RV, one black and one white, and their clean fur is so attractive. Wow! So cute. As soon as they appeared, they were surrounded by girls, and everyone wanted to pet them. Million did not forget to wave to them. Sister Tianli, we will wait for you to come back. Chapter 279 Similar Smell. Tianli was worried that Kaping and others would object again, so she quickly pulled Siapura away. The 2 walked in the forest one after the other, not far away, because Tianli found that only by following Siapura could she rub against the protective layer to avoid the rain. Getting wet in the rain is not terrible, but it is still uncomfortable when the rain flows into the eyes. She observed that Siapura was not unhappy, so she continued to rub against it. On the way, Tianli took the initiative to explain to her, you should have also discovered that our base is different from other bases. Right? In addition to the small number of people, most of them are Wood-type mutants. Siapura said thinking that gold is also a mutant plant that can give people superpowers, and brought the gold out of the space. He held it steadily in his hand, and continued to listen to Tianli. Many people in our base are second-level Wood-type mutants. It's because we found a kind of fruit when we were foraging in the mountains. After eating it, there are no side effects, and it can awaken Wood-type superpowers. You should also find that there is a big gap in our superpowers. Right? I'm already level 5, and most of them are only level 2. Tianli laughed at herself. I don't know how we're going to get by in the future when the average ability level of our base is so low. Because they had to guard against unknown dangers in the forest, Siapura and Tianli walked very close, trying to keep her within her protective shield. Although she couldn't guarantee Tianli's safety, it could at least prevent the zombies from noticing humans. After walking for a while, Tianli looked around nervously, and made sure there was no danger before pulling Siapura to walk a few more steps. What's wrong? Siapura opened her mouth to say something, but Tianli interrupted her. We're here. So fast? She came to her senses, and realized that she had walked so far without realizing it. Tianli stopped in front of an inconspicuous plant, and Siapura also stopped. Jean Z seemed to have sensed something, and immediately stood up. Jean Z, master. I seem to smell the same kind of thing. Siapura was a little amused. Aren't you a plant? Aren't all the people in this forest your kind? Jean Z corrected seriously. I am a golden-edged lotus. I am different from ordinary flowers and plants. Any explanation? It seemed that she didn't hear what Jean Z said. Jean Z little leaf shrank. I don't remember. I'm still a child. Siapura didn't want to get any useful information from Jean Z, and soon focused her attention on Tianli. Tianli rushed out of Siapura's protective shield, not caring about the rain hitting her, bent down, and dug out a plant with her hands. The rain had already loosened the soil, and she easily dug out the mutant plant. This is the mutant plant we found that can awaken people's superpowers. She held the roots of the mutant plant with both hands, preventing too much rain from hitting the roots, to avoid affecting the survival of the plant. You also have a plant in your hand. Why don't you let them squeeze together? Tianli was a little anxious, fearing that the mutant plant in her hand would die. Siapura's mouth twitched. No need. Then she took out an empty pot from the space, which was already filled with nutrient soil. Tianli didn't bother to be polite with her. Thinking that her hands were already stained with soil, she carefully buried the roots of the plant into the pot she took out. Jean Z, I don't seem to sense any abnormality in the mutant plant. Jean Z did sense something. I really feel like it is one of my kind. But it's strange, I communicate with it, but it ignores me. It's like, it seems, is it, maybe, possibly, it should be, could it be a retard? Siapuro listened to Jean Z's words attentively, and felt like a big fool after listening to her. Thank you. I'm speechless again. I'd never heard of anyone saying that plants are stupid. It's planted. Tianli handed the plant over, stretched out her muddy hands, and washed them casually in the rain. She was already soaked, and Siapuro took out a large bath towel from the space and handed it to her. Tianli shook her head and refused. There are still a few. Do you want to take them all? Other plants have fruits. This plant has no fruits because we picked them and ate them some time ago. Tianli continued to walk forward, and she found a mutant plant with a dozen small fruits hanging on it not far away. Siapuro tried, but the plant did not communicate with her. She put the gold and the first mutant plant that was dug out into the space, and pulled up Tianli, who was squatting and about to dig again. Let me do it. Since it was something given to her, she couldn't just stand there and watch others busying around serving her. No need. Tianli was very strong, and she grabbed the position back with one hand. You look good in it. Don't get your clothes dirty. Woo, I suddenly felt touched, as expected. Girls are better. So I couldn't let her dig alone. It's not dirty. She squatted down as she said that, and the two of them dug together. She could have just put the tree in the space, but it was obvious that the plants were what the Coke base wanted to hand over to the country, and it had nothing to do with her personally. After digging one plant, Tianli took her to dig all the nearby plants, a total of 5 plants. She roughly counted them. About 30 fruits. These fruits take a long time to ripen. We went out to look for food 2 years ago, and found it by accident. It counts as a fruit, so we took it back and ate it. After eating it, we found that it has no effect on people who already have superpowers. But for ordinary people without superpowers, they will have their superpowers awakened after a nap. The sound of rain was rustling, and Siapuro didn't hear Tianli's words clearly, and some of her words were unclear. Helplessly, he could only say, the rain is too noisy. Let's go back and talk about it. Okay. The two agreed, and the plants they dug were all stored in Siapuro's space. On the way back, they just had to be careful with their feet, and they returned to the cave without any obstacles. Wow. They seem to really understand us. Then I want another fried rice dumpling. Can I shake your paw too? Ah. So cute. So furry. It seems that we haven't petted cats for a long time. I really want to pet them all at once. Mimi, Mimi, Mimi. Look at me! Siapuro was very upset. Why did they flirt with her employees when she was not around? Shocked, a group of young women flirted with underage employees. Is it a moral decline or a lack of humanity? Ahem. Tianli followed her and obviously heard it. She coughed twice to signal everyone that they were back. Sister Tianli, you guys are back so soon? Maya walked up to them and saw that they were empty-handed. She asked curiously, hey, why didn't you bring anything back? Chapter 280. Come with me. Siapuro walked to the side of the RV and rescued the 2 cat employees from the girl clutches. I've got them. They're in my space. She moved the things out of the space and put them on the ground, waiting to see what the Coke base would say. Tianli didn't let her wait for long, and immediately said, thank you for selling food. Siapuro interrupted, no need to thank me, we are doing a deal, you also exchanged things for points, you also paid, the payment is done. It may be so for you, but it is not so for us. Tianli said with gratitude, it is a timely help for us. If the owner is willing, you can take all 5 plants. We hope that if you are able, you can give 4 plants to the country. It doesn't matter if you don't want to. You can accept all of them. Those things may be a good opportunity for people without superpowers to awaken their superpowers. But for them, they are just fruits that can quench their thirst. I just want you to not spread the word about our Coke base. We just want to live in peace and stability. Tianli's words made everyone in the Coke base stare at Siapuro to see her reaction. Siapuro's face was still indifferent, and she asked, why don't you give it yourself? You want me to give it? Do you want to do good deeds without leaving a name? Tianli smiled bitterly and shook her head. We say nicely that we are avoiding the world, finding a safe place to establish a base. But to be honest, we don't dare to face this cruel end of the world. Just like what is written in history books. The strong prey on the weak. And it goes too far. The bloody reality is always more terrible and disgusting than what one imagines. They are both people who would rather face zombies than face people's hearts. Otherwise they would not come together and create a coke base together. We can see that you are a person with great ability. I believe these things can be more useful in your hands. And it is better than wasting them in our hands. Siapura recovered the emotions in her eyes. Why do you think I will hand it over if you give it to me? Besides, the average strength of your base is not strong. You can definitely rely on this thing to recruit some strong people. Maya stepped forward. People's hearts are unpredictable. Our base will not recruit new people. Tianli took over the conversation. Besides, our strength can't protect this kind of thing. Siapura still didn't understand, and continued to ask, what's the benefit of making others stronger for you? There's no harm. Right? Mi Liang couldn't help but said. Unlike their answers, Tianli looked at her. Her eyes were so firm that they burned her. Humanity is a group. When the youth are strong, the country is strong. When the country is strong, we can be better. Siapura chuckled, easing the dull atmosphere. As expected, college students are needed. Calm and rational. She stretched out her hand and gave them a thumbs up. I like you. Mi Liang saw that the communication was almost over, and looked at Siapura again with reluctance. I really don't want to give up your craftsmanship. The rice dumplings you make are really delicious. It's a pity that I'm afraid I won't be able to eat them in the future. The end of the world is so big. If we say goodbye today, I'm afraid we won't have the chance to meet again. But if the owner wants to find us, he can come here. We should live here forever. Siapuro's mind moved, and she decided to take these grown young flowers back no matter what, and not let them die in the natural disaster. Come with me. You are medical students if you want. You can work in the hospital in my homestay, with salary. It's okay if you don't want to work, it's a safe area after all, at least you don't have to worry about safety issues. You just need to pay the rent and daily expenses. And you need to work hard on your own. Everyone fell into silence. In the huge cave, only the sound of snowflakes and AO could be heard. Did they hear it right? Is there still a house to rent in the end times? Is there still a job to go to? Is there a salary to be paid if I still work? Everything sounds so easy, as if it's not the end times. We know other bases. When we went to other bases to exchange things, we also thought about finding a job. But many bases don't lack people for positions like nurses. Siapura repeated, I need a nurse at my homestay. A strange feeling welled up in the girls' hearts. It seemed that they had not been needed so firmly for a long time. For so long, they had been huddled together for warmth. For the first time, they felt needed by someone other than their base. Ahem. A few young men next to them couldn't hold it in any longer. Owner, can we have male nurses? Siapura smiled, of course. There are so many people in the B&B, the attending doctor can be a robot employee. But the disadvantage of robot employees is that they can never fully understand what the patient needs and expresses. There are a small number of elderly people who want to come for medical treatment, and there will be situations where normal communication cannot be achieved. It is of course good to have male nurses. Some positions are not convenient for girls to go to, but boys can go. For the first time, Siapura set her eyes on the men in the cave. She had never paid much attention to men before, but now she sees that there are quite a few male nurses. There are 17 men. This cave is no longer safe when it rains. When I first came here, many rocks fell from the mountain. If things keep going on like this, I'm afraid this cave will collapse. After Siapura finished her last sentence, she stopped talking and waited for them to make a decision. The worst thing happened. Siapura's words really crushed everyone's tense nerves. Before she came, they heard a huge noise outside when they were besieged by zombies, but everyone subconsciously wanted to avoid this fact. And no one was willing to say it. The shop owner's words confirmed that the situation was exactly as they thought. The cave was no longer safe. Looking at her, and then at the RV, Tianli had already made up her mind. We will move. Please give us an address. We will leave when the situation outside gets better. Siapura breathed a sigh of relief. The people in the coke base were different from those in other bases. Others might want to find a safe place to live, but they also had some aloofness. She was really worried that they would not follow her. She took out the prepared business card for teleportation. This is the business card for teleportation. Each person only needs to spend 100 points to transfer safely. Maya excitedly stepped forward to take the business card for teleportation. Then she thought of the store owner's words about having to pay for it herself. She asked, do we also spend points for accommodation and meals, like in the dining car? Siapura nodded again. Getting her definite answer, Maya jumped with excitement. Great. Sister Tianli, Let's exchange all the herbs in the cave for points. Chapter 281 Coke Base Transfer. After all, it's some points, otherwise they might not be able to take it with them. Tianli looked at the hundreds of sisters standing behind her. Oh, and the male sisters. Switch them, after all. It's points, and they can eat a lot of meals. Switch them, it's a waste to keep them here, without anyone to take care of them. I don't know if they can survive. Switch. Sister Tianli, let's switch. She received everyone's opinions one by one, but as the leader of the Coke base, she couldn't just look at the good opinions, she also had to respect some members with opposing opinions. So she looked at Kuping, waiting for her reaction. Kuping was also happy, with a faint smile on her face, and nodded to her. Tianli was overjoyed, and all the staff of the Coke base moved. Shopkeeper, can you wait for us? Let's go pick the herbs. Xiaopuro thought that she could redeem them all at once, and there was no need to make them run back and forth to move them. I go with you. It's more convenient to redeem them into the same account, and you can divide them after you return to the BNB. The owner is so nice. Maya thanked him, and diligently led the way for Xiaopuro. Everyone had finished eating the rice dumplings in their hands, and since they had nothing to do, they all followed to take a look. Xiaopuro followed her to the depths of the cave, which was also a place she had never been to. There were many flowers of various colors growing here, although the colors were many and bright. They were not abrupt, but instead revealed a fresh smell. Xiaopuro reached out and touched the petals, which felt warm and cool, and quite comfortable. Shopkeeper, please smell it. Isn't it fragrant? She could smell it without lowering her head. As soon as she entered, she was greeted by the fragrance of flowers. How can you still be so leisurely and elegant? Maya raised her hand and said nonchalantly, well, I still say that. I have nothing to do anyway, so I might as well grow some flowers. It's a pity that we have to move, and we can't take these flowers with us. Xiaopuro raised her eyebrows. Except for not being able to eat delicious food, most of the life they lived was what she imagined. Who can refuse to go to a beautiful place with good friends, and spend their days together planting flowers and grass? Dreams are beautiful, but after she saw the experience of the Coke base, she suddenly felt that everything has two sides. This seemingly beautiful surface, but the boring and dull behind it cannot be described in a few words. Thinking so, Xiaopuro also gave them a suggestion. You can try to convert these flowers into points, but the points are definitely not as many as herbs. Really? Having found another source of income, Maya was overjoyed, looking behind Xiaopuro. Sister Tianli. Sure. Tianli's answer was straightforward. Since we have decided to live in a crowded place and interact with people, we still have to have these superficial things. Great, please convert the points for us. Maya looked at her with great interest. Xiaopuro asked, whose account will the points be put into? It must be Sister Tianli. It's the same if we divide it when we get there. She took another look, and since no one objected, she was ready to convert. M80 suddenly said, the host mainly likes flowers and plants, and it is not necessary to convert completely. The points will still be credited to their accounts, but the host can directly skip the points exchanger and transplant the flowers and plants into the space. But only a small amount can be kept. Ah? What is this operation? Xiaopuro was stunned. After upgrading, the host has a lot of freedom, and is not bound by many rigid rules. Xiaopuro's eyes were full of joy. She really likes flowers, and these flowers are really well taken care of by them. But, she pushed further and asked, can I have the Chinese herbs they grow? Most of them are wood-type mutants, and the quality of the plants they grow is incomparable to wild ones. M80, yes. She immediately exchanged the flowers and plants on the ground, moving only a few flowers into the space, including the soil for planting flowers, so there was no need to dig them up. On average, one flower can be sold for 30 points, and this flower field gave Tianli more than 100,500 points in total. At first glance, the numbers sound impressive, but they spent many days and nights to grow these flowers. The income from growing flowers in a few years will be divided equally among so many people. It will not be enough for everyone. Fortunately, they did not intend to exchange flowers for points. They were satisfied with the exchange. They were contented. We need to go a little further to find herbs. Maya led her to move forward. As they walked further in, Xiaopuro wondered if she had come to a place outside the cave. There were so many Chinese herbs that she had no place to step. It turned out that the flowers were just appetizers. These medical students spent more time and energy on Chinese herbs. She was surprised, but she didn't show it on her face. She calmly collected one piece of Chinese herbal medicine after another. She still kept a small amount of plants and transplanted them into the space to plant. Most of the herbs were exchanged in the points exchanger. All the points were given to Tianli. Tianli was now rich. In public funds. Pack up everything, and use the transfer card. I wait for you, Siapura said, and returned to the RV, taking a bottle of water and sipping it. They were worried that if she left early, there would be more zombies coming. It would only take a few minutes. So she would just take a short break here. We're done. Million and the others were carrying a small bag of luggage, each holding a teleportation card and standing next to the RV. So fast? Siapura looked at the red dates and wolfberries in her thermos. And she hadn't even finished it yet. It was only 5 minutes from the time she got on the car to when Million spoke. They're done already? She couldn't believe it. Is this all you have? Most of the things they carried were bought from her. But it's understandable that people don't have much in the end times. They are still lucky, and there are many people who don't even have a piece of clothing. Hee, it's enough to be full, other things are just external things. Maya hooked Tianli's shoulders. This little girl seemed to be very familiar with any girl. Now that you've packed up, you can call a car to leave. I leave first. Dong. As soon as Siapura finished speaking, the sound of a boulder falling accompanied her words. The cave shook, shaking off some gravel. Hurry, use the teleportation business card quickly. Tianli organized everyone to use the teleportation business card together, and shouted slogans together. Grape, you are my god. Chapter 282, Skin. M80. What an embarrassing slogan. Siapura didn't think it was a big deal. It's okay. People who can survive now don't care about face. It's embarrassing. The bus arrived in seconds. The bus was there. The area nearby was safe. There was no need to worry about safety. Siapura took advantage of this opportunity to go ahead. On the bus, she brought out the gold, and the plants that could give people wood-related abilities. Have I completed my stall mission this week? M80. I sold food today, so I've completed it. But looking at the rain outside the window, Siapura didn't know whether to be happy or depressed. It was very hot just now, and it started to rain again. There will be a typhoon, and it's hard to say whether there will be strong convection. If the impact is serious, there will be floods and mudslides. Ah, what can I do to save you, Mother Earth? If there is a flood, can I still set up a stall? She doesn't want to stay in the BNB anymore. Going out can bring her into contact with different people. She will get bored staying in the BNB. M80. We talk about it later. She looked at Jeansy with a serious look. Have you completed the task assigned to you? Jeansy. Master, they are absolutely mentally retarded. I talked to them for a long time, but they didn't pay any attention to me. Jeansy felt wronged, but she didn't say anything. In the end, she got angry like a plant, and scolded them like the master, but they still didn't react. They are all mutant plants. Why do they seem to be unintelligent? But in them, it sensed the breath of its own kind. At this moment, she had already gone down the mountain, and rocks were still rolling down from the mountain. She asked M80 if she could do anything, and the answer she got was no. So she didn't ask any more questions, and sat down obediently. After sitting down, she stopped talking, and the questions she wanted to ask Jeansy were also stuck in her throat, because she saw a very strange scene in front of her. She saw a big tree in front of her was covered with pieces of skin. It was too far away, and it was raining. She couldn't see clearly what kind of skin it was, but she had a bad feeling. She asked M80 to slow down the RV first. She frowned and asked, "Did you change the route? I remember we didn't take this road before." M80, there are too many fallen rocks, which will affect the road, so it automatically updated another route. Stop in front, I want to see what it is. Her face was solemn, hoping it wouldn't be what she thought. Getting off the car, getting closer, she got off the car and looked around cautiously. She saw a whole piece of animal skin was peeled off and hung on the tree to dry. Looking closer, she was shocked. The skinning technique was that of an expert. There was not a single bit of extra meat on it. The skin was intact, not damaged at all. It looked like they wanted to dry it, but there was not enough material, so they could only simply hang it on the tree. She didn't need to learn about the materials and process required to make animal fur to know that it was not that simple. Those things were even harder to find in the apocalypse. So what did the person who hung the animal fur on it want to do? The gloomy weather, the sound of the pattering rain, and the strange scene in front of her gave her goosebumps. Is the host afraid? Have you forgotten? I have been to many small worlds. So the host is not afraid. No, the longer people live, the more extreme they will be. Either they cherish their lives more and more, or they become more and more indifferent. She took a few steps under the tree with one leg. M80 didn't understand. Host, are you saying that you are becoming more and more indifferent? No, I mean, I am neutral. I choose to take the enemy by surprise. After that, Siepu Rose summoned vines with her wood power, and took down all the animal for hanging on them. Although it was not human skin, she was not very happy. Humans can kill their own compatriots, not to mention other creatures. She took out a few shovels from the space, something like shovels, dug a big hole with the vines, and buried the animal's skins in it. M80 didn't understand her operation. Doesn't the host not like to meddle in other people's business? Siapura spread her hands, and said indifferently, I didn't say I would care. Then what is the host doing? Siapura said seriously, I just ate a lot, and now I have nothing to do. The vines filled the hole with soil, and Siapura was about to leave, when she suddenly found that there seemed to be a bone in front of the grass not far away. She walked to the side, wanting to go around the tree to take a look. However, at this time, there was a sudden burst of shrill laughter, which sounded very strange. Ha ha, ha ha. She turned her head and looked. A naked body with clothes on was lying on the ground. There was not a single piece of healthy skin on his body, and his neck was bloody, and his eyes were lifeless. Beside him, there were several girls standing together and trembling. 2 of them fainted from fear, and there were 3 left. They also saw Siapu Ro, and shouted at her, Run! And the horrifying laugh came from the person squatting next to the corpse, and eating something. The man was holding a small piece of intestines that had been dragged out of the corpse. Siapura's stomach churned. She wanted to pretend she didn't see it, but, Dude, you're eating large intestines. It's stuffed. Isn't it raining? At least wash it before eating. Seeing people cannibalizing each other, the psychological barrier is far more disgusting than the direct visual impact. Run! A girl once again used all her strength to shout at Siapura. Siapura ran away. People, it is important to listen to advice. The man-eating buddy obviously would not let her go. He had already stood up, and was staggering to chase after her. There was no humanity in the other person's eyes. It was probably because of cannibalism. His skin was unnaturally white, and the blue veins were clearly visible. He had very little hair, and a large bald spot on his head. There were blood stains on his gray hair from cannibalism. It was obvious that the other person was a long-term cannibal. This kind of person was even more terrifying than a zombie. Siapura controlled the speed and distance, waiting for the other party to catch up. She wanted him to chase her. If he didn't chase her, how could she avoid that scene? She was not mentally strong enough. Not strong enough to endure that scene. The man chased her with a strange smile. And there was still a small piece of pink meat in his mouth that he had not swallowed. Saliva mixed with rain flowed down his jaw. She ran out of the scene just now, and the body lying on the ground was covered by weeds. Siapura stopped, stood on the spot and turned around, thinking about how to kill the other party. Ha ha. He didn't know when he had swallowed the pink meat in his mouth, and laughed wildly with his head raised. Chapter 283. Some strength, but not much. He laughed, and stared at her with a rustling sound, looking ferocious and terrifying. Ha ha. Siapura looked at the crazy man, and felt disgusted. She first tried to let the vines reach over, and the thorny vines decisively swung on him. Ha ha ha. You are actually a superpower user, but it's a pity that you are a with superpower user. He had killed too many people, and his overinflated self-confidence made him completely unaware that he could not see through Siapura's superpower level. What a coincidence, I have fire-type abilities. He smiled grimly, full of pride, and slowly gathered flames in his palms, melting her vines directly. Ha ha ha, the meat of people with abilities is the most delicious. He opened his arms and looked at her with satisfaction. Really? That may not be what you want. After she finished speaking, the fireball flying towards her head was blocked by her casually raising her hand. With another turn of her wrist, frost instantly condensed between her fingers, frozen his entire arm into a popsicle. How is it possible? You are a wood-type power user. Why do you have ice-type power? His expression froze. Siapura looked at him with amusement. Who told you that I am a wood-type power user? The tone was calm, as if he was talking about something very ordinary. He pounced on her, prepared to tear her into pieces and swallow her into his stomach. Anger replaced reason, he forgot that. His hand was frozen by ice, and immediately mobilized the fire-type power in his body to thaw it. Some strength, but not much. Siapuro mercilessly slapped him, and then froze his legs. Want to unfreeze her? There might be a 1 in 10,000 chance that she would awaken her supernatural powers in the womb in the next life. After freezing her, she ignored him, and took a detour to avoid seeing the bloody scene on the ground again, and to check the injuries of the girl who let her run. It seemed that they were not hurt, and even their hands and feet were not tied. Are you okay? Why didn't they run away if they weren't tied up? The girl's eyes were full of fear, like a frightened deer that finally found its backbone, not caring about their own wetness, and threw themselves on Siapuro and cried. One threw herself on him and cried, and the remaining 2 followed suit and cried together, as if they wanted to let out all their grievances and fears with their tears. Siapuro was stunned. The system protective shield would not isolate humans who had no ill will towards her. She didn't know what to do. Her outstretched hand froze in midair. It took a long time for it to land on the girls and pat them. She said softly, "It's okay. It's okay." She was still soothing them as she spoke. These girls were only in their teens, but they became like this because of the end of the world. She felt sad. They just hugged her and sobbed, as if they would disappear if they let go. Siapuro had no choice but to let them hug her tightly, and let their tears slide down the rain and drip onto her dry clothes, which soon became wet. After an unknown amount of time, they gradually stopped sobbing, but they still held on to Siapuro and refused to let go, as if they would never see their savior again if they let go this time. "Thank you for saving us." A slightly older girl choked up and said, "My name is Chuin, and these are my 2 sisters Chusi and Chuzi." She took the other 2 girls and introduced them. Chuin looked at the corpse in the distance, with a sad look on her face. "The one who was eaten was our father." She wiped away her tears, her eyes swollen, her eye sockets red, and she looked very pitiful. Chusi and Chuzi eyes were filled with tears again when they heard their sister mention their father. Siapuro couldn't bear to see the scene, and hurriedly asked, "Why don't you run? That bad guy is a fire-type mutant. We are just ordinary people. Our father is in his hands. We don't know where to go if we want to run." Chuin choked up as he spoke. No father would turn around and run when his child is in danger, and vice versa. No one would abandon his father and live alone when his father is in danger. Besides, the world is so big, where can they go without their father? "How old are you?" Siapuro asked Chuin, the oldest one. Chuin didn't understand why she asked about age, but answered obediently, "I'm 17 years old." Siapuro sighed in her heart. 17 years old is just a minor, and the 2 younger sisters are even younger. You can't expect such young children to do anything to save themselves in difficult situations. "What are your plans for the future?" Siapuro looked at the group of girls and asked. "I don't know." Chuin shook his head and murmured in a low voice, "My mother is gone too. Our home is gone." Siapuro was deeply touched. "So this is what it feels like to be displaced by a disaster, and have your family torn apart." It's impossible to say that she has no sympathy. These children are all very kind, and they even want to remind her to leave quickly. She sighed deeply. Forget it. She just needed an assistant. Chuin is a little young, but he can be used as a makeshift. However, it is not good to see your father die at such a young age. She had made up her mind about where they should go. She asked them, "He is not dead yet. Are you going to punish the evil man who killed your father?" The 2 younger sisters looked at Siapuro timidly. "We dare not. We can't beat him." Chuin stood up and said to her, "I will do it." "You?" Siapuro rolled her eyes, and looked at Chuin with relief in her eyes. Her idea just now was not wrong. "I'm not afraid of death. He killed my father, so he must pay with his life," Chuin said firmly. When Chuin was 15 or 16 years old, her mother died in the apocalypse, and the 3 sisters followed their father. Her father was also a superpower, and he loved them very much. He tricked them into running separately and held back the bad guy, and he died in the bad guy's mouth. With such efforts, as a sister, how could she not kill the enemy if she had the chance? Siapuro looked at her for a while. "He's over there. You go and kill him, and I dig a pit for you to bury your father in peace." She didn't tell them that the man who killed their father had his limbs frozen by her, just to test their courage. Seeing the 3 sisters supporting each other and heading straight towards her, the test was over. They had courage and hatred, but they were not lawless children spoiled by their father. While they were walking a few steps, Siapuro summoned the vines again, and dug a big pit in a few steps. She took a few steps forward to check the depth of the pit, and accidentally saw the white bones hidden in the grass. Chapter 284. Give me back my dad. There is no flesh on the bones. There are a lot of them. From the bones, some are human and some are animal. So that's how the animal skins came from. The rain can wash away the smell of blood, but it can't wash away what happened here. She suddenly raised her head and walked quickly towards the three people. The three people had tears in their eyes and punched the beasts who had lost their minds. One after another. Give me back my dad. She was trembling when she heard that. The little girls must have been hungry for a long time and had no strength. After beating them for a long time, the villain still grinned and told him vividly, "Do you know what your father meat tastes like? The intestines, tsk. The meat of his third-level superpower is really delicious. So delicious that he doesn't want to eat you anymore after I eat it. I originally wanted to keep you as food. If you kill that woman obediently, I won't eat you, give you a good life, and be your new father. How about it?" Fearing that the temptation was not enough, he wanted to show his special ability. But his hands and feet were frozen by Siepuru, and he could not summon his special ability. He had to change his way of speaking. "You have seen my ability. Even your father is not my opponent. Follow me, and you will live a better life in the future." The youngest Chuzi gritted her teeth and said, "Bah! I don't want you to be my father." Chuzi pulled the little sister, and the serious hatred condensed into substance, like a needle trying to pierce his body. He didn't give up. If he couldn't persuade them to turn against him, he would die. He wanted to continue to seduce the girls. But before he finished speaking, he suddenly felt a bone-chilling cold. His limbs, which had been numb from the cold, felt a heart-wrenching pain. Before he could shout, Siepuru directed the thicker vines to throw stones into his mouth. After a few dings, his teeth were all broken. The stones were stuffed in his mouth. But Siepuru didn't think it was enough, and she destroyed his vocal cords before he could make a sound. Siepuru looked at him slowly and calmly. "How many people have you eaten? How many lives have you killed? I won't settle with you. Since you are here to kill people, then don't expect to die easily." She didn't want to waste words, and quickly dragged the man to the tree she had seen before, which was full of animal skins. The man didn't react at first, but when she took him to the tree, he saw that all his hard work was wasted by Siepuru. He was furious, and his blood was boiling, and his throat was sweet and fishy, and he spit a mouthful of blood on the stone blocking his mouth. His face was distorted as Siepuru hung him upside down on the tree with vines. The air around him suddenly cooled down. Then, his limbs slowly turned into ice chips, and scattered bit by bit. "MMM." The man could only cry out in pain. M80 asked ignorantly, "He killed so many people, won't the host kill him? How can he be so easy?" Hanging upside down on the tree will cause all the blood in the body to flow back and concentrate in the head. If it goes on for a long time, the instinct for survival will make him shake the vine vigorously, thus alleviating the discomfort caused by the concentration of blood. It was relieved, which would also allow him to live longer, and only if he lived longer would he be tortured longer. As for the physical fitness of the superpower, she had made up for it after Yu Shiwen was injured. Since he relied on his superpower status to harm his compatriots, then let him use his superpower status to be unable to live or die. Thinking about this, Siepuru asked, "Can we put down a ban, forbidding people to approach this place?" M80 was ordered obediently. "Sure, I do it." Siepuru nodded, so she felt relieved. "Do you have anything valuable on you?" The girl's cold and pleasant voice sounded. She lowered her eyes, and glanced at her wet clothes, then fixed her eyes on the three children. Seeing that her enemy was punished by her, the three girls looked into her eyes, and nodded blankly, no longer guarded against the lifesaver who helped them to avenge their revenge. "Yes, Dad puts all the crystal cores on me." Chu-In found small first-level crystal cores from various parts of his body. There were not many crystal cores, but only 5 of them were all their belongings. "I'm still in need of an assistant, who can help me with many things. Do you think you can do it?" Siepuru looked into Chu-In's eyes. Chu-In had a flash of doubt about himself. But thinking that they had no relatives in this world, they were the only ones who depended on each other. And she was the oldest sister among them. She had to take the responsibility of taking care of her younger sister. "I can do it." As if to encourage herself, she repeated, "I can do it." Siepuru said softly, "Silly child." She didn't even ask about the job and salary. Whatever. She took 5 crystal cores from Chu-In's hand, which was smaller than an adult, and opened a personal panel for the 3 sisters. and deposited 100 points into the accounts of the two younger girls. She then used the points to buy 3 teleportation cards for them. And smiled. Food and accommodation are provided. And the rest will be discussed when we return. Now your mission is to bury your father. I wait for you here. Chuan already knew how to read, and read the card in her hand carefully. With 3 thumps, she knelt down with her 2 sisters. Thank you. Then she stood up, and took her sisters to bury their father's body. When she quickly returned to her side with her sisters, her eyes were red. It was not difficult to see that they had just cried. Xie Pu was very satisfied with their quick return, and she was satisfied that Chuan was a child who knew his limits at a young age. You use your business cards first. I will meet you at the B&B. Also, you can just call me the owner from now on. After they called a taxi in front of her, she strode towards the place where she had seen the bones just now. She dug a bigger and deeper pit in another place. Chinese people pay attention to burying the dead in peace. She could do it with just a little effort, and she would not stand by and watch. After dealing with all the corpses, she returned to the RV. The 3 sisters had already moved away. She looked at the man hanging on the tree for the last time and got in the car. She took a quick shower back in the RV, changed her wet clothes, and slumped in the passenger seat, feeling powerless. Didn't the host punish the bad guys? Why are you still not happy? She smiled faintly and cursed, stupid system. There was a doting tone in her voice that could not be concealed. The horror of seeing cannibalism was something she had never experienced in her life. She thought she could walk sideways in the apocalypse because she was invincible. But she never thought that she would still feel uncomfortable after seeing it with her own eyes. It was all because she had been in a peaceful and prosperous world for too long, and had never faced such a bloody thing. She didn't need to tell the stupid system about her psychological changes. It couldn't understand it either. It was just very tired. Chapter 285 Sky-High Price Tea. She didn't want to see how the rain outside was changing. She closed her eyes and fell asleep. M80 saw that she was asleep, adjusted the speed of the RV, and returned to the B&B as quickly as possible. When Xie Pu woke up again, she was already in the yard. She sensed that the people from the Coke base and the Chuan sisters had not arrived at the B&B. She sat up straight and washed her face after calming down. They haven't come yet? M80 explained. It's far away, the bus can't adjust the speed like our RV, they haven't arrived that fast. M80 is not stupid, he can see that the host is unhappy, and tried. How about, we draw the reward for completing the stall task first? Okay. Her voice was soft, with a hint of cuteness. Her finger touched the card drawing interface, and after the special effect of 100 consecutive draws, the drawn goods appeared. Tea selling rights. Can open a tea house to sell tea. Unlock seasoning selling rights. Can put seasonings on the shelves of the store and start selling them. Food card. Unlock Rigiamo finally. There is a reminder. Host. Please go to build a hot spring hall as soon as possible. This week's task has been completed. So she doesn't have to run out anymore. And can focus on the B&B. That's fine, then let's start with the tea shop. When she was bored and wandering around the B&B and walking the cat, she heard a group of old ladies, old men talking about, just wanting to drink some tea. It's a pity that she has never seen the shadow of tea leaves, and has never even asked about the foam of tea leaves. Only she was super lucky, and drew tea leaves from the blind box machine. Xie Pu teleported to an empty house, and started today's cabin decoration journey. Host. Please decorate first, after the decoration is completed. All tea leaves can be unlocked for sale. Hey, is there a template? I can just use the template. No need to waste so many brain cells. Who knows how to decorate a tea shop? She buys tea online. No matter which life she has. She has never been to a tea shop in person. How can she come up with something out of nothing? Imitate a Chinese medicine store? Using a template is much easier. The templates given by the system are reasonable, neat, much better than her amateur interior decoration. Yes, but the host needs to spend points to unlock the template. How many points do you need? The tea shop is not big. 1,000 grape coins can unlock the decoration template. Once selected, it cannot be changed. If you want to change to another template, you have to pay again. Xie Pu glanced at the balance and waved her hand. Who are you looking down on? Only 1,000 grape coins, take it. The income is much more. Click on the details to see that the points received by the home furnishing city have increased a lot. A lot of things happened. Xie Pu then remembered that today was only the first day of the home furnishing city's opening. So much money was made on the first day of business? Are you all rich? Ah? If she had just walked here, as long as she looked carefully, it would not be difficult to find that every few people on the street in the B&B were carrying more or less furniture in their hands, and the strong ones even held 3 medium-sized furniture in one hand. At this moment, M80 prompt also came. Host, please decorate the tea shop as soon as possible, and go to the home furnishing city. Sia Puro was still browsing the decoration page to select the tea shop decoration template, and said slowly, "What's wrong? Too many people are ordering large furniture. 30 delivery robots are not enough. It's simple. Why don't we just accept large furniture delivery services for the time being?" She casually clicked on the preview of the decoration style she selected. The preview was her store, and it was changed to her pre-selected decoration style. But there are so many people ordering large furniture. The delivery robot staff can only serve one customer at a time. When they heard that only large furniture orders can be delivered, everyone rushed to buy large furniture again. Sia Puro was still calm. "I can't do anything if you ask me to deliver it." "Right. M80. It really couldn't respond to this. Okay, I go take a look after the decoration is finished." She muttered, "Otherwise, we still need a real assistant. It's not good to do everything by ourselves." Thinking back to Chu-In, 17 years old, the peak of her career, when she was officially fighting, the more she thought about it, the more she felt it was feasible. Thinking that she was already the strongest king when she was 17 years old, I believe that Chu-In, who doesn't have a mobile phone, will become the strongest secretary if she is given some time. The final style was chosen to be Chinese style, not for anything else, just because when she previewed the Chinese style decoration, she felt a scent of tea lingering in her nose. This decoration is absolutely right. Sia Puro decisively paid the grape coins. It's not a very expensive thing anyway. If she sells more things, the points will come back. The time saved is enough for her to do many things, such as going to other shops and so on. She always felt that she was a little out of touch with the homestay. How can she know what the residents lack the most if she doesn't integrate into it? Points deducted successfully. As the system sound fell, all the facilities in the tea shop were locked and changed to the preview. The wooden furniture was matched with the antique screen, there were landscape paintings on the wall, and the floor was covered with matching patterned carpets. Every detail exuded a classical and elegant atmosphere, and the faint fragrance of tea filled the entire space. This Chinese-style decoration made her seem to travel through time and space, and return to the life scenes of ancient literati and scholars. A set of exquisite tea sets was placed on the wood-carved tea table, and the steam rising from the copper pot was filled with steam. The feeling of switching successfully is different from the feeling of just previewing. She clapped her hands excitedly. Elegant. It's really elegant. Chinese-style furniture focuses on logs and carvings. Whether viewed from a distance or up close, it has an indescribable generosity and extravagant beauty. The carving of wood itself is very complicated, and the difficulty increases when it is carved into furniture. This kind of extravagance is incomparable to the extravagance of bricks, stones, and gold, which is built up by its own value. The built-in wooden shelves were filled with various kinds of tea. According to the major categories of tea, black tea, green tea, oolong tea and other types were placed in several areas. She asked M80, "Why are they displayed so widely? Is it because the store is big? It should be because each tea smells different. Aren't you humans very particular about drinking tea?" Sia Puro didn't understand. "Maybe my wild boar can't eat shikong. I feel that drinking anything is the same." As she was talking, Sia Puro walked to the independent, obviously more upscale tea area. "This looks very expensive." She walked over slowly, picked up a small glass jar of tea and took a look. "What? 10,000 points. Just 1 or 2 ounces of tea?" Chapter 286. This family must go without me. She began to wonder if it was because there was no bank in the B&B, otherwise it would be much easier to just rob, and she had to give someone a can of tea. Was she worried that robbing would be illegal? She couldn't put herself in the shoes of the boss at all, but put herself in the shoes of a consumer. Who wouldn't be shocked to see this? Put down the can of tea that cost 10,000 points, and pick up the can next to it. Sia Puro's eyes widened. 33,000 points? She rubbed her eyes and looked again. I didn't see an extra zero. She weighed the tea in her hand and felt that it was the same as the one just now. Both were one tael of tea, but this one was more expensive. M80 reminded her. The tea in the host's hand is also for the host to make money. That's what she said, but then again. Luckily the B&B is hers. Luckily there is no market supervision and management bureau. Otherwise she would always be square. Be careful. Put the tea can in your hand carefully, and then look at them one by one. After reading it, she felt that she was really so rich. Although it has not been converted into her property yet, but what's wrong with being happy in advance? Her eyes flashed, and then she began to store all the more expensive teas here in her space. She also stored the cheap ones, and stored more expensive ones, not for anything else, just for fun. When the host wants tea, can't he just come and get it? Why do you have to store it in your space? Why? Why else? For my unknown collecting habit. I always feel insecure when things are not with me. There is nothing good about the tea shop. Apart from the nice decoration and the aroma of tea, everything else is normal. Just when Siapuro thought that was it, she went up to the second floor and found that the second floor was completely different from the first floor. She saw a large open space. There was a stage in the middle of the open space. There were tables and chairs neatly placed in front of the stage. She was stunned. What is this? Yes, it is just as the host thought. It is a place to watch a play. This is built in with the decoration. Siapuro lowered her chin. There is a venue but no one to perform. There should be professional counterparts in the B&B. Right? What you said makes sense. It's just a matter of paying more wages. Siapuro didn't think much of it. Just thought about letting the assistant find it when she came. I didn't expect that the tea shop could have a place to watch operas and listen to music. I thought that older people would like it, anyway. The place is big. It's not bad to find a good place for the elders to relax and have fun. Looking further back, you can also see a batch of clothes for singing opera, and even a dressing room for dressing up. She exclaimed. Wow. This money is really worth it. M80, are you happy? You should be happy. A temporary task is now assigned. Please find a tea house director within 3 days. Recruitment requirements: must understand tea culture, be able to manage the tea house well, and be responsible for recruiting opera-related professionals to perform on stage. Last second, he. Next second, no he. Why did she feel like she could go up there and perform face-changing? Who knows the disappointment in her heart? What is the mission reward? M80 kept it a secret. I won't tell you, when the time comes. Siapuro snorted. I didn't dare to post a notice directly, for fear that there would be a huge crowd like the last time the orchard was recruiting people. After going downstairs from the second floor, I saw the rest area of the tea house. It's called a rest area, but it's actually a place for guests to taste tea and try tea leaves. Here, customers can try the teas from the common areas first, drink first and then buy, or buy after trying what they like. This is what Siapuro likes most, and it is much better for her with difficulty in making choices. If she only looks at the products, she will not know what to buy. If you can't taste tea, you can only look at it and smell it, but here you can taste it, which is very humane. After looking at it, Siapuro looked at the size of the tea house. In addition to the tea house curator and performers who need to manage the second floor, others need robots to serve. Tea leaves need to be brewed by someone so that guests can enjoy them. To accurately control the water temperature and the brewing time of tea leaves, robot employees are the best choice. Finally, she decided to take out 6 robot employees, for on the first floor and the second floor to serve tea and water to the audience. This allocation is very reasonable. The robot employees of the tea house have been loaded. The loaded robots appeared one by one on the first floor where Siapuro was. Because there were no performers on the second floor, the employees were temporarily on the first floor. She was in the mood to play, and started playing with the robots on the first floor. She picked up a variety of tea, and asked what they were called. They would introduce them to her professionally. M80 urged, Host, the furniture store is still waiting for you. I said I would leave if I didn't have this one. Siapuro had almost finished playing, and put away her lazy look. Just when she wanted to teleport over, she remembered her previous idea of trying to move her legs to walk over. She couldn't rely too much on teleportation. Otherwise she would lose a lot of fun. Thinking of this, she had convinced herself to walk over. Shirju and the other two had played in the home furnishing city for a day. When they were tired, they went shopping and bought some things. Now they were taking a nap on the bed that they could try out in the home furnishing city. The bedding in the home furnishing city can be tried out, but they have to pay a cleaning fee, which is only a few hundred points, which is just a mosquito song for them. Originally, they wanted to buy 2 sets of 4-piece bedding sets, but there were too many patterns, materials, styles, and many types, which stumped him. A grown man who didn't have difficulty making choices, so he stayed in the home furnishing city until now, and hasn't come out. Fortunately, Shopping is not a problem for the body of a superpower. You can go shopping all day long. After all, if you don't have a good physical fitness, you can't survive in the end times. When the zombies chase you and scream, you have to use the fastest speed to start a tug-of-war with them. Shizhu and Chihua lie on the big bed together, with Lu Ming who was forced to lie on the bed in the middle. Shizhu sighed to the sky, "Why don't you have a mobile phone? If only I could give you a mobile phone, I can take pictures and pay in seconds." Chihua closed his eyes comfortably. "Why do you need a mobile phone? Doesn't Chuishing have a tablet? What are you saying? He wouldn't give it to me even if he had one. All he does is hide in the room with Wolanka to watch mobile phones and play with tablets all day long. They are both going to become otakus. Are you so resentful? Just because they didn't open the door for us today? Alas, if they opened the door, I would have carried them out with me." Chihua comforted, "Be happy, don't we still have Xiaoming to accompany us?" Chapter 287 Brother. "You smell good?" Lu Ming, who had been silent, was annoyed. "Why are you talking? Call me brother." "Gij, I'm glad I have you." Shizhu turned around and lay on the bed sideways, hugging Lu Ming's seemingly slender waist. Chihua was not convinced by this, and he also lay on his side and hugged Lu Ming. "Gij is so nice." "Lu Ming, if I had known that the odor would stay in the room, I would not have gone downstairs to throw away the garbage." Shizhu closed his eyes and rubbed Lu Ming's neck, feeling something was wrong, and suddenly raised his eyes. "Brother, you smell good." Chihua was not convinced, and sniffed along. "Did you spray perfume?" "Ahem." Lu Ming blushed. "The captain got hairspray from the blind box machine, and I took it and used it while he was on a date." "Wow. Why can't I get it?" Shizhu stretched his hand out from under the quilt and fell into deep thought. The boss is still lucky. He can still date his girlfriend in the end of the world. Unlike us. Shizhu slapped Chihua on the back from a distance. "What depressing words are you talking about? Do you know how many benefits there are to being single?" Lu Ming also became interested. "How many are there? Tell me, let me strengthen my faith." "Shizhu, I have summarized the following 6 points." There was silence. "Your joke is really cold." Lu Ming made a precise complaint. "Cold? Right?" Shizhu smiled evilly and stretched out his hand to pull the quilt over the heads of the 3 people. "If you are cold, wrap yourself tightly in the quilt." Lu Ming's eyes went dark. The quilt covered his head. The 3 people made a fuss in the quilt like children for a while. Passers-by looked at the movement under the quilt with disdain. The child pulled the adult's hand and asked, "What are they doing in there?" The adult took the child away and used their most common rhetoric. Children should not interfere in adult matters. A cold machine voice interrupted the 3 people's play. "The experience time is over. Please feel free to choose the goods." "Ah. There is a time limit." Chihua sat up dissatisfied and went to the side to read the instructions carefully. The cleaning fee of several hundred was enough to cover their room fees for several days. They only lay there for an hour. Betting experience description. You can change the betting as many times as you want within an hour. Each person is limited to 1 experience per day. "Humph, I buy it and use it every day," Shizhu said as he clicked on the 4-piece bedding set. Pillow. An air conditioning quilt that he had just used on the panel and bought it. Who said men don't have a desire to shop? Chihua also bought one. Lu Ming originally thought they were just here to join in the fun, but he didn't expect that they really paid for it. "What's missing from our well-decorated suite?" "You're still buying it?" "Yes, but it won't stop us from buying it. Great minds think alike." Shizhu put his arm around Chihua's shoulder. "How about we buy something for you? Just to show our appreciation. You even sent durian last time." "I thought so too." Chihua glared at Shizhu. "How dare you say that? There were only a few durians, and you ate so many by yourself." Shizhu didn't repent at all, raising his chin and looking at him. "If you're slow, you lose it. Isn't this the custom in our team? What should we buy?" The 3 of them were in a dilemma again. The entire B&B belongs to her, not to mention the things here. If they buy the things she sells and give them to her, would it be considered as borrowing flowers to offer gifts to Buddha? Besides, it is not realistic to ask 3 straight men to choose gifts for a young girl. Actually, what we have are all given by her. If we want to give her something, we should give her something thoughtful. Okay, then let's buy the materials and go back to make it ourselves and give it to her later. In a few words, they came to a conclusion. Lu Ming was speechless. "Can you do it? Who are you looking down on?" "I won the 1st place in the handicraft competition in elementary school." Yes. Why don't you talk about your performance in playing with the umbilical cord in the womb? After buying bedding, the three of them continued to shop while talking. Shirju wanted to buy everything he saw. Floor lamp. Buy. Although he doesn't read books. Window stickers with the word foo. Buy. It plays a festive role. Sunglasses. Buy. It plays a role of showing off. Water dispenser. Buy it. Although they usually drink bottled water. Oh, buy a water dispenser with a phone number for bottled water delivery. Not bad. If you want to eat instant noodles at night, you can make them at any time. For this reason, when Chihua stopped him from buying it, he said that buying it would bring hot water. Chihua acquiesced to Shirju buying it. Lu Ming did not express any opinion, after all. He did not live in the same room with them, and it was none of his business how many messy things were piled up. He took a look at what the two had bought today, and recalled today's spending. Forget it. They are all brothers. When they can't afford to eat, he can throw bones to them to gnaw on. Walking on the road, Chihua suddenly said, "How about giving me some small suggestions?" "What do you think?" "Xiaohua." Chihua rolled his eyes at him. "Go to hell. Xiaohua. Call yourself the Monkey King. I can't say I have a good idea. I just think that we have everything. But there are still too few types of clothes. I'm such a handsome guy. When I walk on the street, I feel like I'm wearing couple outfits with everyone." Shirju squinted at him. "Isn't that bad? It's not a big deal if you wear the same clothes as me. Whoever is ugly will be embarrassed." "Are you embarrassed?" "Go away. I've never lost in terms of looks." "Huh? There are fewer clothes?" A clear and penetrating female voice like jade sounded from behind, and they got goosebumps. Xia Puro laughed secretly and walked in front of them. "Is there a shortage of styles or colors or types? The Monkey King wants to discuss this with me personally." The three of them saw the source of the familiar voice. Chihua responded quickly. No, it was Zhu Zi who said that, not me. I just seriously refuted him to be contented." Lu Ming also immediately agreed. "I agree. Yes, I just taught him that contentment is the key to happiness." Shirju turned around and kicked them both in the buttocks. "Get lost." Chihua looked at Xia Puro again, showing a flattering smile. "Sister, you old men are still coming out to shop in person." Xia Puro resisted the urge to roll her eyes. "I came out to see if anyone is gossiping behind my back." Chihua looked around. "Seriously, who dares to gossip about my sister behind her back?" "You?" Shirju and Lu Ming silently gave Chihua the middle finger in their hearts. The corners of her lips rose unconsciously, and the depression that had been suppressed for a long time was released. It's great to have such tenants, who don't cause trouble for her, and can also entertain her. She noticed the things they were holding. "Why did you buy so many things?" "To change them for new ones." Chihua raised the bag in her hand. "That's right, sister, I want to ask you, if we change the bedding, can we throw away the ones we change? Or how should we deal with them?" Xia Pura pursed her lips. She hadn't thought about this question, and was already asking him 80. Chapter 288. Boss Xia works all year round. Click on the recycling service in the room service, and a robot employee will come to recycle it. Xia Puro first clicked on her page to check, but it is clearly gray. Is it because she is the owner? No, host, it is because you don't have a room service robot. She forgot about this. But I spent points to build it. Will you give me points back after recycling it? Host has a big family and a big business. Why does he still care about those little things? I care. I care a lot. I care a lot. That's all her hard work. Return, return, return. M80 said it 3 times in a row. Xia Puro was very satisfied with the answer she wanted. A small mosquito is still meat, and a little bit adds up to a lot. She raised her chin slightly, and answered Chihua words. Tomorrow. You click on the room service in the panel, and a robot will come to collect it. By the way, the corresponding rent will also be reduced a little. But it won't be reduced by much. It just reduces the cost of furniture you don't need. As a store owner, she felt that this was weird, indescribable. Thinking that everything is related, she didn't dwell on it. Got it. Shirzu and Chihua didn't care about the cost. If they cared, they wouldn't buy so many things at once, and so many things that looked good but were useless. Chihua tried. So sister, the clothes? He really wanted to have some new styles of clothes. It would be nice to change the color, or if they had paint, they could DIY it, but unfortunately they didn't have it, so they were forced to wear the same clothes as everyone else in the hostel. Xia Puro also felt that it was not good for everyone to wear the same clothes. Since someone had brought it up, she would respect the customer's opinion. I take care of it when I have time. Hua was overjoyed. Then we wait for good news from you. Originally, he wanted to leave, but suddenly he thought of recommending the newly opened tea shop. Siapura showed her standard smile during business hours. A new tea shop has just opened. If you are interested in this, you can go and have a look. Shizhu and Chihua exchanged glances and read the same idea from each other's eyes. New fun. Then let's go play first. After finding new fun, they wanted to leave. Siapura asked, "Don't you have to go out to fight zombies?" Lu Ming smiled. "Our team works 4 and rests 3. We are all resting these days." "Oh." Siapura lowered her head. There was nothing to envy, really, but a little sour. As a B&B owner, she hadn't even implemented the 5-day off and 5-day off schedule. She had thought that the mandatory task was to set up a stall 3 days a week, and then she could pack up after that. Now she understood that being a boss meant working all year round, non-stop. She said goodbye to them a little sadly. "I still have things to do. You guys go ahead and have fun." She didn't even look at the road as she walked. Her mind was full of lemons. Fortunately, she walked to a place with few people. After a while, she arrived at the place where large furniture was sold. The robots responsible for the delivery of large household appliances were not here. There were only robot employees in the mall who were responsible for explaining a certain area. A group of people lined up in front of the large furniture delivery service. Everyone was waiting for the delivery robot to come back after delivering the previous order. Siapura squeezed into the gap in front of the crowd. First of all, we need to understand why they all bought at the same time and chose the delivery service. She immediately revealed her identity. "Hello, everyone. I am the owner of the B&B. Our robot employees are on the way to deliver furniture to you. If you have anything to say or need feedback, please tell me first." A middle-aged man saw her standing in front and pulled her to give feedback on his own questions. "Owner, you came at the right time. I just want to buy a bed so that my family can sleep separately. I don't want to live in one bed every day. Since the price of homestays has increased, multiple occupancy has been allowed, which means that multiple people can stay in one room. The room types have also changed from single rooms and double rooms to 1-bedroom and 2-bedroom rooms, which means that there are only a few bedrooms in the suite." She looked at the people who were still queuing in the long line behind her. "Are you also in a hurry to buy a bed for your family? So you have to queue up today?" Most people gave her a positive answer, or said they wanted to buy a sofa, a TV, a wardrobe, etc. In short, everyone had their own reasons. She wasn't here to collect everyone's reasons, nor was she here to stop them from buying things. And they didn't need to give her reasons. Too many words were attacking her, and her head hurt. She raised her hands and said, "Wait, stop for a moment." After knowing the whole story, she was no longer in a hurry. "How about this? You register first. Write down the corresponding product number of the product you want to buy, and our robot employees will deliver it to your door when you get in line. It's better than everyone queuing here. Register the product number here, and you can go shopping. Our homestay has just opened a tea house. You can go and have a look if you are interested." Siapura said it beautifully. At this time, she did not forget to promote the tea house. Some smart people have left the team to record the product numbers. Some people who are not in a hurry just like to join in the fun and laugh with her. The owner is really fast at opening a store. Now that the tea house has been opened, will he open a winery in the future? Ha ha ha. The person who said this had no bad intentions, but was just joking, and Siapura didn't take it seriously. I don't know what the next store will be, but if everyone cooperates, the speed of releasing new and delicious food will become faster and faster. She didn't plan to open a winery before the end of the world. Many people got into trouble because of drinking, and many people did bad things under the pretext of being drunk. She didn't need to cause trouble for herself. As long as these people didn't make trouble under her nose, if they made trouble in front of her, she wouldn't laugh with them. Now there are more people in the B&B, a mixed crowd of people. There are all kinds of people. She doesn't want to talk about some dirty things, as long as it's not too much. She won't interfere. "Okay, everyone go away, just write down the item number and come back. It's time to go shopping." Everyone is still willing to give her face, as the owner of a B&B in the end times. She said so, and then they dispersed. Siapura felt lonely, and didn't know what to do. She took out the snowflake that she had put in the space. "Little snowflake, accompany the owner to go shopping." After saying that, she put a beautiful pink lace leash on the snowflake. "She is the owner of the B&B, if you want to keep a pet. You have to take the lead and set a good example, otherwise it will be difficult to manage in the future. Chapter 289 Crazy Shopping. Besides, if they meet children on the road, they are not afraid of them bullying Chihuahua, nor are they afraid of Chihuahua bullying them, but they are afraid that the timid children will be scared. What Siapuro worried about did not happen instead. Chihuahua received everyone's admiring gazes along the way. Wow! Ah! What a beautiful cat! It looks like a princess. Mom, can we have a cat like this at home? I want a pet. 2. Chihuahua is a very beautiful cat. Her eyes have a special charm. As they spend more time together, she gradually grows up. The cat's innate sense of nobility is firmly grasped by Chihuahua. Holding the leash, Siapuro truly feels the pride of having her own child praised. She is definitely not someone who cares about face. She is so happy about the face brought to her by her own furry child that she can't stop smiling. She walked with Snowflower and saw some floral fabrics for sale. She happily took a few pieces of fabric and prepared to go back and make a saliva pad for Snowflower to wear, which would enhance her appearance. Walking in the home appliance area, she was surprised to find that even coffee machines were for sale. She talked to the system with a smile. There are no coffee beans for sale. What's the point of selling coffee machines? Maybe there will be some in the future? As the host upgrades the level of the B&B, things will only become more and more complete in the future. M80 is particularly confident about this. Not only coffee machines, but also massage bathtubs, home massage chairs, all kinds of strange and beautiful gadgets. Almost just looking at them can fill her heart. This directly leads to her wanting to buy everything she sees. Working Bear is holding a small coffee table with a flower pattern. Buy a very practical chair, she likes to call it, a cat bed under her buttocks. Imagine her sitting in the yard drinking tea. Snowflake and AOO can sleep in this small cat bed opened in the middle of the stool. Just thinking about it makes her smile like a real mother. Buy oven. Buy the biggest one. There's even a toaster. Who can resist the soft and fragrant toast? No one can. There's even a wooden fish. She can knock it in the future. Although I don't know if it will work, I have to buy it. After staying at the small wooden furniture for a while, she turned around and saw something that attracted her more. Dinner plates. All kinds of dinner plates, all kinds of plates, blinded her eyes. There were many people gathered there, both men and women, even children. Maybe the elderly don't have high material desires. I didn't see an elderly person in this area. She led Chihuahua closer to this area and heard a family conversation. A man asked his wife, "You can't cook in a B&B, why did you buy so many plates?" The woman was annoyed by him, but still responded, "Oh, who said you can't use plates when eating instant noodles?" The man spread his hands, tilted his head and asked, "Who uses plates when eating instant noodles?" "Me." The woman didn't even look at him, but still took the good-looking ones in her hands to examine them, and then put them in their carts. A quick look showed that there were 20 to 30 plates piled up in their carts. "Honey, buy less. We need to save some money. How many points are there for one plate? Just be stingy." After listening to the conversation, Siapuro felt lucky that she didn't have a partner. Otherwise, she would be criticized for buying something. She couldn't stand it. Besides, planting tasks in homestays are now a national activity. Except for very young children, who are too young to understand, everyone will do the planting tasks. Spending some time to plant trees every day can earn points, which is equivalent to getting free stuff. Who would not want these points that are almost free? The crowd in front of them loosened up a little. Siapuro seized the opportunity and stuffed the snowflakes into the space. She moved forward to look at the plate. She didn't spend money on anything. She almost put every item in the space. Cute and exquisite things can always fill some things. So she decided to open a cafe. Open a super large cafe with a great environment, a full atmosphere, and cats. The source of the cat is yet to be determined. Once this idea came into her mind, it could not be shaken off. But now she has other things to do. Opening a store is not difficult for her, but it is difficult to decorate a good-looking store. As we all know, soft furnishing is the most expensive and thoughtful step in decoration. If she really opens a coffee shop, she hopes that it will be a beautiful life that she has carefully built up. After happily buying the plates, she can't wait to use them. After finishing the plates, she teleported back to the yard and went straight to the kitchen. First, take out all the goods you just bought and pile them in one place. Fortunately, she lives alone in the whole yard. And the kitchen is also very large, a full 100 square meters of kitchen, which is quite strenuous to walk around. First, install the bread machine according to the instructions. The bread machine comes with a recipe book, but she doesn't need it. Since the first day of coming to the end of the world, the moment she drew the golden finger, whenever she thinks of eating something, the most perfect recipe will appear in her mind. At this time, she only needs to follow her intuition. The food she makes is delicious. High gluten flour, milk, yeast. Put the ingredients in directly according to your intuition. Click a few times on the bread machine, it is fully automatic, and it will make a beeping sound prompt when the bread is done. After making the toast, she shifted her sight to the new plates. After bringing Chihuahua and Aoeo out of the space, the two kittens sat down obediently and watched what she was doing. They can communicate with each other, but it is difficult for cats to understand their owner's behavior. Crossing species is also a generation gap. Siapuro washed the dishes she had just brought back one by one, washing them until they were shiny. Hum 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 hum. She hummed a tune that the cat couldn't understand, while putting out the clean dishes. This is for Snowflower to drink water. This is for Snowflower to eat canned food. This is for Snowflower to put the delicious food made by the owner himself. This is for Chihuahua. Put Chihuahua in the bedroom to drink water. Aoeo suddenly stood up. He understood what the master was muttering. Sure enough, Chihuahua is an only child. Right. He can't move an inch in this family. Just as Aoeo lowered his head to think about life, and was thinking about whether to run away from home to go to Huzi, the master finally said his name. This is for Aoeo to drink water. This is for Aoeo to eat. The rest are what I deserve as the master. Aoeo just stood up and lay back down. The hanging heart finally died. Siapuro raised a wicked smile at the corner of her lips. Knowing that the little guys can understand her words, it is obvious that Aoeo is listening to her. She just said it to tease it. In fact, the palms and backs of the hands are all flesh for her. No matter male, female, brother or sister, she will give the same treatment to them. The whole homestay belongs to her. She will not be stingy with that little thing. Chapter 290 Leaking Milk. Beep. Beep. The bread machine made a sound. Siapuro realized that so much time had passed without her noticing. She stood up and her eyes went dark. When she recovered, she realized that her legs were numb from squatting. After a while, she walked over and opened the bread machine. After doing a good job of heat insulation, she poured the toast out of the bread machine onto a clean greaseproof paper. The finished toast exuded an enticing aroma of bread, which made her greedy for bread come up all of a sudden after not eating it for a long time. The B&B also has small breads and small toasts for sale, but they are in bags. She always feels that they taste weird when she eats them, and they are far from the taste of freshly baked bread. But this bread machine is still too small, and it can only bake one portion at a time, which is barely enough for home use. Fortunately, she is the only one eating it. Cats don't eat bread, right? No matter. Anyway, the only thing they like now is the canned meat she won, and they are not interested in whether they are given human food or not. She didn't know about other people's pets, but for her two little ones, human food was not interesting at all. Let the toast cool down a little, until it was not too hot, and then take a knife to slice the toast. She didn't like to eat the edges of toast, so she left the two slices at the edge of space, and saved them for making bread crisps next time. She cut a slice of toast, and she could see that the toast was very soft, airy toast. She stopped after eating only 2 slices, thinking that it was not enough to eat like this, and she had to add some calories. Thinking of this, she went back into the kitchen with the thickly sliced toast. Speaking of delicious food made from toast, besides sandwiches, there is also milk cake. Today, she wanted to try making milk cake. The raw materials are very simple: eggs, milk, butter and cocoa powder. The operation process is very simple, and it can be made in a few minutes. She picked up the golden and crispy toast, and the moment she bit into it, the aroma of butter hit her face, and it seemed to melt in her mouth instantly. The light bread exuded an intoxicating sweetness between her teeth, as if she was surrounded by this delicious taste. The moonlight sprinkled on the table through the window, shining on her face, and everything was so beautiful and warm. A night passed. In the morning, Siapuro was still wondering when her assistant would arrive. Just as she was thinking and looking forward to it, M80 brought her good news. Host, Chuan is here. It just so happened that Siapuro had thought of something that she had to do in person, and she could just hand it over to her assistant. She was so excited that she once again violated the agreement she made yesterday to walk as much as possible. She teleported again and moved to where Chuan was. How come Chuan arrived first? And the people from the Coke base haven't arrived yet? M80, the Coke base is far away. So the drive will take a little longer. But it's about the same. And we can get there today. M80 tested Chuan. And his malicious value was only 35. Which is very low. He is her ideal type. Shopkeeper. Chuan's two younger sisters were still timid when they saw her. But Chuan was old enough. So he greeted Siapuru openly. Yes. Siapuru smiled and said, Come on. Shall I take you to your accommodation? Let's make a deal first. Your internship salary this month is only 5,000. And you will get 13,000 points after you become a regular employee. These points are not taken for nothing. You have to do a lot of work, which may be trivial or troublesome. Can you accept this? To avoid conflicts with employees in the future. She likes to put things on the table. Chuan has always been firm. Yes. I can. As long as she can support her two sisters. She will do anything. Siapuru is very satisfied with Chuan's character. She is very obedient and doesn't waste her breath on what she says. Because you are my assistant, I will provide you with accommodation and 60 points for food supplement per day. Your accommodation is a one-bedroom apartment. If your two sisters want to have their own rooms, you can pay extra. Chuan hesitated. Boss, I don't have money yet. I know. Siapuru smiled. I can give you an advance on this month's salary. You can use it first. But the price is that you can't leave this B&B area until you pay back the advance salary. Do you agree? The three sisters' eyes emitted waves of love. And the answers were all on the table. Chuan was grateful. I agree. Thank you for your care. Boss, you don't need to ask to know that it must be special care. Otherwise, where can you find such a good thing? Chuan asked about the prices of different room types. She was an employee, which meant that if the three of them lived together, only two people would have to pay. If she paid that much, she would have to pay. Can we live in a one-bedroom apartment first, and then change rooms later? After the room type was determined, Siapuru took them there. Walking with the three sisters on the road, it was also convenient for them to get familiar with the environment. The three sisters could not hide their amazement and yearning. Siapuru asked Chuan casually, Have you been to school? I did. My grades were okay before. It's a pity that I don't go to school in the end of the world. Chuan lowered his head. His sister Chusi said, My sister's grades were very good before. Chuan glared at her sister. Don't say that. Chusi said aggrievedly. I didn't say that. No matter how good her grades were. They were before the end of the world. Chuan felt that her grades were nothing to show for it. She wasn't very old when she first came to the end of the world. She was only in the third year of junior high school at that time. Wouldn't the boss despise her with only a third-year junior high school diploma? Chuan opened his mouth to tell the boss that he did not have a high level of education. Siapuru glanced at Chusi and then looked at Chuan. Do you want to continue studying? Hearing Siapuru question, Chusi paused and shook her head. Studying is no longer useful. Society has become like this now. After that, Chusi hugged Chuan's arm. I'm with my sister. Our homestay also has a school. You can check the subsidy range to see if your sister is eligible. Only by studying can you have a future. Siapuru was earnest in her words. She knew too well how it felt to be bullied without education. She had to learn to read no matter what. I go and have a look. Chuan stopped walking after saying this, holding the dry clothes tightly with both hands, as if making a major decision. Boss, my highest education is only the third year of junior high school. She blushed after saying this. Before she could think about anything else, Siapuru laughed. Well, I can probably guess. She continued walking, and came in front of the three sisters. The three of them couldn't see her face clearly, and didn't know what she meant by laughing. Chuan ran after her and asked, Does the boss dislike my low education? It's okay. It's just a probation period. If you don't pass the probation period, we talk about it later. Siapuru comforted her. I don't care about education. As long as you can read. I care more about your ability to do things. I think you can do it. I just wanted a little assistant. And I just met her. Siapuru chose people at will. And it didn't matter even if Chuan had many shortcomings. Chapter 291, Become Bigger and Stronger. Siapuru discovered the embarrassment of the three sisters and took them to her yard. This is where I live. The one next to it is the office building. You usually work in it and store documents. I will open a separate office for you. She arranged the three children to sit at the table. She first gave them a cup of milk tea to replenish their energy. She lowered her eyes and asked them, "Chuzi, are you hungry?" Chuzi? Chuzi was very sensible, shaking her head to say she wasn't hungry. Little Chuzi didn't give her a chance to speak out. The child only knew that she was hungry and told the truth. Hungry. Little Chuzi realized that she seemed to have said something wrong, and quickly covered her mouth. Then she looked up at Chuzi. "Sister, did I say something wrong?" The two little sisters were about the same age. Chuzi was only 2 years older than Chuzi. It can be seen that Chuzi was lively, and Chuzi was more sensible, and much more timid in front of strangers. Hearing Chuzi say she was hungry, she bit her lip and said nothing, her eyes revealing desire. Chuan couldn't bear to see her two sisters still hungry. So she took the initiative to say, "Boss, can I go buy some food for my sisters first?" Siapura waved her hand on the table, and a rich breakfast appeared on the table in front of the 4 people. Breakfast. The portion was not big, and it looked delicious. Chuan and Siapura looked at each other, and Siapura reached out and ruffled a tuft of small curls on Chuan's forehead. "Eat. It's my treat. When you are full, we will go to see the office building next door." "Yes. Yes." Chuan nodded obediently, grabbed the porridge closest to her, and started eating. It was not that Siapura was stingy, only giving them porridge and steamed buns. It was that she didn't know how long they had been hungry, and if they ate greasy food suddenly, they would vomit. Chuan quickly filled her stomach, leaving her 2 sisters in the yard, with Ao and Shuehua accompanying them. Siapura took Chuan to see the office building, and arranged her workstation. No one was entering or leaving the office building yet. She set Chuan's identity as an assistant. Although she was just a small assistant, her management power in the BNB was second only to her. Everywhere, including the zoo and the botanical garden, as long as Chuan wanted to go, she could go everywhere without any obstacles. The subway connecting to the Xianglin base was also open to her for free. When Chuan was trained in the future, Chuan would be her most capable assistant, no one else. Siapura stood on the roof of the office building, and overlooked the entire BNB area. She was so drunk that she held Chuan's hand and said, "This is the country I conquered. The current BNB can only be described as having a large population, and it is not even prosperous." In her impression, prosperity should be a bustling commercial street with everything, a prosperous world with people coming and going. She silently told herself in her heart, "I will definitely make this place better and better." Chuan didn't understand what she was thinking, rubbing his hands a little awkwardly. "Boss, am I going to work now?" Siapura calculated that the tea house had a 3-day deadline, and today was only the first day, so there was no need to rush. As long as the interview was done tomorrow, and the job was started the day after tomorrow, the mission would be considered a success. Judging from the previous recruitments, there would be no worries about not being able to recruit people. Even if no one could be recruited, it was because there was no competent person in the BNB. And there was nothing that could be done if the mission could not be completed. I was joking when I said I wanted you to start the job right now. I haven't exploited my employees that much yet. You can take a rest today, get familiar with the environment, and start the job tomorrow. Okay, boss. Is there any work for me to do? Chuan looked like a child waiting for homework. Siapura got up too early, yawned. Yes, I'm looking for a manager for the 2nd floor of the tea house. When you have a good rest, you can go to the tea house to check it out. Just treat it as shopping. Thinking that the internship salary she gave was not enough for the expenses of the 3 people this month and next month, she added, "If there is no problem, I will advance you 1 month's salary when you become a regular employee next month." This is Chuan's first job. He is somewhat expectant and a little overwhelmed. He stretched out his hand and gave himself a gesture of encouragement. "I will definitely work hard." The two returned to the yard. Chuan took his 2 sisters away to find a room. Speaking of finding a room, I have to mention that, after booking a room for myself, I can click on the map. A green logo will appear in front of me, and 3D patterns will guide the way in real time. The BNB has said goodbye to the small shabby house when I first arrived. Today's BNB has accommodated tens of thousands of people, and has developed into a small town. She didn't think so before, but she just stood on a high place and looked down. And she always felt that the layout was messy. Each house was given by the system, and there was no problem in the overall situation. The problem is that the shops and stalls are too messy and not well planned. It's better to make a unified plan when you have money, and try to make the BNBS in development as good as possible. If it is done well, it will be a small city, And if it is not done well, it will be an urban-rural fringe. She couldn't stand it at all. After eating, Chu-In and her two sisters walked on the road to the B&B, looking left and right and walking slowly. The advance salary had been received. Chu-In saw the clothing store and thought it was all necessities, so she took her sisters in. When they entered the store, some people were also choosing the size and color of clothes, which was all they could choose. The three sisters were all dirty, from head to toe covered in mud, and the clothes that were wet by the rain dried on the bus, so they didn't feel so bad now. I thought that many people would look down on them, and that someone would look down on their clothes. But no, none of that happened. Everyone was busy with their own things, and they just looked at them when they saw that they were dirty. There was no contempt or ridicule in that look. Just a very ordinary look. Chu-Zi tugged at Chu-In's clothes. Sister, the people here are very nice. Chu-Father took them to the base. And the people there were not nice. And they looked like they wanted to tear them into pieces and eat their meat. Although Chu-Zi is small, she can tell the good from the bad. This place is like heaven to her. No one wants to eat them. Chu-In patted her sister's head. You can each buy 2 sets of clothes first, and I will pay for them. Chu-Ci is much more sensible than her younger sister. There was a flash of worry in her eyes. Sister, you can just buy what you wear to work. It doesn't matter if my sister and I don't have to buy new clothes at home. Let's save as much as we can. I don't want you to work too hard. Chu-In knew her sister was sensible, so she said nothing. She walked to the clothes rack that fit their sizes, and she could tell at a glance what size her sister was suitable for. She casually picked up 2 sets for her 2 sisters and 2 sets for herself. As these were expenses that could not be saved, Chu-Ci stepped forward to say something. But Chu-In spoke first. Chapter 292, It would be nice to have a cell phone. You are so old now, the environment here is so good you must go out. Right? Even if you don't go out, do you still have to stay at home naked? I think we can save some money. I don't want to be a burden to you. Chu-In found that her sister's point of view seemed to be a little off. The father had just passed away, they were the closest people in the world, how could they be a burden? She couldn't help but correct Chu-Ci's thoughts. We are sisters who depend on each other, not a burden. She patiently guided her younger sister, whose values were not yet formed. If the store owner chooses you as an assistant, will you not buy clothes for me and Zizi? Chu-Ci shook her head. Of course I won't do that to you. That's right. Chu-In smiled with relief. I won't do that to you either. Between us sisters, we are not allowed to say that you are a burden anymore. Sister. Chu-Ci looked at her sister, and felt like she was looking through Chu-In to her mother, who had passed away long ago. Sister, what is this number? This is 6, and the other one is Zizi can't understand. It's clearly the number that sister taught me. Chu-Zi's words made the two of them look in the direction of her gaze, and Chu-In noticed the price. It's only more than 60 points for a piece of clothing? She has 5,000 points, plus the daily food supplement, that's 6,800 points. 3 people squeezed into one house without paying rent. 6,800 is just enough to cover the 3 meals a day for 3 people. The shop owner also said she can get an advance of 13,000 points in salary next month. That means as long as the points can get through this month and spend frugally, then next month will be a little better. The next month will be completely better. 2 sets of clothes per person, 200 points per set, 2 sets per person is 200, and 2,000 points left. They don't eat much. A serving of dumplings in the B&B is enough for the 3 of them for breakfast, so the cost is enough. Sister, my sister and I can just buy 1 set first. We can wash it at night, and wear it out during the day. We can wear the one we have at night, it's okay. Chu-In didn't argue, and went to pay for the 6 sets of clothes. Our clothes are torn and dirty. They have not been washed for so long that they are likely to be pickled. If you don't despise yourself, the owner may despise us. If the bed is stinky, how can I help the owner if I smell? Okay. I've bought it. Chu-In smiled and handed 2 sets of clothes to the 2 sisters. Take your own things. Chu-Ci was speechless, holding the clothes with a worried look on her face. Chu-Zi was filled with joy as she held the new clothes. She took a deep breath and said, Sister, the new clothes smell good, but they are too expensive. Let's save some money in the future. Chu-In led the 2 sisters to the room, and the first thing they did was to take a bath. Chu-In took a bath first, and then went out. After taking a bath, the 2 sisters lay on the clean big bed, and kept complaining about why their sister hadn't come back yet. Chu-In opened the door and came in. She was holding 2 bags in her hands. She couldn't see what was in the plastic bags, but she could smell the fragrance. Look! What delicious food did my sister buy? Wow! It's fried dumplings. Chu's voice was still childish. The exclamation made Chuan feel that it was worth doing anything for his sister. Come and eat. The single room was also very big. It was better than the other bases where they were taken by their father. Chu shook her clean little feet. She held a fried dumpling in her hand and ate it until her mouth was full of oil. After eating the dumplings, the three of them lay on a bed. All three of them were thin and small, and they could just fit in on the slightly crowded little bed. The three of them were more satisfied than ever before. Chuan said to Chu Ci, I transferred 300 points to you, and 100 points to ZZ. If I don't come back from work, you can eat a little by yourselves, and you don't have to wait for me to come back. Sister, you don't have to give me so much. Chu Ci turned over, looked at Chuan, and heard the sound of even breathing. The tea shop was unlocked, and Xie Puro was thinking about whether to call Chio Kan to inform him. He seemed to like drinking tea very much. Thinking of this, she ran to the RV to find the satellite phone. This thing is really troublesome. It can't be placed in space because there will be no signal. So it can't be carried with you. You have to find it when you need it. After finding the phone, the screen lit up and there were several missed calls. There were calls from the central base, Chio Kan, and Lun base. As for why she could distinguish that it was Chio Kan who called, and not the 9th base, it was very simple. Because not every base has only one satellite phone to contact. Rich and powerful people will not have a lower quality of life in the end times, and they will still have some necessary supplies. She thought about it, and called back the central base first. The operator told her that Joka came on the day she received the notice, and would probably arrive in the next 2 days. The call from Lun base was just to communicate some work matters, such as how many people came, and how many houses she needed to build. She hung up the phone, and casually built 2 50-story buildings. She thought that no matter what, she could hold out for a while. Finally, she called Chio Kansas. The phone rang a few times, and the other party seemed to be waiting for the call, and quickly picked up. Boss, yeah? Chio Kan's voice was as gentle as ever, with a hint of smile, and he sounded in a good mood. Call the owner. Boss, yeah. How childish. Xie Puro still patiently corrected him. Call the owner. Boss, yeah. She got angry and cursed. I'm a jerk. Boss, yeah. Well, what's the matter? Chio Kan was in a good mood. He put down the backrest of his office chair, leaned on the chair and talked to her. Nothing. I just want to tell you that the seeds are not enough again. And I want to ask when you will get new seeds. Xie Puro didn't expect that he was going to talk about this. She was stunned for a moment, and said seriously, I will notify you when there are new seeds. Okay. The two were silent for a while, and Xie Puro broke the silence first. I opened a tea house. Didn't you ask me where the tea came from last time? I thought about it, and said something to you. So soon? Chio Kan didn't expect that he had opened another tea house not long after he came back last time. It's hard not to doubt its authenticity. What kinds of tea do you have? Everything, all prices. Xie Puro thought it would be nice if she had a mobile phone that could transfer photos. Next time someone asked her this question, she could just throw the photo over, and it would be much more convenient. Then I see if someone can bring me some tea next time they go there. Chapter 293 Rigiamo. Xie Puro was puzzled. Aren't you coming? As the base commander? I'm very busy. Oh. Do you really have all kinds of varieties? You seem to have no confidence in our store? No. No, it's mainly because you don't have many kinds of things there, just like there are only a few kinds of fried chicken. Xie Puro fell into reflection. Is it because I'm too lazy? Should I unlock more food? Chio Kan wanted to say something else. Thank you for remembering me when you have tea. No need to thank me, just spend more. Boss Xie is really humorous. No, why are you? It seems that all the names are the same to her. Forget it, just let him be. Xie Puro put her mind at ease, and just let it go, said a few more relevant words, and hung up the phone. Looking at the screen, the call lasted for 10 minutes. What Chio Kan said was not without reason. She was indeed a little slack. Before, she was working hard to recruit survivors, but she didn't pay much attention to those who were already living in the B&B. She would get tired of eating the little food that came and went. After a while, when fruits and vegetables are ripe, many people will probably cook at home. We will release more unlocked new food products as soon as possible. Let's make the unlocked Rigiamo first. The key to Reggiano is divided into two aspects. The first is the steamed bun, and the second is the braised meat. The taste of the meat determines the core of a steamed bun. Otherwise, no matter how good the steamed bun is, no one will eat it for the steamed bun. Meat is divided into beef and pork, and she wants to make some of both. Generally, for things like this, all kinds of ingredients can be wrapped. The saying that steamed buns can hold everything is not without reason. Common ingredients generally include shredded potatoes, bean sprouts, bean skin, braised eggs, kelp, and various vegetables. According to the memory of braised meat, the meat was processed first. She took out various spices and mixed them into a large pot to boil, and then seasoned them after the aroma came out. After the aroma came out, the meat was thrown into the pot, and it was boiled, and then turned to low heat and slowly braised. It takes time to braise meat, and she can do something else during this time. At this time, boil some eggs, chicken wings, chicken legs, and chicken feet. Stew them together and throw them in. Don't ask. She's greedy. Then make the steamed buns first. There are two types of steamed buns, and she makes them without hesitation. One is the 1,000-layer steamed bun, which is crispy and crunchy. And the other is the Baiji steamed bun, which smells like flour and is chewy. After the noodles are ready, she makes all the side dishes. Put the shredded potatoes and carrots in the pot in a ratio of 3:1 and blanch them. Add a small amount of shredded carrots to improve the taste and increase the color. So don't use a lot. Boil the bean curd for a while, and soak it in the marinade to taste it. This way, the bean curd will not be dry and tasteless. The kelp shreds are also used to enrich the color. The boiled kelp shreds are emerald green, which looks very pleasing. The bean sprouts roll in the hot water, emitting a fresh fragrance. Take it out and drain the water for later use. When the braised meat is out of the pot, pour a spoonful of marinade and mix it. There are many other ingredients that are also blanched in water, and the methods are similar. The most important thing is the stewed meat that has been stewed for a long time. After stewing for so long, the meat is tender and tender. Put a piece of meat on the cutting board and cut it slightly with a knife, and the braised meat will fall apart. This kind of braised meat melts in your mouth, and the aroma is overflowing. Pick up a 1,000-layer steamed bun, and assemble it at random according to your favorite flavor. Take a bite. It is soft, tender and delicious, crispy on the outside and glutinous on the inside, and salty but not bland. As expected, the outer skin of the lasagna is crispy, and the braised meat inside is sprinkled with a layer of marinade, and the mouth is full of the aroma of the marinade. It's so delicious. Every bite is meaty and juicy. She made 3 in a row, and the dishes inside were changed 3 times. After trying both types of steamed buns, she found that she liked the 1,000-layer steamed bun the most. The surface was golden yellow, and there were strands of noodles, which made the taste richer. After eating 3 steamed buns, she still felt satisfied. She also ate a braised egg, a braised chicken leg, and a chicken wing. The remaining chicken feet were not good to eat. They were just snacks at most, and they didn't take up much space in her stomach. M80 prompt, host. Please choose the Reggiano business model. She was chewing on the chicken feet, but suddenly a voice startled her so much that a chicken foot almost poked into her nostrils. She does it in a self-service format. The customers have to choose the flavor they want to eat, and the robot will make Reggiano according to the customer's wishes. This format seems to be the same everywhere, but in her impression, Reggiano is more delicious when sold on the street. Then sell it in the snack street. Okay, master. New Reggiano snack stand has been successfully built. Wait. Siapura rolled her eyes. Build 2 more, and spread them out a bit. Okay. Siapura really listened to what others reminded her, and opened a few more stalls in the existing snack street, so that diners don't have to crowd in one place. In fact, after the establishment of the home furnishing city, everyone knows that there are fewer people there, and some people's battlefield naturally shifted to the home furnishing city. This also indirectly proves that the previous waiting time in line was too long. Most people have the same meal time, which inevitably causes congestion. Stupid system. Didn't you say there was a suggestion box? Yes. Are there no similar opinions? Why didn't you remind me? M80 was aggrieved again. Didn't you hear it when the host and Chiokin were having dinner at the hot pot restaurant last time? I thought the host knew it, and didn't need to be reminded. Oh, I forgot. Remember to remind me from time to time next time. Okay. Also, if there are many similar opinions in the suggestion box, you can filter them intelligently and then forward them to me. M80. The host is squeezing the system. You have nothing to do every day. What's wrong with squeezing you a little? After eating, Siapura felt a little full. She laid down in the yard to rest, holding a large cup of milk tea in her hand. She took the milk tea in front of her and looked at it. She had been drinking the flavors made before. While she was still diligent, she got up and went to the kitchen to continue making milk tea. The ingredients for milk tea were very simple, and after making them once, the store would have unlimited milk tea ingredients for her to use. Guests are coming. Guests are coming. The doorbell at the gate of the courtyard rang. I'm coming, she shouted to the outside. She put her hand under the faucet and rinsed it, wiped the water on her hands with a rag, and ran out quickly. Didn't you bring the little one here today? The person who came was Yu Shiwen. She was dressed very well today, wearing a handsome camouflage uniform, high boots that made her long legs look even better, and a high ponytail that made her look cool and beautiful. She was wearing a mask on her face, covering most of her face. When she saw her, the coldness in her eyes instantly turned into a gentle look. Chapter 294, I love the big one the most. The little one was left to my parents, and the big one came alone. Are you not welcome? She raised her eyebrows, and her slender eyes stared at her, as if she was giving her invisible electric sparks. Welcome. Welcome, the big one is here, come in quickly. She pulled Yu Shiwen to sit in the yard, and poured a glass of orange juice that had just been made in the kitchen into her hand. Freshly squeezed juice, try it. Yu Shiwen responded, and took a sip of the glass, and the sweet and sour orange fragrance spread in her mouth, and her whole mouth became moist, and it was very comfortable. She squinted her eyes in enjoyment. It tastes good. Seeing that she liked it, Siapura wanted to pour her some more of the remaining juice in her hand. Then another cup? Okay. Yu Shiwen nodded in agreement. I just came to see you. See me? What are you looking at me for? See what you are doing. I'm making milk tea, and I want to add more drinks to the milk tea shop. Didn't you catch up with the orange juice I just made? Yu Shiwen finished the orange juice in her hand, picked up a tissue and wiped her mouth, and stood up and said to her, then come together. I help you. Siapura didn't refuse, but she didn't plan to let her do it either. Just stay by my side and talk to me. Back in the kitchen, she had already prepared some of the ingredients for the small condiments. Small taro balls, large taro balls, pearls, taro paste, fresh milk mochi, etc. She had prepared all the ingredients that needed to be cooked. There were also many delicious condiments, such as water chestnut popping pearls, agar-agar, and coconut fruit, which didn't need to be cooked by yourself, but required drawing cards. She didn't want to draw, thinking that putting things on the shelves little by little, it would also allow diners to progress little by little, and maintain a sense of anticipation. She asked Yu Shiwen, shall I make you a cup? I drink if you drink it. Then come and see if there are any small ingredients you don't like. Yu Shiwen waved her hand. I like them all, make me the same as you. Yu Shiwen is not a hypocritical person. If there is something she doesn't like, she will definitely not be polite to her. Hearing this, Siapura lowered her head and began to prepare milk tea. Take out a shaker, add a spoonful and a half of ice cubes, pour in tea soup and fresh milk, add sugar, close the lid tightly, and shake evenly. The purpose of shaking is to make the sugar, tea soup, and fresh milk blend better together. The collision of ice cubes will greatly improve their taste. Yu Shiwen was a little tired, half leaning on the door frame to look at her. She found that her thin figure seemed to have gained some weight. A smile secretly rose at the corner of her mouth, and the art could not be suppressed. Siapura brought 2 new disposable milk tea cups, added fresh milk mochi, taro paste and small taro balls, her 3 favorite things. She even made the sugar content only 50% of the sugar that the 2 of them were used to. I don't know if Yu Shiwen will like milk tea with so many small ingredients. She looked over and found Yu Shiwen laughing without restraint. She asked in confusion, what are you laughing at? No. Nothing. I just think your figure is so magnificent. Siapura thought Yu Shiwen was praising her, and raised her chin proudly. My heart is bigger. Yu Shiwen smiled even more and asked her, are you done? Almost. Seal the milk tea and it's done. She made this cup of milk tea with tea from the tea house. M80 recommended it to her, but she didn't do it randomly. It was hard to talk in the kitchen. They came out after making the milk tea. The 2 of them collapsed on the same swing. Yu Shiwen was taller, with Siapura's sitting height, just right for her to rest her head on her shoulder. She handed the milk tea in her hand to Yu Shiwen. Try it, and see if it tastes good. It was a good thing Yu Shiwen was taller, otherwise you could see the guilty feeling in her eyes when she lowered her eyelids. Making milk tea requires the fusion of tea soup and fresh milk. The same method may make one tea taste strange when it is adapted to another. She had drunk the tea soup, but had never tried the milk tea made. Letting Yu Shiwen drink it first meant letting her test the poison first. Yu Shiwen never doubted her, and just drank the milk tea. This milk tea. What's wrong? Siepura was looking forward to her answer, and couldn't help but get nervous. The iced milk tea tasted richer and smoother, and the taste buds seemed to be activated instantly. Yu Shiwen drank 2 big gulps before slowly saying, "It tastes good, but I can't really tell what kind of tea it is." Siepura also took a big sip of milk tea, which turned out to be quite good. Yu Shiwen was not trying to trick her. The milk and tea flavors blended well. Every sip could taste the elegant fragrance of tea in the milk. The sweetness of 50% sugar was just right for them. The sweetness on the tip of the tongue was smooth all the way to the throat. She didn't put a lot of toppings. If there were too much, she would feel that it would taste like a treasure porridge. If there were less toppings, every sip would be a surprise. The fresh milk mochi was also delicious, but it was a little difficult to suck out of the straw. She had to take a big sip every time to suck up the fresh milk mochi. The taste of the small taro balls is still what she likes. When she bites them, her mouth is full of happiness. The taste of the taro paste blends into the milk tea. In fact, the presence of the taro paste hanging on the wall is not very strong. Whether you can suck the taro paste is another matter. It is like a green leaf, willing to set off the deliciousness of the milk tea, silently giving its own taste, trying to make the taste blend into every sip that is drunk. "I like it, it tastes good," Yu Shiwen said, as she took a few more sips into her mouth, looking satisfied. Siepura was relieved to hear her say that. The two of them leaned against each other on the swing, quietly looking into the distance. "Do you have any wishes?" "Yes." Yu Shiwen leaned sideways. "I want world peace." "Ah?" Siepura didn't react for a moment. "It's the end of the world. Isn't the world peaceful? Do you mean zombies or?" "Foreigners have fled to our country. Little Grape, I won't be able to visit you often in the future." "Why did they flee to our country? Isn't it a global natural disaster? Why did they come here?" "Our country is a big agricultural country, even before the end of the world. Maybe the foreigners think that our country still has food stored." Yu Shiwen smiled bitterly, and did not bring negative emotions to her. No matter when, some people just want to expand their territory, and don't care about the end of the world and fighting zombies and natural disasters together. They have no food in their own country, so they want to invade their country's territory. Maybe it's not just because of this, but they just want to find a reason to make trouble. If you go out to set up a stall, you must be careful of foreigners. I know your ability, but I'm afraid they will come openly and use some unpresentable things on us." Siepura shuddered and didn't lie down comfortably. "Is it really that scary? Are they so bold here?" Yu Shiwen nodded, telling her that he was not kidding. Chapter 295. Rain is annoying. The country has taken care of it, but it can't take care of it all the time. Even when we go on a mission at our base, we have to be careful. Siepura reacted. "Wouldn't it be dangerous for you to go on a mission?" "It's not dangerous. My life is already very comfortable." Yu Shiwen supported his head with his hands and tilted his head to look at her. "How many people envy me for my life in the end times where I can eat durian? Do you like eating durian too? I didn't know if you liked it before, so I didn't dare give you more." Siepura pulled her down from the swing. "You can choose whatever you want. I guarantee you durian for the rest of your life." Siepura patted her chest and promised. Yu Shiwen shook her head and laughed. "Durian is a calorie bomb. Do you want me to get fat and unable to run and be chased by zombies?" Siepura's eyes widened with disbelief. "You actually think of me so viciously. Damn it." She looked inexplicably cute when she stared. Yu Shiwen reached out and scratched her face. "It's not that I think you're evil, I'm prone to obesity." Siepura's face immediately fell. "Alas, I seem to have gained weight too." After she finished complaining, she suddenly asked her, "Did you say I'm fat?" Yu Shiwen didn't want to lie to her. She said honestly, "I'm so cute." Siepura, resentment plus ID number. "But I'm fat." Yu Shiwen took a few durians at random, and she stuffed a few of her freshly made rujiamo and braised chicken feet, braised chicken legs, braised chicken wings, and went back. After sending Yu Shiwen away, Siepura was tired after being busy for so long. She fell asleep soon after lying on the bed. When she woke up, the sky outside was still as gloomy as before, which made people feel depressed. Will the rain stop? M80 knew that she was talking to it, and responded, it will stop, and it will continue to rain. How annoying. When it didn't rain, she prayed for rain every day, hoping that it would rain more and more. Now that it rained, she didn't like rainy days anymore. The rain will stop next Tuesday, and the host can go out to set up a stall at that time, because she had to change to a new base. She was afraid that the base she found would be a small base. There would be no people coming and going in a small base. If her business was not taken care of by then, it would be the same as not working. She remembered a law she had heard from somewhere, which was said to be applicable to many industries: half the sales when it is windy, and all the sales when it rains. It means that there will be no customers when it rains. She couldn't agree with this statement anymore, and felt that it was more applicable to stalls. Stalls like hers really depend on the weather. If the weather is bad and no one enters or leaves the base will choose to close the entrance to the base. Imagine if someone sets up a stall in front of someone's door in the rain in a base where no one enters or leaves. Everyone would be wary of her. Not to mention selling food to others. Those who survived. If they were not strong, would they be foolish? She was thinking about it, and had no idea that the world outside was turning upside down again. To be precise, the zombie world was turning upside down. All the zombies were gathering in the open space, avoiding all the obstacles, and trying to let the rain fall on them. And they didn't make any sound. As quiet as a sea of black corpses. Boom! Suddenly there was a thunder. They looked up at the sky covered with dark clouds. And a zombie couldn't stand it anymore, and roared to the sky, roar. The boy who was mixed in with the zombies, and looked like a normal person, slapped the roaring zombie on the head. Be quiet. It's annoying when it rains. After taking a nap, she felt much more energetic. She woke up and went back to the kitchen to cook. Soon, new dishes were put on the shelves of the B&B. The fried chicken shop added fried chicken legs, fried chicken wings, French fries, fried chicken popcorn, spicy chicken leg burger. The milk tea shop added small condiments, various juices, smoothies, and 3 new types of fresh milk tea. 6 new types of rice topped with toppings. 6 new flavors of dumplings. This was her afternoon achievement. After finishing all this, she had to collapse on the swing. She finally came out of the kitchen to take a breath. And she hadn't even had 2 sips of juice yet. She thought that she would just collapse anyway, so she might as well unlock some clothes. It was indeed quite strange that everyone was wearing the same clothes. The most important thing was that she found that there were no shoes for sale in the B&B. She didn't know how long everyone's shoes had been worn, and some of them were tattered. It was just right to draw cards to unlock clothes and see if she could draw shoes. Yes, you need to draw cards to unlock clothes. You will get new clothes of any style you draw, including bags, accessories, belts, etc. Clicking on the card drawing page of the clothing store, she was exhausted and didn't want to waste time, and directly clicked 10 consecutive draws. Congratulations on unlocking the clothing set: basic pink, black, blue, purple, green. Congratulations on unlocking the shoes: basic canvas shoes white, basic sneakers white, basic slippers basic black. Congratulations on unlocking the bag: crossbody bag, backpack. All of the above are unlimited supplies. Basic styles are unisex. 10 consecutive draws only cost 100,000 points. Unlocking so many, Siapuro was very satisfied. It's just that the basic items don't look good. They don't look good, but they are practical, so it's okay. Please choose whether to participate in the color adjustment of the basic clothing set. She frowned, read and understood for a long time, and still didn't understand, so she asked directly, "What does this mean?" The host can adjust the color of the initial basic clothing set. Click on the adjustment panel, look at the basic color, and understand why the color of the clothes can be adjusted. Imagine a group of people go on a mission, wearing bright red, bright purple, death pink. That picture is weird no matter how you think about it. Helpless. She could only adjust it herself. Adjust the color to a more normal color. At least adjust the pink to light pink. Adjust the purple to taro milk purple. And adjust the green to avocado green, which are all common, but not particularly eye-catching colors. If there is a conspicuous color, it is black, which cannot be adjusted. She also slightly dimmed the bright red, so that it is not so dazzling. After adjusting the color, All the products were simultaneously launched in the Homestay and Lune base. Because there are too many new products this time. M80 also specially made a horizontal bar. Anyone who clicks into the personal page can notice the new notification floating above. As soon as the panel was updated. At almost the same time. At least 1/5 of the people in the BNB and Lune base noticed it. At the base, people in the BNB packed up and prepared to go out. And people who worked hard outside also wanted to go back to the clothing store to buy something early today. If you ask them why, of course it's because of shoes. Their shoes are worn out. But they are reluctant to change because the shoes developed and produced by the base are too expensive. They only think about changing to the cheapest pair when they can't wear them anymore. Even the cheapest brand new shoes cost 30 crystal cores a pair. Chapter 296 High-Tech with great value for money. 30 crystal cores equal 3,000 points, which is enough for 1 month's rent, but they are reluctant to part with it. The prices in the clothing store are there. Great B&B related daily necessities have never been very expensive. Only some high-tech products are more expensive. Although high-tech products are expensive, whoever uses them will praise them for being great value for money. Right? There are more colors for clothes, and everyone no longer has to wear the same white suits, but the skirts are still just white dresses hanging there alone. Sia-Pu-Ro had never thought about unlocking the skirt. The system unlocked everything for her. She took whatever she got. The difference between Lune base and the BNB is that they had been established for a long time. Because of their good reputation in the industry, many people who went out to hunt zombies ran to this base to take shelter from the sudden heavy rain. After entering, they found that this place opened the door to their new world. Everyone here can eat enough. What's more surprising is that there are no homeless people lying on the streets. Long after Sia-Pu-Ro lit up this base, this place has been completely reformed. As long as you work hard, you will have food to eat. You don't have to work, you can plant flowers. When they come, they will find that the Lune base is surrounded by green plants that have broken through the ground. They look like green plants growing well. Surrounded by green plants, everyone has a smile on their face. Everything here is so dreamy. Zhang Rong and Zhang Wencheng are a father and son. At this moment, they are standing at the entrance of the Lune base. They lived in another base and found a group of like-minded people in the team square to go out and hunt zombies together. The rain was getting heavier, and the car ran out of gas. So they could only follow the main force to the Lune base to rest temporarily. The father and son both had level 3 supernatural powers. Fortunately, they were diligent after the end of the world, and they hardly rested, saving a lot of crystal cores. They could barely survive the extreme heat, and they continued to go out to fight zombies as soon as the extreme heat passed. There are mother and sister to support at home, as men in the family. They can only work hard. Zhang Wencheng lowered his head. Mother and sister are also superpowers, but they can only stay in a small house and are forced to rely on him and his father. No one likes to be kept in captivity without seeing the sun, but it's a pity that women are not allowed to work hard in this era. Father Zhang came over and asked, "What are you thinking about?" "Son, I'm thinking that the defense of this base is not strict. What if zombies sneak in? We won't stay in there for long. Let's go in and see if we can refuel and leave. I'm worried about 2 women at home on this rainy day," Zhang father said. Zhang Wencheng tacitly agreed with his father's words, and he also couldn't let go of his mother and sister, who were still waiting for them to return to the base. The rain hit the plants grown in the planting mission, and the plants washed by the rain became more vigorous, but unfortunately no one had the patience to stop and appreciate them. At most, they looked at them from a distance, and sighed that the plants here have strong vitality. In fact, they didn't know these plants at all, and they just thought that they were the specialties of this area and grew so well. After entering the base, everyone dispersed by default. They were just people who found a team in the mission hall. Everyone agreed that they could disperse when they arrived at a new base, and agreed to gather together and return to the base at a time. The car stopped at the designated parking spot of the Lune base. After getting off the car, the two began to look around the base. "Dad, do you think there are too many people in this base?" "Yes. Not only people. There are also women, children, and elderly people on the street. Can these 3 vulnerable groups wander around the street at any time?" Zhang Wencheng was a little bit unbelievable. He said, "Dad, I think this place is weird. Be careful. I think it's pretty good here." Zhang father looked at the people on the street with smiles on their faces. Unlike the base where they were, everyone looked at each other with a vigilant look. The tense atmosphere was nothing like here. "Have you ever thought about changing bases?" Zhang father looked at Zhang Wencheng's face and discussed with his son. Zhang Wencheng did not object or agree. Why don't we take a look first? Maybe this is just superficial? Take a look first. You have to look carefully. Zhang father was in a good mood. He looked around at the neat and clean buildings and muttered. It would be great if your mother and your sister could live here. How could Zhang Wencheng not want his mother and sister to go out without his and his father protection? Father Zhang looked at the people around him, feeling as if something big had happened. Why were they all walking in the same direction? Everyone was in a hurry. He wanted to find someone to ask but couldn't find one, and couldn't help but complain. Really, why isn't there even a tour guide here? The tour guide is the aboriginal of this base, who explains the environment and building structure of the base to outsiders who come to this base. It is a profession that every base has after the end of the world. Anyone who has been in the base for 2 days can do this job. It doesn't require any technical skills, because there is no threshold. There are few customers, and it is basically done by people without special abilities or older people. It is really inconvenient that this base does not have this job, which is something they did not expect. But they are very eager to learn about this base, seeing that they are all running to one place. Zhang Wencheng decided, Dad, let's follow them and take a look. The two walked with the crowd and came to a large building. They found that many of the buildings here were new. Zhang Wencheng couldn't stand it anymore, so he randomly pulled a friendly guy and asked, Brother, what are we doing here? The guy he pulled turned around and looked at the father and son from top to bottom. With a condescending smile on his face, You are from another base. Right? Yes. We are just passing by. Zhang Wencheng asked. You can tell from this? Is there something written on their faces? I can tell you are new here as soon as I see you. The guy who was stopped was a little vain. He just wanted to see how other bases looked like when they had never seen the world. What he liked most was to make others envy him for being able to live in such a good base. He thought the expressions on the faces of outsiders were the best seasoning in his life. If you newcomers want to buy anything or trade here, you have to go to the machine over there to exchange crystal cores. If you don't have crystal cores, you can use valuable things, such as gold necklaces. He pointed to an empty area not far from the mall to the father and son. That area was where the points exchange machine was located. There were not many people at the points exchange place. In order to save trouble, everyone brought a lot of crystal cores from home to exchange. In addition to paying the rent, they could use them for a long time after exchanging them. Chapter 297 Book a Room. Zhang Wencheng did not forget the question at the beginning. So what are you queuing for? The clothing store has new products, and there are shoes for sale. He took a small step back, revealing the shoes on his feet. My shoes are so worn out, now it's better. I can buy shoes in the clothing store. I don't know if the quality of the shoes will be as good as the clothes. If you want to know more about this base, go there and register a personal account to find out. His whisper was heard clearly by Zhang Wencheng and his son. But he couldn't ask any more questions after asking so many. After thanking him, he walked in the direction he pointed. Son, what does it mean to register a personal account? It should be the same as in the base. Get an ID card. Right? Other bases also require the registration of the current base ID card. But I have never seen a base that allows people to apply for it themselves. There is no manual processing. But a middleman takes some benefits? The father and son did not think much about it, and began to operate according to the instructions posted next to them. At first, they were stumped again. Why don't we have to fill in the ability and name here? Just put the crystal core on it? Whatever. It's just a crystal core. Put it on and try it. Other bases collect more than one crystal core. Zhang father sighed. It turns out that machines are still good. Robots don't lie or cheat people. The crystal core disappeared on the machine, and a light screen appeared in front of Zhang Wencheng. He was stunned. He even thought he had misheard when Zhang father spoke to him. After a long time, he came to his senses. He looked at the second step of exchanging the crystal core that he had just ignored. He was a young man full of vigor and vitality. He had been educated. He read the process and digested it silently before talking to Zhang father. Wait. Zhang father did not speak. He just watched Zhang Wencheng's eyes rolling around in front of him. Sometimes in amazement, sometimes suddenly realizing. Do you understand? You have a lot of expressions. Are you trying to scare your dad? No, I figured it out. Zhang Wencheng smiled happily. He successfully opened the map of Lun Base, and naturally saw the announcement. He tried to click to open the store, and saw that the clothes on the shelves in the clothing store cost 200 points, and a pair of shoes cost 300 points. He also figured out that crystal cores can be exchanged for points, and the machine, he thought, was used to issue identity certificates actually exchanged crystal cores for points. The 100 points he exchanged were in his account. Looking down, he could see that he could rent a house here. He could rent a house on the personal panel. Dad, how many crystal cores do you have left? Give them all to me. Zhang father flipped his clothes, found the crystal cores on his body from the corners, and handed them all to Zhang Wencheng. You didn't tell me what I was asking you for. What do you want the crystal cores for? Zhang Wencheng still had a few on him. And most importantly, they had a few second-level zombie crystal cores on them, which was enough for renting a house. Just now, Zhang father asked him if he wanted to move to this base. Since they agreed, he didn't ask Zhang father for his opinion and directly rented a 3-person room. Thousands of points flowed out. Zhang Wencheng didn't feel bad at all, because he saw that he had successfully booked a room, and he saw what the room looked like before booking. After the operation, Zhang Wencheng said to Zhang father happily, Dad, we stay here. We go back and pick up Mom and sister. Are you not going to ask around? Ask around? Didn't you notice as we walked along just now? The buildings here are all very new, and the atmosphere is nice. Zhang Wencheng excitedly told his father, and most importantly, I have booked a room here, and it has been successfully booked. Guess how many points it will cost? Father Zhang was stunned, not understanding why his son, who just said he would take a look, suddenly booked a room here. How many crystal cores do you want? I booked a 3-bedroom, so my sister and I can have our own rooms, only 45 crystal cores. Zhang Wencheng proudly gestured with his father. It's not expensive, but it's too sudden. I haven't discussed it with your mother yet. Zhang Wencheng wanted to say that if the housing environment he saw was real, no one would be able to resist it. When the words came to his lips, he just said, Why don't we go and take a look first? Father Zhang had no objection. The two of them put the matter of refueling the car behind their minds, thinking that it was raining anyway, and it was still early today, so there was no rush to go back. There were many food stores on the map. Zhang Wencheng added some crystal cores to the stores, and took Zhang father to teach him how to open a personal account. When they went out, they would carry some crystal cores with them, to be used to trade food with others and bring back for their families. This amount of crystal cores could not do anything in other bases, so the two of them did not care much. Walking on the road, Zhang Wencheng and Zhang father found a food store in the mall, and they lined up one by one, and bought a lot of things and held them in their arms. Zhang father looked at the fried chicken legs, chicken chops, French fries, and other fried foods in his arms, and was so happy that he could not stop smiling. The two women at home have something to eat. He remembered that before the end of the world, when his wife went to pick up their daughter from cram school at night, she liked to take her daughter to buy some fried chicken. Both of them liked to eat fried food. If they saw fried chicken, they would definitely be very happy. Let's go and look at the house. Zhang Wencheng also held a bag of food in his arms. The food here is really cheap. It was the first time he felt that the crystal core was so valuable. They will be happier after seeing the house. In fact, at this time, they all decided that it didn't matter how broken, how bad the environment was. Food is the most important thing in the end times. There is food here, and it is so cheap. They will definitely stay here. This house. Zhang father entered the house, with a look of disbelief on his face. Did we go to the wrong wealthy area? A clean and hygienic room with a little fragrance, a room with all the basic supplies, and they actually rented it for dozens of crystal cores? We followed the navigation. Zhang Wencheng was also surprised. It was exactly the same as the one in the picture. At that time, he saw the pictures, and since there were houses available, he thought about settling on it first. After choosing the house type, there was only one house orientation to choose from, but he didn't care, and just picked one and settled on it. Standing in the house, the photo and the house were exactly the same, and he had the illusion that he had entered the photo. Zhang father, let's find out where to buy oil, and we will go back to pick them up now. Won't you wait for them to come together? They came with the team, and it would be safer to go back with the team. Son, you are still young. Zhang father smiled and said, Do you think they will want to go back after seeing so many good things here? You know, many people are alone, unlike them who have families with them. Chapter 298 Transfer. Those who come alone may have already settled here. It is impossible to gather the same team to go back. There is no need for them to waste time here. Father Zhang picked up the big bag of fried chicken. Let's go. Zhang Wencheng looked at the toilet reluctantly. I really want to take a shower. It's a pity that even if I take a shower, I don't have clothes to change, so I have to give up. After finding out where to get gas, the two were amazed again that the prices of goods in this base were simply charity. In the Lun base, they could hold food carelessly, and no one would fight with them. But they didn't dare to do that in the car. They wanted to spread the fried chicken and stuff it into every corner of the car. There were a few left, and they couldn't hide them anymore. Zhang Wencheng said to his father who was driving, Dad, let's eat it. You eat first. You can drive after you finish eating. How can the son eat before the father? Zhang Wencheng held a bag of French fries. It is said that this is a new product. It looks like it was just fried after I bought it for so long. Not a single piece has been softened by the steam. He stuffed a few into Zhang's father's mouth first. Do you see if they are crispy? Zhang chewed them for a few times and smacked his lips after swallowing them, feeling that he was still not satisfied. Crispy. A thin layer of salt was sprinkled on the fries, which better stimulated the sweetness of the potatoes. Without ketchup, the two grown men ate with relish and couldn't stop. If we live here, can we eat them every day? How can we eat them every day? We have to change our taste. Zhang's father smiled. And now, he doesn't care whether it is unhealthy or not. They went out to fight zombies. And they didn't know how many tomorrows they had left. Now they were living a life of pleasure. But eating too much was not good, as it would make them fat. If they were fat, they wouldn't be able to run away from zombies, which would be fatal. Zhang Wencheng took the 2 bags and fed them to Zhang's father, who ate them one by one. You finished them so quickly. I feel like you haven't tasted them enough. Come on. You can buy so much with 1 crystal core. And you're still complaining. No. I just feel like I haven't had enough. Zhang's father retorted, You can't eat it if you don't like it. Save it for mom and sister to get on the car. And then eat it together as a family. They bought a lot of things. Fried chicken was one of them. And they couldn't control themselves and bought some more instant noodles and water. These things can be used in this weather, covered under the raincoat they are wearing. After entering the base, because it was still raining, there were not many people outside. They opened the car door briefly, and then quickly closed it, and the smell of fried chicken did not drift out under the rain. The two walked slowly in the rain, using the smell of rain to completely cover up the smell of fried chicken on their bodies, before they dared to enter the crowded rental house. They lowered their heads, daring not to look around, or even to speak. It was useless to be so low-key, as they could still feel the inquiring eyes from all directions looking at them. When they saw that they were empty-handed and had nothing on them, some people withdrew their eyes. Zhang Wencheng once again felt the disparity of the world. Just after leaving Lun base, he returned to his own base. The obvious difference between the two made him feel lucky again that he had grabbed the house there. He also felt a little annoyed. Why didn't he go to other bases before? Maybe if he had gone earlier, they wouldn't have to suffer so much in the extreme heat. The rain was very loud. The rain hit the raincoats they were wearing, covering up the sound of the food packaging bags and clothes rubbing against each other under the raincoats. Walking home quickly, the father and son tacitly did not communicate. They had to pay attention when opening the door. They made sure that no one was around before opening the door. They quickly went home and closed the door. If something happens in the base rarely intervenes. There are too many such incidents, and it is impossible to manage them all. But if someone dares to enter the house without permission, then the base will intervene. After all, if the base can't even protect the indoors, no one will dare to continue living here. Entering the house, it was dark. The rain covered the sun, and there was only a faint light in the house. Mom, sister, we are back. Why are you back so early today? Hearing that it was indeed their son's voice, Mother Zhang and daughter moved out from the darkness. Don't say anything for now. Zhang Wencheng used his supernatural power to light the candles that were not often used at home. He lit a lot of them, and the whole room became much brighter. What happened today? Mother Zhang frowned, knowing that her son must have his own reasons for doing this, and did not stop him. Father Zhang wanted to say something, but he felt that this was not the place to talk. The walls here were not very thick, and he was afraid that there were ears behind the walls. Finally, he just said, Get up and pack your things, take all the important things with you. Mother Zhang and sister looked puzzled. Zhang Wencheng whispered in their ears, We are moving, take all the important things with you, we are moving now. This is not a place to talk, we will talk after we go out. The two women did not ask any more questions, and got up to pack up. Father Jean saw that Mother Jean wanted to pack up the dishes and unused candles that she bought here, and he stopped her. He whispered in her ear, "No need to pack these, just pack the crystal cores we saved." Mother Jean didn't understand. "Are we moving? Why not pack these necessary things?" She didn't ask, and took out a large box of crystal cores that had been hidden. Father Jean picked up the crystal cores and looked at them, grabbed a handful, and put them in various places on his body where he could hide things. He touched his pocket and remembered that he hadn't put the things down yet, carefully took out the instant noodles and water, and handed the water to Mother Jean and Jean Wenqin. "You guys drink some water first. It's raining now, water is not a precious thing." Mother Jean swallowed her saliva when she saw him take out instant noodles. There were countless questions she wanted to ask, but she suppressed them again. After packing up everything, the three of them sat in the living room waiting for the sky to get dark outside. Zhang Wucheng stared at the window. It was still raining outside. It would be best to move while it was raining. Zhang Wenqin pulled Father Zhang. "Dad, I'm hungry." Father Zhang rubbed his daughter's head lovingly. "These are not for us to eat." He took out the water and instant noodles he had brought with him, as well as the things Zhang Wucheng had brought with him. Put them in a cardboard box and stuffed them under the bed. "Let's go." "Are we packing?" The father and son thought that as long as they had the crystal core, they could buy anything at the Lun base, and planned to travel light, as nothing was more important than life. They both shook their heads at the same time. "Let's go." "Wait," Zhang Wucheng said to his father. "I go talk to Uncle Wang." Zhang father nodded. "Come back soon." Zhang Wucheng made an okay gesture, confirmed that his family had hidden the crystal cores on their bodies, and then opened the door and walked out. "Uncle Wang, is anyone home?" "I'm Wucheng." Chapter 299 Publicized Lun Base. The door was opened. It was Uncle Wang. Uncle Wang took a look and said, "It's Wucheng, come in." Zhang Wucheng was not polite. He walked in directly, and said directly to Uncle Wang when he stood near the door, "We are going to move to Lun Base now. Everything there is good, most importantly. The food is very cheap." "Why so suddenly?" "Uncle Wang, if it's convenient for you, go over and take a look and move in." Zhang Wucheng continued, "When we leave home, you can go in and take a look. We left something for you." "Uncle Wang, are you not going to check out before you leave?" "No. There are not many crystal cores in the deposit. I brought the key to you. If it is convenient for you to help us check out, the crystal core will be yours." Zhang Wucheng left the key and left. When he returned to his rented house, his mother and sister had already put on raincoats, and were waiting for him to come back. Did they say so? Yes. "Let's go." The four of them went out together. Mother Zhang and Zhang Wenqin kept their heads down, and dared not speak or look up. This is what the Doomsday base looked like for 3 years. Any woman who went out would want to bury her head in the ground. If Xia Puro saw this, she would definitely be shocked. She would be amazed that the Qing dynasty had fallen and had actually regressed. In fact, it was just a means for women to protect themselves. There is no human rights or justice here. Fortunately, there was no danger along the way. The car drove out of the base smoothly. The mother and daughter who had been patient all the way finally couldn't help talking. Zhang Wenqin sniffed hard. "What a nice smell. It smells like fried chicken. It's the smell of oil. I miss this smell so much." Zhang Wucheng didn't keep anyone in suspense. He quickly found all the things hidden in the car. "I thought it would be cold, but it was still warm in my hand." He didn't tell them apart. He just picked up something and passed it to the two people in the back seat. The two had a lot of questions to ask, but when they asked about this smell, they couldn't remember the previous questions. "Never mind. Let's eat first." Zhang Wenqin was holding a pistol leg in her hand. And while eating, she took the time to say, "I was wondering why you gave away something as good as instant noodles. It turns out that you have something better for us." Zhang mother was not so optimistic. She was also eating a pair of spicy wings, but it's too wasteful. How can you be willing to give away something as good as instant noodles? The father and son smiled at each other. Zhang Wucheng was happy when he thought of the house he rented in Lun Base, and said, "Mom, there is a lot of food where we are going, and the house has been rented." Zhang mother paused, and said angrily, "It's not good to waste it. There are so many things in the house that can still be used. Why don't you take them out?" Zhang father and son's abilities are barely good enough. It's just that they work hard and have a better life than the lower class. They still don't want to tell others that they have a better place to go. Otherwise it will be bad to get into trouble. Zhang father said happily, "Life is important. You can buy those things over there." Zhang's mother also knew this truth, but she couldn't help but mutter, "You have to save as much as you can. Mom, when you get there, you know that there's no need to save money." "Brother, is it good over there?" Zhang Wenqin asked, lying behind her brother's stool. "It's very good over there. There are lights, you can take a shower, you don't have to stay at home when you get there, you can also go out for a walk." Zhang Wenqin couldn't imagine what kind of place this was, and she didn't ask too many questions while chewing on the chicken leg. The few of them quickly arrived at the Lun base. As soon as they entered the base area, the mother and daughter were shocked by the prosperous scene on the street. There are still some vicious people, but miraculously, no one causes trouble, and no one relies on their superpower status to shout and yell here. "Brother, am I dead? Did you add euthanasia drugs to the chicken legs? Why do I feel like I'm in heaven?" Zhang Wenqin said gently, "Silly child. Your brother brought you out to sell you." Zhang Wenqin knew that her brother would not sell her, but she was still very angry when she heard this. So she used her ultimate move, "Mom, look at him. How does he talk to your sister?" Zhang's father and mother stared at Zhang Wenqin at the same time. "I was just joking." Zhang Wenqin scratched his head. "How can I bear to sell my sister? I would rather sell myself than my dear sister." "Tsk." Zhang Wenqin turned her head. "Watch your words." Zhang's mother also gave her daughter a glare. "You too, how do you talk to your brother?" "Okay, let's go home first." Zhang Wenqin walked in front to lead the way. It was not the time to take his mother and sister to open a personal account yet. We could talk about anything after we had a rest. The four of them took the elevator to the room they had booked. While waiting for the elevator on the first floor, they found an old acquaintance. It was Yang Wenle and his team, who had been on a mission together during the day. Siapura had just built 2 empty houses at the Lun base. The new people who moved in these 2 days all lived here. The other houses were full. Neither of them was too surprised. If someone came to a place like this and didn't move in, then he would be a fool. "Brother Yang, are you guys living here too?" Yang Wenle's unsuppressed smile revealed his unrest at the moment, and he politely replied, "We be neighbors again in the future. Then we can team up together to fight zombies in the future." "Okay." The two parties hit it off immediately. There is no conflict of interest here, and they have cooperated before. It's okay to make more friends. "We live in 1311. Which room are you staying in? We can find you when the time comes." "What a coincidence. We live in 1312. We are really neighbors. Go around more often in the future, we are all neighbors." "Okay. Okay." The men from both families were communicating throughout the whole process. The women obviously didn't understand the situation yet, and they kept their heads down and said nothing. The two families returned to the room and looked left and right, and couldn't find any fault. Mother Zhang and Zhang Wenqin were not tired at all, and they insisted on going out to take a look despite the rain outside. Zhang Wenqin and Father Zhang also wanted to go out to buy something to eat at home, and they went out together after reaching a consensus. The next day, the Zhang family and his son and the Yang family agreed to go out together to fight zombies. And the women of the two families also agreed to go shopping together. Crystal cores are valuable here, oppression is gone, and women can go out, and they bought a lot of things at Lun base and took them home. The women also went out to find out that they can do planting tasks here to earn points, and waited for the men to come back at night, and took them to plant together. People who have been to Lun base have basically moved here in a short period of time, and those who have not lived here are also trying to live here. When people who have lived here hunt zombies, they tell everyone about the goodness of Lun base, and the name of Lun base has been spread out. In the great B&B, Siapuro just squinted, and someone else came to visit the yard. "Miss Shopkeeper, I brought you a little thing. I don't know if you like it." Chapter 300 Unicorn. The person who came was Joku. I didn't expect him to arrive so soon. Siapura's bad mood was swept away. She wondered what the little thing he brought was. "Since you are here, why are you so polite? Come in quickly." Joku came in with his gift. The gift was very big. It was a box. It was a bit difficult to carry it all the way. He put the box on the table. There was a pink bow tied on the lid of the paper box. Siapura saw that something seemed to be moving inside, pushing against the paper cover. "It looks like a living thing. Is it a mutant creature?" The central base must have a reason for giving her something like this. Just like the gift it gave her last time. Siapura raised her eyebrows, opened the box, revealing 2 horse-like bodies, each with a horn on its head, like the unicorns in mythology. One of them is as bright as snow, and the other is as deep as night. The ponies look strange, and Siapura blurted out in surprise almost the moment she saw them. Wanshu? Now it was Joke's turn to be surprised. Do you know this creature? Siepuro shook her head. It was just that she was bored in another plane before, read more books, noticed this kind of horse that looked like a unicorn, and wrote down their names. I didn't expect to see this kind of horse in the end times. Wanshu, their names were recorded in the books she read, but now it's okay to call them unicorns. I've seen them in books before. The two ponies were really small, not much bigger than Shuehua and Aoyo now. Their skinny bodies seemed to have no strength, and their two pairs of wet eyes looked at her. Where did they come from? I found them during a mission, and thought they looked strange. So I brought them back to the base to see if I could keep them alive. Siepuro stretched out a finger, and teased them with it. They looked listless and asked, "Did you keep them alive?" Obviously no. Joke shrugged helplessly. They won't eat even if you feed them. When they are really hungry, they just eat some grass. A kind-hearted wood-type mutant gave them some green vegetables, but they didn't even look at them. They would just nibble on them when they are really hungry. They won't eat if they have something in their stomach. Siepuro looked at the two little ones in the box. They are really hard to take care of. Yes, they are a little hard to take care of. I thought you would also like to keep a pet, so I brought them here to show you if you can take care of them. They don't eat much, just nibbling on some vegetables when they're extremely hungry. Siepuro only remembered their names, and had no impression of their eating habits, or it might be that the book didn't even mention it. Have you ever tried feeding the meat? Joka certainly tried. I have tried, feeding the mutant beast meat, but they wouldn't eat it. It's a bit difficult. Siepuro felt helpless as she watched the two little creatures sick from hunger. Aoyo, Master. Do you want to try feeding them some vegetables grown with spiritual spring water? Siepuro looked down at Aoyo, who was lying in the distance and had a full view of everything here, and felt that what he said made sense. When Aoyo and Shuehua have nothing to do at home, they are used to eating some small green vegetables that she planted in this small plot of land in the yard. They are also very active in watering the small green vegetables in the field every day. Before she won the canned food, they liked eating the small green vegetables in the field more than the cat food that she carefully prepared for them. Feeding some small green vegetables may really help. Horses should eat grass if it doesn't work. You can only try canned food. Canned food is meat. I don't know if horses can eat canned meat. Pets are kept at home to be used. She asked Shuehua and Aoyo to pick some cabbages from the field, while she stayed where she was, sitting and communicating with the tree. She unnoticedly took out the two things, which she temporarily called unicorns, so that the tree 1 and 2 in the yard could observe them better. Do you know these two little things? Do you know what they eat? Tree 1, I don't know. Tree 2, I don't know. Tree 1 and Tree 2 said in unison, I don't know. Siepuro, it's hard for me not to suspect that you guys are ganging up on me. Really don't know or not? Tree 2, really don't know. Siepuro didn't doubt it either. Perhaps these two trees haven't lived as long as she has, so it's understandable that they don't know. In fact, the two unicorns were already better when Joka brought them into the B&B. Feeling the spiritual energy emanating from Tree 2, they were a little more energetic despite being hungry. Otherwise, the state Siepuro saw would be even worse. Aoyo and Shuehua came over with a cabbage in their mouths. They put the cabbage on the ground and went back to lie down where they felt comfortable. Siepuro brought the cabbage, broke off the leaves, and held them in her hand. The black unicorn felt the call of food, stretched its neck forward, and the white unicorn followed suit. She stretched the leaves forward, and the two ponies immediately came close to sniff. The unicorn's nostrils exhaled a playful breath, as if it was looking for the source of the smell. Siepuro brought the leaves closer, and brought them to a place where they could eat them with their mouths open. The unicorn couldn't wait to roll the leaves with its tongue and put them into its mouth to chew, making small noises from time to time, looking like it had been hungry for a long time. Aoyo and Shuehua watched the two newcomers enjoying the leaves that their owner personally fed them in his arms. The two kittens went to the vegetable field with some resentment and ate a cabbage. Joka, who was standing by, was stunned. You were obviously not like that just now. Siepuro took the leaves one after another and tasted them. She looked at Joka with a smile. It seems that they also eat, you can rest assured. Joka's heart surged. I am relieved if they like to stay with you. Thinking of the reason for calling Joka over, Siepuro asked while feeding him, has the base found out any weather conditions recently? Siepuro is now the top priority for protection at the central base, although she doesn't need it. So the country has ordered Joka to talk to the owner of the B&B. As long as it doesn't leak military secrets, it's okay to talk about this. It has been found that it will rain for a long time. Joka straightened his face. Is this what the owner asked me to say? Is there going to be a new natural disaster? Or? Siapuru interrupted his wild thoughts. There is a new natural disaster. She relayed 80 words in detail. It is better to prepare the base early, while the rain is still light. Joku was very satisfied to be able to make such a suggestion. Thank you. Miss Shopkeeper, I will report it truthfully when I go back. Siapuru waved her hand towards the open space in the yard, and the spiritual spring water she had bottled in advance appeared on the ground. Chapter 301 Mutated plants are given to the central base. Joku's expression was subtle and complicated. I don't know how much he thought. Siapuru said, I am still here. A light of hope appeared in his eyes. Yes. The owner is still here. They still have a lot of time to prepare for the next natural disaster, which is better than having nothing and dealing with it with bare hands. With this B&B with unlimited supplies, they should face the challenge of natural disasters with full confidence. Siapuru took out the fruits from Tree 1 and the fruits from the coke base. She packed the fruits separately in the gift boxes produced by the system. As long as the packaging is not opened, the fruits will never rot inside. After opening the packaging, the shelf life of the fruits is only 3 days, and the packaging will also become invalid. She placed the two parts separately in front of Joku, and pushed the fruit from the coke base in front of Joku first. This fruit was obtained from a place called the coke base that I encountered when I was setting up a stall. After taking this fruit, people without superpowers can gain with superpowers. After hearing the description, Joku looked at a small box that she pushed over from a pile of packed boxes in disbelief. There is such a thing? Siapuru described the appearance of the fruit to him, and told him the wonder of the packaging. Joku, who originally wanted to open the box to take a look, gave up the idea and just listened carefully to what Siapuru said. Siapuru briefly described what happened. When they gave it to me, there were only so many ripe fruits that could be picked. There were 5 trees dug out of that tree. I want to keep 1 fruit, and I give you the rest to take back and see if you can plant it. Everyone at the coke base believes in the country. They hope that I can hand these things over to the country for safekeeping. I will feel relieved if I can hand them over to you. She took out an envelope that she had sorted and written down in advance from the space, and pushed it in front of Joku. Here are the names of all the members of the coke base. I hope the country will remember their names for their contributions. Joku seemed to be unable to move, and took the things handed over by Siapuru in a daze. And this fruit can cure the zombie virus. I have also packed it. Siapuru pushed the fruit from Tree 1 over. There are 2 types of packaging. One is in a box, and the other is something she made with her own creativity. The fruit in the other packaging is wrapped in a magical round shell. With a hole in the shell, Siapuru used a special rope to string it through so that it can be hung around the neck as an inconspicuous necklace. This rope is fireproof and water resistant, so you don't have to worry about losing it when you go on a mission. It's only the size of a blueberry, and this is the green fruit from Tree 1. 1 green fruit can only cure the zombie poison of 1 person after being infected. This kind of packaging is very suitable for carrying around. In critical moments, there is no healing power person to cure the poison. It is very suitable for soldiers who are ready to fight for the people at any time. I know your mission is dangerous. This is to save your life. If a few people in each team were one of these, it can save a life. What's more, the shopkeeper gave so many fruits that can be hung around the neck. Joku's eyes were filled with tears. He was definitely not a person who loved to cry. A good man doesn't cry easily, but he just hadn't reached the point of being sad. He thought of many of his comrades, who died while being infected by zombies during missions. It would have been great if there was a fruit at that time. The more Joku thought about it, the sadder he felt. In the end, the 8-foot-tall man actually lay on the stone table in Siapuru's yard and cried. Siapuru had no choice but to pass him paper. Joku cried under the stone table's arms. Compared to the fruit that could awaken people's superpowers, this one was the real life-saving thing. Life is the most precious at any time. When Joku had almost released his emotions, he stood up from the table embarrassedly. When he saw Siapuru's face clearly, his eyes turned red, and he wanted to cry again. But this time he held back, using a tissue to wipe his nose to cover his eyes. He said, "This is the first time someone has treated our lives as their own. It has always been us who have gone to save people, except the country. No one cares whether we are in danger or not." Siapuru sighed, didn't know what to say in the sensational atmosphere, and could only pour Joku a cup of tea. It will be fine. Things will be better. Life will be better. Everything will be better. Joke's emotions calmed down for a while. EP271 continued to finish what she had just said. And the fruit packed in this box is more powerful. The fruit inside is red. One is 100 times the effect of the green fruit. Joke came out of his emotions and fell into shock again, silently converting in his mind, more than 100 times? Wouldn't it be that one red fruit could cure 100 people infected with the zombie virus? During this period, EP271 took the spiritual spring water to squeeze tree 1, tree 2, and all the accumulated fruits are here. Despite her efforts, tree 2 still did not produce any fruit, so she could only wait slowly. Tree 1 had the most green fruits, and she could not squeeze out red fruits later, but she still collected the green fruits. Miss Shopkeeper, how should we thank you? EP271 replied, don't thank me, this is what I should do, if you want to thank someone. Thank those children who voluntarily contributed their supernatural fruits to the coat base. They are all college students. They are still very patriotic after so long. By the way, they are not in that base anymore. They came to stay in the BNB. EP271 talked a lot, and I don't know if Joke listened to it. Joke was shocked by what the owner brought out today, and was still digesting the fact that so many things were in his hands. She stopped talking, drinking her tea, and then seeing if the 2 unicorn cubs wanted some water. Joke forced a bitter smile. You have given so much to the country, and we only gave you this. This is very cute. EP271 looked into his eyes. The country doesn't need to thank me, I will be there when I am needed. She will be there. She will be there. Joke felt much more relieved after hearing this. As long as Great BNB is there, as long as the owner is there, this end of the world will not be so sad. EP271 continued to talk about some things about the fruit, and she talked about everything in detail, and Joke was listening very carefully. Joke wrote down everything, not daring to miss a single word, and remember everything after he finished speaking. Have you remembered everything? EP271 found his serious look a little cute. I remember it. Joke sorted out several key points in his mind, and confirmed that he remembered them all. Just remember it. EP271 brought the gold in the yard that had no sense of existence, and was almost treated as an ornamental object to Joke. I also got this plant by accident. It can give the superpower a new superpower, allowing the superpower to become a dual system superpower. Chapter 302 The Mission of a Soldier. Her hand touched the flower of Gene Z, and under the gaze of the two, Gene Z blossomed on the spot. Joke was almost fainted by the bombshells one after another, mutated plants that can turn a single-line mutant into a dual-line mutant. No wonder the information Jiangjua brought back to the base, when he was extremely hot, was that mutant plants are not the enemy of humans. It turns out that mutant plants have so many uses. After seeing the advantages of mutant plants, Joe could deeply realize the deeper meaning of this sentence. It turns out that plants have always been humans' comrades in arms. Even the abilities they mutated and evolved are to give humans superpowers and detoxification. Humans are not fighting alone. The biggest ally in this disaster was actually treated as an enemy by them before and hurt each other. He was in a daze for too long. When he reacted, he saw a warm white light in front of him, which moistened his body and made it warm. It was as if he was sleeping on the prairie, lying in the warm morning sun. The warm white light faded quickly, and soon Joke came back to his senses from the brief illusion. He opened his eyes, looking at Gene Z who had returned to normal, and then at EP271. Feeling a familiar yet different power sprouting in his body, he stretched out his right hand, and a tiny lightning flashed in his palm. Gene Z, why did the master insist that I try hard to give him the lightning power? Other powers are also good. Gene Z didn't understand why the master had been asking him to try hard to recall the feeling of giving the power to Shizhu, and asked him to try his best to give the lightning power to the person in front of him, and he had accumulated energy for a long time for this. Because his mission is very important. She could see that Joke was not only patriotic, but also ambitious. This ambition meant that he could do anything for the country. Not that he wanted too much power. Such a good person believed that if he was given a group attack ability that was convenient for use on rainy days, he would protect the country's base. But she couldn't reach that far yet. Couldn't apply to the national base. And hadn't found the method and key point to light up the base. She couldn't protect the people in the central base. I just hope they can use what she provides to improve themselves. Not only to protect the country, but also to protect themselves. Not every soldier can awaken superpowers. With the fruits provided by the coat base, the wood power is at least a superpower. At least their physical fitness will be much better. I hope it can be useful to them. Joka clenched his fists, and was so excited that he jumped up from the stool. This is a mutant thunder power. How could he get such an opportunity? Even if it was his turn, it would never be his turn. Just like the fruit that could awaken superpowers. He would have to distribute it according to his position and importance. Congratulations. From now on you will not only be a space-based superpower user, but also an attack-based superpower user. How could I accept such a big gift from you? Joka said what he was thinking. Even if you want to give superpowers, it won't be my turn. Siepura smiled. I can give my things to whoever I want. I haven't had any contact with others. But I absolutely believe in you. You don't just want to be protected in the back row. Do you? Work hard and upgrade your lightning ability as soon as possible. There are no words to express Joku's excitement. His logical and strict speech is incoherent. How should I thank you? Protecting the country is the best way to thank me. This is also the reason why she appeared in this plane. And their common goal. This plant can no longer give new abilities in a short period of time. You can bring one more person next time. It will randomly give another ability. Also, I hope you won't put pressure on me. If it can give it. If it can't give, don't think about getting anything from me. Things have to be given, but she can't be a piece of fat meat targeted by the central base. It would be bad if they wanted to get something from her from time to time. No. No. Joka waved his hand quickly. I will report everything here to my superiors truthfully, and emphasize that you don't want to be disturbed. That's good. She didn't like thanks and sentimentality, which would make her feel overwhelmed, and she naturally changed the subject. By the way, we have some new products in the home furnishing mall, which should be more or less useful in dealing with natural disasters. You can take some back if you find any useful. What were the things? She thought about it. There were lightning rods, wall waterproof spray, universal drainage floor drains, wall reinforcement stickers, wireless power generation lamps, and so far, she had only drawn these 5 things. You can buy more drainage floor drains. After you notify the people in other bases, you'd better persuade them to install this drainage floor drain, otherwise I'm worried that the water can't be drained out and people will be drowned. We also opened a tea house. If there are leaders in your base who like to drink tea, you can bring some back. The style of the painting changed. She turned back into the boss who knew everything, actively recommending the new products that had just been launched. The heat-resistant seeds only unlock cotton seeds, so she just reminded him to remember to buy more cotton seeds. The orchard and vegetable garden in the B&B all have ordinary seeds. They won't grow well if you take them out, so I don't recommend them. However, she took out some of the durian that she had induced to grow and packed in boxes. This is the durian pulp. I don't know if you like durian and want to try it. This is a gift from me to you. It has nothing to do with the base. You can eat some on the way back. Joka only brought 2 unicorns with him, and he left with a full load. He was embarrassed. The things the shopkeeper gave him were gifts that she clearly stated she did not want to earn any points for. They were contributions to the national base. He could only go back and say a few good things to his superiors, and try his best to meet the shopkeeper's request. After explaining everything, he put the things in his own space, stood up and straightened his clothes. Then I go back first. Siepura nodded. I won't see you off. She sat where she was, watching Joka figure. Joka walked to the gate and suddenly turned around. He stood tall, his right hand pressed against the brim of his hat, his eyes determined, and saluted Siepura. On behalf of all the soldiers in the central base, I thank you for your contribution. He had nothing to give, so he could only give the highest respect. Joka didn't want to embarrass himself in front of the girl with snot and tears, so he left after saluting. Looking at the gate that he closed, Siepura felt very uncomfortable. Soldiers are the guardians of the country. The image of soldiers is very tall in her heart. She shouldn't cry uncontrollably just because she is cared for. It seems that there are too many human-shaped beasts born in the end of the world, which have broken the hearts of soldiers. Chapter 303 Upgrading the RV. After Joka came out of the yard, he leaned against the gate and calmed down for a long time before sorting out his messy thoughts. His space was full of very important things. He wanted to go back immediately and didn't want to stay for a second, but his identity did not allow it. He was the commander-in-chief of this procurement mission. He had to wait until everyone completed the procurement and filled up the space before they could evacuate together. Besides, there was still some space in his space. He had to fill it up and return with a full load to make it worthwhile. So Joka went to the home furnishing mall and took the elevator up to the floor Siepura had mentioned. This floor was dedicated to high-tech supplies, and the heat-resistant and constant temperature clothing had been sold out. The words sold out were written below the samples on display. He only took a few glances, and then turned his attention to other places. No one would be more familiar with the products than him, who often came to purchase goods. He could tell what new products were available at a glance. He looked at the product introductions one by one, and his eyes lit up when he saw the 5 new products. No matter how outrageous the product description of the store owner is, the products are all real. There is no need to inspect the goods. He has a lot of points in his account. He estimates what he will buy and put it into his space to deduct points. After buying what he needs, he will go to his companions when his space is full. When passing by other floors, he only glanced at those warm and beautiful objects, and then retracted his gaze, as if those were things that he could not reach. Siapuro ordered, "Put back the projection screen. I won't watch it anymore." M80, "Okay." Host. They came many times. And they always came, and left in a hurry. Except for the first time when they stayed, they left as soon as they were done after they got the business card. Through Joku miniature, she seemed to see countless soldiers and warriors, who used their flesh and blood to form a wall to guard the country and the people. The development and convenience of technology make it easy for people to come and go in a hurry. It is convenient, but it is hard for them to always be on the road. Can the teleporting RV be upgraded? Or can I design it myself? The host can upgrade the teleporting RV by spending 10,000 great coins. After the teleporting RV is upgraded, its speed, comfort, and convenience will be improved. The host can also choose to make minor adjustments. Then upgrade it now. It's just 10,000 great coins, spend it. It's just right for Joku and the others to go back on the bus, and it will be convenient for them to go back now. 3 seconds later, upgrade successful. The light screen popped up in front of her, showing the scene on the bus after the upgrade. The upgraded bus has no cushions. Instead, it has a bed under table design. Unlike the school's bed under table design, only the bed has a personal space with a partition. The space is not large, and it looks like 2 people can lie side by side on the bed. The area under the bed is a public area, with a table and a movable chair. The car drives very smoothly, without any bumps, and people are completely free as if they were on land. The air conditioner in the car is not cold for those who are awake, but it is not the case for those who want to sleep for a while. She carefully added a small quilt and pillow of moderate thickness. A car can accommodate up to 20 people, which means there are 20 beds. There are still some extra places that can be used. Siapuro added 3 toilets in the car, which can be used for showers. Then put shower gel, shampoo, soap, toothbrush and other disposable items. Points will not be collected, but the amount of use will definitely be limited, and the amount will be determined by the system. The toilet provides paper towels and incense, and the whole workshop will smell good. Joku followed his colleagues to buy a lot of snacks and eat them on the bus. As soon as the door was opened, it was clear that the interior of the bus was completely different from usual. It was still the same as before, with a maximum of 20 people per trip. But no matter how you look at it, it seems that the space is bigger. Their time is precious. They didn't react to the upgrade. They got on the bus as planned. After getting on the bus, they touched left and right. Opened the bed above the table. I was so happy that I wanted to lie down, but didn't dare to. Siapuro also considered this aspect and thoughtfully posted a reminder that after the bus sent everyone back to their destination, all items on the bus would be automatically cleaned. They could lie down on the bed without worrying about dirty clothes. As long as they did not attack intentionally or damage facilities, there would be no clean people in the end times. Joku noticed that the display screen at the front of the bus showed the time, as well as the estimated time for the bus to arrive at the destination. He tilted his head and asked Lihu, "Have you noticed that the journey seems to have been shortened?" Lihu looked in the direction of his finger, only took a glance, and understood. It's upgraded, silly. The car has been upgraded with beds, so isn't it normal to increase the speed? Lihu put down the things in his hand on the table below, smelled the meaty aroma in the air, and pulled Joku, "Don't be dazed, it's time to eat. Look at the time. You can still take a nap after eating, and it's almost time when you wake up, so hurry up." He muttered to himself and untied the bag in front of him. "This is a new product, Rigiamo. I remember you were telling me you wanted to eat meat and pancakes before. You make do with it. Open your eyes and close them. This is the combination of meat and pancakes." Joku felt that he couldn't keep up with the development, and it seemed that many things had changed in the blink of an eye. He opened his mouth and was about to say something, but was interrupted by his comrade, who was found in the toilet on the shower car. "Can I take a shower on the car? Is it charged?" "Wow, There are so many disposable items, all free to use. Their voices attracted everyone over. Li Hu sat still. Joku only glanced over there, and took out the durian Siapu Ro gave him. Oh no! I forgot to share the durian the owner gave me with them. They were all space-capable people. There were so many people that they had to be divided into 3 cars to fit them all. He hadn't calmed down yet. He was very excited, and wanted to return to the base to report immediately. He didn't care about anything else. The owner gave him a lot of durian. He only took out 1 box from the space, and opened the lid. The smell of durian instantly replaced the smell of Rigiamo, and spread throughout the car. Someone in the crowd watching the showers at the toilet shouted. Who pulled his pants pocket? Joku was helpless. Do you want to eat durian? Most people in the car would pay attention to whether others can accept the taste of durian, but they are soldiers, they don't need to. They have been in dirty, smelly and harsh environments, and they won't be so exaggerated that they feel sick because of a little durian smell. Durian? Given by the store owner? Chapter 304 Hospital Report. The people who were surrounding the toilet gathered around. Li Hu was closest to Joku, and he directly took a larger piece of durian meat from the box. Joku might have taken it out to share, and Li Hu had no psychological burden. I'm not polite. You haven't been polite either. Joku reached into the box and took a piece of durian meat. The owner gave it to us, everyone eat it, and those who don't eat it can be left for me. Li Hu, durian is such a good thing that he is willing to share it, the owner is quite generous. Before, when we bought durian, we could only afford to buy 1 for the whole family. If anyone ate 1 more bite, my mother would scream from day to night. Does your mother have this side? Of course not. Normally, it costs 200 yuan to buy 1. If the family members ordered more, it would not be enough for everyone to have a piece of meat. Everyone took a piece and sat under the bed to chat. Yang Shang, don't you hate the smell of durian? Why did you take it? I didn't eat it before, but now I have figured it out. You only live once. And if you eat 1 less bite, you will miss one. That's right, we are just lucky, our space power users have never been infected, other power users have. The atmosphere became bad when the sacrifice of their comrades was mentioned. Li Hu immediately fooled around. We are eating, let's not talk about this. Everyone agreed that they would live 1 day at a time, and if they were in a good mood, there would be nothing to avoid. Joku ate the soft, sweet durian meat, and felt a little uncomfortable. After feeling the power in his body, the small lightning was like a small hand soothing his soul. Will the base blame him? Will the senior management blame him for awakening dual system abilities? Forget it, whether it is blamed or not, this is a done deal. At this time, Siapu Ro was taking the 2 unicorns to get acquainted with the family members. She was giving a lecture to the 2 little things who were well fed and well drinking. Like a head of the family. No matter whose horses you were before, since you are here, you will be my horses in the future. If you understand, just nod your heads, or say something to me. She tried many times, no matter how she tried to lure the 2, they just ignored her. Whatever, they ignored her. That's a yes. I take care of your food and drink. You're not allowed to compete with brother Aoyo and sister Xuehua. Get it? The 2 ponies still didn't understand, they just stared at her blankly with their big eyes. Since your fur is black, white. Siapura pointed at the black unicorn. You be called Pearl from now on. Then she pointed at the little white unicorn. You be called Cream from now on. The jealous expressions on Aoyo and Xuehua faces suddenly became even more indescribable. Why? Why is the new name so nice? Their names are so random. Come, let's train. Whoever I call out. Squeak. Snowflake. Xuehua, meow? Aren't you calling them? Very good, you just have to respond to me like a sister, got it? Both unicorns are female. Siapura began to call their names, sometimes Pearl, sometimes Cream, plus the temptation of delicious food for them. They became familiar with each other in a short while. There is no such thing as the older ones giving way to the younger ones in our family. You have to grow up quickly. When you grow up, you can let me experience the charm of riding a horse. You can't bully your brothers and sisters at home. Nayo and Jinju gradually became more cheerful during their interactions. Siapura was tired from playing and sat down to rest. They figured it out and walked to Siapura's side, rubbing her calves with their hooves. Nayo, why doesn't the master play with us? Showed a voice. Finally talking to me? Siapura rubbed the horns on its head. They didn't let her touch them just now, and now they still resisted, but they also gave in half-heartedly. The horns were a little cold to the touch, and they felt very comfortable. Pearl also rubbed against her other side. sniffing her hard, as if she wanted to remember her smell. Snowflake was not to be outdone, and nimbly got into Siapuru's arms. Meow meow. The master is hers. Meow. Snowflake was cute even when she bared her teeth, and her fierce and ferocious look made people want to ravage her even more. Siapuru had a big smile on her face, and she patted each one on the head before she was done. Ao took small steps proudly, pretending to lie down beside her casually. She bent down and stroked Ao fur carefully. The two big trees closed their eyes temporarily, wanting to communicate with the big tree next to them, but worried that the communication would be heard by the owner, so they could only complain silently in their hearts. Pearl suddenly said, "Master, I'm hungry." The courtyard was peaceful. As soon as Shoka left, the little cuties from the Coke base arrived at the B&B. They felt very cramped when they first arrived at the B&B. It was like they were back to when their parents took them to the amusement park when they were little. At that time, they felt like this was the best place in the world. Before they had taken a few steps, Siapuru appeared in front of them. "Welcome to my B&B." My eyes were sore, and she almost cried. When she saw her, she said, "Dear, this place is so good. Why didn't you tell me earlier?" They were very hungry now. When they smelled the delicious food coming from the food street in the distance, they really wanted to cry. If they had known that this place was so good, they would have eaten 8 buckets of instant noodles a day, for fear that if they missed this place, they would miss it. Now their noses told them that. There are things better than rice dumplings and instant noodles here? Mai excitedly pulled Siapuru's arm. "Boss, are there other things here besides rice dumplings and instant noodles?" The girls around couldn't help swallowing. Siapuru invited everyone to eat at the food court first, and then she personally took them to the hospital to familiarize themselves with the environment. As expected, an assistant is still needed. Otherwise everything has to be done by yourself. She took them around the hospital, and asked the doctor to take them to familiarize themselves with the environment and equipment, while she waited on the first floor. Soon, someone came down, with an excited look on his face. Siapuru asked first, "Have you seen the equipment?" "Yes. Everything here is great. I was worried that we wouldn't be able to do well without internship experience. After walking around just now, I found that I was just overthinking. They don't need to operate anything here. To put it bluntly, their task is to take care of patients like a nurse, give the patients who come to the hospital some care and love that robot employees can't give. Salaries and other benefits will be sent to your account in a while. You can check the notification by clicking on the personal panel. If there is no problem, you can come here to work tomorrow morning." Tianli asked, "What are our working hours?" Chapter 305 Square Dance Ante. Siapuru thought for a moment and replied, "Working hours. As you know, the working hours in the hospital are quite complicated. For the time being, we will divide them into 2 groups. One is from 7 am to 2 p.m., and the other is from 2 p.m. to 9 p.m. Work 7 hours a day, and rest 8 days a month. You can adjust your days off or save up your vacation. If you want to rest, just clock in on your personal page." After she finished speaking, the whole audience was in an uproar. So many breaks? Million, pinch me, am I dreaming? Shopkeeper, are you telling the truth? Is it really true? This is very important to me. Siapuru frowned, and then thought of the working hours of medical workers, who usually work in 3 shifts, so their performance is not surprising. Really? Really, the hospital doesn't have so much work to do. You have seen the equipment. You don't need to operate it. There is no need to tire you out. She is not a capitalist. If she can use robots, she will not exploit humans too much. Besides, hasn't it been so long since the B&B has had no real nurses? Having real people is really just for the convenience of patients. Tianli jumped up happily. "That's great. Don't worry, owner. We promise not to be lazy. I will also take good care of everyone. I promise not to fight back or scold you." Siapuru waved her hand. "Just focus on your work. As for if someone hits or scolds you, if it's not due to the disease, you don't have to indulge them. If it really doesn't work, come and tell me. Remember that you are workers, not sold to me. If you encounter unreasonable demands, you should fight back. There are many perverts in the end times, and not all the people who come to the hospital are normal. As a worker, she can't bear to see another worker being wronged under her nose." Tianli wanted to say something, but she thought about it and gave up. Anyway, she has a new job now, and she will repay the favor slowly in the future. Fortunately, she was lucky enough to meet a good person who took them in and prevented them from living a life of savages. And now this job is their lifeline. Oh! Someone from the central base is here today. I asked him to take the grass you found back. So you can rest assured. Tionli, thank you. Owner. We are relieved to have you. Siapura grinned and made an okay gesture. Leave it to me. I guarantee you will be assured. Work will still start tomorrow. And it is already very late. After leaving the hospital, she arranged accommodation for them. And Siapura also returned to the yard. M80. Congratulations to the host for completing the hospital recruitment of real employees. Task completion reward. Unlock the pharmacy and all medical facilities. Note, medical facilities can only be used within the business scope. I understand without the note. If I sell medical equipment to those bases, the base hospitals will not meet the usage standards and people will die. Right? The host has become smarter. Siapura was praised and gritted her teeth. I don't know if I have become smarter anyway. I think maybe I have become violent. She set the opening time of the pharmacy to automatically update and upgrade in the BNB at 4 a.m. when no one was around. And synchronize with the Lund base. Lund base is also my business scope. Right? Can't I open a hospital branch there? Copy and paste the medical equipment here. M80. The current BNB level does not allow this operation. She did not give up and asked, what level do I have to reach to be able to do this? You will know after the upgrade is completed. Lying on the bed. She had to praise herself for being awesome. She did so many things in just one day. And she herself felt incredible. Just squinting her eyes. She suddenly opened them again. She seemed to hear some uneasy noises at home. Meow meow meow. This seems to be the sound of Snowflower and Ao's scolding Pearl and Cream. She was furious. She jumped up and walked towards the source of the sound angrily. As she got closer, she heard some scattered words. Snowflower, you can't pee and poop at will. You have to go to the toilet. Ao, this is the place where the master lets us pee. You have to pee here in the future. Do you understand? No matter how far it is. You have to pee here. Otherwise, the master will scold us if we make the house dirty and smelly. Shua what took over. The master scolds us fiercely. We can't make the master unhappy. Jinju, what about the poop? The poop is also here after you poop. You have to use your paws. No, use your hooves to press and flush. Ao is like a little big one. Siapura was silent. It seemed that she had wrongly blamed the two furry children at home. How could this be a lesson for the newcomer? This is clearly to make things easier for her. She really deserves to die. Silently put down the slippers in her hand. Luckily she walked slowly. I almost became a bad mother. Put on the slippers and walked back quietly. Siapura was still thinking about adding canned food to the little guy tomorrow. Agreed to go to work the next day. Chuan got up early, took a shower and brushed his teeth clean, go downstairs to buy breakfast for the two sisters, and put it on the table. Then he started to get busy. To recruit a tea house director generally. Most people who know tea are elderly people. Old people have more time. Young people spend their time on internal competition. How can they have time to understand tea culture? Chuan was just young. Her thinking was quick. And she understood things without anyone's reminder. She decisively chose the time in the morning when the elderly came out to dance in the square to attract them to talk. She watched the ants dance for a long time, telling them with her eyes that she admired them. The elderly were very happy with the appreciation of the young people. Not long after, when everyone was tired of dancing and resting, they started talking to Chuan. Aunt, you dance really well. Chuan dressed up and looked like a good girl, definitely the favorite type of the ants, and spoke softly, so they liked her right away. Little girl, are you sitting here to watch us dance? Chuan used to like playing chess with the old man downstairs in the community, eating melon seeds and gossiping with the aunties, and he was very good at dealing with the elders. Yes, the aunties danced really well. The little girl smiled, without any aggression, and soon she started chatting with the aunties. The rest intervals of square dancing are usually not too long. Chuan had to seize the time, and not waste it on trying to get close to them. Aunt, why did you get up so early just to dance? Ah. Aunt sat down next to Chuan. I'm bored, when life is easy. People have some free time. It's so boring when you have free time. I can't sleep all night, and I just wait for the daybreak to get out and move around. Chapter 306. Infiltrate the square dance aunties. Chuan asked the aunties, why don't you find something else to do? Alas, besides doing some planting tasks, what else can we old bones do? That's right, there are robots everywhere here. Even the sanitation is done by the base people. It's impossible to earn some points by sweeping the floor like in other bases. This is the negative effect of technology. The young people are fighting zombies. You say we are at this age. We don't dare to go out. Our old arms and legs are not strong enough to fight. Don't even mention fighting. We can't even run away when we see zombies. If we could fight zombies, we would have gone a long time ago. But even if we are not in good health, we dare not cause trouble for our children and grandchildren. Chu-In thought about it and asked indirectly, then you didn't organize any activities? She remembered that the elders downstairs in the community liked to organize some activities to find things to do when they had nothing to do. But there were more activities in the past. Which pharmacy has free Chinese medicine massage experience? Which supermarket can get free eggs? Etc. You can find new fun every day. And Wang continued what Chu-In said. Why didn't you organize it? We organized it. We thought that young people in the end times would have no time to fall in love. So we wanted to match those young men and women of marriageable age. Now people don't care about houses or cars. And don't talk about savings. As long as they like each other, it's fine. Then why didn't it work? Chu-In knew that blind dates used to focus on academic qualifications and family background. Since they don't care about these now, why didn't it work? Alas, they resisted very much, saying that they have their own days and don't want to find a partner. They are selfish. After all, they have to have children before they can go out and fight zombies. Besides, our medical conditions are good, so there is no need to worry about having children. Those young people just don't know how to appreciate kindness. They say we are meddling in their business when we matchmake for them. Auntie Wang and Auntie Li said one after another, which made Chu-In feel overwhelmed. Seeing that the topic was about to get out of control, Chu-In quickly pulled the topic back to himself. Young people are under so much pressure now. Although the rent is not expensive, if there are old and young people at home, the daily expenses will be quite high. But speaking of which, Aunt Wang, I saw you brought a big bucket of water. This water cup is really nice. Did you buy it at our B&B? You have good taste. Little girl, I bought this at the home furnishing city. I drink a lot of water when I am old. It is much more convenient to bring one than bottled water. Aunt Wang was really carried away by Chu-In's new topic. And she also recommended it to others. I suggest you all buy one. Look, I carry one and can carry it on my back. How convenient. Chu-In smiled and interrupted, Aunt, you only drink water? You don't drink tea or something? Aunt Wang waved her hand. I want to drink tea. But it's not sold in the home furnishing city. At this time, the news of the opening of the tea house had not yet spread. Siet Puru originally wanted to wait until there was a performance on the second floor of the tea house before promoting it. The aunts didn't know that a tea house had just opened yesterday. Aunt Wang changed into a comfortable position and continued, speaking of drinking tea. My husband used to love drinking tea. He loved it before retirement. And he became even more crazy after retirement. Your husband still loves drinking tea? I don't see him coming down normally. He stays at home all day and doesn't come down to walk. He doesn't look crazy. The aunt who was dancing square dance with him took out a bag of melon seeds and gave a little to everyone. Tell me something quickly. Chu-In also got a small handful of melon seeds and accepted it with a smile. He listened beside him and hoped that Aunt Wang would speak quickly. Aunt Wang didn't want to talk anymore. She waved her hand and said, What's there to say about my husband? He's just an old man. It doesn't matter if we don't mention him. Chu-In was anxious. Just when he was about to persuade her, the aunts beside him persuaded her. Don't. Just tell me. We are idle anyway. So just tell me. Sister Wang, you are not kind. We have told her all our family background. But you won't even tell me how crazy your boss is. Aunt Wang hesitated and said, It's boring. Do you really want to hear it? I really want to hear it. I really want to hear it. Chu-In nodded wildly. Okay, then I talk about him. Auntie Wang really started to talk. After our old man retired, he was like a horse that had broken free from its reins. Without restraints, he flew around all day to taste tea at various tasting events. You can imagine a man in his 60s, and still catch planes to attend tea parties, like a youngster. How crazy that is. He also wanted me to go with him, but I won't go. I can't stand flying every day. Aunt Li, your family was pretty good before, right? Families with average financial resources wouldn't be able to fly to the festival every day. Aunt Wang, what's good about it? At first, he went there with his retirement pension, and then somehow he became famous, and then the organizers invited him to go. I don't understand the twists and turns of these tea parties, and then every New Year or festival, someone would come to my house to send gifts and say they were visiting my old man, and I heard him complimenting me, saying that my old man was very knowledgeable about the culture of tea. Aunt Wang crossed her legs. Tell me, why not study something else? Studying this can't make a living. Your husband is the best. The things your boss learned are still useful now. People who make a living by their skills will never starve. Just wait until the owner can open up individual businesses. Your family will definitely make a lot of money then. Aunt Wang speaks nicely, making people feel comfortable from the inside out. She takes care of Aunt Li's vanity. Aunt Li was secretly happy when she heard this. But others were not. TSK. That's all. I thought it was some kind of crazy thing. What did you think it was? I thought it was that kind of thing. Ha ha ha. I thought it was that kind of crazy thing too. I got excited for nothing. You are really. Everyone is very busy. Don't spread it if it's not pornographic in the future. Have you all rested? Let's get up and continue rehearsing. Chuan's eyes lit up when he heard this. It turned out that he had found the right person. He found out the right candidate for the director right away. When I heard that they were going to continue rehearsing, I got a little anxious and stood in front of Aunt Wang. Aunt Wang, I am the new assistant of the owner. The owner asked me to recruit a curator for the newly opened tea house in our B&B. I just heard you say that your spouse is like that. It feels quite suitable. Do you have any intention of finding a job? This position will not be very busy. The owner also wants our tea culture to continue to be passed on. If your spouse is also interested, we can still talk? Chapter 307. Once the assembly line started, they became quiet. Aunt Wang paused, and everyone else could not move, and they all gathered around Chuan in a circle. Little girl, are you serious? Chuan nodded. Really, the owner asked me to be in charge of recruitment. The owner will definitely not give less salary, Aunt Wang. You see? Aunt Wang was stunned by the news, and muttered, can this thing really be eaten? Aunt Li was also happy for Aunt Wang. Say something quickly, the little girl is still waiting. I don't know either, little assistant. No, little girl, why don't you come home with me and ask my husband if it's convenient for you? I can't make a decision for him. Right? Auntie Wang hesitated. Someone else was jealous, and said sarcastically, Sister Wang, you believe this? Don't you see how old this little girl is? How can she be the store owner's assistant? Yes, little girl, do you have anything to prove your identity? Chuan was slightly stunned. I didn't expect this. I am really the new assistant hired by the store owner. Before she could figure out how to prove her identity, M80 sensed that someone was questioning her identity and the screen popped up. A blue screen popped up in front of everyone present, with Chuan photo, name and employee position clearly written on it. Everyone was stunned. After a while, someone spoke up. It's really an assistant. Except for the store owner's assistant, who else has the power to call up everyone's personal dashboard? The happiest person among all the people present was Aunt Wang. The big pie in the sky actually fell on her head. Okay, stop guessing. Since the girl dared to recruit people for the owner in the B&B, it must not be fake. Besides, who can just say such things casually? Aunt Wang scolded. They already believed it in their hearts. Seeing this, Aunt Li glanced at Chuan with a flickering look and wanted to say something but stopped. Humph, our old man has some skills. Auntie Li could only say these sour words to herself. Others were not polite. Some people who couldn't stand others doing well immediately became jealous. Take your house quickly. If you are really chosen by the store owner, you will have a stable job. The sisters who used to dance together were lucky. If her husband was really chosen by the store owner, he would have a stable job. For the elderly, they just accept it and think that having a stable job means they have crossed the class. How could they not feel bad? Why didn't they get lucky? Auntie Wang just let the sour words go in one ear and out the other. She didn't care at all. She smiled so hard that the wrinkles on her face could be folded into flowers. Chuan. Right. What a good name. Would you like to go to Auntie's house? Auntie Wang could ignore these sour words. But Chuan couldn't. She frowned and corrected the square dance Auntie's present. Aunties. Don't say that. We have such a good atmosphere here. We finally have a good life. Don't make your life miserable again. Even if the little person became the assistant of the shop owner, she had no weight in front of the aunties. She turned her head away and didn't even look at her, and said politely, Why are you so arrogant? Isn't it just the assistant of the shop owner? You want to teach me a lesson? That's right. You are not a junior. Be careful. I will complain to the shop owner next time I see you. As soon as the voice fell, the system sound of M80 suddenly became louder so that everyone present could hear it. In order to maintain harmony and friendship among the residents of the homestay, I would like to warn you. Please abide by the regulations of the homestay. Except for Chu En and Aunt Wang. The faces of the people present changed. Someone was dissatisfied with a loud voice. Why don't we know the rules? Can't we even complain a little? Ding, warning, warning. Anyone who insults will be severely punished. If the warning exceeds 3 times, you will be automatically expelled from the BNB. I was just venting. The woman hurriedly explained. Chu En was secretly happy in his heart. With such a rule, even if he was unhappy, he would be forced to improve the quality of residence. Don't argue, we are all neighbors, and we don't know how long we will live here in the future, just help each other. Everyone laughed awkwardly, and no matter how unhappy they were, they had to smile. Chu En didn't care about that, and turned to Aunt Wang and smiled. Aunt Wang, you should discuss this with Uncle, and see if you are willing to give it a try. Let's talk while we walk. Aunt Wang agreed with a smile, and walked forward to hold Chu En's hand and be polite to her. No way. Aunt Li gritted her teeth, stomped her feet, and chased after them. You guys practice first. I'm afraid Sister Wang will be deceived. I follow and see. The other people looked at each other, and they didn't dare to make trouble after receiving 2 warnings. They didn't dare to say anything even if they were jealous. They continued to dance in the square. M80 and Siapura saw everything that happened here. M80 asked, why has the atmosphere become so bad? It's not that the atmosphere is bad. It's that life has become better. People who love to take advantage of others and are jealous are still the same. She was a person who had been beaten by the public opinion of Annies. But she was not the Annies of this world. So she had such a good temper. They are too idle. When they are idle, conflicts are likely to arise. The silver-haired old lady Zhao is the best. She is cool and sassy. Unlike some young old ladies who are jealous of their own people. Internal competition is not good. She attributed all this to the elderly being too idle. The group of people just now looked like young old ladies who had never seen zombies. In a peaceful and prosperous era, there are laws to protect them. In the end, their children will take care of them. In short, no pressure falls on them. A flash of inspiration. Got it. M80, host. Have you figured out a solution? Yes. Siet Puro was full of confidence. Where did I hear that before? Once the assembly line is turned on, they will behave themselves. She told M80 about her idea. M80 was so shocked that his hair was about to explode. Host wants to start an assembly line. It wasn't mentioned in the mission. Host actually has such an idea. In the previous worlds, I would die if I left after completing the mission. I can't leave here and stop turning around here. Right? It is only a matter of time before the assembly line is opened. Humanity will need it in the future. When she grows the vegetables, she can make them into pre-prepared dishes and sell them to more places. Not every base has as many space ability users running around as the central base. It takes so many space ability users to run a trip. Space ability users can obviously be used for greater purposes. They should not just be used as mobile warehouses for others. Chapter 308. There is also a spiritual spring? M80 CPU rotates at high speed, and finally comes to the conclusion, host. This is a good idea. Siepu Ro is very happy. Is it really good? If there is a system that analyzes big data, and can get a positive answer, it is definitely a good idea. It is good. Will the host hire the elderly at that time? Siepu Ro is silent. Maybe we can give them some elderly ideological improvement classes first, improve their quality first, otherwise I am afraid they will not pass the malicious value detection. Host is so smart. M80 eyes were full of sparkles. Just pamper me, you even praise me for this. Siepuro was helpless. How much self-awareness did she have? Would she not know? Chulin was a child who was very efficient in doing things. After chatting, she felt that Aunt Wang's husband was really good, so she brought him to see Siepuro that afternoon. Aunt Wang didn't come, only Uncle Fu came. That was Aunt Wang's husband, who was proficient in tea culture. Chu En briefly introduced Uncle Fu. Boss, this is Uncle Fu. He had some understanding of tea before, and he also liked tea culture before the end of the world. Siepu Ro looked over. He was dressed neatly, and had neatly combed hair. He looked like a respectable and likable old man. Uncle Fu stood very straight, spoke loudly, and his expression was serious. Shopkeeper, our BNB is looking for a tea house director. Right? I have some insights into tea culture before, And these are some tea-related documents I collected before. As he spoke, he handed over a thick folder. The paper was clean and wrinkle-free. It was obvious that the owner had really kept the information well. Siapuro took it and flipped through a few pages at random. After just a few pages, she felt that Uncle Fu was really good. The information on it was all about uncommon teas. The growth habits and picking time were marked. Some of the text added later was handwritten. The font was very elegant, and she could understand it. It was obvious that the original owner of this stack of information really treated it with care. As an outsider, she didn't understand. So she asked M80. After a system scan, she confirmed that the tea leaves were real. The information she saw was indeed precious tea leaves. And the growth habits were correct. It seemed that Uncle Fu was worried that he would forget the precious tea information when he got older. So he printed it out as a paper document. Fu. Did Teacher Fu do this kind of work before? It should be right to respectfully call a knowledgeable person a teacher. The familiar name shocked Uncle Fu's heart. And he quickly replied, I don't dare to be a teacher. Some of my previous work involved this aspect. Later, I found that I was very interested in tea. So I taught myself. Later, I retired and put all my thoughts on this aspect. I didn't expect the end of the world to come. I am also a lucky old man. I was able to save these materials and bring them to apply for jobs. Siapuro smiled and didn't respond. Letting Chu In and Uncle Fu sit down first, she slowly took out the tea leaves, which she had taken from the expensive little compartment in the tea house, and began to brew tea. She used unprofessional techniques throughout the process, observing Uncle Fu's micro-expressions from the corner of her eyes. Uncle Fu was surprised when she first took out the tea leaves, and was surprised again when she put the tea leaves into the tea set. When she added water, Uncle Fu couldn't hold it in anymore, and he scratched his head and wanted to say something, which was reflected vividly in him. When the water was about to be poured on the tea leaves, Uncle Fu finally couldn't help it. Shopkeeper, shopkeeper, let me do it. Let me do it. Uncle Fu almost had the words please written on his face. The moment the tea leaves were taken out, he keenly smelled the faint tea scent in the air. He had only smelled the scent at a world-class tea party. That tea party was for entertaining distinguished guests, and the best tea in China was used as the opening. He, a common man, was lucky enough to have a cup of it. He only smelled the fragrance of the tea once, and he would never forget it. This time he smelled it again, there was no mistake. It was that familiar smell. No, that was not right. It was even stronger than the tea at the tea tasting party. The tea leaves at the tasting party must have been there for a long time. No matter how carefully they were stored, the fragrance would still leak out. The tea leaves that the owner brought out had a stronger tea flavor, and the color of the tea leaves was more exquisite. When he saw that the owner was using the wrong method to brew this tea, Uncle Fu finally couldn't hold it anymore. Facing Uncle Fu's reaction, Siapuro readily agreed. She was originally testing Uncle Fu. A person who truly loves something will not bear to see it being ruined by an amateur. He dared to speak out to stop her, which was what she wanted to see. The director of the tea house is another more important position given by the BNB besides Chu In, the assistant to the owner. She hopes that the person standing in this position will not be afraid of power. After all, there are too many people who bully others in the end times, which is what she doesn't want to see. Tea leaves, tea sets were handed to Uncle Fu. The old man seemed to be assisted by God when he got these things. He was very energetic while explaining them. If I'm not mistaken, this is the precious Dahongpo. Right? Siapuro replied, yes, have you drunk it too? I was lucky enough to drink a cup at the tea tasting party. But you haven't drunk it yet? How do you know if it's the one you've drunk? I'm an old man. There's nothing special about me. I just have a more sensitive nose than others. As long as I smell the tea, I can remember it. Then your skill is quite impressive. Siapuro sincerely admired. Could it be that this is God's gift to you? Uncle Fu was praised, and he couldn't help but feel happy. Ha ha ha. How could he not be happy when he was praised in the field he liked and was good at? He took out some of the tea leaves that Siapuro had randomly put out. There is too much tea. This much is enough. Siapuro and Chu In watched silently from the side. Uncle Fu's smooth operation was very comfortable to watch. She knew for the first time that watching someone who knows how to make tea is also a kind of enjoyment. Uncle Fu took the kettle and sniffed it carefully. This water. Siapuro raised her eyebrows. What's wrong with the water? Could it be that the water was spiritual spring water? Uncle Fu sniffed it carefully again. This water smells of natural fragrance. Very similar to the spring I found when I went up the mountain before. Is there more than one spiritual spring in the world? Her mind moved. And she moved closer to the water. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't smell any difference from ordinary water. So she asked, Uncle Fu, where is the spring water you are talking about? Uncle Fu shook his head. I don't remember where it is. I found it by accident when I was young many years ago when I was climbing the mountain. I didn't understand it at that time. I just felt that the spring water tasted sweeter and more thirst-quenching than ordinary spring water. Chapter 309 Hotter than the leaves of the east. Siapuru's eyes, which had just brightened, dimmed again. Uncle Fu also dimmed along with her. Thinking about this incident is also a scar in his heart. He missed such a good precious water. So many years have passed. He would slap himself in the face in the middle of the night when he thinks about it now. It's not that he didn't go back to the local area to look for it. He went to too many places when he was young. And many places gradually changed their names. He tried to find it again according to his memory. But he couldn't find it. He searched for a long time. And then he gave up, thinking that it might be the peach blossom spring. If you miss it, you can never reach it again. Siapuro didn't give up. And asked, do you still remember the approximate location? She called up the map on her page, which was connected to the RV. Unlike the map on their page that only lit up the area, her map could see all the existing places in China. Uncle Fu stopped what he was doing, stepped forward to take a look. And Siapuro was worried that he couldn't see clearly. So she magnified the place Uncle Fu pointed to. Uncle Fu pointed to a small place that she had magnified countless times, and said, it seems to be here. But the end of the world and natural disasters have come. And I don't know if this place has changed. It's probably this area. He didn't dare to guarantee whether he could find it, and told her about his experience of searching for so many years. Siapuro understood that good water produces good tea. If Uncle Fu could find that water, he would have found it long ago. She could only try her luck even if she went there. There happened to be a small base next to the place Uncle Fu pointed out. Siapuro decided to go there to have a look next time she set up a stall. But she still didn't understand. Is there any difference between this water and water? Why can't I smell it? In addition to the smell of disinfectant in tap water, she couldn't tell the difference between the two types of water with her nose. There is still a slight difference in the taste when you drink it. But how do you smell it? Uncle Fu couldn't explain it either. It's just a feeling. Siapuro, your nose is really amazing. Uncle Fu laughed, thinking that today was the happiest day in the end of the world. Picking up the tea set again, he said, this Da Hong Pao is a strip-shaped oolong tea. It needs to be brewed to stimulate its high fragrance. Generally, a pot of tea only needs a certain amount of tea. You just put too much, which will cause the tea leaves not to be brewed under the brewing of water. And the fragrance of the tea leaves will be wasted. If the water temperature is not well controlled when brewing it, it will easily produce a bitter taste, and the aroma will be greatly weakened. Uncle Fu waited for a while, and waited until the water temperature dropped a little before brewing the tea leaves with the high infusion method. The moment the tea aroma was stimulated, the people sitting next to them were shocked by the smell. It was indeed a good-smelling tea. No wonder she felt that the tea she brewed was a little worse than others. It turned out to be the difference in technology. Siapuro began to reflect on herself, and felt sorry for the 3 seconds of tea leaves she had brewed. After all the operations, Uncle Fu placed 2 cups of tea in front of him. That's it. The tea was clear and transparent, and the slowly rising steam looked very tempting. Siapuro and Chu-In looked at each other, and Siapuro took the cup in front of her first. At this time, Uncle Fu spoke again. We should smell and taste good tea. He picked up the cup in front of him, put it to his nose, and looked intoxicated. The fragrance of tea leaves, the sweetness of water, the heat of flames, and the subtle fragrance of tea leaves blend together, which makes people fascinated. He sipped the tea slowly, and narrowed his eyes in satisfaction. Siapuro listened, and took a sip thoughtfully. It was smooth in the throat, and the fragrance lingered on the teeth and cheeks. The sweetness of the tea melted on the tip of the tongue, and the taste buds changed with the changes of the tea. Chu-In was thinking, while holding the teacup, she seemed to taste nothing. She took another sip. Hotter than oriental leaves. Uncle Fu did not forget that this was an interview, and he did not dare to drink more after drinking only 1 cup. Such good tea is generally not used by the host to entertain guests casually, and he was satisfied after drinking 1 cup. Judging from the effect of the tea tasting just now, he hadn't made tea for 3 years, but his technique was still not rusty. Thinking of this, he calmed down, looking forward to the owner giving him a review after drinking. He really wanted this job, to be the director of the tea house. If he became the director, he would be able to deal with tea every day, a dream job. After taking a sip, Siapura said slowly, "Well, Teacher Fu, tea is much better than mine." Uncle Fu laughed. Tea has temperature. It can feel the temperature of people, which cannot be replaced by machines. After drinking tea, the interview came to an end. Teacher Fu, has Chu-In discussed salary with you? Boss, I haven't discussed this yet. Chu-In hurriedly expressed his opinion. She only said that she wanted to find a director, and didn't tell her about the salary, so she couldn't discuss it even if she wanted to. Siapura smiled and said, "If you are willing to work in the tea house." Yes. Yes. Uncle Fu wanted nothing more than to agree. Before she could finish her words, he agreed. Then let Chu-In take you to the tea house to get familiar with it first. And then you can start work tomorrow. Okay? Uncle Fu lowered his head, somewhat unwillingly. Damn it. Why can't the owner squeeze him a little, and let him live in the store directly? As for the welfare benefits and work arrangements, I will give you a pop-up window on the personal panel. And remember to click agree after you read it. The housing allowance and meal allowance will be paid to you along with your salary. And you can also check the salary payment time on the personal panel. If there is anything wrong, you can contact Chu-In for connection. Siapura finished her words in one breath. I hope this is the last time she will say it. I will go to Chu-In to say it in the future. She looked at Chu-In with more and more expectation. Grow up quickly, little assistant. Then Chu-In took Uncle Fu to the tea house. Congratulations to the host for completing the task of recruiting a director for the tea house. The task rewards communication equipment. Unlocked, mobile phones, tablets, laptops, desktop computers, and other sales permissions. Please go to Unlock and put the product on the shelves for sale as soon as possible. The space signal station receiver has been placed in the transparent protective cover of the homestay. All electronic products sold can be connected to the signal station of this plane. Does this mean I want to have a side job? Siapura squinted her eyes and thought, I will go to the street to hand out flyers to promote electronic products. She nodded and bowed to the passers-by. Sir, please apply for a card. Madam, our mobile phones have a one-click beauty function that can be uploaded to the social circle. Ha! I can't stand up straight just by imagining that scene. M80 held his forehead. I thought the host stood up in this plane. It's all an illusion. Host, isn't it that you should think that everyone will have mobile phones to communicate in the future? Why do you think you still need to go and sell in person? Chapter 310, I came here just by smelling it. Siapura said impatiently. I know. I'm just having fun. She was still worried and bored. Now that she had something to do, she changed into her home clothes and prepared to go out. Walking on the road, she felt peaceful. She asked the system, how many grape coins are needed to unlock the next level? The system whispered a number, which made her walk faster. Hurry up and open the communication equipment. Try to give everyone a mobile phone. She wants to upgrade. She opened 2 stores for communication and electronic equipment. One in a home furnishing city, and one on the street. The same is true for the Lund base, which is convenient for diversion and procurement. Although she felt that the price might not be popular. What if everyone is an internet addict? Should I say it? The price of electronic products is too expensive. A mobile phone costs 10,000 points, and a tablet costs 20,000 points. Laptops cost up to 50,000 points. Desktop computers are okay, they cost 10,000 points more than laptops, and sell for 60,000 points. As the store owner, she immediately took home all the electronic products except the tablet. Well, there must be a space for one too. She also had to put a huge TV outside the yard for the little animals at home. Sometimes she would show them documentaries, like Tom and Jerry. The 2 little animals always felt that they should catch mice, and often went out to look for mice. It was useless for her to say that there were no rats in the B&B. They refused to believe it, and just thought that rats had made their home in some wall. Siapura went home to study her phone. The functions of the phone: calling, taking pictures, sending messages, watching TV series, variety shows, etc. Compared with the phones before the end of the world, it can't watch short videos. However, the requirements for posting to moments on social software are very strict now. M80 will carefully review it to prevent all bad signs from spreading through the internet, and avoid the kind where even keywords are useless. Even information, sensitive information will not be sent out and will be warned. If the warning is invalid for more than 3 times, the phone will automatically burn, which means spontaneous combustion. If the phone spontaneously burns, you have to buy it again if you want to use it. If you are warned more than 3 times after purchase, it will be burned again. The restrictions of other products and mobile phones are similar. The browsers that come with electronic products can still check a lot of things. In order to prevent syncing, M80 also set restrictions. If you play with the phone for more than 2 hours a day, all functions will be forced to shut down, and it will be restored to the basic functions of the phone, which can only be used to make and receive calls. Just when Siapura thought that it would be impossible to sell with so many restrictions, facts have proved that, even with many restrictions, electronic products are still popular in the end times. Young people like it because when they are bored, they want to play games, even if it is just Connect the Dots and Candy Crush. It is better than nothing. Old people like it because it allows them to contact young people who go out to fight zombies and ensure the safety of their loved ones every day. Although people who stay in BNBS now carry teleportation business cards to save their lives, as long as they are in time, nothing will happen. Siapura herself also felt a sense of accomplishment. This prosperous world is just as she wished. With a wave of her hand, she arranged a row of computers in the office building that was empty except for Chu-In. Mobile phones and laptops were considered office supplies. She gave a full set to Chu-In. She also told her that other employees could apply to her for them if they needed them for work. She lay on the big bed, thinking about it, and always felt that selling meat-filled steamed buns alone was not attractive enough. Mom rolls everything, and suddenly thought that maybe I could add something else. She got up quickly, went into the kitchen, and took the robots to wash and cut, and the frying pan kept humming. It was another day to set up the stall when the alarm rang. She jumped up in a hurry, washed and dressed, put the gold, pearls, cream, snowflakes, AOO together in the space, and took them out after getting in the car. This time, the destination was Chanfeng Base. Chanfeng Base was located at the foot of a mountain in the south of Huaxia country, closest to the location of the spring pointed out by Uncle Fu. This location is far from her current location. Even if she drives in an RV, it will take a long time to drive. So she set off a day in advance. She had already handed over the recruitment of the tea house to Chu-In and Uncle Fu, so she could go there with peace of mind. She wanted to try her luck there. It would be the best if she met someone. If not, she would just go to a faraway place to promote her homestay. Even if the RV drives at full speed, it would take a day to reach the Chanfeng Base. During this time, she was on the bed, browsing her phone. For little things were crawling around in the same quilt, so she could watch with peace of mind. The RV slowed down when they were about to reach the destination. She also sat in the passenger seat to observe the surroundings to see if there was a spiritual spring. Her eyes were almost bulging, but she didn't see any place that looked like the spiritual spring she encountered for the first time. Unconvinced, she randomly found a place with water and planned to rest nearby. Pearl and Cream didn't have the employee protection halo, so she didn't dare to let them run around, and could only confine them around the RV. They were still young, and they didn't like to move around, so they didn't struggle. When it was time for dinner, Siapura opened a can for each of the 2 little ones. She gave them butter, which they had tried, and they liked it, but they didn't eat much. Horses are herbivores after all, so she had to cut carrots and greens into small pieces and put them into the meat paste can before they would eat. The children were not picky eaters, but they might just have their own little habits. Siapura was happy to indulge them and opened a can for each of them. The 4th level zombie communicated with another zombie. The 4th level zombie handed a crystal clear mutant beast core to another zombie. The zombie who received the crystal core had a look of disdain on his face, but due to his unbearable hunger, he had to swallow it. However, at this moment, an inexplicable temptation spread, and an irresistible meaty aroma came to his nose, making it difficult for him to suppress his inner desire. This meaty aroma was actually somewhat familiar. He seemed to have smelled it on his sister. He had also encountered humans these days, and knew that humans were afraid of him and his kind. He waved away the zombies around him, and walked over following the scent. I don't know how much you guys can eat. How long can my canned meat last? 2 ponies are not enough. Siapura opened a new can of meat for Cream. The zombie saw the familiar lavender car from a distance, which he couldn't get close to. He didn't dare to go forward rashly, and could only hide from a distance and look at the warmth over there. His stomach growled. The little zombie secretly envied the animal she brought with her, and secretly hoped that she would litter. Maybe his gaze was too hot, Siapura felt it, and turned around to look around. Chapter 311 Gundam Base. The zombies were unable to dodge, and before they could retract the desire in their eyes, they were caught by her. The slow-moving zombies saw her looking at them, and quickly hid behind a tree, waiting for her to leave before picking up the things she threw to eat. From Siapura's perspective, she saw a boy with a delicate face but ragged clothes. He didn't look very smart. He was clearly peeking at her, and she found out and made eye contact, but he actually retracted his gaze. She picked up the snowflake lying on her body, and put it down beside her. She walked over and stopped at a safe distance. The zombie lowered his head, and when he noticed a shadow in front of him, he raised his head. Their eyes met. Siapura's pupils were black, and the zombie's pupils were brown. Almost black. If you didn't look closely at the color, you could mistake them for ordinary people's eyes. At this moment, a hungry sound was heard, and the source of the sound was actually the zombie's stomach. Siapura's pupils shrank slightly, and she was shocked. "Are you looking at me?" "Huh?" He still couldn't adjust his state to speak, and he tried again to squeeze out a hoarse voice that was seriously inconsistent with his appearance. "Sister. Sister." Siapura felt a chill through the protective shield, and got goosebumps. Gundam Base is located near Lun Base, and is the closest base to Lun. This is also the base where Yang Lun and his family stayed before they moved to Lun Base. There are no ordinary people on the streets here, except for the women that the base boss and the leaders of the base like. Women dare not show up on the streets. The lowest level of superpowers here is level 2, and the highest level is the current base chief, Gundam, who has a superpower level of level 5. Why are ordinary people not on the streets? Of course, they are being dragged to do coolies to generate electricity and carry heavy objects. There are 2 beautiful women sitting in his arms, and he is holding a woman's waist with one hand. Zygoda had a satisfied look on his face, stroking the woman's hair with satisfaction. On his desk were the instant noodles that he hadn't finished eating in the morning and various canned foods produced a few years ago. The shadow of the red wine residue could be vaguely seen in the goblet. This is the life of the rich and powerful people in the end times. It is not an exaggeration to describe it as a life of luxury and debauchery. "Boss, someone wants to see you." Zygoda was in high spirits, and the man's voice at this time made him very unhappy. "Get out of the way." The voice was not giving up, and continued to speak. "Boss, there is something important." His good mood was disturbed. Zygoda gritted his teeth and said, "You'd better have something important." The man was still waiting at the door. Zygoda did not intend to hide anything. He casually pulled over a blanket inlaid with gold threads and covered the woman's head. He said to the outside, "Come in." He covered himself with the blanket, and he did not intend to give up. "I didn't let you go." The one who came in was Pinkwan, a subordinate who followed Zygoda to serve. He was the one who delivered any message, and Zygoda would decide whether to return after listening. Pinkwan entered the room and was choked by the smell of perfume and cigarettes. He did not dare to cough, and his face turned red. He explained as soon as he came in, "Boss, there is something very important. I have to report it." Zygoda pulled Pinkwan and blew a puff of smoke on his face. The smoke was so thick that Pinkwan's eyes hurt, but he had to smile. "Boss." Zygoda stopped him from talking, took the cigarette out of his mouth, and signaled Pinkwan to open his palm. It has always been like this. Pinkwan opened his palm, and Zygoda pressed the cigarette, but on his palm to prevent it from going out. Pinkwan had to endure it, and dared not make a sound. "I don't care why. If you disturb my interest next time, this cigarette but will burn your eyes." "I know I was wrong. I was wrong." Pinkwan was sweating profusely in Zygoda's air-conditioned room. He quickly admitted his mistake. Zygoda took the cigarette back and threw it casually to the woman he was hugging around the waist. Zygundam was satisfied, and put his hand on the person next to him and squeezed it. "Okay. Tell me. What's the matter?" Zygundam finally let him go, but he was already sweating profusely from fear. He ignored the pain in his palm, wiped the sweat from the pain with his forearm, and knelt down beside Zygundam. "In the past 2 days, I found that most of the superpowers in our base have been quietly transferred, and at least 1/6 of them have been transferred away." Before Pinkwan could finish his words, Zygundam kicked him. "Asshole. Why did you say it now? The loss of personnel is a loss for any base, which means that their base has fewer people to exploit. Why did you find out after so many people left? What do you do for a living? Zygoda was angry. And the two women retreated consciously. Pink Juan was afraid that he would hit him again. So he knelt far away and put his head on the floor. In the past, we didn't care when the superpowers went out to fight zombies. But we never thought that they would take their families and leave in the rain. Some people are reluctant to give up their rent deposits. We only found out when many people returned their rent deposits recently. When we found out, there were already so many people missing from the base. And many people were planning to move. Pink Juan finished speaking in one breath, not daring to look up. The rent of their base is expensive. And the treatment given to the psychics is relatively better. With so many people leaving, it can be regarded as cutting off the main artery of the base. I hope the boss will not vent his anger on him. Gundam is the boss of the base after all. And he is the one who built the base. Knowing that it is useless to lose temper now, I still have to solve the problem first. Have you found out where they went? I have found out. Most of them have moved to the nearest base, Lun base. Lun? Zygoda frowned and thought back. Lun is the small base next to us, very close to our base. It has a population of tens of thousands, mostly useless ordinary people. Pink Juan shrank his neck. What's so good about that small base? Did they live there? Pink Juan, yes. Those who checked out of our place. And their families all moved over there. How is that place better than our place? We have sent people to investigate. Pink Juan knelt on the ground, closed his eyes tightly, and dared not look at all, and did not dare to bear Zygoda's anger. Report to me in time if there is any news. Zygoda put on his pants and got up from the sofa. And a cruel look flashed across his face, and those who want to move the base. Beat them all. Boss, those superpowers can't be beaten. Pink Juan was shaking. But he had to say it. If you can't beat the superpower, go beat his family. Yes, I do it now. Pink Juan didn't dare to ask what to do with a superpower without family. He didn't dare to say anything more now. If he stayed with Gundam for one more second, his life would be one more second less secure. Chapter 312 Clear. As soon as he left the room, he immediately took a breath, covered his chest, and tried to breathe in fresh air, trying to ease the discomfort caused by fear. Pink Juan returned to his residence, and once again lamented that he could no longer stay in this Gundam base. He had power, and a woman, but he worked with his life on his shoulders every day, and every day was a day of fear, and he could see the end at a glance. He looked out the window where the rain had stopped and the sky was clear, and there was no guarantee when it would rain again, and the right thing to do was to find a time to leave. Siat-Pu-Ro stared at the boy in front of her blankly, after a long time. She said, "Why do you call me sister?" Hungry. The zombies can't speak clearly. She took a step back to keep a safe distance, knowing that she was safe with the shield, and her body's natural reaction was that she didn't want to be in danger. She glared, "System. Explain it." Not me, it's the main system, and it didn't give me an explanation. It only said that humanoid zombies are high-level zombies, and if we use humanoid zombies, maybe we can find the source of the end of the world. He can't even speak clearly. Even if he can communicate with me peacefully, can he lead me to the source with his IQ? M80 nodded and said, "Okay. Host. I will contact the main system now." It stopped talking after that. No matter how Siat-Pu-Ro questioned, it seemed to be out of the house. Siat-Pu-Ro had no choice but to continue observing the humanoid zombie in front of her. The more she looked, the more frightened she became, because the zombie in front of her could even speak human language. And its appearance was really like a human. If these zombies were to infiltrate the human survivor base, the consequences would be disastrous. The most important thing now is to keep him steady, and see if we can get him to talk. Once we get the words out, we can go and wipe out all the high-level zombies. She lowered her eyes guiltily. "What do you want to eat?" The boy paused for a few seconds before mechanically turning back to point at the canned meat eaten by Snowflake in her RV. "What do you want to eat?" Siat-Pu-Ro was surprised. The introduction of the canned food said that it was not recommended for human consumption. Zombies are not real humans after all. She glanced at the boy again. His eyebrows and eyes were very beautiful, and his eyelashes were long and curled. Well, no matter how much he looks like a human, he is not a real human. Don't you eat humans? Don't all zombies eat humans? Are human-shaped zombies trying to be different? The boy shook his head, thinking that human crystal cores are not as delicious as those of mutant beasts and mutant plants, nor as pure as those of animals and plants. Of the zombies he had seen, Only low-level zombies followed the primitive desire for flesh and blood, but he was the opposite, avoiding human flesh and blood. As for zombies of the same high level as him, he had never seen them, nor did he know. There were too many words. And finally the boy simply omitted them, and made a sound from his throat. It was just a can of food. Siapura took it out of the space, opened the can and poured it into a bowl, and handed him a stainless steel spoon. The zombie raised his hand, and it seemed that his hand was not very flexible. Siapura kept staring at him, and found that there was no wound on his body, and he was as normal as could be. Bang! The familiar feeling of being bounced back, puzzled, flashed in the zombie's eyes, and he stretched out his hand again, but was still bounced back by the protective cover. Siapura saw clearly that his hand was shaking after being bounced away, and she had another thought in her mind. Could it be that the zombies didn't want to eat her and didn't attack her? Was it because the protective shield blocked her smell? Did the zombies treat her as one of their own kind? I put it on the ground. I go a little further. You can take it later. Siapura put down the bowl and spoon, and took several steps back. The zombie was slow, and it took him 2 minutes to successfully pick up the bowl and spoon. After picking it up, he didn't move again. It was because his sister asked him to take it, so he picked it up. But what did he do with it? I'm so hungry, I don't care. He put down the bowl he picked up, and fell forward. He was eating canned food like an animal. He didn't even use a spoon, but buried his head in the bowl, eating with big mouthfuls. Siapura had mixed feelings, but she didn't step forward to stop him. If zombies that look like humans have this IQ, what is she worrying about? The zombie stood up after eating. It looks like a zombie with a big appetite. Eating a can is not enough. His stomach is still growling. Facing his inexplicable gaze, Siapura poured out 2 more cans of canned meat. This time, she did not let the zombies lie down to eat. She wanted to test the zombies' imitation and learning abilities. Don't lie down. Hold it with your hands. Like me. As she demonstrated, the zombies imitated her on the other side. Have you learned it? Hold the spoon like this to eat. Learn. Learn. She frowned. This zombie seemed unable to speak? Then why did he call her sister when he saw her? She opened her mouth to ask. But then she felt that it was a bit stupid to ask a zombie with an unknown IQ. So she closed her mouth. The zombie in front of her learned to eat with a spoon in his hand. And he ate very seriously, and even drank the meat juice with a spoon at the end. Looking at him like that, someone who didn't know would think he was eating some delicious food. If she hadn't eaten it before, she would have tried it. Is it delicious? The zombie nodded. Do you have a name? What should I call you? The zombie shook his head. A gust of wind blew by, and the leaves on the tree fell slowly. Just call me Chinche. I hope you are a clear stream among the zombies. You must be clear and clean when you are a zombie in the future. The zombie officially named Chinche still had meat and gravy on his face. Siapura lowered her eyebrows and sighed. Sure enough, in front of absolute beauty, all dirt is just embellishment. He is really handsome, and he is really dirty. She took out a small pack of tissues from the space and threw it over. This is tissues. You can take out the tissues and wipe your face like me. Chinche walked over and picked up the small package of tissues. Siapura took out another package of tissues and taught step by step from a distance of the protective cover. While Chinche was being taught by her, Chioken also encountered some troubles. Chioken would walk around the base every week to check if the base wall was damaged. There were special people to check and maintain this kind of thing. But he would also walk around, just as a way to exercise, and walk around everywhere. It was not his day for inspection. But Chioken's eyelids were twitching, and he was restless for no reason. And he couldn't do anything. He went downstairs and started running around the base wall. This was his special way to relieve stress. He ran 1/3 of the way, near the north gate of the 9th base, close to the slums, and found a big hole in the wall. Chioken was stunned for a long time. The land outside the wall was all turned over, and only broken limbs and debris were left in the pit. There were also several zombies of level 1 to 2 gnawing on the fresh flesh and blood that had not been eaten. Chapter 313. The wall of the 9th base was broken. Some of the corpses were stinking. Judging from the number, there were about 100 people who died. Several psychic attacks went straight to the zombies. In a moment, all the zombies sitting outside were killed. No one was active near this wall. Normally, the slum should be full of people. This wall happened to be the garbage point here. Many people would only come here to throw garbage. No poor people would want to live here. There was already a lot of garbage piled up, and no one came to clean it up. The stinking garbage covered the stench of corpses. In addition, it had been raining before, and the rain could cover up the smell to a certain extent. It was probably because the patrolmen didn't pay much attention here and were taken advantage of. It was probably because the dead people came here to dump garbage, and were people who were unfortunately killed. But this big hole in the wall was just big enough for an adult to get out by bending over. Was it man-made, or was it done by zombies? Chiokin was very tired, and called the person in charge of this area. A group of people came, and when they smelled the fermented stench, they almost vomited, and quickly covered their noses to ask about the situation. Chiokin sneered, "This area is under your jurisdiction. And you ask me? If he hadn't come here today, I don't know how many people would have died. I didn't know that our lives are better now. You are well fed and warmly dressed. But you are still lazy." Washo, the general manager of the northern part of the 9th base, received the news and ran over in a hurry. "Chief Chio, what happened?" Washo saluted as soon as he saw Chiokin. At this time, Chiokin had found something and simply blocked the hole. Someone told Washo what had just happened. Washo's face changed drastically. He hurriedly asked, "How many people died? Have you checked? Hurry up and find someone to check. The base does not have so many soldiers. Simple tasks such as patrols and inspections are to select suitable people from ordinary people or people with special abilities. They don't need to do anything. It's just a simple matter of reporting to the higher-ups when they find something abnormal. These people are actually lazy." Washo was furious when he found out. "I'm sorry, Chief. I was wrong." Washo admitted his mistake with a good attitude, and Chiokin understood that he was not to blame. He said calmly, "Let's solve the problem first, and then discuss right and wrong." Chiokin's voice was calm, but it was chilling. "Find someone to fix it here." After saying this, Chiokin left. This matter could be big or small. He had to report it to his superiors to remind them to inspect it. The entire 9th base was in action, checking the walls, houses, counting the population all night, and reporting any extra or missing person truthfully. This is the strictest and most severe measure the 9th base has ever seen since its establishment. No tolerance. As long as there is one more person who has not registered his identity information in the base, all of them will be found out. The population of the base is really large. People are dying every day. It is impossible to find out who the dead are. No one cares whether the people in the slums are alive or dead. The population numbers simply don't match. Chiokin has no choice but to ask people to register one by one again. It is a huge project, but he has to do it. At this time, he was extremely envious of the people in Lone Base. If she could also take over the 9th base, it wouldn't be so troublesome. The idea was good, but it could only be thought about. Just like the girl asked him, the 9th base was not his alone, and he couldn't make this decision for the central base. Siet Pura got along well with the zombie Chinche. The zombie could already imitate her speech. It seemed that after learning for a while, he would be able to take a pen and an ID card and sit next to her for the college entrance examination. What she recognized was that the humanoid zombies had a strong ability to imitate. And she also did not deny that the zombies were originally human beings. They imitated her to do rehabilitation training. She did not return to the RV. The protective effect around the RV would also isolate the zombies. She simply stayed in this forest. When she was tired of teaching, she took out the hammock from the space and commanded the zombies to hang the hammock on the tree. Then she went over and lay down. "You won't be tired, right?" Chiche nodded obediently. I don't know if he learned from Shuehua or Aoeo. He was so obedient, and he looked like a loyal dog. It was the system incarnated into a human body in Siapuru imagination. Beautiful face, ideal height, most importantly. He listens to whatever she says. "I have a few questions for you. If you answer them well, I give you canned food." Chiche nodded again. "Why do you call me sister?" Chiche tilted his head, seemingly thinking for a while, before slowly speaking. "The first time, meeting, sister said, 'Call me sister.'" Siapura's face was stern. "Don't imitate animals." Tilting your head again to try? Chiche stood still and looked at her, with no expression. "When have you seen me?" "Water. In the water." His words made no sense. Siapuro relied on her strong association and keyword search to recall when she came to this world. The close contact with zombies seemed to be when the RV turned into a boat, and the time when it touched the bottom of the lake. It was probably when she was holding the 3 babies and asking them to call her sister. He probably heard it secretly. Do you remember eating people? Chinche shook his head. Then what have you been eating? After a boring conversation, if what the zombies said was true, then she was sure of a few points. Humanoid zombies don't eat people. Or rather, Chinche doesn't eat people. When Chinche is awake, he has no consciousness and no memory. Zombies like to eat the canned meat she draws instead of normal food. If there is no canned meat, they have to eat crystal cores to replenish energy. System, come out. M80 was trembling with tears in his eyes. How come it offended both sides? Come out, I won't scold you. Really? F***KU. She quickly swears, and then promises. I just swear once, and I won't swear again. Do you know why I'm swearing at you? Why? Because you're pretending to be dead, and you even pretended to go to the main system to disconnect me. Isn't it because of the zombies? Since you said that humanoid zombies, like Chinche, are the key to ending the apocalypse, is there anything I should be angry about? At most, I show her a way home earlier. Besides, at least the protective shield she was wearing was still useful against humanoid zombies. As long as she could isolate the zombies and communicate with them, she didn't care. But this can't be a reason for you to escape. You actually left me and ran away. I'm hurt. I'm super angry. M80 corrected his attitude. Host. I was wrong. Then you compensate me. How to compensate? Give Chinche a personal examination. Check if it has any life signs. Okay. M80 has used this function in other planes. The cost of using this function is not small. It also needs to be consumed. Full inspection. Chapter 314, the SUV being hunted. Test completed. Siapura read Chinche test report carefully. Is it confirmed that the brain is dead? Yes. Can you still think after brain death? How can you think without a brain? M80 wanted to answer her, but... Host, zombies are unknown creatures. There is no need to use common principles to explain the zombie virus. M80 couldn't answer any useful information if he asked any more questions. Siapuru and Chinche were left staring at each other. Or I can just wipe them out. And the end of the world will be over. M80, if we can't find the source, the end of the world will not end. Siapura was frustrated. And became even more irritated. She simply stretched her legs, lay on the hammock, took out a small quilt to cover her face, and went to sleep. She felt comfortable. But Chinche couldn't fall asleep. He lowered his head, and looked at the place where she had just taken out the canned food. She didn't give him the canned meat. Maybe she was a little tired of taking care of Chinche. Being a teacher is very tiring. Siapuru really fell asleep. It rained heavily during the trip. She didn't feel anything under the protective cover. M80 was considerate enough to block out the noise of rainy days. Chinche stood at the place where she asked questions before going to bed. Motionless. When Siapura woke up, the thunder and lightning had stopped. And even the rain had stopped. She didn't understand what happened. And rubbed her sleepy eyes and got up. Only then did she realize that Chinche was still standing where she sat last night. Motionless. As if petrified. Chinche? Chinche remained the same. When he heard her call him, his eyes were empty and his expression was calm. Sister. Siapuru, I was careless. I should have taught the three sisters to call me aunt. Don't you zombies need to rest? Without waiting for Chinche to answer, she said to herself. But I have never seen zombies rest. Or his appearance is too misleading. When I get along with him, I always feel that he is a normal person. Siapura touched her nose, and got up to instruct Chinche to put away the hammock. Seeing that his clothes were still half dry, she asked in confusion, Did it rain last night? Host, it rained heavily last night. After this week, the typhoon will come next week. Typhoon? And it will keep raining? Yes. She fell into deep thought. No one knew what she was thinking. The clothes were dirty. If the clear appearance was almost the same as the person, then the clothes were the biggest flaw. His original clothes were really badly damaged. When he wore them, his upper body could be vaguely seen through the holes. This was very indecent. Can you change your clothes by yourself? Chinche was stunned. Changing clothes means taking off your clothes and putting on new clothes. Chinche was puzzled. Siapura gave up, just thinking about it later. After a long time, she returned to the RV, took out the canned food, fed it to the furry kid first, and prepared an extra can of giant food for Chinche. 3 cans of canned food stacked together made a big bowl. 1 bowl was the amount of food for Chihuahua in a day, and just thinking about it made her big eaters have a headache. Chinche watched from afar, and licked his lips subconsciously just by smelling the smell. He had only eaten yesterday's meal since he came out of the water. So how could he be full? Siapura wanted to try to change the zombie's eating habits. So she took out a box of durian and ate a piece of durian in front of him. This is my favorite food. I add it to you and try it. Don't be ungrateful. After saying that, she added it in. Making food of the same flavor according to the preferences of different customers is what she should do as a boss. The more I thought about it, the more excited I became. I felt like I had succeeded in doing something bad. A zombie that was at the mercy of others was more satisfying than torturing a picky child. Chi-Che still had no expression on his face, and his eyes were a little confused. Does my sister like the food? Siapura forcefully put the bowl of canned meat with durian on the open space, waiting for Chi-Che to pick it up and eat it. She also thoughtfully prepared a table and chair for Chi-Che, so that he could eat like a human, and it was uncomfortable to see someone who looked like him lying on the ground eating. Chi-Che sat up straight, following what she taught him, sitting very straight, taking one spoonful at a time, like a good child. How does the host intend to treat him? She had a smile on her face, but when she heard the system ask her this, her face drooped instantly. I don't know either. I don't know how to treat zombies either. Can I really kill him? M80 was almost shut down by the question. Host. Just kidding. Siapura forced a smile. Actually, I don't know either. System, host. You have changed. Now it doesn't know what the host is thinking. Chi-Che lowered his head to eat, but he couldn't taste the food, but could only smell the aroma of canned meat. Siapura walked over and saw him finish all the food in the bowl. Sister. Chi-Che looked up at her. Perhaps something moistened his throat. His voice was soft now. Siapura remembered the purpose of her coming here, and asked directly, Are there any good water holes nearby? Chi-Che said he didn't know. In the woods with him, an SUV with bumps and dents all over its shell was speeding on the mountain road. In the back seat of the car were 3 seriously injured and shocked men, with wounds all over their bodies. Yang Ji, who was sitting in the driver's seat, was slightly better, with only a wound on his hand. And he had to drive away before he could bandage it. Wei Shui was sitting in the passenger seat, and was tearing off his clothes and tying them around his thighs, but he couldn't stop the blood from flowing out. Several people were from the nearby Dawn base. As usual, they came out on a mission and encountered a fight between high-level zombies and mutant beasts. Among them, there was a level 4 mutant, and the lowest level of ability had risen to level 3. When they encountered a fight between high-level zombies and high-level mutant beasts, they were thinking about whether they could find a safe place, wait for them to fight until both sides were defeated, and then reap the benefits. Unexpectedly, the high-level mutant beasts that were fighting vigorously discovered them and pounced on them. They were completely unable to resist. Interrupted by the mutant beasts, the zombies also discovered them. They ran on the road to escape. The zombies would not let them go, and chased them all the way. The 3 people behind overdrew their superpowers, and fainted directly after getting in the car. Wei Shui, who was sitting on the passenger seat, was the most seriously injured, but his superpowers were not overdrawn, so he could still free his hands to bandage himself first. The zombies and mutant beasts chased them while fighting, getting closer and closer to them. Yang Ji was extremely nervous, but he could not care so much. I can only gamble on my luck. He stepped on the accelerator hard, and drove at the fastest speed. The fuel in the apocalypse is a non-renewable resource. They don't have much fuel in the car. If all the fuel is used up, only death awaits them. Chapter 315, Let's watch the cat and mouse. They couldn't go back to the base, couldn't lead the high-level zombies and mutants to the base. They could only run around in the woods like headless flies. Unfortunately, the car ran out of gas. The speed was about to drop, and the zombies and mutants following behind them were still chasing. Wei Shui threw down his torn clothes and cursed. What the hell is this rapping? He closed his eyes in despair. Yang Ji blinked and wiped his eyes with one hand. Was he seeing right? There was such a clean car in front. He patted Wei Shui, who was waiting to die in the passenger seat. Do you see 2 survivors over there? Wei Shui opened his eyes and glanced back, and saw a white car parked on the side of the road. He widened his eyes in surprise, and shouted excitedly, It's a car. There's a real car. He stuck his head out of the car window and shouted, Hey! There are zombies behind us. Go! Yang Ji also had hope of survival. There were people. As long as their car could take them, they might still survive. But the brothers in the back seat of the car. Siapura was startled by their shouts. It was not that she was timid, But she was worried that the zombie Qin next to her would want to eat people. But this was also a good opportunity to test Qin. She stood in the open space and shouted to the SUV that was still some distance away, "Drive the car over here." She asked us to go? Are you crazy? She told us there were zombies behind us. And why didn't you get in the car and run for your life? Could she be the one who is so arrogant that she thinks she can deal with zombies? Whatever. The car was really out of gas, and they had no choice. If they drove away, they would die, but if they got to their place, they might be able to survive. Wei Shui also felt strange, turned his head and saw, and shouted excitedly, "It seems that the zombies and mutants are not chasing us anymore." Yang Ji did not doubt his brother's words, and they were about to collide. He stepped on the brakes quickly, and the wheels rubbed against the ground with a sharp sound. And the car stopped next to the RV. The two looked behind them at the same time, and they didn't see the figure chasing them. Siapura noticed that both of them had different degrees of injuries, and asked, "You are injured. Do you need medicine?" "Yes. We need it," as it was related to his own life. Wei Shui directly took out a handful of crystal cores from his pocket and handed them to Siapura. "This is all I have. If it's not enough, can I go back to the base and give you more?" Yang Ji also took out the crystal cores he had on him. "I still have some on me. Give us as much as you can. We have several brothers in the car who are also injured. If there are not enough crystal cores, we will come back to give you more. We will never run away if we owe you crystal cores. Wei Shui, if it really doesn't work, you can go back to the base with us." Siapura kept observing Qin from the corner of her eyes. Seeing that he didn't make any special movements, she still kept an eye on him. She shook her head at the two of them. "No." Yang Ji was not surprised. "Then we will exchange as many crystal cores as you can." Even after the bandages were tied around Wei Shui's wound, the bleeding still could not be stopped. He walked a few steps, and the bleeding became more severe. "It is not necessary to have so much." Siapura shook her head again. "I haven't said anything yet. Why are you so excited? Sit down first. I am selling things here. You should stop the bleeding from your wounds first," Siapura said as she took down the tables and chairs from the car and placed them next to the two of them. Yang Ji sat down in confusion, not yet digesting what she said. "It means, wait, what does she mean?" Yang Ji subconsciously felt that this girl was not simple. Looking at the man next to him, his little face was pale. He looked like a pampered celebrity, probably supported by this woman. Yang Ji and Wei Shui were sitting in the RV. Siapura was relieved, and wanted to go in and take out the medicine. After a pause, she said worriedly, "Qin, don't hurt anyone." Qin hummed softly. Siapura didn't hear it at all, and went in to take out the necessary medicines, and hung them in a conspicuous place in the RV. After taking the small blackboard and the tutorial, she shouted, "Sorry, you have to come here to buy it. You sit down, I go buy it." Yang Ji stood up. Wei Shui was hurt more than him, and if he moved, his wound would bleed. When Yang Ji came back with the medicine, he looked confused, and he couldn't figure it out. A few first-level crystal cores were exchanged for these precious medicines in his hands that would be snatched up in seconds. When the woman said that she didn't need so much, he just thought she was a really good person. Now looking at her again, he just felt that she was glowing with the light of a saint from head to toe. Should I say it or not, this kind of saint who is beneficial to oneself, it would be nice if there were more of them. "What are you doing?" Wei Shui patted him. Yang Ji held the medicine in his hand and laughed for a while, and then laughed for a while, which made him wonder if his good brother was possessed by something. "Nothing." Yang Ji came to his senses, used disinfectant alcohol to disinfect Wei Shui first, and then bandaged him patiently, and applied the purchased powder to stop the bleeding, which was quite useful. "It would be great if I could buy more." After treating Wei Shui's wound, Yang Ji also treated his own wound. "I get them down, so they don't get suffocated in the car." The car door was suddenly opened. Yang Ji carried the unconscious Jiang Kaicheng out of the car first, and then dragged out the other two injured brothers. When they got the people out, Wei Shui had already treated Jiang Kaicheng's wounds, and stuffed a few crystal cores into each of their hands. They would wake up after the crystal cores were absorbed. Siapura asked curiously, "If you overdraw your superpowers, can you just put the crystal cores in your hands?" "Girl, call me the owner. You can order some food after you get well." "Okay, owner," Yang Ji continued. "It's not easy to recover from overdrawing superpowers. Replenishing them with crystal cores only helps them get back to their normal state. When they wake up, They need to rest for a while to get back to their normal state. After waiting for Yang Ji to finish speaking, Wei Shui rushed to say, "Shopkeeper, do you think we can order something to eat?" "Yes," Xia Pura recommended. "You are injured. It's suitable to eat some rigiamo. Oh, by the way, there are also lunch boxes and dumplings. I will take out the machine later." Xia Pura glanced at Qingche. Qingche was still sitting there obediently, like a sensible child waiting for his mother to greet customers. But the more he looked at his back, the more lonely he looked. The child was not a strong muscular man. When the wind blew the leaves onto him, it seemed to have its own soundtrack, snowflakes fluttering, north wind whistling. After a few glances, Xia Pura went back to the RV. She first put out the machine, then took out the AOO snowflake to watch, and took out the tablet with Tom and Jerry downloaded and put it in front of Qingche. "If you are bored, watch this and learn how to catch mice." "Well, you can't catch people if you catch mice." Chapter 316 Water Source Test. After taking good care of the little zombies, Xia Pura continued to greet the guests. The little animals were very well behaved. When they saw strangers, they returned to the RV to avoid causing trouble for Xia Pura. She brought out the lunch box machine and dumpling vending machine and placed them next to the RV. They were injured and were not suitable for eating anything else, so she placed a few meat buns that the robots had just made at the food outlet. "The food is ready, and you can go and get it if you want." There weren't many people, and she didn't need to greet them actively, so she just let them go. When Xia Pura came over, Yang Ji had just returned to the car and took out a bottle of water. He was opening it and using the water to clean the wounds of his injured companion. She brushed past Yang Ji, and she seemed to sense a familiar smell. When she struggled to search for the result in her mind, Yang Ji had already responded and went straight to the RV. Yang Ji went to buy food. So Xia Pura sat down near Qingche and said to Wei Shui, "Are you from the nearby base?" "Yes." Wei Shui gritted his teeth and endured the pain and changed his sitting position. Xia Pura didn't like beating around the bush, and said directly, "I want to find a water source nearby." "Do you know where there is a water source nearby?" "Water source? Are you looking for a water source?" Wei Shui decisively refused. "No." His tone was stiff, and his attitude suddenly changed. Even Qingqing, who was far away from the protection range of the RV business, felt it. Xia Pura had been doing business for so long. How could she not see that Wei Shui's face was clearly afraid of being seen through by her? And she subconsciously refuted in a hurry. After coming to this world, doing business has been smooth sailing. Either you encounter someone who is sneaky or cunning, or you face someone head-on. Except for those who were wary or disgusted with her from the beginning, no one can escape the influence of the affinity emanating from her aura. In theory, she just saved them in disguise. They shouldn't be so hostile to her. If it were any other time, she would definitely slowly ask questions, but now, she secretly called the system. "Can you increase the affinity aura? If you have a golden finger, you are a fool not to use it." M80, you can increase it, but it can't last too long, and the affinity aura has little effect on people with strong will. You increase it first, I try again. Affinity aura enhancement has been turned on, remaining countdown for enhancement, 30:29. Wei Shui's eyes when he looked at her had begun to change. It was a look of gradual trust. For the first time, Xia Pura really felt the practicality of the legendary charm technique. Now is not the time to be happy. The aura is only open for 30 seconds. She has to hurry. She said directly, "I'm not a bad person. I just passed by and wanted to add some water to my RV. I want to ask if there is a water source nearby." Wei Shui's eyes were distracted, and there was some hesitation in his resistance. Yes. The affinity aura can directly affect people's trust in her. Now whatever Xia Pura said, the other party would believe it. "I want to add water to my RV. Where is the water source?" "In." Wei Shui shook his head. "In, I can't say." Seeing that there was a chance, how could Xia Pura let it go? She continued to ask, "I'm not a bad person. I just saved you. I just want to know. Where is the water source?" "In the west. I bought the things." Yang Ji came over with a bunch of things he had bought, and just wanted to call Wei Shui for help, but remembered that his leg was injured, so he had to carry them over by himself. "What is the west? Tell me." His question was interrupted, and the aura of strengthening affinity gradually lost its effect. Xia Pura sighed, "What a pity. It's just that the enhanced affinity aura has failed, but the original affinity aura is still there, And Yang Ji was also affected by the enhanced affinity aura when he saw Siepuru. Siepuru said lightly, "We are talking about whether there is a water source nearby. I want to add some water to my RV." Yang Ji put the things on the table, sat down and said naturally, "Hasn't it rained frequently recently? Just take any container to hold the water. Forget about it." Siepura was screaming in her heart, "Damn rainy day." She didn't show it on her face. She still looked calm. "That's true. I'm just a little curious. We are in the south. How do you survive the extreme heat? Aren't you from the south?" Yang Ji paused. "You speak so softly and slowly. I thought you were from the base nearby." Yang Ji quickly took out 2 Rigiamo and handed one to her. Siepura waved her hand to refuse. "I sell food. You can see that I have plenty of food in my car." Yang Ji didn't force him. He was very happy at the moment. He took the Rigiamo that Siepura pushed back and ate it. "Sister." "No. Boss. I just saw that you sell water in your car. Why are you short of water?" Yang Ji handed Wei Shui a Rigiamo and told him, "Eat a Rigiamo first. And then you be full after eating some dumplings and rice." Siepura forced a smile. "That's drinkable water. I don't want to waste it. I just want to add some water from the pool to the car. So it's convenient for taking a shower." The two believed whatever she said. Under the influence of affinity, even if she said a lot of loopholes, they could make up for it by themselves. She was not in a hurry. She had just arrived. And they were right not to believe her. Water was precious in the end times. And water sources were equally precious. Water sources could be large or small. To put it in a big way, the water source she was looking for might hold the lives of all the people in the nearby bases. Siepura changed the subject. "Your companions. Those on the ground. When will they wake up?" Wei Shui said while eating. "It will probably take a while. Don't worry about them. They are not in danger. Sister, if you really need water, you can go to our Dawn base to see if you can buy some." "Yes." Yang Ji slapped his thigh and agreed. "Our base allows people from other bases to set up stalls. If you need anything and want to buy it, you can go in and buy it. And if you want to sell some food, you can consider selling it in our base. The people at our base are very nice. And there is no such thing as bullying and grabbing supplies. If you are afraid, you can apply for special protection from the base if you have so much food, or sell it directly to the base." The more Yang Ji spoke, the smaller his voice became, and he became less confident. Put yourself in his shoes. If he was the boss, he would not sell a truckload of supplies to the base, let alone anything else. The boss is new here. How can he convince the boss that the base will not seize her supplies alone? But he still wanted to do his best to fight for the people of the Dawn base. "If you want to sell something, can you consider our base?" Chapter 317 Emergency Mission. Siepura neither agreed nor refused immediately. "Does your base open the gates to welcome anyone to come in and trade?" "Yes." "Can't you sell food?" Yang Ji: "Yes, our base is open to anyone, and passers-by who want to enter the base to replenish supplies can also." Wei Shui, who had been silent, took the last bite of Rigiamo. "If the boss wants to find a water source, he probably won't be able to find it. Water is so hard to come by now. All clean water sources are controlled by the base." Yang Ji wanted to stop Wei Shui from continuing, and deliberately asked him, "Is it delicious?" "It's delicious." Wei Shui looked directly at Siepuru. "Can we buy more and take it back to the car for our families?" When he asked this, Yang Ji also looked at her, his eyes burning. There was a plea and desire in his eyes. "You can buy more. But I also have a rule here that you can't resell at a high price. If you don't share the food voluntarily, it will disappear automatically." Siepuru briefly explained this store rule. "I understand." Yang Ji's eyes flickered, but he couldn't help but say, "If you want to make more money, you can raise the price. You are selling it too cheaply." When he saw the price, he couldn't help but buy the car. Siepuru smiled. "Just sell it at this price." She mainly relies on selling food at low prices to attract customers to stay in the B&B. This small amount of points can't make her rich, but it can save many people. "I will raise the price when there is a suitable opportunity in the future. It's not like the price hasn't been rising all the time. When residents' income stabilizes, she will start the next round of price increases." The extreme heat has passed. She also found that the zombies have generally become much higher in level. The human casualty rate is expected to increase as well. Now is not the time to raise prices. "If I want to set up a stall in the base, how can I get in?" When they talked about this, they became excited. Yang Ji and Wei Shui had just opened a box of dumplings and were eating them. Now they turned around and looked at her while eating dumplings. It's easy to get into our base. Just tell the guard that you're here to set up a stall. The guard will let you in when he sees the supplies you want to sell. Wei Shui, if you want to sell food, you don't need to apply for it. The base will send someone to protect you. The base will also buy from you, and the base is very generous. It can be seen that the two are really excited. They pulled her and talked a lot, even repeating the address of the Dawn base many times, for fear that she would forget it. He also told her a lot of things to pay attention to when entering the base. At the end, he was so excited that he didn't notice that the three people on the ground woke up. What a nice smell. What are you guys talking about? Jiang Kaicheng rubbed his head and got up from the ground. He was woken up by the smell. We were talking about food. Jiang Kaicheng ignored his teammates on the ground. His legs didn't obey him. He sat on the table with his head supported. How are you? Yang Ji asked with concern. Seeing that he didn't respond, he stared at the food on the table and asked, Eat something? Okay. Eat something. Jiang Kaicheng said without thinking, and directly grabbed a dumpling and put it in his mouth. He chewed and said, It smells so good. So good. Siapura shook her head and asked Wei Shui and Yang Ji, who had just become familiar with each other. Is your companion suffering from the side effect of excessive consumption of superpowers? Or is he just not very smart? Wei Shui was not sure, and looked at Jiang Kaicheng and said, Is he hungry for a long time? Or is he starving because he consumed too much superpowers? It was a bit funny. Siapura pursed her lips to hold back her laughter. He didn't seem to hear what we were saying. Wei Shui said loudly, Old Jiang. Old Jiang. Jiang Kaicheng took 2 more dumplings in his hand. He was interrupted by his loud voice. What? Are you okay? Jiang Kaicheng was a little aggrieved in his dull expression. Not bad, but I want to eat Rigiamo too. When he woke up, he saw Yang Ji taking the last bite of Rigiamo. It seemed that the aroma of the braised meat in the Rigiamo woke him up. Go buy it yourself over there. It's not expensive. Yang Ji didn't want to serve him. Jiang Kaicheng stood up with a few scrambles and went straight to the direction Yang Ji said. Looking at Jiang Kaicheng's back, Yang Ji shouted, Don't buy too much. Just buy enough for now. And we buy more before we go back. Got it. Do you think he is a child? Even if he wants to buy more, he has to have money. When Jiang Kaicheng saw the price list, all his thoughts were thrown out of his mind. He took out 5 crystal cores directly and bought 10 Rigiamo alone. Yang Ji saw that he was still carrying a bunch of things back to the table. The table in front of them was almost full, and he was not surprised at all. It would be strange if they could not bear to buy more after seeing the price. They had never quit drugs, and they could not bear it at all. Yang Ji sighed, stood up, and pulled the table next to him to join together. Before joining the tables, he did not forget to ask Siapura for her opinion. Boss, there is no one else here. Can I join the 2 tables together? No problem. Siapura made an okay gesture. Wei Shui looked at Qinche, who was far away, and whispered, Boss, is that your boyfriend outside? What did he do wrong to make him stay so far away? Anyway, it was just a chance meeting. Siapura was too lazy to explain. He has a bad temper. You don't have to worry about him. At the end, he gave one more reminder. If you meet him outside, you have to stay away from him. He has mania. Is that so? It's hard for you, boss. The 3 awake people looked at her with some pity in their eyes. In this world, if you meet a man and a woman outside, they will assume that they are a couple. Siapura is not the kind of person who likes to care about such things, nor does she like to explain. The more she talks, the more irritated she becomes. Yang Ji, Wei Shui, Jiang Kaicheng are all envious. I see that he is fair and clean, and it is obvious that he is well pampered by his boss. Envy! He has mania but still sticks with her, and he is well pampered. If they take care of themselves, they may meet a rich lady with material things, and they don't have to work hard, no matter how much they thought. The 3 of them came out of their beautiful fantasy in a few seconds. The 2 people lying on the ground gradually woke up. It was getting late. After they woke up, the 5 of them bought a car of food and drove away. Before leaving, she reluctantly asked her to consider their Dawn base first if she set up a stall. After the people left, Siapura tidied up the tables and chairs, while she was still thinking about what to do with Qinche. The zombie. The system prompt sounded. Ding! Urgent task is now assigned. Enter the Dawn base to set up a stall and sell food to 10,000 people. Current task progress 0/10,000. Chapter 318 Huge reward. Task completion reward. Water vending machine *100, food vending machine *50. You can choose the food you want to sell. Siapuro was stunned. No, are you sure you are serious about this task? Is there an extra zero in this number? She clicked on the task panel to check, and then went back, confirmed it 3 times, and it was indeed this number. The extreme heat has passed, and you didn't provide the water vending machine a long time ago, and now it's raining every day, and you remember it? M80, thin and helpless. Does the sales from the vending machine count as reception? What counts is the number of new guests who register their personal information at the B&B. Then she understood. She still wanted the reward, even if she was scolded. Now she didn't have to worry about chinche arrangements. She took out 6 cans of food from the space, and found a thick canvas bag. Chinche, I have something to do, and I have to leave. You can hang this bag on you and carry it with you. When you are hungry, take out the cans and eat them. Don't eat people. She put the things she had prepared in the bag, and took out a few bottles of water, twisted them open, and dripped some spiritual spring water into them. You have nothing to do anyway, so go and help me find a water source. It tastes a bit like the one in this mineral water bottle. If you find it, I will reward you with a lot of canned meat. Chinche mouth curled up. Sister, give him something delicious. Sister is the first human being who treats him well. I come to see you tomorrow, or the day after tomorrow. Siapuro continued to talk. If I see you eating people, I will definitely kill you. System. Can you mark Chinche location? Yes. But it can only show locations within a certain range from the host. Mark. Siapuro looked at Chinche from a distance. Don't go too far from here. Okay. If you leave, I won't be able to find you. And you won't be able to eat canned food. Chinche finally hung the canvas bag on his head, looking a little silly. I know. I won't leave. Siapuro didn't expect him to remember too much. So she packed up and prepared to go to the base today. She had to personally receive tens of thousands of people. The workload was not small, and the reward was very tempting. She had to get it. If she took over this base, she might be able to upgrade. That would be a steady stream of people and wealth. She couldn't wait to get to the base and complete the mission. After packing up, she took a last look at Chinche. Are you sure you've marked it? It was so hard to find a zombie that could talk. We couldn't lose it. M80, marked. With a foot on the accelerator, the RV drove out of Chinche's sight. In the rearview mirror, she lowered her head, and didn't know how much she could understand. After getting in the car, Siapuro took a shower first, and let the RV drive slowly. When she finished her shower and dried her hair, the RV had arrived outside the Dawn base. She was still not in a hurry. She slowly fed herself first, chewed her food slowly, and finished it before she had the strength to work. After eating, she stood up her already dry hair, and combed her bangs up to reveal her smooth forehead. She found an entrance and exit of the Dawn base at random, sat in the co-pilot seat, lowered the window, and said to the guard who was walking over, I'm here to trade. Excuse me. Where can I sell things? The guard came alone, wearing a straw hat, revealing a pair of eyes. Seeing that she was a young and beautiful girl, he did not look down on her, and responded with the same courtesy. Hello. Please fill out the form first. The guard added, make it light, as long as it is legible. Siapuro nodded, taking the form and pencil handed over by the guard. The words on the form were handwritten, and it was obvious that it had been used many times. The eraser had been rubbed on the paper countless times. The form was very simple. It basically required filling in which base you came from, why you came to the Dawn base, and your name, ability, and ability level. She also filled in the form obediently without asking for special treatment. She filled in all the basic information first. When it came to the ability level, she carefully filled in the wood ability, not wanting to be bothered by the blind, nor to feel the enthusiasm of the base leadership. She only wrote down level 4. Then she came to the column of items she wanted to trade after entering the base. There was an option with buy and sell. She chose to sell, and then checked the types of food she wanted to sell. She ticked the food with the least traces. The information was basically filled in here, and she handed the form and pencil back to the guard. Thank you for your cooperation. The guard was still thinking. It's been a long time since I met someone with such a good temper and who cooperated so well. The superpowers he had met before were all too much, and they all wanted him to kneel down and serve them. When he was guessing whether the young girl was an ordinary person or a superpower, he first saw the most conspicuous column for selling food. Are you here to sell food? Siapura replied, yes. Do I need to apply for protection from the base? Protection for those who come to the base to sell food. No need to collect crystal cores. How much do you want to sell? The base will decide how many people to send out based on the materials you need to sell. Siapura frowned and thought, this base looks quite formal, and it can give a privilege to people who come to sell food. But she still didn't want to make trouble, so she said, no need for protection, I have a lot of things to sell if possible. Just a few people to maintain order. Okay, can you please drive the car to the side first? I will report to my superior right away, and I will leave a seat for you when the people arrive. Okay. She had nothing to say, and it was all done by cooperating with others. He drove the car to the side, and the guard ran to report to his superior with the form. When he came back, he talked to her with a smile on his face. Girl, you can't have all the supplies in your car. Right? Siapura also smiled. Almost, this is all my belongings. The people around must have known from the uncle that she was here to sell food. And they kept looking over here, their eyes full of envy. It was rare for someone to come to the base to sell food. But unfortunately, they had to be on duty and couldn't buy. So they could only watch. The uncle must have been sent by the higher-ups to stabilize her as the food seller. And he kept talking to her. The weather was not hot after the rain. And it was a little cool. The uncle didn't feel anything special about the RV. And just thought she was just an ordinary person who came to the base to trade. Can I ask what you're selling? Siapura smiled with her white teeth. Bottled water, Rigiamo, dumplings and boxed lunches. Seeing that they were envious but didn't dare to say anything, Siapura took the initiative to say, Uncle, since I haven't gone in yet, do you want to buy some food first? The uncle was tempted but hesitant. Isn't this bad? If you run out of things, how can you sell things after a while? Chapter 319 Delicious food that you can imagine just by thinking about it. I have a lot. And I'm afraid I can't sell it all. Siapura hinted to the uncle that he had a lot of food in his car. Do you want it? Yes. 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 In front of the food, the uncle gritted his teeth, just thinking about buying less. He didn't even ask what kind of meat filling it was, for fear that someone would come up and he wouldn't be able to buy it. He directly took out 5 first-level crystal cores and gave them to Siapura. Sister, I don't have too many crystal cores on me. Just give me what you can exchange for these. Okay, you wait. Siapura looked at the 5 crystal cores and fell silent. It was inconvenient for her to let the uncle take them to the points exchanger to exchange them in the RV, so she directly exchanged the crystal cores for points and put them into the uncle's account. She crawled from the cab into the RV and packed everything. She packed 10 boxes of lunch boxes, 5 steamed dumplings, and 5 fried dumplings, which cost 20 points each. A total of 400 points were spent. There were still 100 points left. It had just rained, so there should be no shortage of water. She did not pack water. Rigiamo is worth 20 points per serving. And I assembled 5 of them, which just used up all my 500 points. It was inappropriate for Siapura to hand out the 3 big bags of stuff from the car window. So she opened the door. When the door opened, she saw the old man pacing in front of her car, not knowing whether he was anxious or excited. Uncle, give me the things you want. Siapura raised the bag in her hand to him, smiling as she waited for him to take it. Which one is mine? All of them are yours. Siapura felt that the bag was hurting her hand. Uncle, come and give me a hand. The uncle stepped forward immediately. But his hands and feet seemed to have just been assembled, as if he was unfamiliar with her. He took the plastic bag from her hand with his hands and feet. His face was full of disbelief. And he murmured, These are all mine. All of them are yours. Take it. This bag is dumplings. She explained clearly what was in each bag. Siapura closed the car door and sat back in the driver's seat. The weight was all in the uncle's hands. It was not heavy, but it felt heavy. Did you make a mistake? I only gave you 5 crystal cores. The uncle chased her to the car window and asked her. No. I have always sold them at this price. But you can't resell them. Siapura recited the relevant store rules again. Okay. The uncle held the things in his hand with mixed feelings. At this time, the people arranged by the base to maintain order for her came over. The visitors were 4 men in their 20s. They looked gentle and had slightly tanned skin. They wore white uniforms, and looked very energetic. "Hello, you are going to sell food inside, right?" "Yes." The leading man. "Hello, my name is Chung Ju. You choose to sell food in our base. I will be fully responsible for the process." Siapuro said word by word, "Okay." Chung Ju looked at the uncle with the bags in his hands. "What are you doing?" Siapuro acted unhappy. "This is the food I just sold to the uncle. Anyway, I'm here to sell food. You won't even control who I sell the food to, right?" "No." Chung Ju stood in front of her, representing the attitude of the Dawn base. He didn't dare to offend her, regardless of her status as a high-level psychic, or the fact that she had so much food in her hands. "I still have a lot of food supplies, and it won't affect the sale of food." Siapura finished typing and added another sentence. "Chung Ju, we won't ask who you sell the food to. If you have a lot of food, you can sell it to the base first if you want." Siapura shook her head. She didn't want to. If she could just be a supplier, why would she have to run to each base so hard? System tasks always have their reasons. Only when she came to this base and set up her own stall could she ensure that the food was sold to ordinary people at a fair price. Who knows what the base will do with her supplies? Anyway, she doesn't dare to gamble on human greed and chance. "My supplies are for selling cooked food. Even if I sell them to the base cannot hoard them. And my rule is that I can't increase the price and resell them to others." What kind of weird rule is this? Isn't it enough to sell them? Why do you have to care about this? But all the superpowers are like this, no. It should be said that those who have the ability, all the capable people are like this. Since the girl in front of him has the ability to get so many supplies, his task is to bring her in first. No matter what she asked for, the benefits would be implemented in their base. Chung Ju promised, "I will tell the base." "Can we go in?" Siapuro was getting impatient. "Of course. I will lead the way in front, and you just drive behind," Chung Ju said, and took the other 3 people to the base office car, driving in front to clear the way for Siapuro RV. After they left, the uncle did not go to work. Happily distributed a box of dumplings to his colleague, who was also guarding the gate. And then he left work early to go home to his wife and children. The people at the Dawn base didn't know what was going on, and they subconsciously gave way to the base's vehicles. Siapuro drove smoothly along the way. Then she entered the base gate and turned right near the wall. Food stalls are usually very popular. Chung Ju chose a stall with its back against the wall and cleared a large area for Siapuro RV to park. With its back against the base wall, those who were responsible for maintaining order only had to take care of one side, which was very convenient for both parties. Such a large-scale road clearing was not common at the Dawn base. But whenever it was, they knew that this stall must be selling food. As usual, after Siapuro parked the RV, they began to queue up consciously, and they squeezed their heads to be the first in line. "Quickly queue up. It's over, I'm so far behind. There are 52, 53. Oh my god, there are almost 60 people in front of me. It seems that I won't be able to grab food this time." Don't be so discouraged. You see how nice the cars driven by the people who came this time are, so shiny. It's possible that the cars are full of supplies. God bless you. I hope what you said is true. I don't know what you're selling this time. I wish it was instant noodles. I haven't eaten instant noodles for a long time. Nowadays, instant noodles don't taste good anymore. Don't you think about it? It's been almost 4 years since the end of the world. The shelf life of instant noodles is only 9 months, and the instant noodles nowadays have become damp and soft and have no taste. Maybe the extreme heat dried the noodles? Besides, even if the instant noodles don't taste good, it's better than having nothing to eat. Right? No matter what you pair the instant noodle soup with, even if you just drink a mouthful, it's good. You win. When the two of them said this, they were drooling just thinking about the taste of the instant noodles. I didn't dare to hope that I could eat it. I wish I could dream about it tonight. Chapter 320, You Are Not Alone. As they thought about it, they really smelled the aroma of meat. Mangdai opened her eyes, sniffed. How come I am hallucinating just by thinking about it? I seem to smell something. But it's not the smell of instant noodles. It's more like meat? You are not alone. Mangdai, who are you scolding? I mean, I smell it too. The weather was unpredictable. Siapuro put up the awning that came with the RV and spread it out. The moment the RV started, the smell of kai and the others busy in the kitchen spread out. Siapuro waved to Chung Ju, who was maintaining order in the front. I have 3 vending machines to put out. Please make room for a few more. Are there a lot of things? Chung-ju thought that if there were not many things, he could just move the things out of the vending machines. It's not that he didn't want to bother, but it would be sold out in a few minutes. Siapuru said nothing, and took him to the place in front of the RV where she had just put the things. Do you have the crystal core? How about you buy something first? Chung-ju had wanted to do this for a long time, and said nothing more, and took out the crystal core swiftly. Siapuru taught him to exchange the crystal core. What do you want to buy? Chung-ju took away the fried dumplings he had been eyeing for a long time. No. This can't be automatically restocked. Siapuru tried. How about you buy a bottle of water or something? Anyway, it's only 1 point. Chung-ju took the water away directly. The next moment he took the water away, he saw another bottle of water automatically appear in the empty space. His eyes widened, as if he had seen a ghost. No wonder. No wonder he felt that her stall equipment was so professional at the first sight. It turned out that she was really professional. Chung-ju, boss. Don't worry about anything, I take care of the next things. Is it okay to start selling in 10 minutes? Ruzi is teachable, Siapuru nodded. Chung-ju immediately organized people to ask a man, who was still selling things nearby, to change his stall. Siapuru watched from a distance in the car, guessing what benefits Chung-ju gave to that man, so that he actually closed his stall obediently. After the stall was closed, a large space was vacated, more than enough to put 3 vending machines, and there was enough space for the queue. Chung-ju used the walkie-talkie he carried with him to tell the upper management about the basic situation here, and the base said that 10 more people would be added to maintain order. The intercom was so loud that Siapuru could hear it clearly from a long distance. She suppressed the urge to say that no one could cause trouble within the RV, and sat down. Let the base do whatever they want, as long as they don't threaten her. It doesn't matter. She went to the kitchen and asked the robots to speed up. Only Rigiamo was sold in the RV, and they only packed Rigiamo. Before leaving, she made some side dishes while she was working in the kitchen, and vegetables like lettuce and carrots could be sandwiched in. There are also the Orleans chicken steak, which is called junk food, and the fried bean curd, which can be put into the Rigiamo. This kind of Rigiamo is not authentic. The main purpose is to enrich the taste for everyone. After all, it is not a homestay. I don't know how many people in the base can eat green leaves. She tried her best to let Xiaoxiao put some of the Rigiamo, and the amount of meat was reduced so that everything else could be put in. Check the task progress. Current task progress. 2/10,000 Siapuru brought out the store rules. On the blackboard, only the price of Rigiamo was displayed, and the types of vegetables contained in Rigiamo were listed one by one, and each person was limited to buying 10. There was no choice, and even if you wanted to add something, you couldn't do anything. Chung-ju and several staff members, who maintained order, quickly finished the box of dumplings and came over. Siapuru could vaguely guess what he wanted to do, so she stood up and talked to him. Boss, we have staff members still working at the base. We want to order a batch from you. Please take a look. No problem. But you know the rules of the store, right? Siapuru took down the small blackboard with the store rules in front of her and gave it to Chung-ju to read. Chung-ju read it carefully. I understand. The base will purchase it with funds and distribute it to the staff members of the base. Is this okay? No problem. As long as it is not a manipulation of the concept. Siapuru had already reminded them that if they secretly manipulated the supplies and made them disappear, it would not be her fault. This was the first time that Chung-ju was so undecided about food, and he could only ask her opinion. How many portions can you prepare? We have quite a few people. You guys go down and count the number of people first, and just buy the right amount. If nothing goes wrong, I will come here to set up a stall tomorrow and the day after tomorrow. Okay. I go down and ask my superiors. Chung-ju was very respectful to Siapuru at this moment, and he was even more afraid to offend her than the head of their base. Are you done yet? I've been waiting for a long time. That's right. Isn't she here to sell things? Why are you stopping her from selling? Will the base even control our private transactions? Will the base make things difficult for the boss and not let her sell the supplies? It seems to me. The guy in the base uniform just now went over and said something to the boss. The girl was smiling just now, but now she's not smiling after she finished talking. What is the base doing? It's so hard to get a food seller here. Don't let him get angry and leave. M80 conveyed the discussion in front of the dining car to Siapuru. She curled her lips. Have you noticed? The base that treats the people well will be very united. if the base is not good to the people, they will also be very united and want to escape. But if the base is good to the people, if there is any small disturbance in the base, they will be very anxious. M80 discovered it a long time ago. It attributed all this to human nature. After hearing the host mention this, it also asked curiously, "Host, why do you think it is?" "No reason, I don't know, haha." All the small animals in the car were transferred to the space. Before she started to work, she had to prepare their meals. When counting the cans, she found that the cans were consumed very quickly. She raised a lot, and they ate a lot. Although she drew so many, now a quarter of them have been destroyed. 10 minutes passed quickly. Chungju came back from reporting, and comforted the people in line in front. She went out to check the 3 machines for the last time, and set a purchase limit, but it was only 5 per person. She told the person guarding the machine next to her, "If anyone damages the machine, remember to tell me." Chapter 321. A strong existence both inside and outside. The quality of each place will be uneven. It would be best if there were no troublemakers. If there were, she had to prepare for the worst. Chungju was sweating profusely from being squeezed, but he was still patiently explaining to the crowd in front. "The sale will start soon. The boss needs some time to prepare. Please be patient and wait." Siapuru smiled sweetly, got on the car, put on her apron and said to the front, "The sale can start now. Please line up in an orderly manner. Don't squeeze. Everyone can buy it." Following her order, everyone felt that the already strong meaty aroma in the air became even stronger, and every breath was a painful and joyful torture for them. The people in the first row excitedly stepped forward, and Chungju was responsible for managing their exchange of crystal cores for points. After exchanging points, they came to Siapu row. The price of row GIMO was also written on the side of the machine for exchanging crystal cores, and the unified retail price was 20 points each. As for the vending machine, it was already possible to put the crystal core directly on the vending machine and automatically convert it into points. Those who are queuing at the vending machine do not need to exchange their crystal cores. The first person who came to Siapura wiped his non-existent saliva and saw the blackboard clearly, which he had not been able to see clearly just now. "I just exchanged 2 crystal cores. I want 10 Rigiamo." Siapura guessed that there should be many people who would buy the upper limit of Rigiamo and handed over the pre-packed bag. "Your 10 Rigiamo are all packed." Thank you." The people in the queue didn't expect that Siapuru, a high-level psychic, would be so kind to a second-level psychic like him, and even called him you, as if they had returned to the long-ago time when everyone was polite. Next, the next one also ordered 10 Rigiamo, and everyone went in and out quickly, carrying a full bag and retreating. The team was in order, and the speed of advancement was slightly faster than that of the vending machine. Most of the people in the Dawn base gathered here, and it was very lively with people coming and going. No one was picky about what to eat. The people who bought food in the front left and took it home to eat. There were still people coming in from behind. The people who came in from behind would line up wherever the line was shorter. Anyway, they all had the same price of 20 points each. If they bought too much, they could exchange it with strangers on the street. Chungju was so busy that he was going crazy. It was the first time he had seen such a scene, except when it was extremely hot, and he needed to distribute water at that time. Everyone was afraid of heat stroke, so the base sent people to come in batches. The situation is even worse now than it was then. The first time, there were 4 of them. The second time, he asked his superiors for 10 people. Later, he reported to the base, and the base sent another 20 people to maintain order. Now, it seems that it is not enough. The people are not chaotic, but orderly. It will take time for them to teach people how to exchange crystal cores, and the task is not easy. Siapura large material warehouse came suddenly, and the people at the Dawn base were not prepared at all, and they were in a mess. Seeing that she really had so many unlimited supplies, the base was not in a hurry to send people to get the supplies, and asked her to sell the food to some people first. This street was almost paralyzed. People from other bases came to the Dawn base to trade. Now they didn't even set up stalls, packed up their things and lined up to buy food. Some smart merchants did this. At this time, they had already finished the line for Rigiamo, and didn't continue to line up in other lines. They packed up the things they brought and left. After leaving the Dawn base, they returned to their own base. There are 2 other bases close to the Dawn base, namely the Eclipse base and the Shungtian base. The Dawn base is the largest of the 3 bases. The other two bases are all private bases, with the Dawn base as the leader. It is worth mentioning that the three bases are different from other bases. They are close, but will not hurt each other. Long before the extreme heat, the three bases signed a contract of coexistence and death. The three bases have always lived in harmony. So the bases were open to allow outsiders to enter and trade at will. Just as Siapura thought. The weather in the south was even hotter than where Siapura was when it was extremely hot. Fortunately, their three bases had built basements early, and they hid in them with their people. The team that went out also found the mysterious water source. So all the people here were saved. Water alone was not enough. And they were very grateful to the country for providing important supplies such as rice, flour, and sugar to their private base. If they didn't have those survival supplies, they would not be able to survive even if they had water and could avoid the heat. The line for Rujiamo finally reached Imengdai. She excitedly exchanged 2 portions of rice and 2 portions of dumplings with passers-by before she closed her stall and returned to Shuntian base contentedly. Yes, she was one of those people who came to Liming base to trade for a long time. Imengdai swaggered with the food she exchanged. As soon as she entered Shuntian base, she shouted, "Let's go to Liming base to buy food. There's a beautiful girl in the base over there. There are so many supplies and food for sale." The whole crowd at the gate of Shuntian base was in an uproar, and even the wind seemed to stop blowing. Immersed in joy, Imengdai didn't feel awkward at all. She even added, "1 crystal core can buy 5 servings of food, and they are all hot. I just bought them. If you go too late, they might leave." A group of people quickly came forward and surrounded Imengdai. After all, the wind came back to life, blowing on Imengdai's body, and spreading the smell of the food she was holding. "What are you doing? You're not going." Imengdai was confused. "What are you doing around her? You guys are not trying to rob me, are you? I'm not someone you can easily mess with," Imengdai said. And then she showed off her strength as a 4th-level supernatural person. Ding Ding, who was running in the front, was facing Imengdai, and her legs softened a little when she glared at him. "Sister, don't glare at me. I just want to ask if what you said is true. Besides, with your body, we can't bully you no matter who you bully." Imengdai is quite different from her name. Although she is called Mengdai, which is a delicate name, she is a strong woman with a height of 178 and a weight of 160. She has the most developed muscles on her body. When she was a child, she grew taller no matter what she ate and drank. At the end of the world, she awakened the most aggressive fire ability. She has always lived the life of a superior person in the base. Whether she goes out to do missions or forms a team to hunt zombies and animals, she is a good hand. She has to choose the many people who want to form a team with her. People's respect for the strong is not gender-specific, and Imengdai is the one who is strong both inside and outside. Chapter 322 let you starve to death. She was also lucky. Before the extreme heat came, she hunted a fat pig weighing several hundred kilograms. It was edible, but the meat was fishy and hard to chew. She endured the nausea and made the meat into jerky. The air was dry during the extreme heat, and she would secretly take the jerky out to dry and disinfect it every day. She survived by eating the fishy jerky every day, and her muscles were preserved. Fortunately, she would sell some tissues from the mutant beasts she had hunted before. Otherwise she might not be able to eat this meat bun that was bigger than a bowl. "What's wrong with my outfit?" Imengdai stared at him, as if she would put her hand on his face if he said one more word. "Who dares not to believe you with your outfit? I go to the Dawn base to take a look now." Ding Ding found a chance and ran away. The rest of the people still surrounded her. Someone asked if it was true or not, which made Imengdai impatient. "You can go or not. Do I have to lie to you? Is it fun to lie to you?" Imengdai walked forward while protecting the food, cursing, "A bunch of idiots. Don't you think about what's there to lie about in the end of the world? It's faster for me to go and kill a few more zombies than to lie to you. What can I cheat you out of? You think I can cheat you out of your pension? You're poorer than me, and you still think I can cheat people. You can starve to death, you idiots." Imengdai has a good temper when no one messes with her, but if someone says something she doesn't like, she will explode at the slightest touch. Everyone looked at her back as she cursed, and they all dispersed within half a minute. Maybe they just deserve to be scolded, because when someone recommends something to them, they would suspect that there is a trap, and what the person who recommends something to them wants from them. But if the other party turned hostile and cursed, they would 99.99% believe that what she recommended was real. Some people ran to the gate, some ran back. And those who didn't know what was going on asked those who ran back what they were doing. That person just said, "Let your family go with you to have a look if it's fake. You won't suffer any loss. If it's real, you won't suffer any loss." When everyone heard this, they went home to get help. The Eclipse base was in the same situation, but the people who went back first didn't have as much impact as Yimengdai. When most of the people from Shitian base ran to Liming base, people from Eclipse base reacted and lined up. People from the two small bases next to them kept pouring into Liming base. The number only increased and never decreased. The entire base was full of people, lining up in circles around the base. That's it. People almost lined up to the gate of the base. This was a grand occasion that had never been seen before. The top leaders of the three bases were all alarmed and came to Liming base. They sat together and were interrupted by Chengju before they could say a few words. "The food I bought from the great dining car." After saying this, Chengju hurried back. The base commanders and senior executives of the three bases looked at each other in bewilderment. No one could resist the temptation of the hot food. The base commander of the Dawn base spoke first. "How about we eat together first? It's not too late to discuss it after we finish eating." In fact, he couldn't help himself. The base commander of the Eclipse base, "Then, eat something?" The base commander of the Shuntian base, "Eat something, eat something." The variety and fillings of dumplings alone shocked them. Even the hot rice, which is the most irresistible for Southerners, has several side dishes. Fortunately, Chengju brought a lot, and there was just enough meat sandwiches for everyone. Chinese people don't pay attention to separate meals. Those who want to eat rice can divide the rice into portions, put the dishes and dumplings in the middle, and eat them all with chopsticks. After the meal, the leaders and senior executives rubbed their stomachs and chatted with each other. "I haven't eaten so well for a long time. I heard that the stall owner is a girl. How can I keep her here?" It's always right to say that it's easier to talk after a full stomach, and now their conversation is calm and Buddhist. If you want to keep a woman heart, you have to keep her stomach. But she has kept my stomach, so I want to keep a woman. The base commander of Xingtian base sat slumped. "How about I let her be the base commander?" The base commander still has to work, and the food is not good. If he works with her, he can eat well. The crystal cores he has saved are enough for him to support his family for the rest of his life. The most important thing is that being a base commander requires a lot of work. I thought it was a good life for the base commander. But in fact, whoever is the base commander will understand. "Here, give yours to her." The base commander of the Eclipse base wanted to lie on the chair, so that his stomach could feel better. "One is not enough. Let her be the base commander, and we can live together in retirement. If we can find a fish pond, we can go fishing together." The base commander of Shuntian base, "You are dreaming fishing. Do I look like a fish?" After the three base commanders signed the coexistence agreement, they often visited each other. After their relationship improved, they could even joke with each other. The base commander of Liming base, "Be serious, stop joking. Why do they want our base? They also provide food and drink. Who would be stupid to want it?" The Eclipse base was unhappy. What if she gets tired of the good life and wants to be the base commander? Hurry up and think about what bargaining chips we have that can keep people here. Base Commander Liming, "I have thought of one. We don't know her. If she, we will be in great risk." Base Commander Eclipse, "What's the big risk? There are so many lives at stake. As long as we can keep people here, we can use anything." "Brother, you mean, give away the water source?" Base Commander Shitian immediately understood what bargaining chips he was talking about. "It's raining everywhere now. How can she be short of water?" The Eclipse base commander sat up straight, said seriously, "That's not ordinary water." The more they talked, the more the three base commanders felt that it was feasible. This matter was of great importance, and they couldn't make a decision so hastily. The three of them looked at the senior leaders of each base who were sitting in a circle. "What do you think?" Most of the senior leaders of each base supported it, and there was almost no opposition. "That water is magical, but compared to having normal food every day, I think food is more important. If she can eat enough, her physical fitness will definitely improve. And the things she can get from this are immeasurable. I support exchanging water sources." "I support that. 2. The head of the Dawn base remained calm. "What if she doesn't want to?" "Keep increasing the stakes. Give her a crystal core. Isn't she here to set up a stall? Why else if not for the crystal core? Have you ever thought that her equipment is so professional? And it's obvious that this is not her first time setting up a stall. Why didn't the last base where she set up a stall keep her? Chapter 323 I'm so envious. I want it so badly. Could she be here to find someone? Anyway, we accept whatever conditions she offers, and stay as long as we can. We can't force it. She has the ability to get so much food and protect it, and she herself is a high-level psychic. And we can't afford to offend her. We definitely won't force it. We give her whatever she wants, and if we can't give it, we find a way, and we won't offend her anyway. The three influential people in the base were in one room, each expressing their own opinions, thinking about what bargaining chips could keep Siepuru. At this moment, Siepuru was very busy, and she would occasionally check the task progress on the panel. Current task progress, 6987/10,000. Everyone who came to her almost took something and left, and we have to count the number of people registered at the 3 vending machines next door, and that's just a few. Are you sure you didn't count wrong? Why do I feel like I've sacrificed half my life? Siepuru had to pee again, and was now hiding in the toilet rubbing her waist. She was so tired, and wanted to cry. The RV was so small, there was no room for another person if she stood alone, and she couldn't hire anyone. Can I hire someone? I lie down next to you, and rest for a while. Host, they were so dirty, that I don't know how long they hadn't showered. We should be conscientious in doing business. And you can't enter the RV without the temporary employee status granted by the system or without a special mission. Then I have no choice. I can only hold on for half an hour at most before I lie down. There are so many people repeating the same action for a long time. Her hands will cramp. This is not like the other bases before, where she occasionally went to the back to cook. But now she can't rest for a moment. After resting for a while, she stood in front of the dining car again. At present, there are the most people queuing to buy food. And the most cost-effective thing for 20 points is to buy rice and dumplings. Rigiamo is also cost-effective, but it is relatively less attractive to friends in the south. Chungju, I will have to take a break in half an hour at most. You arrange and organize it. Chungju held a can of Coke that he bought by cutting in line. He was sweating so much that he didn't even have time to wipe it off. When he heard Siepuru words, it was as if he heard bad news. Evacuate the crowd. So many people. What a huge workload. Chungju remembered that the base commander had asked her to try to meet any requests, and it was really hard for a girl to work non-stop for so long without taking a break. He gritted his teeth and agreed, okay. No problem. Siepuru was so busy that she didn't even look at Chungju. Chungju finished his Coke in one breath and was communicating with the staff at the base. When they arrived at the position where they had queued for about half an hour. You can leave now. The boss won't sell any more in a while. Let's all leave now. I've been queuing for a long time. I've been queuing for 2 hours from Area A. You're telling me to leave now? Don't leave now. I've been queuing from another base. Don't be so cruel to me. Will it be closed tomorrow? If it is open tomorrow, I will wait here until tomorrow. Everyone who can get here has waited in line for a long time. It is impossible that they don't have complaints. Everyone complained, and Chungju couldn't hear it all. It was like chanting. The boss said, she is going to rest. It's not that I don't want you to wait any longer, it's just that there is no point in waiting. Passerby, it makes sense. I am willing to queue. As long as I can eat, I am happy to wait. Siepuru guessed that this situation would happen. While the shoveling was still going on, she held a loudspeaker and shouted, those in the queue behind please cooperate with the staff. You can go to the self-service vending machine next door to queue up. I want to rest. Don't make things difficult for the staff, or I won't come tomorrow. It was a very childish remark, which was also threatening. But it worked. Siepuru words made the people around Chungju quickly disperse, and they all rushed to queue up at the self-service vending machine next door. I thought I would have to talk some more. Siepuru didn't expect that her words would have such a great power. The crowd dispersed, and had to line up again from the beginning. They ran all the way to the gate of the Dawn base, and then ran to Area A, and happened to meet Wei Shui Yongji and Jiang Kaicheng who had just returned to the base. The three of them had just parked their car, and were about to walk home, and saw so many people lining up in such a long line, and they couldn't help but stop people to ask. What happened? Is this the base distributing water or something? Why are there so many people queuing up? A food truck has arrived, there are a lot of food for sale, and people are queuing up. How funny, you're still asking. Isn't the food truck packaging bag in your hand? Are you kidding me? Jiang Kaicheng, could it be the boss we met? Yongji crossed his arms. Didn't you get the answer? If it wasn't the boss, How could there be food in the same packaging? Wei Shui thought while holding the bag. We ran back after leaving the boss? She was faster than us? She has an automatic restocking machine. Isn't it a piece of cake that her car is faster than ours? Yang Ji was disdainful. I envy you so much. I want it so much. Want it? Even if I want it, it's not yours. Let's go home. We bought so much, and we didn't have to squeeze. We made a profit. Yes. Let's go home. I want to eat until I'm full. Until I can't move when I lie down. That's happiness. Wei Shui and Jiang Kaicheng walked towards home. But Yang Ji didn't think so. You guys go back first. I still have things to do. Yang Ji is just a commoner. His ability level is not very high, and his family has no connections with senior leaders. It is difficult to pass the message to the leaders of the base, so he can only come to the bottom of the office building and let the people below pass it on. Unexpectedly, he came at the right time. He was the first one to talk about the stall owner, and before he left the office building, the message was passed up, and the leader who happened to be in a meeting upstairs called him up directly. Yang Ji sat down under the watchful eyes of the leaders. Still confused, Liming Base Chief asked directly, "You just sent a message saying you have information about the boss?" Yang Ji was worried that the matter would be spread indiscriminately, so when he asked the person to send the message, he only said information about the stall owner, and it was for this reason that the base chief asked him to bring someone up. Yes, I have relevant information. Yang Ji thought that if he could help the stall owner, he would help, but he was also worried that he would be implicated. So he said, I only said what I know, and if it is wrong, it has nothing to do with me. Okay, you tell me. We will judge for ourselves based on what you tell us. Yang Ji breathed a sigh of relief. We met him when we left the base this afternoon. Then Yang Ji recounted the whole process of meeting the boss. She said, she just wanted to find a water source to add some water to the RV, but I think she might be looking for the water in that place. Chapter 324. Convenience of Position. A senior member of a certain base. Did you feel from her words that she didn't know that place? Yang Ji answered truthfully, No, I don't know. I just want her to stay, so I came to inform the base of this. I don't need to lie. Liming. The base commander, we know you didn't lie. We all hope that the base will be good. We hope that we can keep her. Everyone's starting point is the same. No. You said there was a man with her? The head of Shutian base caught another key point. Yes. That man was very handsome. With very fair skin. And looked like he was supported by her. Except that he was a little dirty. I think he might have upset the boss and had a quarrel. So he was so far away. The head of the base asked, Just what you think? There is nothing else practical? Yang Ji remembered clearly. The man was very far away from the boss. Farther away than strangers like us. It's probably just a quarrel. Is there anything else special? Think about it again. The base continued to ask, hoping to dig out more useful information. Yang Ji, nothing else. I think the boss is only interested in the water. If the boss only wanted water, we would give it to him, but there is a man with her, and now the man is not with her. What's going on? The base is unwilling to miss any small details, and the top leaders of the base are still discussing this point. Before, I was thinking that maybe she came to the base to look for someone, but now, no. It's absolutely wrong. Maybe the boss came to look for someone, and the man got upset with her after knowing it. Hey, you're right, it does make sense. The base was about to discuss it again. The head of the base, Liming, cleared his throat. Let's discuss it again. Thank you for the information you provided to the base. Next time your team goes on a mission, you can come and get 2 more bottles of special water. Thank you, base commander. I go back first. Yang Ji finished his words, and it was meaningless to stay, so he stood up and left. As soon as the door closed, he hadn't walked far, but after he left, he heard a fierce argument in the room that had been quiet just now. Eclipse base commander, I said that water would be useful. Can we go find her now? This was a serious matter, and Dawn base commander decided, let's vote. 3 bases, plus the top leaders of each base were all there. Voting was undoubtedly the best decision. In the face of the temptation of unlimited supplies, water, no matter how magical it is, cannot fill the stomach. There is no doubt about this matter. And it was decided. The crowd dispersed. But not completely. Siepura called Chung Ju to her and told her, I know you are also very hard-working. You can tell me how much you need for your work meals, and I will give it to you directly and faster. Chung Ju finally waited for her to speak. And he would have said it even if she didn't ask. We just jumped the queue and bought some to send to the leaders. There are still about 2,000 people who haven't been distributed. If possible, we want 2,000 meals, and 2,000 dumplings, and 2,000 rigiamo. Chung Ju was very sincere. The price was not expensive. And Ji was thinking of giving 3 portions to each person. He couldn't let people work and queue up and still not be full. Siapura didn't doubt him. You should redeem your points first, and I prepare it for you. Then she went straight into the RV. She asked Bao Bao to prepare what he needed, and she put it into the space, and then took it out. Chung Ju, I didn't expect that the boss is also a space power user. You are really a hidden talent. Siapura felt that this was a bit of a yin-yang meaning, and glanced at Chung Ju. The man in front of her spoke sincerely, and his tanned face had a layer of dry red due to his busyness. This was not a yin-yang meaning, but he really wanted to praise her. My car is very soundproof. I will rest soon. If you have anything, come to me after I wake up. Okay, boss. I promise no one will disturb you. Chung Ju hastily assured her. Siapura smiled, closed the car door in a good mood, and pulled down all the curtains on the windows. She took a quick shower and lay on the bed, and fell asleep as soon as she closed her eyes, and the car fell into silence. Chung Ju watched the girl leave neatly, and his mouth curled up slightly. She rested, which meant he could rest too, and sit down to eat and drink. He had smelled the smell of rigiamo for a whole day, but hadn't eaten it yet, so he took a few more in revenge, and bought it in his own name. Siapura cooking skills are very exquisite. The rigiamo is large, and has a lot of things in it. It is not inferior to the box lunch at all. The rigiamo is also very big. She asked the robot to pack as much meat and vegetables as possible. Most people are full after eating 2. And those who are still not full will feel full after eating 3. Chung Ju has a genuine southern taste. He has never left the south. He thought that rice would attract him the most. But it is not the case. He took a bite of the rigiamo, with a golden color in his hand. The meat was very juicy and burst in his mouth without being greasy. Now he finally rested, sitting near the RV, moving a table and chairs over. A group of people sat around and ate. As a result of his job, he had to buy some food. Siapura also sold it, and did not limit their purchases. They had not replenished water for a long time, and went to the queue to buy water. And she turned a blind eye to buying drinks. The staff were also people, and they paid for it. The table was full of food, and the group of people wolfed down the food, which looked exaggerated. Chung Ju's eating manners were outstanding among this group of people. Chung Ju was eating rigiamo and dumplings at the same time. Several boxes of dumplings made in different ways, and with different fillings were placed on the table. Whoever wanted to eat could take one. This rigiamo smelled so good, with so much meat. He thought everything else could be shared, but he not only loved this rigiamo in his hand, but also loved it so much that he didn't want to share it with others. After taking a few gulps of carbonated drinks, he was very full, but Chung Ju still didn't want to stop. In the end, the food for 20 people on the table was eaten by 12 people, and they realized how outrageous they were. While Siapura was busy in the south, Joku and his team returned to the base. Now they have reduced the amount of food they buy when they go to the BNB, and have instead bought a lot of seeds. The seeds are growing better and better in the land that has been quickly developed by a large number of people. They can now harvest a batch of food every 10 days. This is not dependent on the spiritual spring, and they can have a stable and large harvest. I thought that the extreme heat was over, and the recent frequent rains would affect the growth of seeds to some extent. But in fact it did not. The rainy days helped them save manpower for watering, and the temperature dropped a little, and it had no effect on the crops in the field. Chapter 325 The base is investigating. The central base has always known that heat-resistant seeds are good things. Unexpectedly, the seeds are not only heat-resistant in the literal sense, but also heat-resistant in multiple aspects. It was very late when Joku returned to the base. The other teammates went to unload the things in the space, and he was the only one who reported to the superiors. Joku, do you have any urgent matters to report? It's very important. The owner of the BNB gave me good things again. It's a serious matter. I have to see the chief. The superiors attached great importance to all the information about the BNB. After hearing Joku report, they immediately summoned all the senior officials and held a meeting in the office to discuss. Why does the BNB owner always surprise people? I think the things this time must be very valuable. Which of the good things brought back before was not valuable? While everyone was talking, Joku frowned in his seat. He felt a little uneasy. regarding his own ability. Will the leader blame him? One of the officers came out. The commander wants you to come in. Okay. Joku suppressed his uneasiness and walked in. The commander was serious but kind. Shaku, what happened this time? Facing the officers who were much higher in rank than him, Joku bowed and apologized first, and then told the story. At the beginning, everyone could still say a few words, but in the middle, they were so shocked that they forgot to close their mouths. Until they heard the whole process described by Joku, they even learned Siapuro words and even the tone. My description ends. The above is the whole conversation between me and the owner of the BNB. Joku showed everyone his newly acquired lightning ability. The lightning flashed on everyone's face. They were so shocked that they forgot to breathe. There really are dual ability people. It's not that the base hasn't done experiments on dual ability people before, but they didn't dare to do too much research and intervention. The experiments and explorations they did were very gentle, and would not harm the ability people in the slightest. The research results were not satisfactory. And after several years, they were still in the initial exploration stage. They had been researching in the direction of drugs, and regarded mutant plants as something to be avoided. After all, mutant plants were mutating in various strange directions, and they had never thought that there would be plants that could help humans awaken their superpowers. The leader murmured, "It turns out that the information Jiangjue brought back was far more than we thought. The base had long stopped hating mutant plants, and later missions did reduce many casualties. I thought that living in peace with plants was the best choice. There is no more shocking thing than what they heard with their ears and saw with their eyes today." Joku retracted his supernatural power and quietly waited for his superiors to punish him. After a long time, the leader spoke in person. "Since the owner gave it to you, it is yours. The owner believes in you, you must not let her down." Joku hard moved, his eyes flashed. "I will never let the base down. I will never let the owner down." After receiving such a big gift from the store owner, if it is used well, the base will definitely be able to develop further. The leader seemed to be 10 years younger, and full of vigor and vitality. Joku could not help but emphasize again, "The store owner repeatedly told me that she didn't want the base to go to her for these supplies." The leader raised his hand. "We will do it. After receiving such a big favor for nothing, it would be ungrateful to go to him again." They, a group of old guys, are not the kind of people who will pester and squeeze people dry. Anyone who has done business with Siapuro knows that Siapuro is definitely not someone they can afford to offend. If they offend her, their future supplies will be cut off. They can distinguish between the important and the unimportant, and will definitely not do stupid things. Next time you go to the BNB to buy goods, tell the owner that the base will not disturb her. The chief paused. "If she needs anything, she can ask." The chief's words represent that if she needs it, the country will stand by her side. Joku looked up suddenly, as if he didn't believe that the chief could make such a heavy promise. The chief came to Joku, smiled and patted his arm. His smile was full of kindness. And the children of the Coke base. The chief talked a lot with Joku in front of so many people. Then, while the senior leaders were all there, an emergency meeting on typhoons and heavy rains was immediately held. And all the bases recorded in the roster were notified immediately. Notifying each base was not the first or second time. And it was familiar except that the workload was a little heavier. Not every base has a teleportation business card. And many small bases do not have space ability users. This time, not only do we need to notify each base, but we also need to collect purchase intentions from each base. And the central base will go to the BNB to purchase the products. The next step is to distribute the resources brought back. The fruits of awakening abilities are distributed to officers who do not have awakened abilities according to the importance of their military positions. Shiokan reported to the first base of the central base, which is the headquarters. On the day the wall was broken. After checking and tracing the responsibility, nothing could be found. After the report was submitted, all the branch bases of the central base began to check the bases on the same day. The results of the investigation showed that there were people missing in each base who had never been recorded. Some of them could find the source of the disappearance, and some of them were because the missing people had a low sense of existence, and they were not found until the day of the head count. The fear spread to the entire slum, and the main victims were those who had no place to live in the slums and lived under a roof. Often, no one would notice the disappearance of these people. Human life is too light. What is the life of the lower class people? After investigating layer by layer, the third base finally caught a person who was trying to get away with it among the crowd. The base attached great importance to it, So it sent Jiangzhua to the third base to transfer the people here. Xie Rose slept very deeply this time. When she woke up, she remembered that she had not fed the small animals in the space. Fortunately, vegetables and fruits were planted in the space, and they would eat them by themselves. She simply opened the can, added some vegetables to it, and sent it into the space. After washing, she changed into a set of light and breathable casual sportswear, and clipped all her hair behind her head with an oversized clip. After undoing the soundproofing of the RV, the noise outside was so chaotic. She opened the door, and saw Chengju eating outside her door. She took the initiative to greet him. Morning. Morning, boss. Chengju's face flushed, and he felt embarrassed to be caught by a client eating during work hours. No, it's not early, it's already afternoon now. Xie Ro, ? I just woke up and packed up and came out, I haven't checked the time yet. Chapter 326 Light up 3 bases at once. Chengju put down the food in his hand. By the way, boss, our base commander invites you. He swallowed the food in his mouth, without even taking a breath, and then said, or they come to see you, if it's convenient for you. Xie Ro had already thought that such a big commotion would alarm the top management. It seemed that she would report to the top management in the end when she set up a stall in each base. After all, food is an important material. No need. It looked like this place was crowded, and it was not a place to talk about things. She got out of the car, and asked as she walked, are we going now? Chengju stood up. It's been arranged. We can go now if you are free. The line at the vending machine next to her was growing, and the speed was much faster than yesterday. Thinking that she didn't have much to do, she agreed. Let's go. Chengju led the way in front, and she walked behind, just to take a look around the base. However, she was destined to be disappointed, as she didn't see the original appearance of the base at all. Everyone lined up at the vending machine. The most common thing she saw was people lining up, circling around. Everywhere was like this. She simply stopped looking and focused on following Chengju's steps, and walking behind him. Sorry, I should have driven you there. Without having to listen to what he said next, Xie Ro simply waved her hand to refuse. I understand. It must be because she was too influential, alas. Spreading hands, it was obviously much stricter in the office area, which could be seen from the people lining up around this side. After walking a little further, a group of people stood in front of them, wearing the same uniform as Chengju. Seeing Chengju bringing her over, they smiled from a distance. 2 of them in military uniforms came up to them, and said enthusiastically, Welcome, Boss Xie. He extended his hand to the side, and another man in a gray suit and gold-rimmed glasses came up immediately. Miss Xie, our base welcomes you very much. She held his outstretched hand and shook it gently. Hello. Can I invite you to talk upstairs? He asked attentively, with expectation in his tone. She answered politely, Sure. The person she was talking to was immediately delighted, and made a gesture of invitation. Then let's go. Someone led the way in front. She walked in the middle. It would not be an exaggeration to describe it as a moon surrounded by stars. Chengju followed behind. When they arrived at the meeting room, Xie Ro sat on a chair and waited, looking around, and found that the environment of the base was similar to the base she remembered. The building was not luxurious, and everything in the room was in good order. After she sat down, someone poured her a glass of water, and Chengju introduced the identities of everyone present. This is the base commander of our Dawn base, and these 2 are the base commanders of the Eclipse base and Shantian base respectively. There were only a few of them present, and the leadership did not participate in this meeting. After Chengju introduced both parties, he left. There was still tea foam in the water served to her on the table, which should be before the end of the world. Xie didn't hold it either. She took the tea on the table and took a sip. She hadn't eaten anything other than the BNB since she came to this world, so drinking some tea was not bad. It didn't taste very good. Maybe she was used to the expensive tea in the BNB, and always felt that the tea here was not fragrant. But it's not easy for the tea to be preserved until now. I think it was used to entertain guests. The long-lost system sound rang. Ding! Xie hand holding the teacup was numb for a while. The sound was too loud, and she couldn't control herself. The next system prompt followed. Dawn base. Eclipse base. Shangtian base triggered the lighting conditions, and has been lit up on the map. Please go to manage it as soon as possible. Confused. She hasn't done anything yet. How did the lighting conditions trigger? System, is the lighting condition required to operate in the base? That's not right. If the requirement for lighting up the base is to operate in this base, she has been to so many bases to set up stalls before, why haven't they all been lit up? M80 replied, no. Host. Seeing her stunned and thoughtful, the head of the Dawn base spoke first. It's like this. Boss, yeah, we asked you to come here to talk to you about supplies. Siapuro came back to her senses, put down the teacup, tapped her fingers on the table, and slowly said, how do you want to talk? We won't beat around the bush. We are here for food supplies, and hope to talk to you about long-term supply to our 3 bases. I had guessed that they were looking for her about supplies. Since they had brought it up first, she was not in a hurry, and waited quietly to see what else they could say. Now that the base had been lit up by her, she was not in a hurry at all. We had heard before, you are looking for a water source? The head of the liming base asked tentatively. Hearing that there was a water source she was looking for, Siapuro raised her eyebrows. I am looking for it. The man had already told her the direction of the water source. Since the water source had been discovered by the base, someone would definitely be sent to guard it. As long as she was willing to look for it, she would always find it. It would just be a little more trouble. Seeing that she still didn't respond, the 3 of them got a little anxious. Under normal circumstances, they would definitely not show their eagerness in the negotiation. But this time, the 3 old guys couldn't hold it back. Food is the lifeline in the end times. Even if they have to cede land today, they must beg for food supply. The 3 of them winked in front of Siapuro, using their expressions to convey their meaning. The Eclipse base commander pouted at the Dawn base commander in the direction where Siapuro was sitting, indicating, keep talking. The head of Xingtian base was straining his features, and was urging, hurry up and speak. Seeing the leaders of the 3 bases making all kinds of exaggerated expressions in front of him, Siapuro was helpless. Sometimes it's helpless to negotiate alone. She went through all the sad things in her life, and finally held back her smile. She pursed her lips to hide the corners of her mouth that she couldn't suppress at all. I don't know if the water source we have is the one you want. The head of Liming Base said something on the intercom, and someone outside brought in a new glass of water and placed it in front of Siapuro. The person delivering the water closed the door. Siapuro sat a little further forward. A mysterious aura like spiritual spring water hit her face. She looked at it with great interest. Is there any special use for this water? Yes. Yes. The head of the Eclipse base hurriedly said, you only need to drink a small amount of this water. If you have any external injuries, they will heal immediately. Does it have a healing effect? She remembered that the spring water in her space was tried by Chio, Kansas. He said that after drinking some, he felt a warm feeling on his old injuries. She had no wounds on her body, so she didn't understand what this effect was. The spiritual spring water only made the water taste better for her at present, and it could promote the growth of plants. Chapter 327 Choose to give it to them. It has the effect of healing external injuries, and it is particularly thirst-quenching when it is extremely hot. Our several bases rely on this spiritual spring water to replenish water. The head of Xingtian base also said, we have discussed it. To show our sincerity, as long as you are willing to stay and provide us with food, or leave the machine, we are willing to give you the holy water. M80, host, we need to get the spring, and the spring can be used unlimitedly in this space. Then it is also unlimited outside? It's no different from being in space. When the BNB level is upgraded to the next level, the spring water clone can be moved to the BNB, and within the lighting range to help with planting. Siapuro lowered her eyes. It seems that she has to take this thing. It is also convenient to help the country with the thing in her hands. It is impossible for her to end this apocalypse alone. If she gives these things she has obtained to Joku and others, they will be of great use. Besides, she didn't intend to let go of the spring water, now that they have used it as a bargaining chip. It saves her trouble. After thinking about this, Siapuro raised her eyes and said bluntly, I will not stay. Nor will my machine. The 3 people were anxious and were about to persuade her. She raised her hand to stop them from talking. I want these 3 bases. The 3 people became even more anxious. In front of the base leader, she asked him to spend a lot of effort to run such a prosperous base. How could he not be anxious? Besides, as long as she wanted, she had the supplies and many people were willing to work for her. Even if they didn't agree, as long as she provided supplies nearby, it would only take a few minutes to build a new base. The choice was not theirs at all. Now it was a situation where whoever had supplies would win the world. Siapuro thought clearly about what to say, and said it directly. I have opened a homestay. And the houses inside were all built by me personally. You can open your personal dashboard to have a look. She sensed that the three people in front of her had opened personal accounts at the self-service vending machine while she was resting. As soon as she thought about it, the personal dashboards belonging to the three of them lit up. You can see what my homestay looks like from here. As she finished speaking, the blue screen in front of the three people, like an aerial camera, began to play the scene in the homestay in real time. As the camera moved, the three people were immediately attracted by the scene. On the streets of the city, busy people shuttled back and forth. Neon lights flashed brilliantly. People were not in a hurry to catch up with their own pace of life. The store entrance was crowded with shoppers. They carried all kinds of goods in their bags, and enjoyed the happiness brought by shopping with a smile on their faces. As the scene moves to the orchard, the golden rice fields sparkle in the breeze. Farmers and workers are busy cultivating the land, harvesting abundant fruits. The scene moves to the school. Children are running and playing on the playground. Laughter is endless. The library has countless books, collections. It takes a long lens to read them all. The scene moves to the hospital, various instruments and facilities. The most surprising thing is that everyone in the hospital, whether patients or visitors, is smiling. You would never think it is a hospital if you don't look at the background. The scene comes to a tea house. Uncle Fu is introducing products to customers who come to buy tea on the first floor, and he explains the doubts of customers who don't know tea one by one. A few people dressed in opera costumes are practicing a program that they haven't performed for a long time on the second floor. The scene comes to the maternal and child care rooms that can be seen everywhere on the street, and the maternal and child care product stores with a wide variety of products. The scene comes to a hot pot restaurant, a milk tea shop, a food street, and a variety of delicious food is given a close-up. The scene of prosperity is everywhere. From high-rise buildings to the pastoral scenery in the fields, everywhere is full of vitality and vigor. At the end of the picture is the shadow of the Funny Men team. When Ju just showed his head, Siapuru immediately cut the picture. As the picture zoomed out, they gradually saw that the flowers, plants and trees around the B&B had grown and blossomed. Some people still held seeds in their hands, using shovels to dig holes in suitable places to plant. It is not difficult to see that this lush greenery is carefully cultivated by humans bit by bit. The camera zoomed out, and the B&B was reduced in size. A larger picture fell into the eyes of the three people. The outer circle could be vaguely felt as if it was still in the end of the world. After watching the picture, the three people were shocked, and their surging emotions could not be calmed for a long time. The meeting room was silent for a long time, and Siapuru broke the silence. This is my B&B. I show it to you because I have the ability to develop this place. Of course, I won't force you. I give you two choices. The three people on the opposite side, good guy, they have turned the tables. Now it's their choice. I feel helpless as if I was robbed and have no place to complain. Siapuru continued, the first option. I will not interfere with the management of the base, and I will also open a food sales point in the base. If you need any special operations, you need to pay me the corresponding crystal cores. The second option. I will take over the base. I will help build houses, build subways, and all of your positions can remain unchanged, but I will take all the income of the base. And the point system will be fully implemented. In the bases I manage in the future, crystal cores will not be the universal currency. Think about it. The head of the Eclipse base was the first to express his opinion. Don't think about it. My Eclipse base is the first to agree. Siapuru looked over. Don't you need to discuss it with the top management of your base? The head of the Eclipse base waved his hand. No, I will do ideological work for anyone who disagrees. She nodded with relief. The first person who knows the times has stood up. Will the remaining two be far behind? Sharp eyes swept over. What about you? My Shantian base also agrees. The head of Shantian base. If you have the ability to develop my base into half of what you have in your video, I will be satisfied. Siapuru promised, I will. Since she accepted it, she will definitely develop it vigorously, even if not for others, but for herself. The last one left, Liming base. Siapuru and the other two looked at the head of Liming base in unison. I choose the first one. Have you decided? Siapuru asked. Brother. You? Eclipse base commander tried to say something. Shantian base commander also wanted to say something, but his expression was hesitant. Liming base commander said firmly, I have decided. I have made up my mind. Being rejected so decisively, there was no room for maneuver. Siapuru was not surprised at all. If she were in the position of the base commander, she would also be hesitant when given these two options. Chapter 328. The negotiation was completed. Rights and status are particularly important in the eyes of some people. Otherwise, the world would have been at peace for so many years. Looking at the two conditions she offered, no matter which one is chosen, the other party will not suffer. Choosing the first one and retaining the base rights is a great temptation for many people. These three bases are not like the Lund base, which is severely damaged and can only be rebuilt. So she will give them two options under the Lit base for them to choose. She has never been a person who forces others to do things against their will. If the other party is unwilling, then forget it. In this case, the two base commanders stay, and we will discuss the construction of the new base. The three of them were in a daze. How come after just a few words, the base really became hers? Siapuru looked so contented, which made the three of them feel nervous. If you can't do it, if I can't do it, then I can't do it. Siapuru shrugged easily. Even if she can't do it, what can they do to her? The two base leaders looked serious. Siapuru hurriedly said, okay, it's just a little joke. We need to have a meeting later to discuss how to do it. Right? The two wiped the non-existent sweat on their faces, and said respectfully, boss is right. Just call me the owner. Yes, the owner is right. Then Siapuru went straight into the speech on the base rectification, and it was the most direct way to connect directly with the general managers of the three bases. Let M80 use the printer in the space to print out the basic maps of the three bases. She put 4 copies on the table, one for each person. The three people were shocked, and they saw shock in each other's eyes. Siapuru didn't care what they thought. You can see that this is the map of your base, right? Let's talk about where to open a new material procurement point. The 4 of them were fully focused, and they didn't dare to be careless at all. Siapuru pointed to a base like a mentor, and the head of the base cooperated and expressed his opinions. It wasn't really an opinion. Basically, Siapuru told them where to build, and they just answered yes or no. The two sides cooperated surprisingly smoothly, and soon reached the next stage. Captain Liming, we have finished this part. The next part will be about subway planning and new buildings. If you want to listen, you can go to the side and listen. Captain Liming stood up, and his face, which was still smiling after the planning, drooped instantly, looking grumpy. He did not leave, but sat beside them so as not to interfere with their position. Siapuru followed him, and ignored him. I see that the two bases are very close, and the Dawn base is in the middle. Why don't we just connect the two bases, and use the extended area behind to farm? Can we farm too? The head of the Eclipse base had an ecstatic look in his eyes. Yes. Siapuru wrote and drew on the drawing the extension of her ideal. After harvesting vegetables, we can open a fruit and vegetable supermarket, and we can buy vegetables and cook them at home in the future. This large area can be used as it is extended. As for the subway entrance, one base can have 2 subway entrances and exits. You can also reach the other party's base through the subway entrance and exit, and the two sides can communicate with each other. How about this? The trembling hands of the Shuntian base chief could not hide his inner excitement. Wouldn't this be just like before the end of the world? No. It should be more convenient than before the end of the world. The suggestion proposed by Siapuru was something that neither side dared to think of before. But since they had decided to hand over the base, they were still the ones in power on the surface. But in reality, they just had one more boss, and they were not at a disadvantage. There will be such a day, she assured with a confident smile. The scene of people planting that you saw before was actually a planting task machine. Her voice was very pleasant. She spoke slowly and calmly, and whatever she said was eloquent, like a stream in the mountains. Pleasant to the ear. Every word he said hit the hearts of the 3 people present. The head of the Dawn base was moved when he heard it nearby. He drank a sip of water, and suppressed the desire in his heart. Power is too important to him. Listening to their plan, he was anxious and annoyed. He didn't want to listen, but couldn't help but secretly listen. Finally, he got so annoyed that he stood up and left, leaving the meeting room to them. The 3 people didn't notice him leaving at all, and he was so angry that he could only silently feel wronged. The people outside waited anxiously for a long time, and when they saw him, they ignored his not-so-good face and asked, "Base head, have we reached an agreement?" "It's been negotiated. It was acquired." The head of the Liming base showed no emotion on his face, and his drooping mouth showed that he was not very happy. Everyone was tactful, and did not go forward to offend him, and stepped aside to wait for the people inside to come out. No one paid attention to him again, and the head of the liming base was so angry that he had nowhere to vent. After an unknown amount of time, the three finally ended the meeting. Siep-Pu-Ro was escorted out by the two people's warm welcome, and she herself was laughing so hard that her body was shaking. Thinking that there are two more bases treasuries to be managed by her. She can collect rent without doing anything. Shopkeeper. We will take you to find the spring now. How long will it take to open the store? She smiled from ear to ear. You hand over the treasury. If it's in time, you can see the new store opened in the base after tonight. Okay. Okay. Then should we go to the spring first, or get the crystal core first? Let's go to the spring first. The base is a done deal. And she can only feel completely at ease when the spring is in her space. The three of them talked directly past the head of Dawn Base. This had never happened before. Dawn Base had always been the largest of the three bases, and the head of Dawn Base had a bad temper. Among the three bases, the head of Dawn Base was always the one who was praised. The senior executives of the bases looked at each other. They could never have imagined that after only a few hours, the person in charge of this base was no longer their own head. By the way, Captain Liming, when I come back, you can ask Chungju to bring the crystal cores to me. Since Captain Liming is unwilling to give up power, all the operations she does, including the crystal cores needed to open a store in the base, will be asked from her. The other two bases will hand over all the crystal cores of the base to her, of course, after deducting their salaries as base chiefs. They have worked hard to run the base for so many years, it is impossible for them to leave nothing for them. No matter how much they leave for her, she can accept it. Got it. Captain Liming was depressed. Seeing that he responded, Siep-Pu-Ro went to find the spring with the other two people. Chapter 329, My Own Home and Someone Else's Home. Her RV cannot accommodate strangers, so she took someone else's car to go there. She thought she would not get carsick. But when she got in an ordinary car, she almost vomited. Next time, she will never try to take someone else's car again, even if it is inconvenient. She has to drive her own RV to save her life. There were no accidents along the way, and she got the spring very smoothly. When collecting the spring, she also collected all the mutant plants nearby. Sitting in the car, she looked inwards and confirmed that the spring was unfolding in the space. She finally put her heart at ease. The specific effect would have to wait until she finished this week's task and returned to try it again. The functions mentioned by others might not be all the functions of this spring water. She had to try it to feel at ease. After getting the spiritual spring, she had to collect the crystal cores of the two bases as the initial funds for the expansion of the bases. There were many crystal cores in the inventory of the two bases, plus the savings she had left, which was enough for her to upgrade the B&B to the next level after the new houses were built in the two bases. Finally returned to the base. She was nervous all the way, worried about whether she would meet Qin-Che. In fact, she had never noticed that Qin-Che had sensed her presence since she left the base. Zombies are very sensitive to human flesh and blood, and the higher the level of zombies, the higher the sensitivity. For a zombie king like Qin-Che, even if she has a protective shield, he can't smell her scent, but he can get news about her from word of mouth from the zombie brothers. Just after changing her shoes for going out, Chungju knocked on the car door. Shopkeeper, are you there? The car door opened automatically after pressing the button. Chungju didn't know where to put the thing in his hand. This is the crystal core that the base commander asked me to deliver. He turned slightly to the side, and there were two huge boxes on the ground behind him. Siep-Pu-Ro glanced at the huge box. Even if all the crystal cores inside were first-level crystal cores, it would still be a considerable amount, and there would be enough for her to expand the house in the Dawn base. Put it on the ground. Bang! The thing in his hand fell to the ground. You knew the thing inside was definitely not light. She waved her hand and moved directly to her own space. Okay. I won't go out to the stall today. You can buy Rigiamo tomorrow when you wake up. Before closing the car window, she reminded him, by the way, you can go back to sleep. You don't have to wait at my door. Ah, okay. Chungju touched his head and waited for the car door to close before leaving. Back to the second floor. She took out the crystal cores of the three bases and wrote down how many crystal cores each base had, so that it would be convenient to exchange them for building houses later. The crystal cores were exchanged for points, and she designed the house construction according to the scenario discussed in the meeting room, and she changed some unreasonable places. Now building a house is easy, except for the general construction, The rest can be built directly by applying the previous template. Unlike the buildings of Lune Base and B&B, she made adjustments to the appearance. Time passed by minute, and she, who was using the flat plate to build, could not feel the passage of time at all. When she felt a little hungry, it was already dark. Looking at the time again, it was already 12 o'clock in the morning. She touched her stomach, and she was always unaware of how time slipped away quietly. She said to the 4 little animals playing nearby, "It would be great if you could cook for me." She gradually developed a picky taste, and only liked to eat what she cooked. She took out something to eat from the space, and then continued to build. Before 4 o'clock in the morning, she finally clicked the 1 key generation. The 3 bases that were lit up and belonged to her were like bugs in this world. They were all replaced in an instant. Unlike the Lune base that needed to be rebuilt, she only built new buildings on the original foundation, including but not limited to various stores, shops, and food stores scattered around the base. As for the residential area, the original building was not damaged, so she did not bother with it. There were still so many places that needed to be built with points, and the hot spring pool that was unlocked a long time ago had not yet been started. With the experience of a large-scale construction, Siapuro built it easily this time. The other 2 bases needed points to open the protection, and she did not forget it. After opening the protection, no zombies could invade the base, and this point could not be saved anyway. As for the Dawn base, it was hard for her to do anything with the little money they gave her. As she spent her points to open the protective shields of the 2 bases, several humanoid creatures were quietly ejected from the 2 bases when no one noticed. Because the protective shield was too overbearing, it did not allow any non-human creatures that were dangerous to the base to exist in the base, and the things ejected were far more than she could imagine. In an instant, countless mosquitoes that had reproduced were ejected from the protective shield. There were so many species harmful to the base, so many that even M80 didn't notice that a few humanoid zombies had popped out. The people in the base had a rare good sleep. When they woke up, they noticed that there were no buzzing mosquitoes biting them, no cockroaches crawling all over the floor, and no annoying flies that kept circling around people, making people annoyed. Such a big change. As long as they were not babies who were still babbling, everyone noticed it. When people walked out of the room, there were several new houses facing them. When they looked up, they found that the new house was 50 stories high. It appeared overnight. Everyone was confused and talked to their neighbors. "I didn't seem to see such a big house before I went home yesterday. I don't remember anyone working on that place before. It's like it appeared overnight." There were many different opinions, and some people with wild imaginations even suspected that the new building was a mirage. Until we walked to the bottom of the new building. We wanted to go closer to touch it, but it was impossible. We were blocked by an invisible barrier. There was a constant stream of discussion. This was a scene in all 3 bases. It was the curiosity of the people about the new building. The difference was that only the residents of 2 bases were shocked by the familiar subway entrance style. The subway was not open yet. According to Siapuro, the subway would be opened after the base operation stabilized. This would minimize the loss of personnel from the newly lit base to other bases. Many buildings in the 2 bases were not available in the Dawn base. Siapuro's idea at the time was, of course, things from your own home and others' homes should be distinguished. Chapter 330, Indy. The Dawn base has been lit up, and it seems to be in her pocket. She wants the head of the Dawn base to hand over the management of the base obediently, and let him fill the gap with the base next door. The most direct and effective way is to make him fill the gap with the base next door. Even if he can ignore the comparison with the base next door, won't the people make a move when they see that other bases are developing better than their own bases? The best way is to let everyone feel the gap, and then put pressure on the head of the base. She just needs to wait patiently for the fish to take the bait. But now there are more and more things to do. She doesn't plan to do everything herself. So she contacted Chu-In and asked Chu-In to come directly to the Eclipse base by high-speed rail. M80 sent a message to tell her that Chu-In had arrived. She dodged and appeared in front of Chu-In the next second. After seeing her, Chu-In seemed to have a backbone, and kept reporting to her the important things that she felt happened in the BNB in the past 2 days. Siapuro listened one by one. Chu-In realized that he had said too much, and smiled embarrassedly and stopped talking. "Boss, am I talking too much?" Siapuro praised him generously, and replied with a gentle smile, "Not much. You can tell me so many things concisely, which just shows that you are a responsible person." Perhaps her smile was too contagious. Chu-in breathed a sigh of relief and laughed along. As they walked, Siap-Puru said, I asked you to come here to connect with the base here. The base here has also been lit up. You need to communicate with the people at the base to implement some things. Okay. Who should I go to? You don't have to go. They will come to you if they have something to do. Siap-Puru lowered her head, focusing on the road under her feet. Suddenly thinking that Chu-in gender and age might cause many inconveniences in the end times. She stopped and told her seriously. Remember, we are Party A. If they make things difficult for you during the communication process, just turn your face away to let them know that you are not easy to bully. With Chu-in personality, she is a soft person, and she is worried that the old foxes who connect with the base will trip her up. I'm not worried that Chu-in will embarrass others. If she does anything inappropriate, M80 will report it immediately. Okay. Chu-in secretly cheered herself up. Still worried? Siap-Puru frowned and told M80, my assistant is still immature. You should pay more attention to her, and notify me at any time if she is bullied. M80 actively said, leave it to me. The two walked on the left and right. As soon as they walked out of the subway entrance, they saw the Eclipse base director standing at the high-speed rail entrance. When Siap-Puru came out, she greeted him enthusiastically. The smile on his face was more genuine than yesterday, and his face was wrinkled with smile. Shopkeeper, can we have a meeting together? Siap-Puru was thinking the same thing. The base was lit up, and her mission was completed, and she was about to take Chu-in over to take over. Let's go! The people at the bottom didn't know how the top leaders held a meeting. They only knew that many shops opened in the base overnight, selling everything. The Dawn base was in a worse situation, with only food and water for sale. All three bases were shrouded in joy, because the information of each base had not been communicated so quickly. But after all, the bases were close, just nearby. A 3-year-old child who was taken to visit everywhere could see that. The Dawn base did not have as many shops as the other two bases. The three bases issued a notice early, indicating that the Eclipse base and Shantian base had been taken over by Great B&B, and the words Great B&B also appeared on the base plaque. Only the Dawn base's announcement was different from the other two bases, in that it only said that it would cooperate with the Great base. At first, the people at the Dawn base could still comfort themselves, saying that cooperation made no difference, as long as they could eat and drink. But when they actually saw that people at the other two bases had moved into new houses, turned on air conditioners, bought fans, and the electricity bills were not expensive, they were so jealous. The execution ability of the base staff was unprecedentedly high, and the people spontaneously cooperated with the action. When Siap-Puru and the others came out of the meeting, the two bases had been connected to electricity, and almost every household had installed electric lights. As the sky darkened, thousands of lights were lit up. Such an ordinary scene was shocking to the people of the end times. The Dawn base, which was surrounded by two bases, was not so bright. Only a few lights were bought by people who ran to the neighboring base. There was no purchase limit, but there were too many people, so the flow of people entering the mall to buy electrical appliances and lamps was limited. I don't know if it was intentional or it was supposed to be, but both sides gave priority to people from the base to enter the mall to buy. Few residents of the Dawn base were able to grab lamps and electrical appliances. The meeting place was still chosen to be held at the Dawn base. When they walked out, they heard the residents passing by talking about what happened today. I really don't know what the base commander is doing. Both bases have electricity, but we don't have it here yet. Our Dawn base is obviously the best developed among the three bases. How come it's Sigh? There's no point in being anxious. Let's wait and see. Maybe it's not our turn yet. Yes, in order to standardize the bases that she lit up, in the future, electricity and water will be charged uniformly with points. Dawn base is currently just a cooperative relationship. She has not yet gained full control, and of course, Dawn base has not been powered on. But the poor people don't know how long it will take for them to realize that Dawn base has no electricity. Only the few lights in Dawn base are solar powered, the kind that can be lit without electricity. The complainers didn't notice them, and the group of people just listened quietly. When they left, everyone's eyes fell on the head of Dawn base. Hey, why are you looking at me? If there is no electricity, there is still solar energy, right? Our people can just go over there to purchase, it's no big deal. The head of the Dawn base maintained an indifferent look on the surface. Siap-Puru saw that his hands were clenched into fists as he tightened his pants, but she didn't expose him. She was patient, and she just wanted to wait until he was willing to work for her. Since the base has been lit up, the Dawn base will be hers sooner or later. If this base head doesn't know what's good for him, and waits for the people to rise up, he doesn't know how long he can stay in this position. Siapura didn't plan to stay here any longer. Since it was already lit, she wanted to go back. She turned to the people walking behind her and said, I plan to go back to the BNB in the next 2 days. You can contact Chu-in if you have any questions. She, the head of the Dawn base, had been holding back his anger for a long time, and wanted to vent it when Siapura asked a young girl to contact them. He scanned Chu-in from top to bottom again, and said bluntly, She is so young, I'm afraid she can't do so many things. Chapter 331. Isn't this nonsense? Siapura was in a daze for a moment, and didn't notice the disdain in the other party's tone. It's because you are young that you need more experience. It's not a difficult thing. Let the young people adapt little by little. Chu-in pursed his lips. It's a bit abnormal for a child of this age to say that she is not stage frightened. She was just taken in to listen to the meeting and didn't say a word. I don't know where she offended others. The head of the liming base was relentless. You are not even as old as my daughter. A little girl. Can you handle such a big scene? Siapura has been in the business world for many years. Hearing this, she turned cold without any courtesy. Just as she was about to say something, Chu-in closed her eyes. When she opened them again, she had prepared herself mentally. I can do it. From now on, I will be responsible for connecting with this side. I will do my job well. If there is anything I did not do well, please point it out directly. Siapura, who was about to explode after being interrupted by her words, looked at Chu-in with appreciation. Chu-in was at an age when she was a newborn calf who was not afraid of tigers. She had seen many people who were forced to bow their heads due to the cooperative relationship. But in the end times, her homestay can be said to be the only supplier. And it is not wrong to say that it is the only one. She is not the one who seeks trouble when she does not need to bow her head. She is the one who wants to cooperate with the Dawn base. Not her. It is also good to let Chu-in go to rub the arrogance of the head of the Dawn base. Chu-in is neither humble nor arrogant. And Siapura cannot help but express his opinion. Cold words, how my people do things. Whether they can do it well. I will not bother the head of the Dawn base to worry about it. Seeing that things were not going well, the Eclipse base captain and the Shuntian base captain hurried over to smooth things over. Shuntian base captain, would you like to visit our base? Eclipse base captain, our base also welcomes you to come and give us guidance. The two of them expressed their opinions by directly slapping the liming base captain in the face, which made the latter's face even gloomier. If the stalemate just now was just a matter between the two sides, the fact that the two of them rushed to ask Siapura to go over to their place to take a look as soon as they spoke made liming base captain see clearly that his former ally was no longer on his side. Without waiting for him to move, Siapura said goodbye and left with Chu-in. The two disappeared from sight, and the two base commanders sighed and hung their heads. Brother, I'm not saying anything bad about you, but tell me why you provoked her. Just look at how she can make such a big fuss overnight. Don't you understand? If she wants to do something, it won't take a minute to kill anyone she wants. Liming base commander realized it later. Siapura had always been polite and smiling, and since the two girls were so young, he subconsciously felt that he could be more assertive. He still refused to accept it, and said with his neck stiff, but she cooperated with our 3 bases, and sent a yellow-haired girl. How can this be justified? Isn't this bullying us and showing off to us? The head of the Eclipse base shook his head and patted his shoulder. It's the end of the world. Heroes don't care about age. You are confused. Don't you know this truth? She is so capable. If other bases knew about it, how many people would beg her to go, and she wouldn't come? You are so good. You offended others. What's wrong with sending a little girl? Do you want to deal with her in person for everything? The two of them took turns talking for a long time. For the sake of their former allies, they really couldn't bear to see their companions, who came together, be destroyed in a moment of thought. We've come to this point. Think about it carefully. Let's go, old brother, you have to think it through carefully. The two base commanders left together, leaving only the shadows of the Dawn base commander. Am I really too picky? The head of the Dawn base began to doubt his life. But in his eyes, the store owner's behavior was just like the other companies sending an intern to sign a formal contract before the end of the world. It was precisely because he saw the difference between the two bases next door and their base that he was worried that the store owner didn't want to cooperate anymore and sit in turn to fool him. Why can they tolerate such nonsense from the partner? If that's the case, he won't interfere in the future. If he can cooperate well, he won't rush to seek his own death. His power is still in his hands. What else is he not satisfied with? The head of his own base calmed down. He ignored that his situation was completely different from that of the two neighboring bases. For the two neighboring bases, Siet Puru is now the boss. The boss can do whatever he wants. As long as he doesn't make fun of the base residents, it's the boss business. As for the Liming base, Siet Puru is the partner. The subordinates at the side came to report today's situation. Some people are very dissatisfied, while others are waiting and watching. These words annoyed him, adding fuel to his calm mood. With nowhere to vent his anger, he could only glare at his subordinates. If our base doesn't have it, then let them go to the neighboring base to buy it. Now our base has no shortage of food and drink. What are they not satisfied with? The subordinates were choked by the unreasonable criticism, thinking that they must have never dared to think about having enough to eat every day before. But there is no harm without comparison. They have always been the leader of the three bases. Overnight, the other two bases developed rapidly, and the living standards were improved by an unknown amount. People are like this, never satisfied. When you are hungry, you just want to be full. When you are full, you will want more. There is nothing wrong with this. Science can develop better because of this kind of exploratory thinking. In order to avoid this fire from burning himself, the subordinate said, "I will do it now," and then withdrew. The captain of the Dawn base was left alone again, and he could only sulk. Originally thinking of taking Chu-En back to the RV, Siet Puru suddenly remembered that she couldn't go up. So she asked M80 to find a high-rise house. If Chu-En needed to go back and forth between the B&B and the illuminated base, it would be bad not to give him a place to stay. Since he was here, he might as well clear a large flat room on the top floor of both Shantian and Eclipse bases, so that their staff could stay when they needed to stay when they came. There were no empty rooms. Siet Puru raised her hand and copied and pasted other buildings in the appropriate empty positions. Only the top floor was left alone and connected for their work. Chu-En was taken by Siet Puru to get a room. The whole floor was more than 800 square meters. Siet Puru had decorated the whole place. All the furniture was available. There were many empty rooms. Chu-En was dumbfounded. "Boss, I live here?" "Yes." Siet Puru sat down on the sofa and lay back and looked up at the ceiling. Chapter 332 Little White Flower. As expected, whether you are a boss or an employee, it is tiring to work, and you are not doing anything. She closed her eyes. Winry said to Chu-En, "If you come here to work and get tired, you can rest here. You don't have to run back and forth." Chu-En's eyes were sore. She was really lucky to meet such a thoughtful boss for her employees when she first started working. Chu-En sniffed. "Will it be too big for me to live alone?" "Not much. I will need to hire more people if you are too busy in the future." This time, 3 bases were lit up at once. It is hard to say how many more will be added in the future. One person alone cannot handle it. It is also at this time that the desire to hire more people becomes stronger. Someone has to run errands. Robots are not as smart as M80. People have to deal with people. But there is no one I am interested in at the moment. Let's wait and see if there is a suitable one and let Chu-En, who has experience, take the lead in training. By the way, give me a raise, and give you a few more sets of employee uniforms. You can apply for more when you see if there are any shortages. Siet Puru didn't want to be someone who exploited his subordinates. Chu-En had a lot of work to do, and it would only get more and more in the future. Chu-En wanted to say something, but didn't say it, because she saw Siet Puru fell asleep immediately after she finished speaking. Thinking of not disturbing her, she quietly took the quilt and covered her. The 3 bases were in chaos again. As usual, there was no saying that people were forced to go back to the base to rest at night. So there was a scene where the Dawn base rushed to the other 2 bases frantically, and frantically bought supplies that the Dawn base didn't have. Dawn base is the most populous of the 3 bases. The head of Dawn base was already angry. When he saw the scene, he felt that all the colorful crystal cores had flowed into other people's pockets. There were many people from small bases coming and going in the 3 bases. On the day when the new building was built, people from other bases came to buy. In an era where information is passed on by word of mouth, the news seemed to have wings and spread with the movement of people. When Siet Puru woke up, she saw that each base was crowded with people. The number of people was even more popular than when she came to set up a stall. When setting up a stall, people are afraid that they will not be able to get in line, so no one dares to spread the word. But the three bases have large-scale food stores, which is not the case. The people who came here did not know where they got such accurate information, and they clearly divided the work to buy food at the Dawn base, and to get accommodation at the other two bases. The small base that has insisted on independence for so long, just this day can show that it wants to move to a large base. Looking at her account again, the speed at which the points increase per second is more than 3 times faster than before. Siepuro was like a fairy who had absorbed enough energy. Full of energy. She made a lot of money from coming here. How could she not be full? With the money, she thought about expanding the facilities of the homestay first, and then saving some crystal cores for upgrading. Chu En came out of the toilet and sat beside her when he saw her wake up. Siepuro was hungry when she woke up, so she took out milk tea and food from the space and put them on the table, inviting Chu En to eat together. While eating, she said, "Can you handle this alone?" It's not that she doubted Chu En, but when she was Chu En age before she died, she would go to the toilet with a girl hand in hand. Chu En, who didn't understand her concerns, took a bite of the bun and said confidently, "I dare not say that I can do it alone. I will do my best to the greatest extent I can." Youth is full of vitality. Siepuro was infected by this vitality, and laughed twice. "If it doesn't work, contact me. I remember I gave you a mobile phone. Call me if you have anything." "Yes." Chu En took out the cell phone he carried in his pocket and showed it to Siepuro. Siepuro also took out her cell phone, and the two added each other as friends and exchanged phone numbers. "I'll be leaving soon after I finish eating." "So soon?" Chu En was stunned. "Yeah." Chu En didn't say anything else, and chatted with her while eating. As they were talking, Siepuro's cell phone lit up, and then Chu En's cell phone also lit up. Chu En stuffed a bun into his mouth and picked up his cell phone to look at it first. "Boss, it's the 3 base commanders." "Yes." Siepuro guessed it. How could the base commanders not be fast? During the meeting, she emphasized that there were mobile phones for sale. At that time, the face of the base commander Liming was like a traffic light, red, green, and finally yellow. Thinking of the scene last night, she couldn't help but smile. "Ha ha, boss, look at their profile pictures. They are all their own selfies, and they don't know how to find the right angle." Chu En laughed, and then handed the phone to her. The mobile phone she sold needed to be registered with real names, and the 3 base leaders were not young, so it was normal for them to use their own selfies as their profile pictures. I was prepared, but I still burst out laughing when I saw the phone. What kind of straight male angle is this? Fortunately, they changed into formal clothes when taking the photo. The phone was an arm's length away from the face, and the angle was slightly downward and upward. The double chin that was not very clear when facing each other was so obvious in the photo. Puff. "Oh my god, my tears." Chu En accepted their friend request while complaining, and jumped on the spot while holding his stomach, and almost got a stitch in the side. Siepuro asked her with a smile, "Yesterday, the head of the Liming base said that to you. Aren't you angry?" Chu En shrugged indifferently. "What are you angry about? He is about the same age as my father, and he has to work with me. After all, he is the boss of the second party. It is normal for him to look down on my age. I will use my work execution to show them what it means that heroes have always been young." Siepuro felt relieved. "It's rare that you can think this way. You are much better than your peers. People of the same age may not think as clearly as Chu En. After all, they are children who have experienced the end of the world. They are not as young and energetic as they were in the peaceful and prosperous times, nor as delicate. If I hadn't met you, the boss, I wouldn't be so comfortable now. Even if I really get angry, it doesn't matter." In Chu En's heart, her long-cherished wish is to live well with her 2 sisters. It doesn't matter what she does, as long as she can survive. Siepuro was so angry that she laughed. "Don't be angry. Just don't turn your nose up at the sky." Chu En remembered his boss' words and raised his hand to the side of his head to salute. "Got it. Today is the day they agreed to meet. Chi-Che has done nothing these days, but he knows that she has done a lot. He accidentally found a small flower on the road. It was white and spotless, just like his sister. Chi-Che was worried that other zombies would step on it when passing by, so he took care of the small flower for a few days. Today is finally the time he agreed with his sister. He picked the flowers early and waited under the tree. Chapter 333. What a show. Xiaohua hid behind him, waiting for her to come. After dinner, Siepuro drove the RV away from the base. Halfway through the drive, she saw Chi-Che standing alone under the tree through the car window. So lonely. So lonely. God seemed to have given a privilege to people with high looks, making people sigh just by looking at his thin back. After stopping the RV, Siapura walked out with the canned food she had prepared. Chi-Che's lifeless eyes flashed when they touched her, and before he could speak, Siapura spoke first. I'm leaving. She put the bag of canned food on the open ground. There was also an umbrella and a new set of clothes in it. It's estimated that it will rain again during this period. There is an umbrella and a set of clothes in it. Sister, are you leaving? Chi-Che tightened the small white flower in her hand behind her back. Her eyes dimmed. Siapura closed her eyes, and then opened them again. Well, I still have a lot of things to do. I don't have many canned food left, so you should eat sparingly. The system did not give her a clear direction on how to find the secret of zombies in Chi-Che. She thought she would just let it go. But she would not stop going to other bases. I give you canned food next time I see you. I try to come once a month. The two of them were just casual acquaintances. Siapura turned around and left after giving him the things, leaving Chi-Che standing alone under the tree. His eyes went from dull to bright, and then to gray. It only took a few minutes. His clothes were blown up by the wind. After a long time, Chi-Che walked over and picked up the canned food Siapura gave him. The pure white and holy flower in his hand was clenched into a ball by his excessive force. Chi-Che opened his clenched fist and placed the flower in front of him. Siapura returned to the base, put the RV into the space, and flashed back to the B&B. Her breath disappeared in Chi-Che's sensing range. The good-looking zombie made a decision. 1 month is too long. He wants to follow, singing the beauty of the ages. As soon as Siapura stepped into the B&B, she was attracted by the opera slogan on the second floor of the tea house. The words in the entire poster are filled with a strong flavor of opera. Just looking at the words makes people involuntarily indulge in it, forgetting everything else. Many people are also attracted by the advertising slogans, stopping in front of the billboards and lingering. After browsing all the content and returning to reality, I felt a shock all over my body, a shock that my brain was invaded by culture. Some kind of awakened inheritance in the blood suddenly awakens. It makes people want to go to watch a show, and calm down to feel the tranquility in the end of the world. Most people went to the direction of the tea house after reading the slogan. Siapura went forward to join in the fun. The tea house did not arrange waiters. Only the busy voices of robots kept introducing the tea in the tea house. There were many people in the tea house, layers of people. Even with such a large area, she wondered if it was too crowded, considering building a third floor. When Uncle Fu saw her coming, he was very enthusiastic, asked the guests in front of him to wait, and came to greet her. The owner is here. Are you here to watch opera on the second floor? Uncle Fu came over with a smile. Siapura nodded. I can go upstairs and find a corner by myself. Uncle Fu, don't worry about me. By the way, she took out a large bottle of water from the space received by the base over there. Try this water, and see if it's the same water you drank before. Okay. I try it in a while. Uncle Fu's face was flushed, as if this job brought him a lot of happiness. Then I won't greet you. I be busy now. Okay. I'm coming. Uncle Fu responded to the guests, who were still waiting for him. He was in high spirits and smiled from ear to ear. He enjoyed his job very much. He walked briskly and was more energetic than many young people in their 20s. It was the first time she met someone who was happy about his work, just like that little yellow square sponge. She chose a corner to sit down on the second floor. Uncle Fu came up from the first floor and handed her a pot of freshly brewed bilyukun. This tea is not the most expensive in the store. After being blended by Uncle Fu in good water, it tastes very fragrant. Ordinary customers cannot drink good water, tea with good craftsmanship. There are only a few robots in the store. There are no waiters. People who sit on the second floor to drink tea and watch the opera have to go downstairs to buy a pot of freshly brewed tea from Uncle Fu. The lights on the second floor are generally dim. All the lights are on the stage. The people on the stage sing opera tunes in coordination with the music. Most of the people who were close to the stage were grandparents, and they listened attentively and fascinatedly. She took out melon seeds from the space and ate them alone in the corner. After the song was over, it was intermission time. After the cheers from the second floor stopped, there were many discussions. Some were discussing which show was the most exciting, and some were reminiscing. Siapura saw it all. She stayed in this corner, bringing out the little animals in the space. and eating melon seeds with her to watch the show. After all the sessions for the day were arranged, Uncle Fu also went up to the second floor of the tea house to start clearing people out. Xie Pu Rou stopped Uncle Fu, who was about to go downstairs. After clearing people out, Uncle Fu, let's recruit some employees. Recruitment is very simple in the BNB. But this time the person who interviewed was Uncle Fu. She gave Uncle Fu the malicious value detector for identifying employees for temporary use. That night, the tea house closed early and posted a notice of recruitment and tomorrow's closure at the door. The interview will be in the office building tomorrow, not in the tea house. That night, Xie Pu renovated and rebuilt the tea house. She built a third floor, which is a private room. It is quiet, and you can talk and see the performance on the stage clearly. From the outside, each individual room exudes refinement and luxury. The private rooms are large, and the distance between rooms is far. The decorations in front of the door are also clear. She wants to create a place with affordable prices. The development of homestays is almost complete, and it is time to harvest some rich people's wallets. As long as you specifically attract rich people to spend money and give them different preferential treatment, you don't have to worry about others being reluctant to spend money. This is also one of her considerations for recruiting people to work in the tea house. Robots are convenient, but it is still people who can stimulate people's consumption to the greatest extent. Robots and real people can provide the same services, but the emotional value can be different. Push open the door of the private room and walk in. The interior decoration of any private room is remarkable. They are all different decoration styles, which can cater to the styles and preferences of different people. Drinking tea and eating snacks while watching a play. This cognition has been carried through the lives of Chinese people. She decided to start ordering food in the tea house. The waiters on the second floor are robots, and the waiters on the third floor are real people. On the second floor, you can only order some melon seeds, tea, and simple snacks. On the third floor, you can order some complex snacks, and you can choose any tea from the types of tea below. As long as you can afford the points, you can drink tea of any price. Chapter 334. Building a hot spring pool. She noticed it at the dawn base. After the extreme heat, everyone worked hard to kill zombies, without mercy, and their wallets were bulging. With her own plan, Xie Pu worked hard on the decoration. Thinking that she hadn't upgraded for a long time, she was about to ask M80, but she heard it take the initiative. The host can upgrade to LV4 after completing the construction of the hot spring pool. There will be a small surprise after the upgrade. Xie Pu gathered her hair, and immediately saw through its little 99. He narrowed his eyes, and asked suspiciously, "You saw that I haven't upgraded for too long. Are you afraid that I will start to show off?" "No. No. The host has worked very hard since arriving in this plane. Now he doesn't need me to coax him to work. What else can I be dissatisfied with?" As if to convince himself, M80 brought out another example to prove that his words were convincing. The host lit up 3 bases at once this time. "This is the most powerful host I have ever seen." "Oh, is that really the case?" Xie Pu raised her eyebrows. Her expression was very lively, especially when teasing M80. M80 didn't dare to say no, he kept saying yes. "What's the surprise when you reach level 4? Tell me in advance." Speaking in advance can increase the host's enthusiasm. M80 thinks there's nothing to say. The area of the homestay can be expanded proportionally. Just like the food court now has too many people, it seems crowded. After the upgrade, the road will be wider, and the area of the new building that the host wants will also become larger and larger. You can also unlock a new building, without the host spending points. M80 patiently enticed, and enumerated the benefits that could attract Xie Pu at present. When M80 finished speaking, she did not respond for a long time, and then looked at what she was doing. Xie Pu had already arrived at the location designated by the BNB to build a hot spring pool. It was empty, just like all the initial buildings were empty before. She opened the construction panel with ease, and found the template for the hot spring pool. Many templates of various decoration styles appeared in front of her, such as Nordic style, Chinese style, New Chinese style, Japanese style, and an outrageous war damage style. She imagined the war damage style in her mind. The tattered hot spring pool, and she shuddered just thinking about it. What's the difference between that and soaking in a stinky ditch? Would it stink if she soaked in it? First, she ruled out the war damage style, and then she directly locked on the New Chinese style. The New Chinese style is suitable for all ages, men and women. The newness is that young people can accept it. And the elderly also think it looks good. After selecting the style, points are deducted, and it is generated with one click. The hot spring pool in front of her has changed. She can faintly hear the sound of running water in the hot spring pool in the hall. M80, host. Do you want to consider using the spiritual spring water in the space to introduce it into the hot spring pool? The hot spring effect will be better. She looked around. Tell me more. Mix the two kinds of spiritual spring water in the host space, and add a little to the hot spring pool to promote better absorption. She pondered for a while. You don't seem to have mentioned the effect of the hot spring pool. Each pool has different effects. For example, the green tea pool can disinfect and kill bacteria, kill a small amount of trace toxins from the mutant creatures in this world that are contaminated on the body. Wait. Siapuro stopped and asked, can it kill toxins? It can only kill trace amounts of toxins. After the mutation of this world, all kinds of things carry more or less mutant microorganisms. Just like the mutant creatures in this world have evolved, viruses, bacteria, and so on will also evolve. M80 knows what his host is thinking without running the optical brain. It is impossible to kill the zombie virus as the host wants. I see. It's about the same as giving a newborn a vaccination that needs to be taken regularly. Right? That's what happened. Go on. What else does it do? She stepped over the counter from the front hall, walked to the women locker room at the back, and went straight to the hot spring pool. The milk pool can whiten the skin, the massage pool can relax the body and mind, the flower petal pool can make people have a beautiful dream, the Isatis root pool can repair the loss of overdrawn superpowers, and make people recover quickly, the aromatherapy pool can make people smell fragrant for a short time, and reduce sweating after soaking, the red wine pool can make people enter a state of tipsiness for a short time. And, can I have all these functional pools? The host can choose any 3 pools to unlock, and the host can unlock the remaining pools by upgrading the BNB level. BNB level? Siapuro eyes widened. Did she hear it right? Are you sure it's the BNB level? Not the hot spring pool level? Yes, BNB level. If the host upgrades the BNB to LV4, he can unlock 6 different functional pools. If you say that, then she'd be relieved. As long as it doesn't require card draw to unlock, when she upgrades her level, there will be a total of 9 pools. That's enough. I want the green tea pool, the Isatis root pool, and the flower petal pool. At present, these 3 seem to be the most practical. I believe that if the efficacy of these 3 pools is publicized, many people will line up at the door. Siapuro took a look at the storage room where she was. Such a large storage room, it's hard to say whether there will be a queue. It is estimated that it can accommodate thousands of people at the same time. There are basic toilets and showers in the locker room. The locker is very smart. You can open it by placing your hand on it and letting it sense the user's personal information. This step does not require consumption points. After successfully opening the locker, she saw that there were small bottles of shampoo, shower gel and other sets, bath towels, and even waterproof disposable slippers in the box. She took out a pair of slippers, and another pair of identical slippers appeared in the original place. After closing the locker door, she believed that the charge for the hot spring pool would not be low. Based on what she had seen so far, it was probably a 1-ticket all-inclusive consumption. You only need to pay 1 ticket, and all consumption in the hot spring pool is covered. Of course, each person can only take 1 item that belongs to him or her, and you can't take more. When she wanted to go to the hot spring pool through the locker room, a disinfection detection flashed, and the prompt flashed by. She keenly caught the prompt and said, "No change of clothes detected, shower, disinfection." It is estimated that she was detected as the owner and let her pass. As soon as the door leading to the hot spring pool was gently pushed open, a gentle heat wave came towards her. She was wrapped in the warm heat wave and felt her body relaxed a lot. Just when she was wondering why she could feel the heat wave, the system prompt sounded automatically. The temperature sensor switch has been turned on for the host. She just came out of the female storage locker room, and the male storage locker room was right opposite. It turns out that the hot spring is not divided by gender. Chapter 335 Mixed Bathing for Men and Women? Just wondering why the hot springs are not divided by gender, Siapuro raised her legs and continued walking while thinking. Mixed bathing for men and women. Isn't this a bit too? This is still the end of the world. She frowned, somewhat disagreed with this arrangement. Wouldn't this increase the crime rate? The last thing to bet on in the end of the world is human nature. M80 smiled. Host, continue walking forward and you will know. After walking for a while, A large stone tablet with the words Great B&B Hot Spring Pool appeared in front of him. It was this huge stone tablet that blocked the view of the hot spring pool behind. However, this stone tablet can be used to check in. Now everyone has mobile phones and can check in and take photos again, which is convenient. Standing in front of the stone tablet, the sound of water is clearer than when I just came out of the locker room. Going around this big stone, the scene in front of me shocked the knowledgeable Siapuro. It was still night, and the sky was already dark and covered by dark clouds, and it looked like it was going to rain again. The hot spring pool was not affected by the weather at all. The hot air in the hot spring pool rose slowly under the warm yellow light. Looking at it gave people a warm feeling. The flowers, plants and trees on the side were just right. The sky was not beautiful, but it added a lot of different flavors to the hot spring hall in the dark. The hot spring in front of her was completely different from what she thought. The various water play facilities that came into view, slides, water project loudspeakers, wave area, tsunami area, it was simply a large water park. Those are ordinary hot spring pools without any functions. Some only have warm water suitable for all ages. Isn't this a real water world? Siapuro suddenly thought, if the temperature here is lowered, the body will feel more comfortable after entering the water. Sell some warm milk tea and hot roasted chestnuts, roasted sweet potatoes. That's the autumn and winter 3-piece set. Who can refuse to have a warm roasted sweet potato after playing in the hot spring pool? She walked around the entire hot spring pool. This area is indeed one of the largest buildings on the map. She was tired from walking. Only when you walk to the back can you see the hot spring pool with efficacy. The hot spring pool here is divided into men and women pools, which means that the genders are separated. The hot spring pool here meets her ideal hot spring pool expectations, which is different from the lively recreational facilities in the water world. Currently, only 3 hot spring pools have been unlocked, and the 3 large hot spring pools can accommodate many people. It is quiet here, with fragrance and soothing music, and some hot spring pools allow you to lie down directly beside them and enjoy the tranquility and SPA brought by the hot spring water. There is a small building at the intersection of the hot spring pool and the water world. This is a snack street, where people can rest and eat to replenish their energy after playing. Of course, food needs to be bought with points. I opened the system panel to see if I could add a sightseeing car or something like that. I quickly browsed the relevant pages and finally locked on a line of small words. If you entertain 1,000 tourists, you can use 1,000 grape coins to exchange for permanent use rights for 5 sightseeing cars. The current progress of the hot spring pool in entertaining tourists is 0 out of 1,000. Hurry up and prepare for the opening. When you entertain 10,000 tourists, you can use 1,000 grape coins to exchange for a big upgrade of the stall RV. The validity period is only before the end of the current natural disaster. After the validity period ends, the original dining car will be restored. Siapuro raised her eyelids. This looks very impressive. Damn! It really aroused her curiosity. Opening is not a problem, and I don't have to worry about the flow of people and other issues. We still need to think about how to solve the safety problem. The safety problem has a system in place. We can solve it by hiring more lifeguards. The problem is how to keep the water clean. I am afraid that children will pee in the water. It will be so dirty. It would be better if the water was flowing. M80 can read minds. The next sentence is, host, our water is flowing. We can also solve personal hygiene problems. You are the store owner, so the system is not so strict with you. You may not have felt it when you came here. The first disinfection process has been completed since the shower in the locker room. There are several more disinfection processes when leaving the locker room. Namely, I don't want to listen. I don't want to listen. Siapuro held her head and shouted. No way can knowledge enter her mind. In order to ensure the smooth opening of the hot spring hall, Siapuro, who was curious, immediately started to prepare for recruitment. She urgently called Chu and back after finishing her work, and let her handle the recruitment of the hot spring pool. She went into the kitchen and started to prepare the exquisite snacks for the tea house, and the snacks unique to the hot spring pool. The food and specialties in each store are different. Just like the flower pastry she is making now, which is the best companion for drinking tea and listening to opera. Once it is launched as a new product in the tea house, many people will definitely want to try it. And can the same delicious food still be sold in the hot spring pool? It's hard to say, because the food is not suitable for the occasion. It's like selling ice cream in winter. Some people may want to eat it, but most people think differently. Maybe the idea of making money and upgrading is too enthusiastic. Uncle Fu and Chu-en completed their respective recruitment tasks in one day. Chu-en had a huge workload. According to Siapiru idea, the first recruitment was a large-scale one. The hot spring center was not small in scale, and there were many water recreational projects. These all required people to go to work. Robot employees were not as comprehensive as human employees. After the recruitment, Chu-en came to the yard where Siapiru lived to report on his work, and brought a dozen documents. Boss, this is the result of my recruitment yesterday. Chu-en generously placed the results he had sorted out after yesterday's busy work on the stone table. Siapiru glanced at him and looked away. She couldn't see any problem with a person who had been tested by the system for maliciousness. Just do it as you see fit. She looked at Chu-en with a smile. How about we go to the hot spring pool together on the opening day? Chu-en's face showed a hint of excitement. Thinking that he still had to work, he shook his head vigorously. I still have to go to work. Siapiru insisted. Let's go together to experience and inspect to see if there are any shortcomings. But, Siapiru patted her shoulder and said earnestly, you have to learn to relax. If life is only about work, it's better to wash garlic. Although Chu-en still had a tangled expression, Siapiru clearly noticed a flash of yearning and expectation in her eyes. Boss, if you want to go, I can accompany you. Siapiru didn't care about the reason, as long as someone went with her. Yu Shiwen has been busy recently. It is said that he is going to go on a mission. It is estimated that they will not be able to meet for a while. Chapter 336 Automatically Activate Defense. The two women reached a consensus by force, and the matter of going to the hot spring pool together was settled. They were having a good time here. But the Gundam base was making trouble for the Lun base. Due to the oppression of the Gundam base chief Zai Gundam, Ping Quan, who worked under him, ran away. Everyone saw that even Ping Quan had run away. And some people with weak abilities, who could only do marginal work in the Gundam base, followed suit. Everyone knew that the Lun base was a piece of pure land among the nearby bases, and people had a direction, a purpose, and a large-scale transfer. Everyone has moved there, and the Gundam base chief naturally has to go to the Lun base chief to ask for an explanation. A group of high-level psychics at the Gundam base are very powerful, and cars are following the Gundam in the lead one after another. Such a big fuss has already attracted the attention of the Lun base. The Lun base was well known before the extreme heat, but compared to the Gundam, it is really far behind. Just because the Gundam only provides for psychics, the entire base is low-level psychics. Even those who do trivial work, any good resources in the base are tilted towards high-level psychics. Low-level psychics can also get a taste of the benefits by following the superiors. Most psychics will choose to live in the Gundam base with their families. Gundam led a group of people to Lun, and the posture can be described as aggressive. You are so bold. Zai Gundam started to attack as soon as he arrived at the Lun base. Seeing this, the guards of the Lun base hurriedly blocked him in front and tried to stop him. But Zai Gundam didn't take him seriously at all, and disappeared from the spot with a slight shake of his body. By the time the guards reacted, Zai Gauda had already arrived in front of the guards. A cold system notification sounded, foreign invasion detected, contacting the store owner. At the same time, Siapiru, who was chatting and laughing with Chu-en, also heard the voice far away in Lun base. The screen of Lun base popped up directly, and when Siapiru was about to see what was going on, Zai Gauda launched an attack again. Without instructions from the store owner, defense will be automatically activated. In a flash, Zai Gauda, a level 6 high-level psychic, launched an attack that seemed to be about to kill the guards. A powerful sound wave knocked out Zai Gundam and other intruders, while the guards and others were unharmed. Who? Zai Gundam's body shook, and he turned back suddenly. But he didn't see the people who had just attacked them. Both sides were surprised, and Siapiru was also stunned. She didn't expect that the lit base would have the effect of automatically defending against enemies. Then a layer of lavender protective shield suddenly emerged inside the Lun base, covering the entire Lun base tightly. Ping Quan hid in the Lun base and was restless every day, fearing that the Gundam base would attack. The noise had spread from person to person inside the base. Ping Quan rushed over and hid in a corner to watch. When he heard the familiar voice of Zai Gundam, he was scared out of his wits. He was dead. Ping Quan had only one thought in his mind: run. Before he could even move his legs, he saw the scene of everyone in the Gundam base being flung away. He was not the only one. There were countless eyes watching from both bases. How could Zai Gundam, who was beaten back. Give up? His face changed. And he shouted angrily, Lewin, you dare to play tricks on me. Come on together. I don't believe it. After saying that, Zai Gundam led the high-level psychics, who followed him to attack again, and attacked the base protection shield directly. Everyone took a deep breath, and their hearts were beating so fast that they were about to jump out of their throats. That was a full-strength attack from a 6th-level psychic. There were so many high-level psychics around. Could the base protection shield block the attack again? When the attack from Zai Gundam hit the protection shield, the base protection shield instantly released a huge wave of power. Countless fireballs, water balls, earth thorns, golden needles, and vines fell from the sky, densely packed like rain. Under this colorful laser rain, the protective shield was like an umbrella. And no matter how they attacked, it did not move at all. Boom, boom, boom. 3 loud noises. The people who had just followed the attack at the Gundam base were hit by the sound waves. And there was no way to avoid it. Everyone fell to the ground. Some spurted blood, and some had their internal organs moved by the shock. Foreign attackers are about to be transferred. Attackers, please prepare for transfer. 3 black lines fell from everyone's brows. This cold voice, cold, still, quite polite. The countdown ended at 3, 2, 1, under everyone's eyes. All the people who attacked the Gundam base were transferred away. The air was quiet for a few seconds. Everyone came back to their senses. Cheers rang out throughout the base. Good. Good. It's worthy of being the base lit up by great B&B. We are safe. Before, I was worried about security issues. I was afraid that other bases would attack us. Now, we can walk sideways. Someone took the lead and shouted, Long live great B&B. A roar came, and people spontaneously cheered, Long live great B&B. Long live great B&B. The sound resounded through the sky and echoed around this land for a long time. The guards looked at each other, looking at the cold weapons in their hands, and fell into deep thought. The base defense is so powerful. Are they going to lose their jobs? There were still people who had not disappeared in the Gundam base. There were only a dozen or so who had sneaked in to slack off, and were knocked down by their companions. They stood up and patted the dust and dirt on their butts. They looked at each other, and I didn't know what they were thinking. A young man who looked young slowly raised his hands above his head under the gaze of the public at the Lewin base. Nervous and unconfident, Grape, long live Grape B&B? As the saying goes, if you can't beat them, just join them. It should be right. Long live Grape B&B. Long live Grape B&B. The others were led by the young man to shout slogans, one after another, as if they wanted to shout their determination to rebel to everyone in Lewin base. The power of faith was stronger than the last time, and it all hit Siepu Ro through the projection screen. The girl herself was unaware, and clapped her hands and laughed foolishly. Ha ha ha, Chu-in. Look, they don't seem to be very smart. With her authorization, Chu-in could also see the screen projection. Not very smart indeed. Chu-in secretly complained. They should have retreated when their attack was first resolved by the protective shield. In the end, their rationality was replaced by impulse. And they did not stop to think deeply about the protective shield. It is not surprising that such a fool died in the end of the world. Siapuro laughed enough, rolled her eyes, and called the head of Lewin base. You can tell the few traitors at the door, and let them go back to Gundam base, and the residents there to publicize Lewin base to make up for their mistakes. Chapter 337 Prepare snacks for the tea house. When Zhou Jingping, the head of Lewin base, received the call, he had just arrived at the scene. How to deal with the enemy kept flashing through his mind. When he heard the deafening cheers, he realized that he didn't need to appear at all. Lewin base is now a base with someone's protection. He doesn't have to fight alone. When his heart was surging, he received a call from his boss. Siatpura hung up after hearing his answer. Zhou Jingping did as she said, and successfully persuaded the group of guys to defect. It can't be considered as a rebellion. When the other party heard that they could stay at Lewin base after completing the mission, they were so excited that they got into the car they drove and went back with the mission. After Zhou Jingping left the scene, the onlookers who were watching the excitement poured out of the base. So many people drove to the Gundam base together. There were at least 1,000 people, and there were at least 400 cars. Many of the cars with empty seats were the spoils that the Gundam wanted to keep for the capture of Lewin base. This was a bargain for the onlookers. If they were new here, they would definitely not know what this car was for. It was just a broken car. It had not been maintained for 3 years in the apocalypse. so they didn't know how broken it was. The technical personnel of the central base had developed a new type of vehicle after the apocalypse, which was earthquake-resistant, anti-torsion, and able to resist zombies to the greatest extent. I don't know why a group of people were robbing those ordinary broken cars. When they stayed in Lund base for a few more days, they would be surprised to find that it was not a car. It was white points. There was metal on the parts of the car. They could sell it with the points converter. A car was worth thousands of points. The metal plate density of the more expensive car parts before the end of the world is more precise, and more metal is needed. So the luxury cars before the end of the world are also valuable when placed under the base managed by Great B&B. Lund base fought a beautiful battle without any effort, and this battle will become a famous battle for Lund base to further gather personnel from nearby small bases. A safe place, delicious food, even if this gimmick is expensive in a peaceful and prosperous era. Many people will buy it. Siapura turned off the screen projection and stopped watching. While Chuan was still here, Siapura discussed with her about hiring more assistants. I want to hire more assistants. There are 3 or 4 bases that can be reached by the subway now. I think you will be too busy to manage them all. Do you have a suitable candidate? Chuan was stunned at first, and pointed at herself suspiciously. Me? Siapura poured herself a cup of tea. Yes. I want to see your opinion. I can still handle it for now. And there is no better person to recommend. Chuan lowered his head, and nervously tugged at the corner of his clothes with his hands. Why don't you let me do it alone for now? I can take care of it. And I will adapt for a while. If I can't handle it, I can also guide new people. Siapura looked at Chuan. Chuan pursed his lips, and stared at his toes unnaturally. Sighed. Then I listen to you. You can do all the work first. And if you think there is too much work, hire someone. She could understand that Chuan had only been working for a short time, and was probably worried about being replaced. The little girl was simple-minded, and was a good person. She was usually lively and cheerful. When she felt insecure, she would be anxious, unconfident, and afraid to look at people. As they were all little girls, she could understand Chuan very well, so she didn't follow too closely. Chuan was obviously relieved. Thank you, boss. Siapura straightened up, looked at her and smiled gently, then hurry up and prepare for the opening of the hot spring center. When you are ready, let's go and experience it together. Okay, boss. I follow up and see if there's anything else you need. Okay. Chuan left with the documents she brought that hadn't been flipped through. Siapura continued to the kitchen, preparing the snack she wanted to sell in the hot spring pool. The hot spring pool is the first large-scale recreational project in the homestay. If it is done well, it will be the only water amusement park in the end times. The only place for people to relax. People can't work non-stop, nor can they be tense all the time. It is good for physical and mental health to have more fun. She prepared some fruits for the tea house to go with the wine. They were all beautiful and delicate, and they took time and effort to make. She turned on 10 food processors in the kitchen. Some were beating dough, some were beating eggs, and she was busy all by herself. She made traditional pastry flour cakes. Although they were just simple flour cakes, there were many things to shape them into. She made peach flour cakes, pear flour cakes, cherry blossom cakes, chrysanthemum flour cakes, lotus flour cakes, and dozens of other flour cakes. Each flour cake was vivid under Siapura's hands, and the coloring was just right. She even put a lot of thought into the filling of the flour pastry. She used some tea leaves from the tea house to grind into powder, and took the tea flavor to combine with red beans, mung beans, hawthorn, lotus paste and other fillings. Although the filling of the flour pastry is complicated, the appearance is not simple either. Seeing the final product, Siapura admired her own skillful hands. After a busy day, Master Sia finally took a break and lay in the yard to enjoy the cool air. It took a long time for her to feel alive. Holding a grape in her hand, she ate one at a time, and looked up at the sky in a daze. She didn't know what she was thinking. Meow. Snowflake came over, and also wanted to eat the grapes in her hand. Aoyo also came over, Nayo, Pearl all came over. The 4 cute pets lined up and stared at the plump and large fruits in their owner's hand. Want to eat? He picked a few of the grapes with his right hand. Meow meow. Snowflake rubbed her calf with his head. This is Snowflake's ultimate move, acting like a spoiled child. It always works on the owner. I won't give it to you. Siapura put the grapes into her mouth, squinting her eyes and enjoying it. No! Siapura got up from the recliner, and thought of something she had forgotten for a long time. Did she also grow vegetables, fruits, and animals? I haven't visited them for a long time, and I don't know if they have grown up. If they can be picked, maybe I can put the fruits in the tea house first, and then sell the vegetables on a chosen day. You are really my treasures. She was just teasing them, but Siapura remembered that she still had something to do. She put down the basin of grapes in her hand, and divided them equally into their own small bowls. The extra two could not be divided equally, so Siapura ate them herself. Thank you, my treasures, for reminding me. I love you. Leaving behind a word, Siapura hurried out. She came to the fruit plantation in a hurry. It was already 10 o'clock in the evening. The employees working here get off work at 7 o'clock every day. At this time, she was the only one around. Chapter 338. The system is jealous. The first thing that comes to mind is grapes. After all, it is a grape homestay. If it sells fruit, the first thing to be put on the shelf should be grapes. The grapes are planted in a very regular manner. The rows look very beautiful. When you get close to the grapevines, you can see that the employees have spontaneously made a sign and hung it next to it, indicating what kind of fruit it is. She happened to be under the Sunshine Rose grapevines. When it detected that she reached out to touch the grapes, the robot working here flew over. Master, this variety of grapes is not yet ripe, and has not reached the best taste for eating. Siapura landed on her tiptoes, and pouted her lips in dissatisfaction with being interrupted. Of course she knew it was not ripe yet. She had eaten so many grapes, how could she not know what the best grapes were like? You could tell from the grapes hanging on the tree that they were still a little far from ripe. She was not stupid. She was rebellious, and she really wanted to eat it. I eat it, I eat it. It's not ripe yet, I can just ripen it. You should know that the spiritual spring water in her space is a ripening agent with no side effects. And the water has been integrated with the space. She will have a constant supply of spiritual spring water. And using a little water to ripen is nothing. The robot that was bullied by its master had an undulating horizontal line on its LCD screen, which fell straight and then changed into a question mark. The silly look was so cute. She couldn't help but ask M80 in her mind, if you have a physical body, would you be so silly? M80, the host can only like my system. What are you talking about? Of course, I only like your system. Siapura touched her nose guiltily. You just thought it was cute. I'm going to make a scene. Siapura quickly coaxed him. I didn't think so. I just thought that if you had a physical body, you would definitely be cuter than it. I'm thinking about working hard to earn money to redeem you. Really? The little panda transformed by M80 had tearful eyes, so pitiful. Really? Didn't you also say that I've been working hard recently? I'm working hard to change your physical body. Okay then. M80 was coaxed, and quietly directed the physical robot on the ground to go far away. Siapura held her forehead. I don't know where the stupid system got such a strange idea. If she likes any electronic product, it will act as if she wants to abandon it. Fortunately, the episode passed quickly. Siapura used her hands as a medium to guide the spiritual spring water in the space through her fingertips. The originally useful water-based supernatural power seemed to be of little use after the extreme heat. She stared at her fingertips in a daze. Suddenly, she thought of the two kinds of spiritual spring water in her space. I wonder if the two kinds of water are mixed together, will the effect of 1 + 1 = 2? She still took out a small bucket, and mixed the two kinds of water in a 1-to-1 ratio into the bucket. She carried the small bucket to the grapevines that were more spacious around her, and she planned to do 3 experiments. One was to mix the water, and the other 2 kinds of water were poured under 2 trees respectively. As the spiritual spring water was poured little by little, the vines expanded little by little. Watching the green fruits grow bigger little by little, she even smelled the unique fragrance of grapes changing from green to sweet when she stood under the tree. Until the grapes are fully mature, they will stop growing when they reach their best state. Siapura put down the bucket and walked to another tree that was farther away. She didn't get close because she was worried that the spiritual spring water from the previous grape would flow to the nearby land, affecting the experimental results. After watering one grape after another, she looked at the almost identical ripe grapes in front of her, which smelled equally sweet. Siapura was silent. From the perspective of the time it took to grow, they were almost the same. If there was a difference, it would be that the first grape that was mixed with the 2 spiritual spring waters took a shorter time to grow. Walking under the tree, Siapura tasted each one. Her taste was cultivated by her own cooking skills, and her taste buds were stimulated by the gold and became much more sensitive. The grapes mixed with Linquan tasted more fragrant. Sweeter but not too sweet. And slightly larger than the other two. The other two were also excellent. But the difference was only in comparison. If ordinary people swallowed them whole, without careful identification, they would not be able to taste the difference. But if they were to start from scratch with ordinary grape seeds, what would happen? That night, Siapuru conducted several experiments. Finally, she came to the conclusion that if you are not an expert, you will not be able to taste the subtle differences. For those who have high-quality requirements, it is best to choose the blended Linquan water from the seeds. In short, anything produced by Linquan water is the best. The morning sun shines through the dark clouds into the B&B, illuminating every corner. A piece of news exploded in the B&B like a heavy bomb, and the sound of discussion can be heard everywhere in the activity area downstairs in the community. Have you heard? New fruits are coming. One voice said excitedly to another. What did you hear? I saw it all. It's posted at the tea house. It says that it's a selection of fruits. Each table is limited to 1 fruit platter per day. Another voice responded excitedly. Is that so? I heard about it from the old man downstairs. I haven't even been to that tea house. You haven't been there? Then you're at a big loss. The fragrance of tea there can overflow into the street. Aromatherapy. Right? Whose tea can be so fragrant? What is impossible in our B&B? If you don't believe me, just go there, and you know if it's true or not. In B&Bs, any new things can become the hottest topic. A piece of news spreads like ripples, attracting more and more people to join the discussion. Your news is not good, don't you know? There will be new snacks on the second floor of the tea house. New snacks? What snacks? What does it look like? Where did you see it? It is said to be flour crisps. It will be on sale at 12 noon today. It cannot be ordered individually in the first 3 days. Only platters are available. The two people who were originally discussing the matter paused. How many points will it cost to sell it? I don't know. But the consumption in the tea house is not low. I was planning to go and have a look. The two people were anxious. They asked in unison, what about the fruit? They didn't want to eat candied haws every time they wanted to eat fruit. After all, eating too much sugar will make you sick. Right? Besides, the fruits taste different from the ones in the candied haws. The fruit is only sold in platters to the second floor users, only in the first 3 days, and it is said that it is a discount price in the first 3 days of sale. Discount price. You have to try it, otherwise you can't afford it if there is no discount in the future. The unannounced price not only did not discourage a few people, but made people want to go and see it on site, which Siapuru did not expect. The tea house in the great B&B opened with opera. There will be many new teas, snacks and fruits. Only platters will be sold in the first few days of opening, and it is still a discount price. Chapter 339. The tea house opens private rooms. The news spread like wings, and flew over various bases. They usually looked forward to the release of new products in the B&B, and eat some tea cakes in the tea house, and drink some tea, and listen to opera performances. The days of sweet love are comparable to those before the end of the world. In the Dawn base, a base without a subway, people have heard the news. Maybe she underestimated the influence of the B&B, or maybe she underestimated the desire of people in the end of the world for fresh fruits. On the day when the tea house opened again, not only did people come, but also people from various bases took the subway to join in the fun. It's not that I came here because I heard about the new store opening. Siapuru didn't make the news of the new products in the tea house public. Most of the people who came here were those who heard the news by word of mouth and came to join in the fun. She was busy preparing for the opening of the hot spring. You must have a swimsuit to take a hot spring bath. Right? Men's, women's, boys, girls, you must have them all. In the blink of an eye, she had already spent a lot of great coins on the clothes lottery in the clothing store. The last 3 models came out very quickly, but the adult men's model could not be drawn no matter what. As a result, she won a lot of normal style clothes, so many that she could open a separate store for each category. She really thought so. It is necessary to open separate stores, including age groups and gender divisions. High heels, ties, sandals, suits, suspender skirts, all kinds of them. She was dazzled by the draws. She immediately entered the construction mode, and the new clothing store opened immediately. People rushed into the clothing store, and were surprised to find that there was a swimsuit section. What does having a swimsuit section mean? It means that the B&B will soon have a new building to open. And it's related to water. The section has been set up, and the opening is so loud, there is only one explanation, that is, the opening is also very grand. Many people don't even want to do tasks these days. In addition to the daily planting tasks, most people stick to the B&B, want to try it first, and also post check-in photos and pictures in their social circles. Unlike the joy of the public, EP271 was completely confused. I've spent tens of thousands of dollars on the draw. If I can't draw the adult men's swimsuit, I open a new pool for them, and let them swim in their underwear. Gritting her teeth, she made a cruel remark, and in the next draw, she unlocked the costumes, and sure enough, she drew the adult men's swimsuit. Oh my god! EP271 was so angry that her cheeks bulged, and she retaliated by adjusting the price of adult men's swimsuits to the highest price range she could choose. She also set a rule for the hot spring pool that anyone entering the pool must wear a swimsuit, and if the system fails to detect it, they will not be allowed to enter, and the ticket will not be refunded. At this time, there were already many categories of swimwear for girls and children. People were surprised to find that the swimwear area of the adult men clothing store was only the size of a kitchen. But it was not crowded, because there was only one style of swimming trunks in different sizes. And the price was not cheap. Gu Jing's team came to the tea house to drink tea that day, and suddenly found that the furnishings in the store had changed. Their team was on a mission, and they were isolated from the news. When they came back, they rushed here to drink tea, and they didn't know that the tea house would be closed for a day and reopen. The changes were so great that the 3 floors were all there. If it weren't for the sign hanging at the door, they would have hardly recognized it. Gu Jing asked Uncle Fu curiously, "Uncle Fu, has the owner upgraded the tea house? Are there any new products?" It's no wonder he asked too much. There were too many people crowded around the poster, and their team didn't know what was going on. Uncle Fu and Gu Jing were very familiar with each other. On the first day Uncle Fu came to work, he met Gu Jing, who was rich and bought a lot of expensive tea. He also often came to watch him make tea. It can be seen that the young man is a tea lover. Because of their common interests, Uncle Fu took extra care of Gu Jing, and they became close friends regardless of age. Last time, Gu Jing bought a lot of things, and after paying, he found that he couldn't take them all, so he had to leave them with Uncle Fu. This day was also the day Gu Jing and Uncle Fu agreed to come and pick up the tea he had paid for. As soon as Gu Jing came back, he went straight to the tea house for the tea he had been thinking about. In addition to having a strong physique, this was also one of the reasons why Gu Jing's team was able to squeeze in among the crowds. Dora came over enthusiastically and talked to Uncle Fu in a familiar way. "Uncle Fu, you don't know that our captain kept talking about your skills when he was fighting zombies." During the break, he was always madly muttering to himself, "Uncle Fu taught me this way. Why is the tea I brew not as fragrant as Uncle Fu?" Dora held her head with both hands, with an exaggerated expression, imitating Gu Jing's mad expression, which made Uncle Fu laugh. "Is it that exaggerated?" Uncle Fu laughed heartily, sounding in a good mood. Uncle Fu walked into the display stand, took out the tea that Gu Jing had deposited there last time, and handed it to him. He then took out a huge wooden tray with 9 squares, as if offering a treasure. While everyone except Gu Jing's team was allowed in to get things, everyone was still queuing outside, thinking that maybe Gu Jing could book the largest private room upstairs. Uncle Fu lifted the lid that kept it secret. The moment the box was opened, a white fairy air flowed down. The tea-scented snacks and various tea-colored fruit cakes were lying in the fairy air. A few people got close and smelled the tea fragrance mixed with the sweet tea fruit flavor in the air. The color combination was very clever. If you didn't know it was a snack, you would have thought it was a toy. The visual and fragrance impact made people unable to stop, and the 4 members of Gu Jing's team stared with their eyes wide open. Gu Jing, Uncle Fu. What? What is this? Dora was also a person who liked to check in at internet celebrity attractions before the end of the world, and you can tell at a glance. The white one is dry ice. Right? I've seen it before when I went to a popular tourist spot to make tea around the fire, and some hot pot restaurants have also used it as a gimmick, and later the operation of using dry ice to create a fairy atmosphere became popular, and many restaurants also use dry ice to create an atmosphere to embellish dishes. It's just that this dry ice cannot be touched directly with your hands. You need to wear gloves to put it in the container, and then pour hot water into the container with dry ice, and the fairy air will flow out. But Uncle Fu didn't do anything, let alone gloves. Just when Uncle Fu opened the lid, they saw it with their own eyes, And he didn't even pour hot water. Dora was very curious. Without this step, how did the dry ice achieve such an effect? Uncle Fu just smiled. Covered the tea cake and carefully put it away. The owner did it. I don't know. The book in his hand was given by the owner to show. Showing it to Gu Jing and others in advance was just to promote it better. Moreover, with Uncle Fu's ability to identify people, he knew at a glance that Gu Jing's team was a fat sheep, ready to be slaughtered. Chapter 340. Is there your crush? The prices on the third floor are out of character, so expensive that it is shocking, and I don't know how many people can afford it. Uncle Fu, I haven't seen enough. For the first time, Han Bing had the urge to spend money. Such exquisite snacks, even he couldn't resist. Gongzi hesitated for a long time. Uncle Fu, how many points does this plate cost? Gongzi and Han Bing, two rough guys, wanted to spend money on impulse after seeing the tea cakes, which shows the importance of exquisite plating. In fact, the two of them have always been the ones with the lowest consumption desire in the team. And they have always sneered at Dora and Gu Jing's lavish spending. Their team claims to be a high-income group in the end times. The four of them are actively fighting zombies and doing tasks. They are very capable and have a lot of income. Gu Jing saw them like this, and then saw Dora looking at the plate that Uncle Fu had covered with interest. As the captain, he also wanted to buy it. He immediately made a decision. Uncle Fu, give us 2 plates of this tea fruit. Without waiting for Uncle Fu to speak, Gu Jing added, we have such a good relationship. Although I didn't say it, I always treat you as my master in my heart. You know, you can't refuse me. Uncle Fu saw that the effect he wanted was achieved, and he didn't keep it a secret. What I just showed was a large tray, which was filled with high-quality tea cakes. Such high-quality products are only provided for the private rooms on the 3rd floor. 3rd floor? Gu Jing looked confused. He just took a quick look and didn't know that the 3rd floor was actually a private room. Uncle Fu handed them the pre-printed brochure for the private room. It's also great to listen to opera on the 3rd floor. I don't know what technology the owner used for the stage. You can see the stage in 360 degrees from the private room. Uncle Fu kept half of it and urged them to look quickly. Some things are better seen with your own eyes. The 4 of them came over and looked at the brochure together. Dora was responsible for turning the pages. The more she turned, the more excited she became. Wow! Isn't this a 6D panoramic view? The effect of watching the movie is like sitting in the arms of an actor and listening to an opera. Looking at the pictures makes you feel like you're there. Let's book a room. Dora closed the booklet and decided immediately. So hastily decided? Uncle Fu was stunned and asked, why don't you consider it again? The private rooms on the 3rd floor have a minimum consumption. Currently, the minimum consumption for a private room is 100,000 points. 100,000 points is equivalent to 1,000 first-level crystal cores. For Gu Jing, it is just a matter of buying some tea. When did he come to the tea house without spending less than 300,000 yuan? You can't enter the private room on the 3rd floor unless you spend more than 500,000 yuan in the tea house. The threshold set by Xie Piru immediately screened out customers. This was because she took into account that the tea house had just opened for a short time, and didn't set it too harshly. In a month, the minimum consumption on the 3rd floor will be set to more than 1 million yuan before you can spend money there. This is also one of the reasons why Uncle Fu opened a back door for them. He was really afraid that no one would be interested in the private room on the 3rd floor. Uncle Fu took the booklet, turned to the last page, and showed them the minimum consumption requirements and reservation restrictions. Gu Jing leaned over, took the booklet back, and read the reservation requirements. The cumulative consumption in the tea house reaches 500,000 yuan, and reservations can only be made 1 day in advance. A deposit is required when booking, and the deposit is based on the minimum consumption. Woohoo! These 2 rules alone are strict enough. There is another one. Gu Jing then saw the membership policy below. The cumulative consumption in the tea house reaches 300,000 points, and welcome fruit will be given for consumption in the private room on the 3rd floor. The cumulative consumption reaches 500,000 points, and welcome fruit plus farewell fruit will be given for consumption in the private room. Cumulative consumption reaches 1 million points, and private room consumption will receive welcome fruit plus farewell fruit plus fine tea and fruit souvenirs. Gu Jing read it out loud unconsciously, and his tone became higher as he read it later. Uncle Fu, how much is my cumulative consumption? No one can resist the temptation of souvenirs. If there are, he has never encountered it anyway. Dora followed anxiously. How many souvenirs are there? Is there one for each private room, or? I really want a souvenir from the homestay. Even if you collect the packaging of the souvenirs, it at least means that you have them. One private room gives one souvenir, but our private room. Uncle Fu smiled, with a mysterious look on his face. Gu Jing looked back at the 3 team members, and from their expressions, he knew that they all agreed to this matter surprisingly, and he immediately made the decision. Uncle Fu, please book a private room for us first. We go back and take a shower first, and come back later. They were all dirty now, not to mention the mud, and their clothes were wet and not yet dry. Except for Dora, who was relatively neat. The 3 men were so shabby that they didn't dare to sit down in the restaurant, fearing that they would be fined 200 yuan for dirtying the private room. Uncle Fu readily agreed, okay. We will officially open the room at 3 o'clock. And I will teach you how to make a reservation. Gu Jing went over and helped Uncle Fu make a reservation for a private room. When choosing a private room, he was confused again. The area and room type of each private room were similar, but the decoration style was different. Under the urging of Dora and others, Gu Jing casually chose a private room that he liked the most. It doesn't matter which private room you choose. At worst, you can change to another private room next time and try all the private rooms. Gu Jing is very open-minded. Just thinking about it makes him happy. Gu Jing came out from Uncle Fu, with his hands behind his back, his head held high, and his face full of joy. On the way, when they saw a clothing store opening and selling new items, Dora rushed into the crowd without saying a word to buy them. No matter what is new, just buy it. Clothing stores are all opened in succession. Seeing that they couldn't stop Dora at all, the 3 men turned around and went to the adult men's store. Dora bought it, they bought it too. A team of people hurried back to the room and quickly took a shower. When they came out of the bathroom, they all became clean and fair and refreshed. Dora picked up the hair dryer and blew it on her hair. The hair instantly became smoother, black and smooth, with a slight curl. At the appointed time, several people gathered in the corridor. Ah! Dora screamed. Did you make an appointment? Why did you all wash your hair? Han Bing was secretly happy when he saw this. Didn't you wash it too? You also blew it into curls? You also did a hairstyle? Gongzi stepped forward and picked up a small bunch of Dora's hair. He sniffed it closer. You also used the grape-flavored hair care oil you got from the blind box machine. Grape-flavored hair care oil is a favorite of many people in the BNB. It is not currently for sale. The only source of it is the blind box machine. When Dora is in the BNB, she will take the whole team to draw blind boxes every day. It took a long time to draw such a small bottle. A small bottle only has 30 milliliters. Dora has always treasured it, and was reluctant to use it, even when they wanted to use it once. She kept it very tightly. I didn't expect to use her treasured essential oil again when getting a haircut today. Gu Jing looked at her with a smile in his eyes. You are so impressive. Is there a crush of yours in the BNB? Chapter 341 Tea Fruit. Dora slapped Han Bing on the shoulder. Good brother, don't dare to say that. It's insulting the revolutionary friendship. Gu Jing asked, how can it be revolutionary friendship? Dora asked back, when the end of the world is over, we will be the people who witnessed history. If the days of fighting together are not revolutionary friendship, then what is it? Gu Jing was frustrated. I can't beat you with my sharp tongue. Dora shook her hair. Let's go. It's almost 3:30 now. I can't wait. After that, she walked straight ahead, ignoring the 3 people. The 3 people followed her and stood behind to look at Dora from the backlight. She was very hardworking when she was on a mission, and she didn't wear girls' clothes very often. Sometimes she really ignored her gender and just treated her as a brother. But looking at her from this backlight angle, and her deliberate dressing, the 3 people suddenly realized that Dora was a real girl. Gu Jing looked at Dora's back. Dora is actually quite pretty. Actually, Dora is pretty. Han Bing said what was in his mind. Gu Jing looked at Han Bing in horror. Let her dress up more in the future if conditions permit. We brothers can't always be dirty. Han Bing patted his hair that he had been styling for a long time. Gongzi followed up naively. Then should I dress up too? With my aura, I have to lead our team to the forefront of homestay fashion. As they talked, they walked together. Gu Jing was squeezed from the middle to the back. All he could think about was, it's over, their team is over, he's the only normal person left. There's Dora in front, and the fashion-forward guy in the back. This team can only rely on him in the future. Dora walked in front, and had no idea what her good brothers were thinking. She dressed up beautifully. Of course. Because she wanted to check in for food, a nice atmosphere, delicious snacks, and a private room. She had a vent for the energy that had been pent up in her heart for a long time, and while waiting to get to the tea house, she took out her fighter plane and frantically took photos and checked in. The four of them came to the tea house, and their eyes lit up again. It turned out that a real employee came to greet them and led them to the private room they'd booked. The waiter spoke softly, and the service was thoughtful. He walked in front of them to open the door in advance, and served with a smile all the way. When they arrived at the private room, the waiter brought a tablet so that they could order food on the tablet, and then left. Dora held the tablet in her hand, and slid her fingers on the tablet. I didn't expect that the homestay also has real waiters. Gu Jing spread his hands, sat on the sofa, and lay down comfortably. I didn't expect it either. I thought BNBS were all high-tech. It's okay to replace humans. Although robots are good, they can't replace humans in the service industry. They are not humane at all. Han Bing walked in the private room, looking around. Only Gongzi came to Dora's side and looked at the tablet to order food seriously. Order less? Can you finish so much? Dora saw Gongzi ordered a lot of tea and fruit, and reminded him. Gu Jing had to buy tea leaves, which cost more than 100,000 points, far exceeding the minimum consumption of the private room. The most important thing was that he was afraid that if he bought too many tea leaves, they would go bad if he couldn't finish them. That would be a waste. It looks good. I couldn't help it. Gongzi scratched his head. Gu Jing also came over and ordered some snacks, and ordered 2 servings of all the dishes on the menu on the tablet. Shidi was slapped away by Dora. Dora stared at him, and Gu Jing rolled his eyes, feeling guilty for a while. And then he became confident. I'm only in my 20s, which is the age when I can't control my mouth. Just let me buy some. I can just not buy tea next month. Okay? He softened his tone after getting halfway through. Dora is the one in charge of crystal cores and points in their team. If Dora insists on not buying, he, as the captain, can't do anything about it. I'm not stingy. I'm just worried that we won't be able to finish it and waste it. Dora sighed and explained patiently. Don't worry about that. Gongzi took the tablet, clicked on something, and put it in front of the 2 people. The ordering page stated, the tea fruit is guaranteed for 30 days if it is not opened. Well, Dora didn't say anything now. 30 days is not enough for them to brag, so there is no need to worry about not being able to finish it and wasting it. Order. 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 Dora simply let it go. The tea fruit platter is limited, and can only be ordered for a few days after opening. It is a disguised way to let everyone try all the flavors of the tea fruit. There are so many people that everyone has different tastes, so that you don't end up spending the full price to order a flavor you don't like that much. At present, premium fruits are only sold in the private rooms. Ordinary fruit platters are also sold on the 2nd floor, but they cannot be ordered individually. After all, you get what you pay for. Ordinary fruit platters are not as good in appearance. 2 large tea fruit platters, 2 large fruit platters, 2 tea fruit platters of various flavors were ordered. Gu Jing has a say in tea, and he chose a very expensive pot of tea. Last night, the private room was quiet, only the melodious music was heard, and the people who heard it calmed down along with the tone. 5 minutes later, the waiter knocked on the door and asked, and only opened the door and walked in after getting a response from the private room. The waiter smiled politely but not flatteringly. Good evening. Distinguished guests, I serve the food you just ordered. The waiter who entered first clapped his hands, and the waiters outside the door carrying dishes entered the private room one after another. Each of them held a large plate in their hands, and they were excited when they saw the wooden plate, which was exactly the same as the plate that Uncle Fu showed them, and they thought it contained the tea fruit that made them salivate today. The plates were placed on the table one by one. The tea cakes that were served later were packaged in gift boxes. They couldn't fit them all, so they could only be stacked on the table. The waiter lifted the lid on the tea cakes, and the familiar fairy air slowly dripped from the table to the ground. For a moment, the whole private room was sublimated. The waiter still kept smiling. All the dishes you ordered have been served, please enjoy. He closed the door gently before leaving. As soon as the waiter left, the atmosphere in the private room immediately became lively. Gongzi couldn't hold back his excitement first, while Dora was holding back Han Bing shaking hands. She couldn't stop Gu Jing, who just picked up a tea fruit to admire. Stop! Gu Jing was frightened by Dora's shout. and looked at her with a trembling hand, his eyes full of innocence and confusion. Dora, have you forgotten our agreement? What agreement? Let me take a picture first. Be quick. Give me a minute. Dora put Han Bing's hand down, found her phone, and took pictures of the table. Gongzi and Han Bing looked at each other, took out their phones, and joined the photo-taking team. Chapter 342 Upgrade, Big Tree in the Clouds. Sometimes the appearance of dishes is also a very important plus point. It is not enough to be good-looking and delicious. It also needs to have a sense of atmosphere. Gu Jing was speechless. Why did you two join in? Don't steal my pictures if you don't take them back. Han Bing didn't even give him a glance. TSK. Gu Jing sneered, resolutely took out his phone. Okay. Everyone joined in. Dora was not so panicked, slowly looking for various angles to take pictures. The 10-minute photo shooting finally ended. The food on the table was arranged again and again, with no blind spots, and all the beautiful scenery was contributed to the mobile phones of several people. The large tea fruit platter included all kinds of tea fruit, and there were 2 pieces of each kind of tea fruit. I stared at the tea fruit for a while, and the lifelike tea fruit in my hand, and I always felt the fragrance of flowers when I looked at it closer. The tea fruit is a creative snack that combines food with art. It looks so beautiful, and it makes people reluctant to swallow it, and even more reluctant to destroy it after taking a bite. Having seen enough, Han Bing picked up the tea fruit and put it in his mouth, tasting it in small sips. The tip of his tongue tasted sour and slightly sweet, and it was soft and sticky in his mouth. Different tea fruits tasted different. Pastry-like foods always have to be eaten with water. At this time, Han Bing took a cup of tea that Gu Jing poured for them and drank it. The tea fragrance neutralized the dryness brought by the powdery pastry, especially this tea fragrance, which made the taste even better when paired with pastries. Gu Jing smiled and picked up 2 different tea fruits and walked over, and said to Dora, "Shall we share half? I want to try some different flavors." Okay. Gu Jing took the matching small knife and fork, cut the tea fruit into 2, and handed it to Dora. Gongzi couldn't wait to reach out and pinched half of the tea fruit and put it in his mouth, chewed it, and praised, "How should I put it? It's a bit delicious. I haven't eaten it before, so I don't know what other flavors are like." Gu Jing took a tea fruit and put it between his lips to taste it. Dora should have eaten it before. Right? Dora raised her eyebrows proudly. Of course. This tea fruit is really delicious, more than 10 times better than the one sold outside, and not only is it beautiful, it also tastes great, and it has a different kind of leisure and elegance when eaten with tea. While they were enjoying it, Dora asked them all to come over, sit on the sofa, and press the button for the private room to enter the panoramic view of the opera. The second floor of the tea house was full, if Uncle Fu hadn't stopped him and said that the tea house had a rule that no more people could be allowed in when the seats were full. I'm afraid there would still be people standing on the second floor. What Siapura didn't expect was that the consumption on the 3rd floor of the tea house was not low, and all the private rooms were actually booked out. Base Chief Eclipse and Base Chief Xingtian took Base Chief Liming to come here by subway. The original intention was to experience the opening of the tea house that everyone was talking about. After getting off the subway, they saw the clips that Siapura played for them. All the real objects were exactly the same as what they had seen before. The real scene was 1-to-1. The 3 of them were like country people entering the city. Everything they saw was new. At this moment, Base Chief Liming was sitting in a private room, with a sullen face and unable to say anything. The 2 ignored him, and had fun on their own. Bring him along, just hoping he can figure it out. They don't want their old friend to go down a dead end. M80. It is recommended that the host upgrade the BNB as soon as possible. The dining car can only be upgraded to complete the stall task next week. Siapuru and Chuan were buying swimsuits in the store. She rolled her eyes when she heard it. What's the hurry? The points came from the residents to her. She hasn't even warmed them up yet. Typhoon, heavy rain is coming. Please upgrade the BNB. Upgrade can unlock more preserved animals and plants. You didn't tell me last time I asked you. Siapura bought the swimsuit, explained it to Chuan, and then returned to her yard. Upgrade? During the upgrade process, she didn't know if there would be any new things. Siapura could only upgrade with peace of mind after getting rid of the people. Points deducted successfully. Upgrading. Congratulations to the host for upgrading to LV4. Unlock new building. Big tree in the clouds. Only animals and plants can enter. Small upgrade of RV. For big upgrade, please refer to the upgrade conditions of the Hot Spring Hall for entertaining tourists. Unlock new building of BNB. Amusement park. Full upgrade of B&B. Expected upgrade time starts at 4 a.m. and ends at 4:05 a.m. Siapura took out her mobile phone. It's still early now. The tea house has just been updated. If you want people to be quiet, you have to wait until after 3 a.m. The upgrade time is also very humane. Before M80 could explain, she couldn't wait to ask, what is the big tree in the clouds? It sounds awesome. The big tree in the clouds is a loft built in the clouds. When natural disasters occur, animals can enter the big tree in the clouds to hide. I can understand that animals can enter. But how can plants enter? And how do they get there? Siapura felt that her IQ was seriously insufficient. The big tree in the clouds is equivalent to a temporary shelter for animals and plants. This shelter can only accommodate non-mutated animals and plants. The big tree in the clouds will simulate a terrestrial environment for animals to adapt to. When a natural disaster occurs, the animals and plants on land will be automatically collected into the platform, and they will be put back when the natural disaster does not threaten the survival of animals. Animals and plants that are not dangerous will not be put into the platform. M80 explanations are always clear and concise. After listening to it, Siapura has figured out the purpose of this cloud tree. It is probably brought by the main system to ensure the continuation of species. But what about mutant animals and plants? Any natural disaster, environmental changes can put mutant creatures in danger, and can also make them evolve stronger. Seeing her dazed look, M80 kindly said, Master, you can also go up to the cloud tree to take a look. Siapura shook her head. I won't join in the fun. I'd better hurry up and open the hot springs these 2 days. I want to see how the RV can be upgraded. The rain outside the window began to fall, getting heavier and heavier, accompanied by strong winds. Siapura felt a little uneasy, and after thinking about it, she called Yushiwin. The phone rang only once, and Yushiwin answered it. I guess she was holding the phone. Little Grape? Yushiwin's voice calling her came from the other end of the phone. Siapura calmed down and felt much more at ease. But if Yushiwin hadn't been in trouble, where did her feeling of uneasiness come from? Yushiwin called her twice again, and Siapura came to her senses and responded, Yes, I'm here. Yushiwin laughed softly in the receiver. I still have to go out on a mission, and I won't be back for a while. Yushiwin on the other end of the phone was working, closing the documents he had opened. I was just about to call you. It's windy here, but I listened to you and prepared for typhoons and heavy rains in advance. I'm now at the 3rd sub-base of the central base, and I'm safe. Chapter 343 Upgrade to LV4. Siapura frowned. Didn't they say that the 3rd base caught a zombie mixed in the crowd? Are you really safe? Yes, now the central base is not hiding anything from her. Perhaps because of her great help, Shoku is allowed to tell her anything that is not confidential. Safe. Yushiwin tapped her fingers on the table twice, and finally decided to tell her after thinking. Little Grape, do you want to know what the humanoid zombies did in the base? Siapura immediately thought of Chinche, swallowed her saliva, and asked nervously, what did it do? Yushiwin said in a serious voice, he seems to have the ability to learn, and can communicate with humans normally. Fortunately, it was discovered quickly, and he hasn't hidden it so well. For no reason. Siapura breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. It's good that it didn't grow up. Yes, if it grows up, I don't know how many people will die in the crowd. The thin body of Xiao Pudao appeared in her mind. And Yushiwin reminded her, so you must be careful when you go out. If you go out to set up a stall and meet strange people. Yushiwin remembered her ability halfway through her words, and swallowed the rest of her words. I be careful. Don't worry. Siapura agreed immediately. You should be careful if you encounter danger. Don't do it like last time. Yushiwin didn't continue. Siapura guessed that there was something she couldn't say. Her identity was sensitive, so she didn't ask about the mutant zombies. Yeah, I know. Yushiwin responded without any perfunctory response. She suddenly became serious. Recently, the walls of various bases have been breached. The central base is already organizing reconstruction and reinforcement. Hopefully, it will be completed before the typhoon arrives. It's easy to build and reinforce, but the difficulty is that it takes time. The country's base accommodates a large population, so the area is naturally large. It's definitely not a small project to rely on superpowers to reinforce such a large area. Siapura's heart was lifted as she spoke. How is the construction of your wall going? We are trying to speed up the construction, but the speed is not very fast. Siapura was sweating for the people over there from a distance. Yu Shiwen continued, before I came, the base received the typhoon warning you reminded us of. And the superpowers were already reinforcing it. Now they are also absorbing crystal cores to build as quickly as possible. No matter how it is built, it will be wrong. If the wall is too low, we are worried about zombies. If it is too high, we are afraid that the rainwater will not be able to drain out, and the base will be like a big puddle. Siepura comforted, don't be afraid. If we purchase enough drainers, we should be able to survive. A little unhappy, if only I could draw some wall material that can prevent zombies with one click. I thought my tips could help humans a little, but it turned out that she was too naive. Humans can do very little in the face of natural disasters. Yu Shiwen never thought of asking her to intervene and help. After being together for so long, she understands her. If she can help humans, Little Grape will definitely not stand idly by. I'm not afraid, and you don't have to think too much. Now it was Yu Shiwen who was comforting Siepura. You can't do anything when natural disasters come. It is the job of soldiers to protect the country. You are already great. You can feed so many people by yourself. Worried about putting too much pressure on her, Yu Shiwen didn't say. Now Great BNB is a paradise in the end of the world in everyone's eyes. If there is anything that can give people the motivation to survive in the end of the world, it is the existence of Great BNB. There is a constant supply of supplies. It is the supply station of the central base, and it is also the belief in everyone's heart. The two chatted for a long time. Yu Shiwen also told Siepura about the task assigned to her by the base. The flame base where Yu Shiwen was located took advantage of the fact that Great BNB was reported to the central base to be incorporated into the central base, and was officially incorporated into a national affiliated base. The base was still managed by Yutan High, but any operation required the approval of the superiors in advance. Yu Shiwen's wish had always been to do something for the country, so she listened to her father's arrangement, and followed the people of the central base to work together. Maybe it was because she hadn't chatted with anyone for too long. Siepura's life was either work or busy. She couldn't stop talking after talking to Yu Shiwen. They talked for a long time. Until Yu Shiwen yawned, she looked at the time on her phone and realized that it was already late. She said goodbye and hung up the phone. This time was just right to see with her own eyes what the big upgrade of the BNB was like. On the hour, the BNB began to upgrade comprehensively. All the people in the BNB were persuaded to leave by the pop-up reminder before 3 o'clock and return to their respective residences. In order to make it easier to watch, Siepura soared into the air in the courtyard and observed the changes in the BNB in midair. The most intuitive change was the purple light that lit up first. The area belonging to the BNB continued to expand, and various buildings were moving. Until the end, all the layouts were completely different. The buildings where residents lived were concentrated together, and every few buildings formed a small area, just like a community, separated one by one. The shopping mall was also expanding, and the buildings that originally looked a little messy were instantly upgraded and adjusted. She stood in the sky and had a panoramic view. She nodded in satisfaction at the end. She said to M80 casually, "Is this upgrade based on my preferences? Why do I like it so much?" Of course. The host is the master of the BNB, and the buildings must be generated according to the host's preferences. Siepura smiled and narrowed her eyes. She liked these beautiful buildings the most. She was happy just looking at them. In a moment of distraction, a dot rose above the center of the BNB. The dot continued to expand, like an umbrella slowly opening, until it expanded to cover the entire BNB and then stopped. M80 acted as the commentator. The range of the tree in the cloud can only be above the BNB, others can't feel or see it, it won't block the light. If it rains, the rain will fall normally. That's amazing, Siepura exclaimed. This kind of grand scene, she has never seen it before after doing so many business tasks. Suddenly, I feel that it's good to keep doing system tasks. At least the stupid system won't treat me badly. M80 invited again, "Host, do you want to go up there to have a look?" Siepura still shook her head. "No, I am a high-level animal, I won't go." The scene changed. Siepura appeared in the sky even higher, and the grass felt on her legs as soon as she landed. When people are in the clouds, it seems that they can touch the stars in the sky with their hands. Ah! A scream cut through the quiet night. In a blink of an eye, Siepura was safely transferred back to the bedroom bed by M80. Siepura's lips turned pale, and after she recovered some strength, she cursed at it. Chapter 344 Rainy Night, Crocodile. She cursed for more than 10 minutes, and not a single word was repeated. When she couldn't curse anymore, she laughed in anger and asked, Guess why I rejected you twice? M80 turned into a phantom of a red panda and stood in the bamboo forest with his head down. Because the host is playing hard to get? Siapuro had a mouthful of blood stuck in her throat. Who taught you to use this word like this? Why did the host do that? M80 was puzzled and blinked her eyes. In response, Siapuro raised her fist. But wasn't the host also at a very high altitude when she was dropping supplies before? And just now, didn't the host take the initiative to fly up to the air to see the BNB? Siapuro wanted to cry, but had no tears. Can the height be the same? She did fly up, and indeed fell from the sky. But can that height be compared to the height just now? Suddenly, she saw a transparent area under her feet, which was a long way from the ground, which was really scary. Sorry, host. I won't do it again next time. M80 admitted her mistake with a good attitude. She punched the cotton. It turns out that people really smile when they are speechless. Amid the system's continuous apologies, Siapuro fell asleep soon. On the first rainy night, a big hole appeared in a corner at the edge of the Dawn base. Wang Dawei was one of the patrolmen. He took the flashlight that the Dawn base bought from the base next to it and shone it around. The light passed through a smooth and bulging skin, and the reflection pierced Wang Dawei's eyes. He saw the water on the ground reflected a terrifying blood red under the light of the flashlight. There were several human limbs floating on the small puddle, and next to those limbs were several crocodiles of not very large size. In his common sense, the crocodiles he had seen were as big as the crocodile in front of him, and he thought it should be an ordinary crocodile. These guys who have eaten humans, seen human flesh and blood, are not easy to mess with. Wang Dawei swallowed his saliva, put away the flashlight, and quietly stepped back, fearing that the movement of his feet on the water would attract the attention of the crocodile. After taking a few steps back, Wang Dawei did not hear any movement. As luck would have it, a bolt of lightning struck. With the help of the lightning, Wang Dawei saw a shiny black object sticking to the ground in front of him. He stopped, looked back, and saw several pairs of shiny black eyes staring at him. He was so scared that he almost threw away the flashlight in his hand. The crocodiles immediately swam towards him, revealing two sharp fangs full of tiny teeth in their mouths. Wang Dawei was so scared that he rolled and crawled away from the group of terrifying guys. He felt something pressing against his back. His heart was beating violently, and his brain instantly turned into a mess. But he still tried to control himself from fainting. The flashlight fell to the ground with a clang. Wang Dawei was bitten in the throat by the crocodile. The crocodile was so strong that it rolled on the ground with Wang Dawei. A strong man. Wang Dawei only had time to utter a muffled groan before being torn to pieces by several crocodiles that surrounded him. Just like the broken limbs and arms he had just seen, he was now one of them. Always remembering her upgrade, she got up early in the morning and went to the kitchen to make ice cream. In her dream, she dreamed of the excitement of everyone seeing ice cream during the extremely hot weather. Hot springs are also hot, so ice cream would probably sell well there. The recipe for ice cream is not fixed, and many ways to make ice cream flashed through her mind. In the end, she forced M80 to choose a reliable popular flavor and let her make her own ice cream balls. Siapuro made ice cream balls. She made 8 flavors: mint ice chocolate, dark chocolate ice cream, strawberry ice cream, mango ice cream, Oreo ice cream, matcha ice cream, raw coconut ice cream, and original ice cream. With so many flavors, it must be enough to handle the stall. She simply cleaned up the table. Chuan came. She discussed some matters with her. Everything was ready. There was no preheating. The store would open tomorrow. No, it was barely preheating. After all, everyone saw the swimsuits when they were put on the shelves in the clothing store, and they were looking forward to it. Siapuro only gave the employees 1 day to gather and train. It was not that she was heartless, but there was a system. As long as the lifeguards could mediate conflicts and swim, nothing would go wrong. With the help of the system, it would be unreasonable if they were still hesitant to open the store. After all, it was a hot spring hall produced by the system, and it was mixed with spiritual spring water produced in the background of the end of the world. Even she, as the owner, was looking forward to it. There are also water meals prepared for the hot springs, which are served on a tray and can only be enjoyed in a separate private hot spring pool. The private hot spring pool is independent of the hot springs, similar to the private rooms in a tea house, and requires extra points. The pool is all private space, and the water in the pool is changed for each person. So as long as the consumer can accept eating in the water, he can order a meal. At the beginning, Siapuro did not prepare much food. Baked sweet potatoes, steamed sweet potatoes, cheese-baked sweet potatoes, iced sweet potatoes, sugar-fried chestnuts, steamed chestnuts, chestnut cream cake, iced chestnuts, hot milk tea, iced milk tea. There are only these categories. She mainly wants to see whether hot food or iced food is more popular in the hot spring. The most eye-catching ones are chestnut cream cake and baked sweet potatoes. She took out 2 of each and tasted them for herself and Chuin. The method of baked sweet potatoes with cheese is simple. It is actually steamed sweet potatoes with milk and white sugar mashed into paste. Put the sweet potato puree in a small tinfoil plate and sprinkle cheese on the surface. The melted cheese is golden and has a milky aroma, mixed with the aroma of sweet potatoes. The sweet potatoes are mashed with milk in advance, which is not at all inconsistent with cheese. Chuin likes desserts. Smelling the pure milky aroma of food, her mouth watered. Working under the owner, she not only earned a salary, but also had the priority to taste. Who can resist the boss food offensive? Chuin said frankly, working for you is the happiest thing in my life. Siapuro smiled, not taking her words to heart. Then put 2 more pieces of chestnut cream cake on the table. A small piece of cake is small and delicate. Each piece of cake is decorated with a chestnut kernel. The chestnut paste with original color is squeezed on the surface of the cake like noodles, enriching the taste of the cake without coating the cake. The cake base she made is Earl Grey tea flavor. The black tea flavor cake body is matched with the fragrance of chestnut cream. The color combination makes people want to take a bite. The cheese-baked sweet potato is hot. The cream cake is cold. She has not tried to eat these 2 foods at the same time. Chapter 345. I won the barbecue. Siapuro took the lead in tasting the cake she made for the first time. Seeing Chuin was reluctant to move, Siapuro asked, "Why don't you eat it?" I want to take a picture first." Chuin asked her opinion. "Can I post it online after taking it?" Chuin has added many people related to work on her phone. If she posts to moments, it is equivalent to posting a new product preview. Siapuro thought about it and agreed. Of course, post it. Chuin snapped, took 3 consecutive photos of the food on the table, and filled up the 6-square grid. Satisfied, he put away his phone and prepared to eat. He took a big bite. The richness of the cream and the freshness of the chestnuts combined, making the whole cake full of rich and sweet taste. It's also good to drink milk tea while eating dessert. Too sweet will make you tired, so drink something to clear your mouth. He took out the tea soup he had just brewed, and personally mixed the milk tea in front of Chuin. He was in a good mood, and asked casually, "What temperature do you want?" "I want iced tea." "You should drink iced tea." Chuin thought so. "Okay. Put tea soup, milk, and syrup in the shaker." She made the simplest milk tea, with only these 3 ingredients. The milk tea tasted good. Finally, add ice cubes, shake well, and 2 cups of milk tea are ready. Siapuro couldn't wait to take a sip. She also made iced tea for herself. The iced milk tea was very smooth. It disappeared in a sip from the throat. The tea fragrance left between the lips and teeth was endless. Taking a moment to glance at Chuin, whose eyes were glued to her hand, she said with a smile, "What are you looking at? Do you want to shake the milk tea too?" No. I just want to follow the boss." As if to show her sincerity, Chuin picked up the milk tea and squinted her eyes to enjoy it. In fact, Siapuro especially likes others to eat what she makes. Seeing others' satisfied expressions after eating delicious food, she feels a sense of accomplishment. It feels really good to be recognized by others, which is also the reason why she likes to set up a stall. By the way, I haven't drawn the reward for setting up a stall next week yet. Just when I don't know what I want to do, I'll just draw and see. I drew one by one, the cards kept rolling, and a card popped out. Barbecue? Barbecue? What does it mean? Selling barbecue on a rainy day? Does it mean to roast away the chill in the customer's body? Siapuro raised her head and fantasized about the cloudy sky. Outdoors in a strong wind, she was grilling skewers. A gust of wind blew by. She didn't run away, but the skewers ran away. Are you sure it's a barbecue? Change the scene. Thunder and rainfall. She grills vegetables. She doesn't even need to brush them with water or oil, because the charcoal fire underneath is not even on. She told M80 all her thoughts, making it wonder if it really went too far. Scare its host silly. Host's RV will be upgraded after completing the mission. Host can rest assured. Will it be a surprise? Siepuro probed. It should be considered. M80 is not sure either. In any case, the host is at ease. How can I let you suffer? Siepuro knew that the system would not let her suffer. It just depends on whether she wants to make barbecue. Chu-in? She called her softly, pulling Chu-in, who was immersed in the food, back to reality. What's wrong? Boss? When hesitant, she would divert the problem away. This is Siepuro's usual style. If it were you, would you want to eat barbecue? Chu-in put his hands on the table, his cheeks with his hands, and seriously thought about the problem given to him by his boss. If it were me. The sizzling grilled meat. The grilled meat is placed on charcoal to produce fat. The fat in the meat is heated by the high temperature and drips out. It falls on the charcoal and emits wisps of smoke. If it is the kind of meat with fat and lean meat skewered together, the meat is grilled until the surface is slightly charred. The mouthful of oil fragrance fills the lips and teeth. Just thinking about it, I can imagine how happy it would be if I had a skewer in my hand. If it were me, I would definitely want to eat barbecue. Chu-in only had meat in his mind, and didn't think about vegetarian food at all. Siepuro nodded. I know. Then let's set up a barbecue stall. If we do barbecue, we can also have barbecue in the B&B. Looking at the rain falling outside the window, she was worried whether anyone would stop by to eat barbecue in the rain. These were not what she should worry about. What she should worry about was the opening of the hot spring hall, and attracting many people to complete the task as soon as possible. She asked M80 in her mind, how much does the hot spring hall ticket cost? M80 replied, one ticket for unlimited play, 1,500 points. The private hot springs are divided into 3 levels in the city, 5,000, 10,000 points, 20,000 points and up. Wow, not cheap. Siepuro understood, the task has no turnover requirements. Can I adjust the discount amount? Only adjust the first 3 days of opening, just treat it as an event. Of course you can. According to Siepuro's request, the system sounded. The price of the hot spring hall is adjusted, 30% off for the first 3 days of opening. The price of a ticket for unlimited play with 30% off is 1050 points. It seems that not much crystal cores are saved, but in fact, many people would not dare to go without this discount. Wealth is a scarce resource, and poverty always accounts for the majority. With this discount, I believe that even poor people will choose to come and play. Her mission will be completed in 2 days at most. Thinking of this, Siepuro asked Chu-in, how is the hot spring hall prepared? It is ready to open at any time. Chu-in put down the food in her hand, and she sat up straight to report well when it came to work. During the interview, I selected those who had experience. Some of them were physical education teachers. Some had been lifeguards. And some were athletes. They all knew how to swim. Today's training is about receiving tourists and learning how to mediate when conflicts occur. Siepuro quickly interrupted Chu-in. Okay. No need to report work. I just asked casually. As long as it doesn't delay the opening tomorrow. Don't worry. Boss. I will follow up tonight and ensure that the progress will not be delayed. Chu-in made a received gesture. By the way, Siepuro suddenly thought, are you recruiting female lifeguards? Chu-in held his forehead. And the boss really didn't read the information she gave him. According to your request, we recruit regardless of gender, no gender distinction, only ability. But there are still too few women applying for the job, only 6 in total. Siepuro was very satisfied with this number. 6 is not a small number. When the B&B was just starting out, except for the ones she brought back personally, most of the guests were male. 6 women came out to work, which is a big improvement. The hot spring hall is a special place. They either wear clothes that are too revealing or tight-fitting tights. It is hard not to worry about the safety of female employees. Chapter 346 Typhoon is coming. When you go there tonight, emphasize to them that if they feel any degree of sexual harassment at work, they can report it to you. After thinking for a while, he added, employees who harass will be fired directly. If they are dissatisfied, they will be blacklisted by the B&B. The same applies to guests and tourists, who will be fired directly after 3 warnings. Chu-in was overjoyed. Then I have to thank the boss on behalf of my colleagues. Seeing her well-behaved appearance, Siepuro couldn't help but pat Chu-in on the head. You're welcome. After Chu-in had eaten and drunk enough and left, Siepuro accidentally opened her account to check. She found that the number in her account was increasing faster than before. She rubbed her brows nervously, and the bad premonition became stronger. She thought she could open the hot spring hall peacefully and smoothly. But the weather at night told her that it was impossible. At 5 or 6 in the afternoon, The temperature suddenly dropped from the humid to only a dozen degrees. The central base sent a notice early to inform all the bases that could be contacted, and dissuaded the small bases from bringing all the people and food to the big base as much as possible, because she didn't know how many people would suffer from this heavy rain. And the typhoon was coming. The previous extreme heat and long daylight were obviously a sign of the coming of the typhoon. After Siapuru accurate information, the central base could only predict the coming of the typhoon through technology, and that was all. No matter how hard the scientists at the central base tried, they could not predict the movement trajectory of the typhoon, and could only notify them in all aspects. Under the notice of the central base, all bases stopped work and business to prepare for the coming of the typhoon and heavy rain. But how could they prepare food to deal with it, when they could not even get enough food on weekdays? If you go to each base at this time, you will find that, as long as they listen to the advice of the central base, there is no one on the streets of the base after 8 o'clock in the evening. Even the gatekeepers were ordered to return to their residences, and only many buildings were strengthened at the gate of the base. Even the base lit up by Siapuru received the reminder from the central base, and the residents bought supplies early in advance. They are all people who have experienced the end of the world, and they are afraid of not buying enough and going hungry. People are crazy about buying, and buying, almost emptying their family's savings. This is why Siapuru turnover today has soared to an incredible level. Each base arranged for people who could not afford to rent houses on the street to live in the corridors, or vacated office areas to accommodate the survivors. Each base did not want to care about the lives of the survivors. The central base issued a warning that if the natural disaster was over, they would send people to check the number of people. If you want to abandon ordinary people, you must first be able to bear the responsibility of the country. From time to time, the sound of wind whistling came from the street. The wind was not too strong at this time, and people could still walk on the street. It was just that from time to time, lighter garbage would be blown up by the wind and float in the air, and then knocked to the ground by the rain. Siapuru looked out the window with a serious face, not sure if her bad premonition came from this natural disaster. After looking for a while, she lowered her head, not knowing what she was thinking. A storm was brewing in a corner of the Dawn base that no one noticed. The head of the Dawn base was walking on the street, seeing that the residents who lived under his command had gone out to purchase a lot of supplies, and it took almost 4 or 5 trips for each person to bring all the supplies home. So many points just fell into the hands of others for nothing. He gritted his teeth. The wind gradually became stronger. A piece of wood came from nowhere on the road. It was blown up by the wind with burrs. With a clang, it hit the head of the Dawn base chief on the forehead. "Captain, are you okay?" The 2 men who followed him shouted, and were about to move forward. However, the wind resistance was too great. They were far away, and their forward direction was opposite to the direction of the wind. The pain came. The Dawn base chief reached out and touched his forehead. He felt a liquid. "How can you protect me? If you don't want to do it, don't do it." The 2 gathered together, supporting each other against the wind and walking towards him. "Base commander, let's go quickly. The wind is too strong here." It was really surprising. The first time I encountered such a strong wind. Even if it was a typhoon, it was not something I had never encountered before. The 2 men were terrified, and now they just wanted to find a place to hide as soon as possible. Base Commander Liming didn't understand what they were thinking. Relying on the high level of superpowers accumulated by the Crystal Core, he built a wall of earth in front of him. He looked at the 2 men who were walking against the wind with sarcasm, and said, "Idiots." Before he finished speaking, the earth wall he had built broke, along with the water and mud. The 3 of them were covered in mud. The 2 men were almost walking to his side, and were speechless at his operation. The 2 looked at each other, and read the same idea in each other's eyes. It's really hard to make money, and hard to eat shit. This is impossible. Can the wind blow away superpowers? The head of the Dawn base stared, his face covered with mud and water, and the expression on his face could not be seen. He stretched out his hand, and was about to condense his supernatural power. The 2 nodded to each other. 3, 2, 1, and lifted up. 4 hands were placed on the shoulders of the Dawn base commander, and he was lifted up. "Let's go!" The 2 gritted their teeth, used all their strength, and did not dare to use supernatural powers again. They lifted the Dawn base commander up, taking advantage of the time when the wind was not so strong. They ran to the nearest office building. Fortunately, the Dawn base commander was not too fat. And he did not resist. He was carried away by the two people. His expression was blank, and he was still immersed in the fear that the wind had just blown away his supernatural power. The three of them ran for their lives, and just as they entered the office building, they looked out the window. The sky was completely dark, and the storm that had been brewing for a long time was like a beast that was taking its life, blowing over the Dawn base, and madly attacking everything in the base. All kinds of things were blown up, and wrapped in the center of the wind. A small plastic garbage bag, contained in the wind, became a big killer. If someone is unlucky enough to be blown in the face by a garbage bag, it will only take a few minutes. And if they can't get out, they will be trapped and suffocated by the garbage bag. The residents who were still buying food at the convenience store in the Dawn base were scared, and wanted to go home quickly when they saw that the storm was weakening. After walking a distance, a bigger storm came. Several people who wanted to go home on the street were blown up by the storm, and rolled 5 or 6 meters into the air, and then were carried by the wind and hit the wall with a pile of garbage. No one even heard the cry for help, and he died on the spot. Everyone gave up the idea of going home, and simply sat in the convenience store. But could the transparent glass of the convenience store bear the fire? Even if it could, how long could it withstand the fire? The murder case appeared before their eyes, and a deathly aura was hanging over everyone's head. The crowd in the convenience store quieted down, and no one was in a hurry to pay the bill, and sat on the ground waiting to die. Chapter 347. She is pretending. The wind is getting stronger and stronger. Siapuro quickly opened the building panel and reinforced the houses in the lit base. First, Luen base. The other 3 bases are almost connected. If there is anything that is not as isolated as Luen base, so she will prioritize reinforcing Luen base. Reinforcing houses requires points, and she doesn't care how many points she needs to pay. Each building needs to be reinforced manually, especially the houses below the 3rd floor need special materials to reinforce, otherwise. If you wait until the wind is stronger, directly overturning the house, and then reinforcing it will not be worth the loss. The buildings in Luen base had been destroyed before, and now almost all of them are system-made buildings. She was not too worried about safety issues, and only turned her attention to other bases after she had done a thorough reinforcement. She asked M80 to play 3 large screens next to each other, and the scenes in the base were played on the screens. A wind vortex, commonly known as a tornado, was visible to the naked eye, raging in the Dawn base. Among them, the Dawn base was the worst hit. She opened the protective shields for the other 2 bases, and she didn't know if it was because of the protective shields. But the tornado didn't go to the other 2 bases, and only stayed in the Dawn base. Siapura frowned. The protective shield is to prevent zombies, but it cannot prevent natural disasters. But as long as the building is strong enough, resisting natural disasters is not a problem. Even if she opens the protective shield of the Dawn base now, she cannot guarantee whether the protective shield is useful for the Dawn base. She is afraid that it will be useful but not much, such as trapping a tornado in the base. Isn't that like locking people in cages and waiting to be devoured by wild beasts? After hesitating, her fingers flexibly reinforced the buildings of the 3 bases. The tornado blocked and hit the left and right. Many simple houses made of poor materials were about to be broken. Siapura could no longer care about so much. She flew straight to the roof of the courtyard and was directly teleported to the Dawn base on the roof. When she opened her eyes again, she was already in the base. The funnel-shaped tornado was right next to her. The wind was very strong. Siapura was in the protective cover, and her hair was flying with the wind. She was standing on the roof of the courtyard with a sturdy figure. Her white clothes changed into various shapes under the touch of the wind. Her black hair fluttered, and her hands were behind her back. She was as ethereal as the 9 heavens' mysterious woman, and people couldn't take their eyes off her. Is the one above the owner? It seemed so. I lined up when she first came to the base to set up a stall. It was her. Why is she here? It's so dangerous. The people in the convenience store who could see her were jumping and shouting, "Danger!" The owner. Come here. The person next to him was puzzled and asked, "What are you doing?" It's a tornado. You've seen how scary it is, haven't you? Call her over to get out of the way first. That seems right. Then, the man also stood up, jumping and hopping on the spot, trying to make his voice heard. The person who didn't understand what was going on and was immersed in his own world frowned, and just felt that they were annoying, and stopped them. Are you guys doing shamanism? The 2 people who were accused of shamanism were not annoyed, and patiently pointed him in a direction. Look over there. The man didn't move, and became even more impatient. What's going on over there? The person being questioned jumped up excitedly. There's someone over there. It's the store owner. The store owner is here. The store owner who opened the store in the base. It's her? But isn't her ability to build houses? Why is she next to a tornado? Don't worry about what she's doing. She's still so young. It's said that a newborn calf is not afraid of a tiger. How can she know how scary a tornado is? More and more people gathered around. And more people joined the discussion. The little girl is still so young. Could it be that she thinks she is invincible because she has the ability to build a house? Is she going to fight against a tornado? An old man scolded her lightly. The way she breathes in and out through her nose is particularly annoying. People's thoughts will be affected by words. Moreover, they have seen many people with superpowers relying on their own superpowers to dare to fight against the sky with their own strength in the face of natural disasters. Later, their fate was so tragic. Either their bodies were exposed in the wilderness, or they died without a burial place. There are countless people like this in the end times. All of them are people who do whatever they want with their own strength. The owner is not that kind of person. A girl stood up, raising the banner for Siapuro, who could keep her well fed and clothed. If the owner was that kind of person, she wouldn't have come in so honestly to set up a stall from scratch. If she was that kind of person, she could have come in with a bang and received our attention in a high-profile manner. How many people in our base are willing to work hard without getting any thanks? She cares so much about us. What is she trying to achieve? The little girl said earnestly. While no one was talking, she took advantage of the situation and said a few more words. The owner is not very old. She looks like a classmate of mine. She has endured so much as a girl. Even if she was just impulsive, she was too anxious and worried that we couldn't handle it. So she did it herself. She is not what you call pretentious. She is not that kind of person. She became very emotional when she said the last part, and her hands were shaking with excitement. If she was a little girl before, she would not dare to be passionate in front of so many men, even if the Dawn base was well managed. But Siapuro stood up. She supported so many people in 3 bases by herself, refreshing the little girl 3 views that were broken and reassembled after the end of the world. Why should girls be timid in the end of the world? Obviously, her ability level is not low, and it is not the kind that relies on crystal cores. It is the strength that she has earned step by step. Why should she be trampled under the feet of these inferior ants and not dare to refute? There is no such reason in the world. Siapura's actions are simply her idol, the kind that should be worshipped the most. Such a person should not be slandered behind his back like this. No one can slander her idol. A dazzling beam of light poured out from the girl and went straight to Siapuro. Siapuro suddenly opened her eyes while thinking, and saw a flash of white light in front of her. The little girl's speech was powerful, and moved many young people present. Yes. Why do you say she's showing off? She has the ability to stay at the tornado for so long. Can you? You just know how to hide behind her and complain. If you can do it, why don't you go up? Are you her? Are you the store owner? She called you and told you that she was going to show off? You are slandering her here. What's the difference between slandering your bread and butter? If the store owner knew that the food she worked so hard to sell was eaten by an old man like you, I don't know if she would be disappointed. Chapter 348 Help Yushiwan to guard the house. Men and women who stood up to speak were among them. The old man was refuted by their like-minded people, and his face turned red with anger. More and more people stood up from the ground, accusing him of being wrong. No matter how dissatisfied the old man was, no matter how sneaky he was at ordinary times, he didn't dare to offend the public at this time. If you make people angry, this is the end of the world, the kind of people who will open the door and throw him out at any time. The old man shrank his neck. I didn't mean that. Who said she was pretending? No one paid attention to his feeble explanation, because more people spontaneously joined the 2 jumping groups. And in the end almost everyone in the convenience store agreed to count down and shout together. Shopkeeper! Danger! Come here! They made quite a noise, so loud that Siapuro actually glanced in that direction. She praised, these people can distinguish between a full meal and a full meal. Very good. However, she didn't care so much, and was frantically thinking about how to deal with the tornado. The owner has come over here. Huh? She only took a look. Why hasn't she come over yet? Forget it, she must have her own reasons. Let's not do bad things with good intentions, just watch quietly. Everyone agreed with this statement very much, and gathered inside the glass of the convenience store to observe where Siapuro was. The girl stood in the void. Her figure was not biased, and was not affected by the storm at all. M80 asked, "Host, have you thought of a way to deal with the tornado?" I'm thinking. If a tornado is at sea, it is also called a water dragon. It is a vortex with extremely strong and destructive wind, but not too large. It is said that the appearance and disappearance of tornadoes are unpredictable and difficult to predict. Even though she has experienced many things more than others, this is the first time she has seen it. The most terrifying thing about a tornado is the vortex in the center. The air pressure in the center is 1/10 lower than that in the surrounding area. If a person is caught in a tornado, the chance of survival can almost be called a miracle. Siapura lowered her head and thought for a quarter of an hour. M80 asked cautiously, "Have you figured it out?" "I have figured it out." Siapura raised her eyes. She was standing next to the tornado at this moment. The tornado in front of her had a tendency to expand. The girl stood in the air, her figure was not biased, and was not affected by the storm at all. She leaned forward, her whole body was close to the tornado. The tornado seemed to sense something terrible, and the wind around it dissipated a little. Siapura was secretly delighted, and flew to a higher position, until she reached the end and entered the innermost part of the tornado. In a real sense, countless garbage was swirling around her. The tornado was raging around her, and the swirling storm was howling, bringing up dirt and debris to dance wildly in the air. Siapura just regarded it as an accompaniment, and closed her eyes, as if she was thinking about something. Suddenly, she opened her eyes, and flew up against the wind. She flew to the top of the tornado, and the whole person entered the middle of the vortex. A faint light gradually rose from her body, gradually spreading, forming a purple light shield surrounding her body. The light of the shield flickered more and more fiercely, as if it was competing with the tornado. The tornado seemed to feel the mysterious power emanating from the shield, and did not dare to compete with it at all. It began to weaken gradually, and the sound of the storm gradually became softer. After an unknown amount of time, the tornado finally stopped rotating completely, and the storm clouds gradually dissipated, until the originally fierce tornado disappeared without a trace. Siapura gradually descended from the sky. The Dawn base had restored the normal wind force, like the two neighboring bases. The wind was still strong, but it was not strong enough to blow people away. While the crisis was over, Siapura quickly used her points to open the protective shield of the Dawn base. The wind force is not particularly strong at the moment. People in the convenience store can go back to their residence first. She spread her voice to every corner of the Dawn base to remind people. After receiving her reminder, the door was tentatively opened a little, and it could be felt that the wind force was indeed much smaller, and it would not hurt anyone. Everyone was delighted. A man in the crowd did not hesitate at all. He tied up all the things he bought tightly, and took the rope and wrapped it around himself twice. "If you don't leave, I leave first. My child is waiting for me to go back and feed her." The man squeezed out of the crowd with great effort. The man was carrying a heavy load. A little wind did not affect his walking at all. The onlookers woke up from their dreams. One after another, they followed the man out of the convenience store. The girl walked out of the convenience store, looking at the direction where Siapura was. Her eyes sparkled. She murmured obsessively, "Goddess." She has never been a fan of stars. Although she doesn't sneer at those who chase stars, she has to admit that Siapura's appearance made her understand what a star is. If stars have shapes and colors, the goddess in the sky must be the brightest one in the sky. Siapura didn't know what others were thinking. She controlled her body and landed steadily. The head of the Dawn base stumbled over with the help of two men. He saw it clearly from the side. Siapura just now actually repaid evil with kindness. It's a pity that he claims to be the head of a base, but he has not done anything that the woman in front of him dares to do. "Shopkeeper, shopkeeper." The head of Liming Base was ashamed, and lowered his proud head. "Please protect me." Siapura frowned. What is the head of the base doing? The head of Liming Base had suffered from natural disasters, and could not pull himself up anymore. "I am willing to hand over all the crystal cores in the base to you, and I only ask you to treat our base like the other two." "All the crystal cores? Are you not leaving any for yourself?" The person in front of him almost offered the crystal core with both hands, which showed that he really knew he was wrong. Siapura was still worried about something, and now was not the time to settle the score. It was a good thing for both of us, so of course she would not refuse. "Then take me to the warehouse." The head of the Dawn base was stunned. He dared to give it. And she really dared to take it? The words were already said. And he was indeed here to seek shelter. The head of the Dawn base gritted his teeth and closed his eyes, Please follow me. Owner. Siapuru successfully got the crystal cores of the entire Dawn base. This base is really rich. And it has more crystal cores than the other two bases combined. No wonder the base commander is so arrogant. And so reluctant to give up this piece of fat meat. If it were her, she would not be willing to give it up either. I have received your sincerity. But I am not free now. Let's talk about it another day. After Siapuru finished speaking, her figure gradually disappeared. She returned to her own courtyard. The BNB was still full of laughter and joy. And no one was affected by the storm. Because she directly turned on the defense mode. If you don't look up, don't look outside, and don't even feel the wind in the BNB, you won't know it's raining outside. It's great, like a utopia isolated from the world. While sighing, there was a motorhome next to her. Without hesitation, she took a big step and got in the car. M80 didn't understand her actions. Host, what are you going to do? Siapuru said bluntly, my good friend is not at home, I have to help her keep an eye on her, so that she won't be robbed when she returns home, and she will be sad. Chapter 349 Light Up the Flame Base. M80 was happy for the host from the bottom of her heart. It had been a long time. This was the first good friend that the host had acknowledged. Host. Go. There might be surprises on this trip. Even if M80 didn't encourage her to go out, she would still go and take a look. The RV was full speed on the way to the flame base, and it arrived at the gate of the base in a short while. The gate was rustling in the wind. There was no one guarding the gate of the base, which had been locked several times. They were all ordered to return to the base. She couldn't fly if the base she hadn't lit up was not within the mission range. She could only use vines to climb to the top of the wall, and then pull hard to successfully climb the wall. This was only her. If a wood-type superpower user wanted to climb the wall in this windy and rainy scene, he would not know whether he could climb the wall or not. If he did, he would be hit by the storm. The moment he touched the wall of the flame base, there was another festive system prompt. Congratulations to the host for lighting up the flame base. Siapuru, surprise. She hasn't done anything yet. No, does it count if she did something obscene? Climbing over the wall while the base gate is unattended, this base was lit up by me? Siapuru couldn't believe it, and repeatedly asked M80 for confirmation. M80, congratulations host. Build a house quickly. The corners of her mouth suddenly opened up, and then drooped. Now she doesn't have many points. She still has to find Utahai to discuss. She has come here several times to set up a stall, and Yushiwin is very familiar with her, telling her everything. She should be able to guess which direction Utahai lives. Forget it, let's walk first, and then find someone nearby to ask where the head of the base is. After putting the RV away in the space, Siapuru was walking on the road, and she seemed to have touched a shadow. System, you are idle anyway. How about we play a game where I ask you questions, and you answer them? M80 said stupidly, why do you want to play games with me when the host is walking on the road? Oh, just play with me. It won't involve anything that the main system doesn't allow you to say. Really? M80 poked his head out. Really? Really? Let's play. M80 is completely defenseless. The condition for me to light up the base is that the base needs to be in danger, or about to experience a natural disaster before it can be lit up. M80 was dumbfounded. Why didn't the process go on? It was clearly a trap for it. Silence. Siapuru asked, just tell me. Right? Still silent. The main system didn't say what the lighting conditions were, so the host could only figure it out. And according to its inference and guess, what his host said was probably close to the truth. So it nodded and expressed its opinion. I think this one should be correct, but not completely correct. There are still some rules that we may not have guessed yet. Siapuru didn't care. As long as one of them was correct, it would be fine. She shook her head vigorously. Now is not the time to talk about these things. Let's find someone to collect the crystal core first. The process cannot be changed. No. Siapuru paused. She seemed a little stupid. The base had been lit up by her, and it would only take a few minutes to find someone. Right? Let M80 find Utahai position. And she flashed to his door. Knock. 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 There were obvious footsteps from inside. Who is it? Utahai was still awake at this time. He was looking at the wind and rain outside the window, and worrying about the base. When he heard the knock, he thought he was hallucinating. Knock. 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 This time he heard clearly that it was a female voice. What's the matter? Walking towards the door, he wondered what could come to him so late at night. Plus, The weather was really bad. The only possibility Utah could think of was urgent work. Thinking of this, his steps quickened. The door opened, and seeing Siapura raised her hand and smiled at him, Utah was so shocked that he could not make any expression on his face. Shopkeeper? It's me, hee. Siapura waved awkwardly. What to say? It's impossible to say that she came to him to ask for the crystal core and offered him the family property with both hands. Right? At this time, she regretted not bringing a little follower with her. If she had a little follower, at least she wouldn't be so embarrassed and wouldn't open her mouth. The owner is here so late? It's still windy and rainy outside, come in quickly. Utah hurriedly invited the person in, and shouted to the room, asking his wife to come out and entertain the girl. Sit down first, I get you a glass of water. There was no response from the room. Utah slapped his head. Look at me! I asked my wife to stay in the B&B, and not rush back to the base. It's safer for her to stay in the B&B with the children. Right? It's not good to let the four of them come and suffer with me. Utah spoke in a low voice, as if he was explaining to her, or as if he was speaking to himself. He turned around and opened the door that had just been closed. The door was wide open, so that the living room could be seen from the outside. Then he walked to the water dispenser and picked up a bottle of water, and handed it to Siapura. Good guy. This is the water she sells. Siapura took the water and didn't drink it. Please stop busying yourself. I came here to tell you something. Utah found a small stool, sat down a little further away from Siapura, and sat in a position where he could see the door. He listened attentively. What's the matter? It was raining outside. There was nothing fun in the base. There was no electricity in their base, so they didn't introduce mobile phones. Most of the people living nearby were colleagues. They all stuck their heads out after hearing the noise. At first, there were only 1 or 2 people at the door of Utah house, but later more and more people gathered around. He opened the door, and he couldn't get rid of the people after trying to drive them away several times. Utah was not a popular person. He had thought that the girl would come to his house, but he couldn't be alone with the girl in a room, and there was no one else at home. Even if it was just for the girl's reputation. The door had to be opened. If there was anything, just speak openly. Who would have thought that so many people would come to join in the fun? Siapura raised her hand, indicating that it was okay, and that there was no need to chase them away. It's actually nothing big for me to come here. Then she changed the subject. Did Shiwen tell you about my time at the Lun base? Yes. Utah frowned, not understanding why she suddenly asked this. Thinking of something bad, he got up from the small stool and blushed with anxiety. Did something happen at their base? Siapura breathed a sigh of relief and felt relieved. It would be easier if she knew, and she would save a lot of trouble. No. I mean that Lun base is under my jurisdiction. Utah picked up the stool that he had pushed aside in his excitement. I know. Shiwen told me everything. His tone was a little low. Lun base has finally come to a happy ending after suffering so much. When Shiwen talked about the scene of being invaded by mutant spiders, I felt uncomfortable just listening to it. Utah knew that it was inappropriate to ask this question, but he was eager to know. Has their base made preparations for the disaster? Siapura smiled. They will be safe. Utah pursed his lips tightly, as if thinking. After a long time he said, that's good. As long as they are safe. She was polite, and she had laid enough groundwork. Siapura went straight to the point. I came here to say that I also lit up our flame base. If you are willing, I will build a flame base like Lun, and I will do my best to keep everyone alive safely. She smiled faintly, and Utah seemed to see the light flashing on her, looking at the girl who was younger than his daughter. Utah felt that he saw peace and prosperity in the country. When Utah heard Siapura's words, his mouth and eyes opened wide. He couldn't believe what he heard, and his face was full of disbelief and joy. Then, tears flashed in his eyes, and the excitement surged into his heart like a torrent, making him tremble uncontrollably. Are you serious? Our base was also lit up. Yes. Siapura understood his excitement, opened and closed her mouth, and gave the answer he wanted. At this moment, Utah felt infinite hope and gratitude. He knew that the future of the flame base would be bright. Utah could no longer calm down. I will take you to get the crystal core in a while. If you need me to do anything else, just tell me. The people who were watching the show outside the door said, shock. Our base is going to be taken over by the store owner? Then won't we be able to eat delicious food? I heard from people who have been to the BNB and taken the subway to Lune Base that Lune Base is developing very well now and has taken over all the nearby bases. Where did this gossip come from? Is it accurate? What gossip? It's from the distant relative of my aunt's colleague's friend's second cousin. The news is accurate and reliable. I also heard that the area is about to develop into a small city. Will our base also have internet access? Rumor. People over there are now enjoying delicious food and drinks every day. Do we need rumors for this? Since the shop owner has taken over, isn't it common to enjoy delicious food and drinks? Rumor. There are mobile phones over there. This is pure rumor. I don't believe it anyway. If the BNB sells mobile phones, would our base commander not buy them back? There was no time to verify the authenticity of the rumor. Another person said loudly, I have rumors too. There's an amusement park over there. It is said that there are water games. And the price is discounted. You must be lying. It is raining so hard outside. Why don't you just go outside and step on the puddles? How can a water park be opened? The man didn't say it too firmly. And said uncertainly, it seems possible. The owner is inside. Siapuro listened to every word of the discussion around her. And smiled. Everyone in this building works at the base. Even if they have crystal cores. They don't have time to go to the BNB. They just hear rumors. Shall we go get the crystal core now? The warehouse where the crystal core is stored is not far from here. Shopkeeper, shopkeeper? Yu Tonghai called Siapuro several times, calling her back to her senses from eavesdropping. Ahem, I just thought of something else. Siapuro stood up. Then let's go now. If nothing goes wrong, I will get the crystal core and finish the building as soon as possible tonight, and then move the residents in. When Yu Tonghai heard her words, he really put his heart at ease. It was stormy outside, but she was there. So she just took Yu Tonghai with her. As long as he got closer to her, it wouldn't be dangerous to walk into her protective shield. The danger would automatically bypass her. And any danger would also bypass the people standing next to her. The two of them were thinking about something. And they walked very fast. It was not far away as Yu Tonghai said. And they arrived in less than 10 minutes. This is the warehouse. Yu Tonghai stopped at a hidden door and opened it to let the two in. Here are all the crystal cores in our base. M80 automatic lie detector is online. Host, he didn't lie, and his money as the base leader is also here. Siapuro opened her mouth slightly. The flame base was not as poor as she thought, on the contrary. It had a tendency to have more crystal cores than the other bases. Yu Tonghai explained her doubts. Originally, the base didn't have many crystal cores. Didn't you allow our base to purchase and sell them to residents at a higher price? At the beginning, the fuel cost was very expensive, although we added 30% of the middle price to sell supplies to residents, but later you had fuel, and our fuel cost was left. The extra crystal cores have been accumulated for a long time, so you can take them all away. His face was full of a simple and honest smile. And his smile was somewhat similar to Yu Shiwen. Siapuro was helpless. Uncle, don't be so polite. Sometimes he even used honorifics. There was really no need to be so polite to her. A junior. And she and Yu Shiwen had such a good relationship. I'm not polite. Really? I said I'd take it away for you. So why should I be polite to you? Yu Tonghai was anxious to explain himself. But he felt that what he said was inappropriate. So he shut his mouth. You are Shiwen father. And I am the godmother of the three sisters. Although our work is work and life is life. You don't have to use honorifics to a junior like me. Siapuro wanted to correct Yu Tonghai on this point. Yu Tonghai was happy from the bottom of his heart. And nodded, okay. I will pay attention to it. Also, there is more than just the base's income here. Right? Didn't you take out your crystal core here? Yu Tonghai just smiled and said nothing in response to Siapuro questioning. Siapuro had no choice but to let M80 estimate how much Yu Tonghai should take, and then divided it into a sack for him, and put the rest into her pocket. It feels so good to have a bulging pocket. A feeling of belonging to you, but not completely belonging to you. And finally entering your pocket. Don't refuse anymore. The flame base will also implement a point system after I take over. You don't want your wife, children and granddaughter to go hungry. Right? Siapuro said teasingly. Okay, I take it. The old man accepted the crystal core with a serious face. Siapuro immediately converted the crystal core into points after receiving it, and asked M80 to inspect the entire base, to confirm that there were no safety hazards, like tornadoes lingering in the base, and immediately opened the protective shield. The moment the protective shield fell, The people in the entire flame base seemed to be aware of it, and those who were awake stretched their necks to look out the window, and look back when they didn't find anything wrong. Chapter 350 Strengthen the base. Siapuru accepted the crystal core, and said hello to Utahai, letting him sleep peacefully, and disappeared from the spot and flashed back to the BNB. Tonight, she harvested the crystal cores of the two bases. As soon as she came back, she held the tablet and entered the construction mode. She was fully focused in the construction mode. She was not sure whether there would be heavy rain in this natural disaster environment, and whether the heavy rain would bring floods together. She did not dare to gamble. Tonight, she had to design everything, and try her best to let all the residents of the bases she lit up live in good quality houses. She has made waterproof design for the 3 floors below. This waterproof design uses special materials provided by M80. Even if the flood really comes, it will flood the lower floors. Residents downstairs don't need to panic. The most they can do is draw the curtains and not look outside. The water will be completely blocked outside, and it will not affect their breathing. Waterproofing is done well. Siapura thoughtfully built a restaurant for each floor where someone lives. Food is sold for a limited time. Dining is not allowed. You can only take it away. With sufficient points as a backing, Siapuru only needs to build a building. Mark the template, and then use the template for the new house to be built later. Siapuru also wants to save some trouble for herself and others when building a new house, and directly build a new house on the old building. The new house will directly replace the old house according to the layout, and people will be in the new house when they wake up. In this way, residents do not need to move, and the risk of moving in such extreme weather is eliminated. The base does not need to spend money and effort to organize people to lead the residents to move, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. It just costs a little more points. After doing all this, Siapuru let go of the tablet and let out a long breath. This is all she can do and give. She tried her best. She slept with the curtains open. After she left, Shuahua and Aoao came to the cat bed in her room to sleep, probably because they wanted to help her guard the house. The 2 little guys slept soundly and snore comfortably. Siapuru leaned on the bed, staring at the 2 furry cats for a long time. She envied them so much. It was so nice to be a cat. She raised them so well. She didn't have to do anything but play every day. She wanted to be a kitten and be raised by such a good owner. The wind blew up a corner of the curtain, and through that tiny gap, a little light shone into her room. It was just dawn outside. Siapuru had stayed up all night, and she didn't care about anything else. So she fell asleep. Many people in the 5 bases that she lit up got up as the sky brightened. Everyone was hoping that the rain would stop soon. Many people with a sense of crisis had already gotten up early and looked out the window, pulling open the curtains. The brand new base was exciting. Cheers rang out from every room, one after another. Exciting. The happiest among them were the commanders of the Flame base and the Dawn base. They were the ones who were looking forward to the dawn the most, especially Utahai, who tossed and turned all night and couldn't sleep, thinking that the details of the evacuation of the masses had not been finalized, and hurriedly got up to draft a plan for the evacuation of the masses. After doing it for a while, until the cheers of the residents resounded throughout the base, he went to the window and opened the curtains and realized that the plan he made seemed to have become a pile of waste paper. Even so, he was only happy and excited, and he definitely didn't feel disappointed that his work was useless after all the hard work. He was so happy that he joined the cheers of the residents, opened the window, and stood in the room and yelled. The old cadre in his 50s, who hadn't slept all night, was as lively as a young boy. Countless powers of faith poured into Siapuru's body from all directions. She turned over in her sleep in comfort, and continued to sleep soundly. She slept until noon when the hot springs were about to open. Chuan came to the yard to wake her up. Siapuru had almost finished sleeping. She knew the importance of opening the hot springs. She didn't hesitate at all. She brushed her teeth and washed up in 10 minutes, and went to the yard to meet Chuan. Chuan handed her a meal. Boss, you didn't sleep well last night? Siapuru took the food from Chuan's hand and ate it in the yard. She didn't know whether it was breakfast or dinner. She smiled wickedly and kept it a secret. I did something big last night. What's the big deal? Chuan came over curiously. Siapuru smiled slightly, as bright as a spring flower. Your boss? I'm going to save the world. Ha ha ha. Boss, you're really humorous. Chuan laughed. And then she thought, this is her boss, and also the owner of Great B&B. She can save the world without leaving home. Is there any problem? No. Chuin's smile froze. And the more she thought about it, the more she felt that what Siapura said was true. Sure enough, Siapura dropped a bombshell on her. The flame base is also within the jurisdiction. Wait until I build a rain shelter in the next 2 days, then you can go there, otherwise it's not safe. She was eating a box lunch, probably because she was in a good mood. The more she ate, the more delicious it tasted. Boss. You? Chuin couldn't find the words in his mind to express his feelings at the moment, and squeezed out an uncultured compliment from between his teeth. You really have a lot of hands and eyes. Siapura almost spit out the rice in her mouth with laughter. Chuin. You really don't need to force compliments, I know what you mean. She shoveled the last few bites of rice into her mouth, and wiped her mouth with a tissue from the table. Thank you, Chuin, for bringing me food. You know I'm still awake at this hour. Chuin blushed. I saw you didn't reply to my message, so I thought you might not be awake yet. So I didn't eat. Is the hot spring hall open yet? Has anyone gone in to play? Is it crowded? Siapura walked in front. Chuin followed behind, and the two walked together. According to the boss request, we will open on time at 11:30. Some people should have entered by now. There are quite a lot of people. They all come for the discount price in the first 3 days of opening. Chuin, holding her swimsuit, followed Siapura and reported while walking. She was a very competent secretary. Siapura nodded. It was also because she got up late. She didn't say anything else. The hot spring hall recruited lifeguards, and naturally recruited several ticket sellers and ticket inspectors. However, the hot spring hall is almost entirely managed by automation, so they only played the role of explaining for the robots and answering customers' questions. They were trained before they took up their posts. They could handle the situation without the boss. They opened on time according to the time announced to the public. Whenever a new store of a B&B opens, there will be many people around. This time is no exception. Because of the activities, there are more people this time. It seems that some people from other bases received the news and came to the B&B to stay in advance. In the heavy rain, strong wind, thunder and lightning outside, with layers of buff stacked, everyone was trapped in the B&B and could not go out for missions or fight zombies. There were many more people than before. Chapter 351 Natural Disasters and Storms. The two men who had changed into their full sets of gear in the dressing room, and had gone through all the disinfection procedures, stood in front of the large stone tablet in the hot spring hall, and were holding up their phones with waterproof phone cases to take photos and check in. After checking in, the two men talked. Can a hot spring hall also be a water park? Anyway, I have never heard of a water park that is a hot spring. Maybe I am ignorant. We are already here. You will know if you go in and take a look. Standing in front of the stone tablet, you can already hear the sound of running water behind you. They were the first group of tourists to enter, and they couldn't wait to walk around the stone tablet to look inside with strangers. The hot spring version of Rapids, water roller coaster, big horn tornado, interactive water fortress, dragon slide, rafting river, big skateboard, behemoth bowl, extreme vertical. All kinds of water park equipment that you have seen and never tried are available, and there are also sauna and steam rooms in the rest area. A crowd of people stood in front of the sign on the road. Their eyes almost popped out of their heads. After a while, the two young men who were fully equipped said silently, "Who wants to form a team? It takes 4 people to play the loudspeaker together, and we have 2 people. Me." The 2 girls bravely raised their hands to sign up. The girls were also brave. They believed that the brave people enjoy the world first, and they were not at all shy when it came to forming a team with the boys. The people present followed suit, one after another. They successfully formed a team, and the people who came later also formed a team like their predecessors. When Siapura and Chuin arrived, the place was already bustling with people. There were people roaring and screaming on the water roller coaster, and children laughing and talking while taking their children to the artificial waves and playing in the tsunami area. It was very lively. The only deserted building in the entire B&B was probably the hospital. Except for pregnant women. Almost no one patronized the hospital. Most people who patronized the hospital paid a small amount of money to treat serious illnesses. They were cured and discharged in a short time. The hospital was deserted. I digressed. Siapura took Chuin to change clothes together. The hot spring hall had a rule that no matter what, you had to change clothes before entering. After changing clothes, the two walked in and took a look around to see if there were any areas that needed attention. After walking around, Siapuru gradually relaxed and no longer entered the working state. The lifeguards were serious and responsible. Unexpectedly, there were no sexual harassment incidents that they were worried about. I hope that this civilized coexistence can last longer. In the rest area, Chuan bought 2 chestnuts for them, one hot and one cold, and they sat together to eat. It was easy to peel chestnuts, and the chestnut kernels were easily taken out, and eating them was not difficult at all. Siapura felt that she could sit here and show off all afternoon. There were many people who had the same idea as her, and probably also had this idea, and a lot of people sat in the dining area. Siapura didn't like others watching her eat, and pouted, and moved to another place with Chuan. Chuan chose a pool of Isata's root, and opened a private hot spring with 2 pools in a room, and the 2 of them went into soak. Siapura packed a lot of food and put it in the space, stacking it up in bags. She would take it out from the space and eat it now, and gave some to Chuan. The 2 of them were having a great time eating while soaking. Task 1. When you receive 1,000 tourists, you can use 1,000 grape coins to exchange for the permanent use rights of 5 sightseeing vehicles. The current progress of the hot spring hall in receiving tourists is 100%. As soon as she sat on the warm water, a prompt popped up saying that the task was completed. She decisively exchanged 1,000 grape coins for the permanent use rights of 5 sightseeing vehicles. She was not in a hurry to go out and experience the sightseeing bus. She turned on the screen and shared with Chuan the situation outside through the system all-around monitoring perspective. Isn't it better than running around? The sightseeing bus is very ordinary. The most common sightseeing bus in the park. It waits for people to get on the bus at a certain location like a bus. When a group of people pass by, those who don't get on the bus have to wait for the next group. Because the amusement park is so big, if you just walk on your own, the water on your body will dry up before you reach the next place. While eating chestnuts, Siapura continued to open the task panel, watching the number of people in the task increase little by little. They stayed here for a whole day, and finally filled up Siapura 2 task progress bars. When they were full, she immediately clicked to upgrade her RV. Chuan was already sleepy, and the 2 packed up their things and went home. An ordinary day ended. No one who returned home peacefully expected that a natural disaster storm would begin this night. Siapura returned to the small courtyard and lay on a chair in the courtyard for a nap, looking up at the foggy sky, and sighed. This is probably the last day of quiet time. I need to rest early today, so that I can drive the updated RV out as soon as possible tomorrow. If her guess about the conditions for lighting up the base is true, then she will not have a restful day in the future. Something is wrong, very wrong. I always feel that there seems to be something more in the yard. She blinked, and carefully inspected every corner of the yard, not missing any details. The sight fell on a small bud between the 2 trees. Where did the green leaves come from? Ah? Will weeds grow in her yard? Ah? Could it be? Siapura narrowed her eyes, and turned back and forth between the 2 trees, with a meaningful look. You secretly got married without my knowledge, and gave birth to a small tree? Tree 1, Tree 2. A mouthful of phlegm that had been there for thousands of years spurted out. All the creatures in the yard laughed, and Jeansy laughed the most exaggeratedly, and it would not be an exaggeration to say that he was shaking like a flower. Aoyo went out to the zoo to play with his friends, and the 3 little animals were not interested in going to the zoo, so they just played at home. Now everyone is gathered around, to watch the crystallization of the 2 trees. Tree 2, Master, I beg you to think normally. Even if we trees give birth to small trees, they still branch out from our bodies. Tree 1, Master opens his mouth, and runs his legs off to dispel rumors. Snowflake Little Claws wanted to pull the leaves a few times, but she stopped it. The M80 scanned it, and it's not a weed, but a mutant plant. Although I don't know where this little thing came from, Siapura thinks that it is an unspeakable fate that it can grow in her yard. Since it's not a weed, just grow it. I don't need that little bit of water. She immediately used her fingertips to draw some of the spiritual spring water mixed with the 2 from the space to the small buds, and watered the flowers and plants in the yard again. Jeansy didn't make a fuss about drinking any juice, and told her very considerately that she could give it warmth when she was free. Siapura smiled and pointed at the new buds and branches growing on Jeansy's body, and watered it more. Chapter 352 Coastal Areas, Danger. M80 also wanted to find some sense of existence, making small talk. Host, are we going out to set up a stall tomorrow? Host. Have you decided where to go? Siapura hadn't decided yet, stretched, and said lazily, let's talk about it tomorrow. Get a good rest tonight. After a day of hot springs, it was the time to relax physically and mentally. I didn't get enough sleep, so the most important thing now was to get a good rest. She has the work and rest schedule of an old cadre. If she doesn't get enough sleep, she will feel sick and listless. Before returning to her room, she even plucked a handful of gold and let it give her SPA. She felt so comfortable that she fell asleep as soon as she returned to her bedroom. All the small animals and plants in the room are her friends. She sleeps very soundly. If someone pays attention to the sky, they will notice that the sky is so dark that ink can drip out. Even at night, the low air pressure can be seen, which makes people shudder. The wind was strong, even worse than yesterday. Broken branches were blown by the wind and hit the dilapidated buildings that had long been abandoned by humans. The building collapsed. Fortunately, no one had lived there 3 years ago, and there were no casualties. The typhoon was accompanied by heavy rain, officially firing the second shot of natural disasters, and also a warning to humans. Brick-sized raindrops fell down with a crackling sound and hit people. Yu Shiwen led the people of the third base to rescue everywhere in a panic. The wind blew down the big tree growing in the base, and the big tree fell towards the nearby building. Although the people in the building were not injured, the building was uninhabitable and had to be moved as soon as possible. The central base, which is the national base, is inhabited by people from all corners of the world. Unlike the private bases, which require supernatural powers to be used to flatter the inferior and flatter the superior. In this base, any Chinese citizen can move in. Therefore, each base in the central base is full, in the true sense of the word. A base often needs to accommodate about 100,000 people. 3 years after the end of the world, the survivors were taken back to the base one after another. Although it is also expanding, the speed of expansion cannot keep up with the growth. Go! Don't stand under the tree. Yu Shiwen shouted, and scolded the people standing under the tree to go away. Don't be so fierce, my grandma is old, and she can't stand your threats. The little girl who supported her grandma pouted, very dissatisfied. Yu Shiwen didn't even look at the grandparents, and said nothing and left. The dirty little face was full of determination, wiped the rain off his body, and dragged the weighted sandbag on his legs to continue to go back and organize the people to evacuate. The grandparents and grandchildren were also the target of the transfer. They were tired halfway through the walk and thought of taking a rest by the tree. Bang! A big tree attracts the wind. The big tree was broken by the strong wind. Yu Shiwen did not leave too far. She stood in a safe place near the big tree to remind people not to walk on the tree. The reason why the people can walk normally is that the base drove a large truck over. The truck was full of heavy objects. All of them were pressed on it to prevent the truck from being blown away by the wind. Yu Shiwen and others are people from the base. Unlike the people, they must wear weights to walk to ensure their safety. The third base was in a mess, and the other bases were not much better. Trees were blown down, or things were blown up and smashed everywhere. The calmest base besides the BNB was the one managed by Great BNB. The wind certainly had an impact, but with reinforced buildings, as long as people stayed indoors and didn't open the door of the unit downstairs, everything would be fine. Of course, they couldn't open it either. The system mechanism detected danger and activated the automatic emergency system. No resident was allowed to open the window without permission. At most, they could open the door of their home and visit each other. The transfer of personnel to the third base had just been completed, and many psychics had joined the reinforcement project. Yu Shiwen took a break. Without being tense anymore, Yu Shiwen tightened her clothes, and then she realized why she felt cold. Her hands were cold. Her legs were cold. And the wind on her face was cold. She quickly found the person who managed the thermometer and looked at it together. The indoor temperature was 15 degrees, and the outdoor temperature was 7 degrees. The temperature difference was like the cold air blown by the wind. The sudden drop in temperature was creepy. Yan Gu, the base chief of Haiyu Base far away in the coastal area, took out the only telescope left in the base and set it on the balcony. He installed the telescope, adjusted the angle, and looked towards the seaside. The waves kept washing, each wave was stronger than the last, and the tide kept rising. Yan Gu remained motionless while watching the sea, his eyes glued to the telescope. The tide suddenly retreated rapidly, until more than 10 meters away, and at the same time, a water wall was built farther away. 3 meters, 10 meters. The closer to the water wall, the higher it was. The shadows of mutant creatures in the ocean could be vaguely seen in the water wall. When Haiyu Base was first built, The problem of guarding against mutant creatures was taken into consideration, and it was far away from the sea in the early stage of construction. Considering the survival supplies, they had to go to the sea to fish for survival supplies, and did not build too far away. At this moment, Yangu only hated his original decision, since he knew there would be a natural disaster. Why did he still take a chance, and not immediately take people to build a new base? If the water wall came, not to mention their base, even the farthest base in this coastal area would be finished. If the base was flooded, not to mention the survivors in the base, they would not last long and would become food for marine creatures. There is no use regretting. At this moment, he and all the coastal bases are hoping for luck, and only hope that God will favor them once. God does not always fulfill one's wishes, and what one wishes for is often the most unattainable. The rain is getting heavier and heavier. In just one night, not to mention the coastal areas, even most places on land are flooded. No one believed it before it happened, but the disaster came so suddenly. The sudden drop in temperature, the sudden heavy rain, the world suddenly seemed to be broken, and he vented his anger with rain. If I tell you this, no one will believe it. The rainfall in one night will flood the land. All the residents on the first floor of the base were moved to the second floor overnight. The third base purchased and used the high-tech products of Great B&B, which were attached to the wall and installed drainage floor drains. It's just that they bought too few floor drains. The rainwater can't be drained out so quickly. The central base had just harvested several ways of food, and it was all gone overnight. Watching the rain wash away the food, the people who volunteered to become vegetable farmers felt that it was more painful than killing them. Many people cried out, "Food is hope." Now their hope is gone. Fortunately, the central base made the worst-case plan, and rescued a batch of food in advance, and the remaining food in the field was inedible, and too late to induce labor. Siepuro had almost fallen asleep, and went out in a daze, and found the location of the RV by feeling in a daze. Chapter 353:16 Story Cruise Ship. The upgraded RV felt particularly large. She squinted her eyes, and listened to M80 directions. Then she fell headfirst onto the bed. The bed was still so soft. Siepuro fell into a deep sleep again. She had a magical dream. She dreamed that the bed under her turned into a leaf, and she slept on the leaf, and there was a lot of water under the leaf. The bumps were so familiar, just like when the RV turned into a boat and sailed on the water. No! Siepuro suddenly woke up. This feeling is too real. Right? Where's the system? Where is the system? It's here. It's here. M80 hurriedly said. The host got on the RV by himself while half asleep. I didn't trick you. Looking at the unfamiliar building structure in front of him, Siepuro was stunned. Where am I? The RV has changed its form after the major upgrade, and its current form is like this. M80 said no more, and just show the picture. The RV turned into a huge cruise ship, as high as a 16-story building. Siepuro was stunned again, with her mouth wide open, and couldn't come back to her senses for a long time. Now it is in both land and water form. Even if the buoyancy on the water surface is not enough, it can still be transformed, like now. M80 switched to the current appearance of the cruise ship again. Siepuro touched the handrail beside her, to make sure she wouldn't fall down due to excessive shock. With a trembling voice, "Are you serious? I just took a nap, and we are on the sea?" Host calm. Basic operation is not 6. Siepuro nervously touched the furniture around her, unconfidently confirmed again. Is our time flow rate the same? Why do I feel that I was abducted to another world by you in the time it took me to sleep? M80 was unhappy, turned around, leaving only a round back to her. Host actually thinks I am a human trafficker system. Siepuro opened the door. The air outside was filled with the fragrance of rain. The rain was indeed falling, and the water drops were densely packed one after another. Even though Siepuro had seen the cruise ship in the picture M80 had given her, she was still speechless at the moment. It was definitely not that she had never seen the world, but it was really too big. This was not a cruise ship at all. It was simply a sea city that could move on the sea at any time. There were not only entertainment places, but also dining places, cafes, milk tea shops, and layers of guest rooms. Siepuro was amazed. After all, her knowledge was too shallow. The cruise ship was too big. Siepuro did not intend to find it by her own legs. She asked M80 directly, "Where are we now? Where is the control room?" The host's real-life map has been provided. Siepuro let out a long sigh and walked to the main control room, according to the map. The operation panel was very simple. Anyway, the system was in control of the direction. She did not need to learn how to drive. The panel was familiar. It was exactly the same as the panel on the RV. Opening the map, I chose a low-lying and coastal city without hesitation, and set off at full speed. Can you tell me what happened last night? She rubbed her brows, and felt a headache. If I had known that there would be so many changes last night, I would not have slept, and it seemed that I missed a lot of things. The image said by M80 was the picture from the beginning of the storm last night to now. After watching the picture, Siapura frowned, and the first person she thought of was Yu Shiwen. She took out her phone and dialed. After a few rings, the phone was connected. Yu Shiwen sounded very tired. Great. Siapura had a lot to say, but suddenly she didn't want to say it anymore. She only asked, "Are you okay now? How is the third base?" Yu Shiwen forced herself to be energetic. "I'm fine." Siapura mouth drooped. "What's good?" "It sounds bad. The rain must have had a lot of impact on the base." "Yu Shiwen is an official. How can it be good? Tell me the truth. What's the situation over there?" "Well, not very good. There are things bought from the B&B, but there are still some places where trees will make a big hole." Yu Shiwen described it very concisely. He only said so much, but Siapura could guess roughly, thinking that with the props sold by the B&B, their lives would not be in danger. But she had to go to the coastal area first. If she made it in time, maybe she could save a few bases. Siapura spoke softly to Yu Shiwen. "I find you after I finish here." "Okay. Be safe," Yu Shiwen said hoarsely, and reminded her, "It's cold. Wear more clothes." The two said a few words, and hung up the phone. As soon as Siapura hung up, she immediately turned on the temperature sensing function of her protective cover. The cold air hit, and Siapura shivered and turned off the temperature sensing function. "Why is it so cold?" M80 reported the current temperature status. Current outdoor temperature, 5 degrees. Siapura's expression became more and more serious, and she could no longer laugh. "Typhoon, rain and temperature drop. What is this for?" Soon, she thought of a way to deal with it. Draw cards. No matter when, as long as the environment around her changes, drawing cards can always get some unexpected supplies. Opening the cards one by one, Siapura quickly browsed the uses of the cards. Delicious canned meat, cold-proof sleeping bag, cold-proof clothes and pants, cold-proof shoes, cold-proof hat, cold-proof gloves. Lifeboat, motorboat, life jacket, lifebuoy. Teleport business card * 999. The number of teleport business cards is too small. It has been a long time since the last time I drew a teleport business card. During this period, she has been selling some of them in the market every few days. Now she has only a few teleportation business cards left. Except for the 999 cards she just drew. The situation is not optimistic. Siapura has already thought about how to distribute them. The cruise ship is so big. It is for people to live in. Since the system gave her such a thing, there must be a reason for it. If you can light up the base during this trip, light it up. If you can't light it up, transfer the survivors of the base to the ship, and take them back to the B&B. A cruise ship moving at full speed is not bulky at all. It is fast, and can guarantee that it will not hit anything. The situation at the seaside is just as Siapura thought. It has become a mess. The huge waves hit, the whole sky is dark, the water wall above the base covers the remaining light given by the dark clouds. The coastal base is in chaos, full of screams and panic. Everyone is in danger in the face of natural disasters. The people in the coastal city bases have never thought of escaping. Escape? Where can they escape to? What can they use to escape? Driving? Can it be faster than the waves? Every household, everyone is wearing a life jacket. The temperature is very low. People are shivering with cold, but they dare not wear down jackets. If the water wall really hits them, they will be doomed if they wear down jackets. They won't even have a chance to save themselves. People in coastal cities are panicking. There is a dead silence. Chapter 354 Volunteers. In the face of natural disasters, human beings are as small as ants. Every household in the coastal base lit a fire. They were not short of food. They did not go without a meal for several days, like other bases in the apocalypse. They cleared all the zombies in the second year of the apocalypse. The major bases united to build a safe zone. Except for the patrols of the superpowers, the people here almost all go out to sea to hunt. Here, the marine resources are their retreat and everything. The mutant marine creatures were just like what Siapura had imagined by chance. They were very big. Because they were so big. If everyone worked together to catch one, It would be enough for many people to eat. Residents in coastal cities were not short of food. No. It should be said that they were not short of seafood, such as rice. Condiments other than salt were still in short supply. Siapura opened the curtains in her room. It was dark outside. The typhoon was howling and the rainstorm was intertwined, which was frightening. She turned on her phone. The current time was only 7 or 8 o'clock. Social media went crazy, with messages pouring out one after another. She asked Chuin to create a group chat for each base, and created various groups, except for the Flame base and the Dawn base, which Chuin had not had time to negotiate with. She had group chats for the other 3 bases. Most of the group chats had over 99 unread messages. She clicked in to see that the topics were all about typhoons and heavy rains. To her surprise, many people posted pictures and videos of the typhoon in the group. In a place with strong winds, a tree that 2 people could hug rose from the ground. There were also bases where the wind was not particularly strong. The wind pushed the cars parked on the road forward. The wind gradually grew stronger, and the car was blown up by the wind. The devastating natural disaster swept over, and it was frightening just to look at the screen. Couched in the sofa, she couldn't imagine that this was the scene of the base lit up by her. At least they had a mobile phone to take pictures. What about other places? What about other bases that were not lit up by her? No wonder Yu Shiwen's voice was tired. Siapura sat up from the sofa in shock, and ran to the direct control room. Looking at the full map of China on the control panel, an idea came to her mind. Maybe if she moved faster, she would be able to get there in time. The base also had things purchased from the BNB to protect itself, so the problem should not be too big. She used the mobile phone memo to record her ideas and judge the feasibility. After deciding on the final feasible plan, Siapura continued to open the group chat to check her phone. There were too many messages, and she could only see that the residents had her. She kept flipping through the text but still couldn't find what was said above. She had no choice but to continue reading. At this time, a new message popped up. It would be great if the store owner could build subway connections in more bases. I have lost relatives in this world. I really want to help with such a large-scale disaster. Me too. We all have parents and relatives. Even the base that the store owner took over is so serious. I don't know how difficult it will be for other bases. The store owner can see our information in the group chat. If there is a new base that takes over, can we release those who are willing to volunteer? I want to help, but they can't even go out. What else can they do? They can only discuss in the group chat, hoping that the omnipotent store owner in their minds can see the information, so that they can also participate in the rescue. Siapura thought for a long time holding her phone. What if she arrives at the new coastal base alone? The lighting rules she guessed are not all. What if they fail? She must make preparations for both situations. It's a good thing that someone is willing to help now. If she relies on herself all the time, she won't be able to arrange it, and it's impossible for her to take care of everything. I'm glad you all have this heart. If you are willing, you can create a volunteer group chat. Each base leader will arrange and manage the registration of volunteers in their base, and report to Chuin. If there is a need for you, I will notify you in the group. There is a big store owner logo next to Siapura account. Everyone can recognize that it is her who is speaking. When the members of the Lund base group saw that their call was responded to, they were so excited that they kept swiping the screen. Shop owner. The owner is coming out. Don't worry, owner. We will go sign up right away. Do you need to prepare anything? I will ask my father, brother, elder brother, uncle and uncle to sign up together. The people upstairs are so happy. You have so many people in your family. If it doesn't work, ask your uncle to go with you. The style of the painting gradually deviates from the right direction. There are even some inspiring, but embarrassing words below. Don't worry, owner. We will always be together. Yes, shop owner. You can charge ahead. We are here to help you. Although it sounds strange, it is encouraging and heartwarming. Siapura finally smiled for the first time today. She copied and pasted the same words and re-edited them, and sent them to other group chats. Many iron-blooded men and passionate young people responded to her call immediately. And when the relevant management personnel of the base and their respective groups came out, they immediately ran to sign up. Note: youth includes both male and female. Siapura felt more motivated. This was not her own effort, but a two-way effort. Everyone hoped that the world could be restored to its original state. People from all directions stood together and twisted into a rope. which always gave people unlimited power and made people no longer despair. This time, the power of faith was stronger, rushing from above each base and directly into Siapuru's body. M80 was secretly surprised and didn't understand why the power of faith was mixed with a lot of directions that did not belong to the host's lighting base. Siapuru was still drawing lots. At this time, she didn't care about points or anything else. She just hoped to draw something that would be beneficial to natural disasters and help everyone. She was worrying about how to get volunteers to come out of the building to help with disaster relief, and she finally drew a useful item. Base Natural Disaster Protection Shield. After use, a protection shield will appear above all lit bases. This protection shield can only be activated during the current natural disaster, and it will automatically become invalid after the current natural disaster. Siapuru quickly clicked on the protection shield and urged M80 to open a base at random and let her see the video of the current base. Take Lund Base as an example. A huge protective cover of lavender light extends above the entire base, protecting the base from wind and rain. With this protective cover, you can walk out of the building. The base's natural disaster protection cover has been activated. It is recommended that children, the elderly, pregnant women, and the injured should not go out to avoid danger. Siapuru frowned. Why is there such a reminder? Host, the protective cover on the base is of course not comparable to that of the BNB. Relatively speaking, it only blocks a small part of the wind and blocks the rain. The rain outside will still pour in, and there may be mutant creatures fleeing to the base. Chapter 355 Rescue the Survivors. Okay. Pick up the phone again, send a private message to Chu In, ask her to organize the members of each base to buy a large number of floor drains. Put a circle around the base, can effectively prevent the rain from the outside from seeping in and causing water accumulation. After a long time, the map showed that they were about to reach the coast. Siapuru briefly turned off the temperature protection when she got on and off the cruise ship. The biting cold swept in from all directions, making her shudder. From a distance, Siapuru saw the base closest to her, which was also the closest to the beach. The seawater had receded, and the beach was full of corpses, and many people fell on the water, not knowing whether they were dead or alive. It was not difficult to see what had happened here. The most terrifying thing was that, far away from the beach, she saw with her own eyes a wall of water approaching, and the closer it got, the taller it became. At the end of her sight, she could vaguely see a building on the wall of water, but it was too far away to see the specific image. Is this a mirage? After a while, the phenomenon disappeared. She rubbed her eyes, and all that was left in front of her were people lying on the ground. The cruise ship gradually approached the beach, and then she could see the original appearance. The original houses had collapsed, the streets were full of potholes, and even the street lamp poles were half down. Looking further ahead, the buildings had obvious signs of being hit by the seawater. After the seawater receded, many cars, small fishing boats, and various debris on the road were exposed to the air and continued to be washed by the rain. Siapuru sighed softly and controlled the cruise ship to slow down and drive nearby. There seemed to be a figure on the top floor of the building. Siapuru used the telescope on the cruise ship to see that there were indeed survivors. The survivor immersed himself in the rescue. Seeing her drive the cruise ship over, surprise flashed in his eyes, and he immersed himself in the rescue again. A feeling of powerlessness came over her. Siapuru didn't know if she could save the people here, and could she light up the base here? M80 felt a little distressed when he saw the host's reaction, and kindly reminded host, the base has been destroyed like this, and is no longer suitable for living. Even if it is lit up, it is not suitable to continue living in this environment. The rain will never stop. As long as the rain does not stop, no matter whether the seawater will come over. The terrain here is so low, it is only a matter of time before it is soaked. If she didn't tell the host in advance, she would be even more unhappy if she got nothing in the end. Can't light it up? What about the people here? Siapuru murmured. The ship arrived at the beach, and Siapuru didn't think about anything else. Now she had to get the people on board quickly. Otherwise she would die if the next wall of water came. Siapuru jumped in front of the cruise ship and stood on the side to activate the wood power. Countless curled vines grew wildly from her body and rolled onto the people lying on the beach. As long as they didn't look dead, she would bring them up. In fact, it wasn't that no one survived, there were some lucky ones. But most of them were seriously injured, some were even worse. Their bodies were full of glass fragments. They were in a very bad situation. She didn't dare to take risks with people's lives, so after bringing everyone back, she leaned over one by one to test their breathing and heartbeat, and when she confirmed that some people still had vital signs, she gave them some spiritual spring water. The physical fitness of the superpowers was very strong. She could easily tell them apart. Maybe people in coastal areas know how to swim. These superpowers can hold their breath longer with their superpowers. Only a few lucky ordinary people survived. Most people and superpowers were not drowned, but were killed by debris and marine creatures. After confirming their vital signs, Siapuro summoned the vines again to untie their life jackets, and used the vines to press their stomachs, helping them spit out the water in their stomachs. System, did I bring AO and the others with me when I came out? M80. I helped the host to collect them in the space. Siapuro released 4 small animals. It takes 1,000 days to raise an army. Now it's time for you to show your claws. You guys are responsible for cleaning up the people with glass shards on their bodies. Be gentle, don't kill people. The 4 small pets received the order, listened to their master's words, and joined the rescue. Time waits for no one. Now Siapuro can concentrate on the group of people in front of her. Some superpowers had almost vomited out the water in their stomachs, so she drank the spiritual spring water. The conditions were poor, so she could only try her best. She had done her best. If they could survive, they would definitely survive, as long as they were still breathing. The first person who spit out the water and drank it opened his eyes. Siapuro was overjoyed. It worked. The first person woke up, and there were no wounds on his body. This meant that the spiritual spring water was temporarily useful. A medical kit was thrown at Rongshang. Don't be idle when you wake up. Come and help. Siapuro urged. I'm talking about you. Hurry up. Rongshang just woke up from the fear of being submerged and suffocated, and greedily breathed in fresh air, and was pulled back to reality by Siapuro. Siapuro interrupted. Talk. But don't keep your hands idle. She couldn't take care of so many things by herself, such as drinking spiritual spring water. She could only drink it one by one. Rongshang patted his head and slowly stood up. Many people here were from the same base as him. He picked up the medical kit that Siapuro had thrown to him without saying a word and joined the rescue. What's the situation here? Siapuro asked him. Rongshang's face turned pale. He pointed to the obviously flooded building in the distance. I'm from that base. Tsunami. It's a tsunami. I've never seen such a violent tsunami. Rongshang trembled. What he had experienced was still vivid in his mind. The horrific scene and the suffocating feeling made it a torture to think about it for one more second. Siapuro looked in the direction of his finger. And it was the house she had seen with the telescope before. She had just fed a person a bottle of spiritual spring water, and then fed the rest of the people one by one. She calmly told Rongshang, you should follow up and deal with the people I fed you. Okay. Rongshang adjusted his state and walked out of his fear. The previous fear was still vivid in his mind, and his brain could no longer think normally. He only knew that he would listen to whatever the person in front of him said, and he would do whatever he was told to do. Siapuro turned around, looking at the water wall that was getting closer and closer. I leave for a while. Bring the cruise ship closer. You continue to rescue the wounded here. She left after she said that. It was a race against time. There was no time to talk more. Back to the control room. Control the cruise ship to approach the building where there were obviously people alive. System, check the operating range of the cruise ship. M80 was very powerful, and responded immediately, and cut out the picture for her to watch. Chapter 356, Join the Rescue. The screen popped up, and Siapuro adjusted the direction of the cruise ship according to the screen. Fortunately, the cruise ship is large enough, and it should be able to withstand some impacts in front of this base. But it is still not enough, and it is still not enough. Siapuro was silent. Can you calculate when the tsunami will hit? M80 thought, finally. It is my turn to perform. Okay, host, calculating the arrival time of the tsunami. According to the calculation, the arrival time of the tsunami is 10 minutes to the beach, and 13 minutes to the base. Siapuro raised her eyes, and looked at the water wall that seemed to be still in the distance, so far and so close. The black water seemed to contain endless despair, making people daunted. After a little thought, Siapuro's expression became more determined. It's still in time. Walked out of the control room, and came to the deck where Rongshang was. He was giving artificial respiration to the person lying on the ground, pressing the chest from time to time, hoping to make the person spit out the water. There were a few people next to him, who were vaguely showing signs of life. Siapuro's eyes darkened. Now was not the time to ask more questions. Do you know the base in front? Come with me to organize the evacuation of the people over there. Rongshan's lips were pale, and a glimmer of hope appeared on his face full of despair. He stood up, his steps unsteadily. That is our base. We always have some diving equipment in the coastal areas. When the disaster happened, we gave the oxygen cylinders to people without superpowers. So they shouldn't suffocate. They won't suffocate. But the debris can kill people. Siet-Puro bluntly exposed the bloody facts in front of him. A few people who were rescued by Rongshan slowly woke up. And they stood up with difficulty. Now more than a minute had passed. And time was life. Siet-Puro walked to the people who had woken up, pinched their chins, and forced them to drink more spiritual spring water. And then released several buckets of spiritual spring water. You say, people here, use this water. There was no time to wait for them to wake up. And she pinched each of their legs. And several of them were about to cry. Rongshan stared at the fear scene in front of him, with mixed feelings in his heart. The cruise ship was in front of the base. Its business scope covered this unknown base. Siet-Puro could use her supernatural powers at will within this scope. She first leaped onto the side of the sailboat, then stood firm and looked back. A green vine as thick as a forearm shot out from her palm, which wrapped around Rongshan's waist and lifted him up. Ah! Rongshan was completely defenseless, and he was lifted up into the air. It was really scary. If you're any slower, your base will be ruined. Siet-Puro didn't delay at all, and flew forward with her wind power. She brought Rongshan with her only because he was also from the base, and thought that bringing him along would save some trouble. It took less than a minute to get from the sailboat to the base. Rongshan was carried by the vines behind him, and his face was hurt by the wind. He was in a state of panic. The gate of the base had been destroyed long ago. But Siet-Puro ignored it, and led her people directly to the tallest building. After landing, she retracted the vines. The busy crowd did not stop because of the arrival of the two of them. Most people were still doing rescue measures for their loved ones. Their clothes were stained with mud, dirty, and their faces were dirty and wet. Only one person paid attention to Rongshan. Rong boy, you are still alive. Great. Hearing that it was Rongshan who came back, the dazed crowd looked over here with hope. When everyone's eyes were focused, they could not ignore the girl in sportswear standing in front of Rongshan. Without saying a word, Siet-Puro began to grow wild vines on her body. The vines danced in the air like green snakes, exuding a vibrant atmosphere. They were soft and powerful. They first broke the place where a little boy was crying and digging with his tender hands. The wall on top was moved away by the vines. They dug down a little, and as if they felt something, the vines suddenly became thinner and stretched into the soil. Before everyone could react, they heard the little boy throwing himself on the person brought from the soil by the vines and crying heartbreakingly, saying, "Mom, Mom." She kept shouting. No matter how she shook the woman, she didn't respond. The vine surrounded Siet-Puro like a green barrier. After receiving the master's order, the vines moved again, rolling the woman in front of her master. Siet-Puro pinched the woman's mouth open and let the spiritual spring water flow into her mouth along her fingertips. The woman's fingers trembled slightly, and the little boy rushed over like crazy and hugged the woman tightly. "Mom, don't die," the little boy cried loudly. At this time, the rest of the people also came over and knelt down in front of Siet-Puro. "Please save my parents, they are all. Save my wife. Save my brother, I only have my brother. Woo." The rest of the people also knelt on the ground, begging Siet-Puro to save their relatives. The crying and wailing continued. The hand that Siet-Puro showed just now made everyone feel like they had grabbed a life-saving straw. Siet-Puro stood there blankly without any reaction, but in fact, she was communicating with M80 in her mind. "Can you display the thermal imaging under the ruins? Show the people buried below? They came here to save the world." M80 immediately sent a picture. "Host, the system has confirmed that people who have no vital signs cannot be displayed." Siet-Puro breathed a sigh of relief. It's okay if the living ones can be displayed. The communication ended. The girl with a dull expression made a move in front of everyone. Her eyes were firm, as if she was a goddess sent by the gods to the mortal world to save the suffering and the distressed, dominating everything in this area. "The next tsunami is coming soon. You should run to the cruise ship immediately. Run down. Put your hands on the cruise ship and say 'go up' in your mind, and you will be automatically teleported up." Siet-Puro did not intend to explain, nor did she give them time to talk nonsense. The vines grew wildly and tied the waist of the person who was still running in front of her, and brought him to the safe ground. Looking at Rongshang, pointing at the woman on the ground, who had just been rescued by her vines, and was covered in mud, "She will be left to you to take over." Rongshang immediately squatted down, held the woman in his arms, and the vines sent them down. The people on the ground obviously hadn't reacted yet. Rongshang shouted loudly, warning those who were still hesitating. Pointing to the surging water wall in the distance, "Run! What are you still standing there for? The tsunami is coming." People who have experienced a tsunami don't want to experience it again. Especially the little boy. After seeing Rongshang carrying his mother downstairs, he ran to the cruise ship without hesitation. Some people at the scene were still shouting, "My family is still up there." Rongshang didn't know what Xie Puro was thinking, and he had no right to interfere with whether she would save people. Chapter 357 RV Business Scope Upgrade. He could only say to everyone calmly, "If you want to experience another tsunami, go ahead. Now, if you don't want to die, listen to that person and run away." The cruelty of the end of the world has taught people countless heavy lessons. Every day, people have to face the separation of life and death. In such an environment, human life becomes insignificant. Did they dare to morally blackmail the woman above to save the little boy's mother just now, expecting her to rescue their relatives? They dare not. In this doomsday, everyone can only rely on themselves. Self-preservation is the most important. This is the choice that everyone has to face. Everyone has to fight for their own survival. No one will take other people's lives as their own, let alone the lives of other people's relatives. Rongshang said all, holding the woman and running forward. One person moved, following Rongshang. As long as one person moved, the people behind him also moved. Xie Puro stood on a high place. Witnessing all this, her eyes were deep and calm. She closed her eyes. And the scene she saw would only distract her from thinking about other things. In her mind, there were small red dots under the ruins. Some dark and some light. She knew that darker colors represented stronger vital signs, and lighter colors represented weaker vital signs. The vines spread out again, spreading outside the protective cover. The rain with the tiny leaves on the vines, and the water droplets sparkled in the reflection of the light. In the shadow of the ruins collapsed by the tsunami, the green of the vines looked particularly bright. They were like messengers of life, bringing a ray of light. The people who were pressed down were swept away by the vines one after another. More vines came around, and the heavy objects on top were removed. Then, they followed the path they came from, and they were brought up with difficulty and care, until they finally broke out of the shackles of the ruins, and saw the light of day again. The vines brought everyone back, most of whom were seriously injured, and some were so seriously injured that their bones were even broken out of their bodies. The bloody scene seemed to be something she had seen a lot after the end of the world. People are all made of flesh and blood. And Xie Puro turned her head away and stopped looking. At this time, everyone successfully ran to the cruise ship. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief and collapsed on the deck, gasping for breath. Rongshang wiped off the mud splashed on his face and breathed a long sigh of relief. He had experienced being pulled back from the brink of death by Xie Puro. He had also experienced a high-intensity load-bearing escape. At this moment, he felt that all his strength was exhausted. He put the woman on the ground, and he also collapsed on the ground, gasping for breath. People just took a breath, and after recovering, they climbed up to the side of the cruise ship, lying on it and looking in the direction they came from. The girl in sportswear seemed to be wearing armor, cold and solemn. Her feet were suspended in the air, walking on the wind. Following her were people tightly wrapped by vines, whose relatives, friends, acquaintances were among them. Everyone was looking forward to finding their relatives behind her. Some people saw familiar clothes among the people wrapped by vines, and cried with tears of joy. Some people searched anxiously over and over again, but still could not find their relatives, and cried inconsolably. They knew that the girl was their last hope to find their relatives. If their relatives were not brought back by her, they would be buried underground and sleep forever. Xie Puro looked exhausted. Her high concentration made her wet from the inside out. Her hair was wet and stuck to her face, as if she was also soaked by the rain. Back on the cruise ship, the vines gently put the person on the deck. Many people rushed over crying, hugged their lost relatives tightly, and cried with joy. They hugged them for a while, and rushed to take rescue measures. Things were not over yet. The vines came to Rongshang, pulled his waist and dragged him to Xie Puro. "Where is the largest survivor base on the coast? Take me there." Xie Puro dragged him to the operation room in 2 or 3 steps, and asked him to find the location on the map for her through the transparent glass. Rongshan pointed out a location on the map, and Siapuru went at full speed according to the location he pointed out. It took a lot of time to save people, and M80 broadcast again to remind her of the remaining time for the tsunami to arrive. Countdown to the arrival of the next tsunami, 120 seconds. Although the cruise ship is large, it moves at lightning speed, and arrives at the largest survivor base in the coastal area at the last minute. Countdown remaining, 53 seconds. Siapuru didn't care about much else, and shouted, "Open the business scope." The business scope of buildings that can only cover half of the base appeared on the map. She was anxious, and time passed by second. She didn't even bother to ask whether the business scope of M80 upgraded to LV4 could resist the tsunami. You can't do two things at once. She could only bite the bullet and break into this largest base, and use the cruise ship to occupy a piece of air in the center of this base. M80 followed the host and sweated a lot. The second the cruise ship stopped, it automatically broadcast, "The business scope has fully covered the current survivor base." The next second, the overwhelming tsunami hit. The water wall formed an encirclement, and the whole world seemed to be surrounded by water. The people on the sailboat buried their heads in their loved ones, and closed their eyes, and dared not face reality again. Before the people in the base could react, a huge monster broke into the base. The tsunami rushed over with a roar. Everyone closed their eyes and stopped breathing. The huge waves opened their bloody mouths, intending to cover the entire coastline. The areas not covered by the business scope were instantly swallowed up by the huge waves. Except for Siapuru. Everyone subconsciously held their breath. After waiting for a long time, the turbulent water of the tsunami was still lingering in their ears. But they did not feel any rain on their bodies. Hearing the exclamation in their ears, the trembling people opened their eyes, and the surroundings were not swallowed by the sea. Looking up, the sky was blue, the color of the sea. He looked around hastily, and saw a huge circular protective circle emitting a lavender light, protecting them. When he looked up in amazement, a giant octopus with a length of 9 meters suddenly appeared in his sight, and floated over his head with the water. There were also schools of fish, countless marine creatures, and even white sharks of different sizes. Was it the first time that people saw mutant marine creatures so close? So close that they seemed to be within reach. It was like a marine creature that was being kept and performing in an aquarium, and you could interact with it by just reaching out your hand. Fortunately, the RV after upgrading to LV4 can also resist natural disasters. Siapuru put her heart at ease. Incredible, Rongshan exclaimed. Seeing that the base was not submerged by the tsunami, Siapuru relaxed and exclaimed with him, "Yes! I wonder how many octopus balls this octopus can make. With such a big octopus, the octopus balls made should be enough for her to eat for 3 lifetimes. She was the only one who thought about these miscellaneous things, and everyone else was amazed at the miracle that happened to them. Chapter 358 Can't Light Up? Before humans could be happy for too long, a human corpse floated over from the top protective cover, being bitten by many marine creatures crazily, which was shocking to watch. Siapuru waited and waited, but the reminder sound for lighting up the base did not sound. So, saving people is not the only condition for lighting up the base, but one of the conditions. After more than 10 seconds of silence, people pulled themselves out of the unbelievable shock, and the base resumed the busy work of rescuing people. Siapuru reminded Rongshan, "Don't look. Go and save people." She brought Rongshan down from the control room, and several more people woke up on the deck. The injured with broken arms and legs were still lying unconscious on the ground. There were no medical staff on the scene, and they could only do the simplest first aid measures. Siapuru was not a professional doctor, and she didn't know what to do in this situation. "Is there anyone up there?" A shout came from below the cruise ship, and the next second, she and Rongshan disappeared on the spot. The girl who fell from the sky and the man she tied up and brought down. Anyone with a discerning eye can see the relationship between them. "The cruise ship is mine. You won't be in danger for the time being." Siapuru returned to her state when facing outsiders, indifferent, distant, indifferent, as if nothing had happened. In such a scene, if she didn't become indifferent, and continued to run the stall as usual, she would only be morally blackmailed into saving people. She couldn't do it at the moment. She could only keep a cold face to avoid a conflict between the two sides. "You saved us?" Yengu stepped forward to ask. Siapuru glanced at him and nodded. A rough man in his 30s with bronze skin. Probably because of the strong ultraviolet rays here and long-term exposure to the sun. The skin color of all the men and women she had met was darker. She stood like an alien among the group of people, so white that it reflected light. Yengu introduced himself. Thank you. I am Yengu, the head of Haiyu Base. Siapuro was still distant and indifferent. Hello. Although they didn't understand why they could not be swallowed by the sea water when the sailboat stopped here, everyone understood that this was the person who saved them. Siapuro took the opportunity to speak. There are some seriously injured people on our cruise ship. Can base captain Yen borrow a doctor or nurse to do the most basic rescue for them first? The base cannot be lit up at present. If Siapuro wants to save people, she can only use the business card transmission. It's just that the journey is not short. We must first give the patients the first step of emergency measures, otherwise, I'm afraid they won't be able to make it to the BNB. Yengu looked at her with some embarrassment. If a doctor is assigned normally, it's fine. Now the base is full of injured people. If a doctor is assigned, even if it's just one, it's tantamount to directly giving away the quota for survival. Captain Yen, I am from the base next door. The people on the ship were rescued by this lady from our base. Rongshan knew that if he wanted to save the people in his base, he had to fight for them by himself. So he stood up and fought for them. Yengu obviously didn't expect that the girl in front of him would also save people from other bases. You know, it wasn't long after the last tsunami. Such behavior made him respect her. And he didn't dare to look down on her because of her age. Yengu, which base are you from? Rongshan, I'm in the base next door. Our base chief's surname is Bai. Brother Bai. Yengu was interrupted by Siapuro before he finished speaking. Siapuro saw the change in Yengu. She was not ignorant of the ways of the world. She also understood that it was not good to make things difficult for others in this situation. This matter concerns human lives. If there is not enough benefit, a base chief who is responsible for the people will not give in easily. Let the doctor treat and bandage them. I have medical supplies here. You can buy them from me if you need them. What is the most in short supply right now? Of course, it must be medicines. Medicines are used less and less in coastal areas, and there is no production condition in their area, because medicines are scarce. Yengu is still worried about what to do with so many wounded people. Siapuro proposal is tantamount to solving their urgent needs. After hearing her words, Yengu was afraid that she would regret it. So he agreed without hesitation. Rongshan stared at her profile blankly, and felt that his support was carried away by a passerby teammate before he could play a role. So this is what it feels like to be carried away by a strong person. This feeling. I really want to cling to him for the rest of my life. Captain Yen, do you want to come up and sit with me? Let's talk about how to sell medicines and the transfer of the wounded. Siapuro looked up at the blue water above her head. It seems that we can't live here for a short time. The sound of the sea water surging from time to time came from above her head, as if the sea water also agreed with her. Yengu felt strange, and couldn't figure out the meaning of a little girl words. This place was obviously not the place to talk about things. So Yengu did not raise any questions. Siapuro taught Yengu and the people around him how to get on the cruise ship. Rongshan listened carefully to the two bosses talking. And suddenly his waist tightened. And he hurriedly said, well, maybe I can get on by myself. Jumping up and down with the vines. It was too creepy. Siapuro turned his head and looked at him. It's a handy thing. Being taken to the cruise ship by Siapuro again. Rongshan thought, it's pretty cool to be taken. But flying around makes me feel a little nauseous. Yengu followed closely behind. Coming up together, Siapuro threw several large buckets of spiritual spring water in front of them. This water originally belonged to this world. She was just keeping it temporarily. It was reasonable to give it to them without charging any fees. Thinking of this, she looked at Rongshan. Please tell them the use of this water. It was not brought away for nothing. It was of course useful to keep it. Rongshan made an okay gesture to her, indicating that she could rest assured. Siapuro nodded, looking at Yengu, who had been so surprised since he got on the cruise ship. Captain Yen, shall we talk about this somewhere else? Yengu fixed his eyes on her. At this moment, he no longer had any bad thoughts. They had lived by the sea since childhood, and they understood the value of this cruise ship the best. It could protect them from tsunamis. And it was so big. The woman in front of him was a powerful character no matter how you looked at it. After putting aside his random thoughts, Yengu said respectfully, what's your name? Siapuro stepped forward. I'm a businessman, you can just call me the owner. Yengu hurriedly followed her, so as not to get lost on such a big cruise ship. She brought Yengu to a glass door. Opening the door was a spacious meeting room. The room was fully furnished. Siapura took out each of the relevant medical supplies that could be sold and placed them on the table for Yen Gu to see. Yen Gu only had some basic knowledge about medicine. There was no one around him at the moment, so he could only take a quick look. Chapter 359 Vibrio vulnificus Infection. These are the medicines I can provide, they should be useful. Yen Gu used his limited medical knowledge to look at them one by one, and secretly felt lucky to meet her. Thank you for the medicines provided by the store owner. How many crystal cores do I need to buy these medicines? Siapura frowned. Wait a minute. Communicating with M80 in his mind. Why haven't I lit up the base yet? Is this base not eligible for lighting? M80, after testing, the current Hyu base fully meets the lighting conditions. Siapura lowered her head, unable to understand what she had done wrong that prevented the base from being lit up. Is it because she has not traded with the base yet? Looking up again, facing Yen Gu grateful eyes, Siapura suggested, buy as needed. She randomly took a few of the medicines on the table as examples. This one is about 1 first-level crystal core, and this one is about 3 crystal cores. Those with serious injuries can also consider transfer for treatment. Siapura took out a teleportation business card. This one is worth 100 points, and it can be used 5 times. After using it, a bus will arrive at the scene and escort the user safely to my place for treatment. The two talked for nearly half an hour, and both sides were very satisfied with the deal. When they came out, the doctor that Yen Gu had ordered his men to bring over before boarding the cruise ship had already bandaged the injured on the cruise ship. The Dr. Whitington learned that it was the transparent magic water that Siapura had given her, and as soon as she came out, he came over and shamelessly asked for more. Whitington took 2 steps forward. Are you the owner? Siapura said him lightly, and saw Whitington's white coat and understood her identity. The water you gave is very useful. If the skin is cut by marine organisms, there is a high probability of infection with marine Vibrio vulnificus. The water you gave seems to have a very strong disinfecting effect. Whitington's eyes turned red, and she looked at her pleadingly. Please give me more. Ordinary disinfected water cannot completely kill the bacteria attached to this mutated marine organism. Even if we can rescue the person, he will be infected, and there is no way to save him. Please give me more. Whitington knelt down in front of her. It was unknown whether the Vibrio vulnificus attached to the mutated marine life had also mutated. Even if there were powerful scientists who asked them to start research now, I am afraid that by the time they figured out the answer, most of the injured people in Hyu base would be dead. In the end times, it was because of the lack of food and resources that relatives turned against each other. At least here, there was no such situation in terms of survival supplies. Instead, the arrival of the end times made them become a rope. The way they get along in the base was like returning to their childhood as neighbors in a compound. Doctors are kind-hearted. As a doctor, Whitington couldn't bear to see the people she used to live with being taken away by the ruthless natural disaster. And the girl in front of her was their only hope of survival. Doctor, why? A voice of anger came from behind Siapura. She looked back and saw Yen Gu staring at Whitington angrily. What are you doing? Get out of here. The people from Hyu base, who were following Whitington, hurriedly grabbed her arm and dragged her back. Don't blackmail others morally. Yen Gu scolded Whitington. He didn't know the use of the mysterious water before, but now he knows it through Whitington's mouth, so he will naturally try his best to fight for it. Sorry. Shopkeeper, she doesn't know the situation. Yen Gu met Siapura's eyes, full of apology. The shopkeeper came to save them with good intentions. She could have just stood by and watched them live and die, but she didn't, and was willing to sell the medicine to them at such a low price. Yen Gu adjusted his tone and lowered his posture. You are a businessman, we are doing business as business. What do you need? As long as you ask, we will give you what we can. If we can't give you, we will try our best to do it. Let's make a deal. Siapura glanced at Yen Gu, respecting him as a man who understands the ways of the world. At this moment, human lives are at stake. She did not hesitate, and once again released more than a dozen large barrels of mixed spiritual spring water on the empty space on the deck of the sailboat. She also went over and snatched Whitington from the hands of the people from Hyu base, who were violently dragging her. Seeing the attitude of Yen Gu, the head of the base, they did not fight with Siapura and let go of Whitington and handed her over. Whitington lowered her head and fluttered her eyelashes to admit her fault. I was reckless. Siapura gently supported her. I don't like being morally kidnapped. I gave things because I was willing. Whitington felt a sense of self-blame in her heart, and tears flowed down unconsciously. How could she like to morally kidnap others? The tears were more like beads that had broken off the string, falling one by one. She didn't want this. She really didn't want this. A girl who had received higher education and resolutely decided to return home to do something for this small coastal city town after the internship. How could she not understand how disgusting moral kidnapping was? Siapura casually took the tissue and handed it to her, and gently comforted the kind girl. But for them, you are not wrong as a doctor. After taking the tissue, Whitington sobbed even harder, and her tears fell faster and faster, and finally she burst into tears. Siapura patted her shoulder. There are still many people who need you. She quickly wiped her tears on her face, and choked up to thank Siapura. Thank you. I'm going to be busy. I will apologize to you again when I'm free. Watching Whitington throw herself into the rescue work, Yengu wiped the sweat from his forehead. This shop owner is here to save lives. She can provide everything they need. Siapura just sold several hundred round-trip business cards to Yengu. I believe he has his own decision on what to do. Base Captain Yen, I want to ask you how many bases are there nearby? Near here? Yengu thought about it, shook his head and said, there are only a few small bases nearby, and the scale and number of people cannot be compared with our Haiyu base. If the shop owner wants to save people, then there is no need. Everyone who can escape from the nearby bases has come to us to ask for healing psychics and medicine. Besides, after this tsunami passes, there will probably be no living people outside. After all, if the shop owner in front of them does not come here, there is no guarantee that they can survive this tsunami with so many people together. Siapura's face was relieved immediately. This is the best news she has heard today. There is another good news. Probably Whitington came to say that the spiritual spring can be disinfected. She had also heard of Vibrio volnificus. In fact, it is marine life that lives underwater for a long time. Many microorganisms in it are not found on land. If the skin is scratched, it is very likely that these bacteria will enter the human body. Siapura thought, this is the meaning of the existence of Link 1 water. The end of the world is to survive in desperate situations. Chapter 360 Infection and Fever. Facing Yengu's hesitant expression, Siapura took the initiative to say, Captain Yen, I don't have any water containers here, you can prepare some. As she said this, she filled all the remaining water containers in her space with water, and brought them out. She didn't know how much she would need, but she thought it would be quite a lot. Yengu really didn't know what to say to express his gratitude. I don't need to thank you for your kindness. How about this? The thing we have the most in coastal areas is seafood, if the owner is willing. Can you please let us sit down and have a meal? In the mind of Yengu, a middle-aged man, there is nothing that cannot be solved by a meal. If there is one thing, it is the lack of wine. Siapura was silent for a moment. So many people are in danger. I don't want to have fun alone. Maybe next time. Her worry is not unreasonable. Yengu had to say, I didn't think it through. Siapura wanted to see the disinfection process for infection with Vibrio volnificus. Shouldn't she learn a little bit? After saying something to Yengu, she walked straight to where Whitington was. Yengu followed her, and walked over together. She did not disturb Whitington, but stood at a distance to watch how the professional doctor handled it. After watching Whitington go through the whole process, she seemed to understand, but she only had a partial understanding. When Whitington was free, Siapura went up to ask, Doctor, why? What are the symptoms of Vibrio volnificus infection? Is it as simple as just washing the wound with water? She saw that Whitington had treated several people, and used Link 1 water to directly wash the wounds. The swelling of the wounds caused by infection was visibly reduced. Is disinfection that simple? Whitington was so busy that she didn't even raise her head. Well, Vibrio volnificus virus spreads very quickly, but I found that the water you gave me, the owner, is very effective in treatment. Before flushing with water, I helped them squeeze out some of the blood in their bodies. Now more than a dozen people are out of the danger period of infection. Is this all right? Siapura squatted down beside her. The patients on the deck were lying on the ground, and she rolled up her sleeves to help. Yes. Whitington glanced at her and told her, I just helped the injured person clean his wound. Now just flush it with water. Siapura nodded. The wound of the injured person was exposed to the outside. Whitington cut open his clothes to treat the wound in a hurry. She didn't need to turn the injured person over now. The water flowed out of her hand. She held a mobile phone in her other hand. She turned on the camera and pointed it at the wound. avoiding the privacy of the injured person to shoot. I am now at the Hayu base in the coastal area. If you are scratched by marine life, you may be infected with Vibrio vulnificus. Of course, she wanted to say more than that. Most of the marine life I saw here is mutated. She raised the camera so that it could capture the traces of the tsunami above her head that had not faded. The scene was very noisy, with all kinds of sounds mixed together. She had to get closer to the phone and issue another warning. If anyone goes out, whether or not they are scratched or infected by marine life, please go to the hospital as soon as possible, or go to a private hot spring pool for disinfection. After recording the video, Siapuru sent it to Chu-in, and Chu-in quickly replied that he had received it. 3 minutes later, she saw Chu-in forwarded the video to the groups in each base, and attached a text description. Siapuru put away her phone. Whitington took a sip of water to rest, and just came over to talk to her. Your phone is still usable? Siapuru hummed. It can be charged. After saying that, she looked at Whitington. If we are lucky, this base can also have it. Whitington was confused. And just when she was about to ask how lucky she was, Siapuru spoke. Dr. Why? Do you think this patient's condition is not right? With experience in treating wounds, Siapuru looked at each patient one by one. Whitington had handed over the precautions to others to handle in the distant places, and the places where Siapuru pointed were not her responsibility. Whitington immediately became serious, and took her small medicine box to the patient to start the examination. She carefully checked the obvious external injuries on the patient, and her brows gradually furrowed. The person in charge of rescuing this area was very anxious. He stepped forward to explain, Dr. Why? We did it according to your instructions. We also used a lot of water. I don't know why this person has something strange on him. Are you sure that all the procedures were carried out according to my instructions? Whitington confirmed again. Yes. Yes. Because this person's condition looked particularly serious. I took special care of him. I repeated it many times according to your instructions. You didn't see it just now. The color of his wound was darker before I took action. What's wrong? Siapuru asked beside her. Whitington pulled the patient over, and put his left arm on top for easy inspection. Look at this. The flesh on the arm was turned out, and the wound on the hand was a tooth mark. The wound was black and mixed with the bright red blood that kept flowing out, which was shocking. Siapuru frowned slightly, and mobilized the spiritual spring water to flow out from her fingertips to treat the wound of the injured. The two did not speak, but looked at the wound on the injured person's arm attentively. After a long period of flushing with the spiritual spring water, the wound finally changed from emitting black death to normal gray. The onlookers asked, What is this? Isn't this a zombie virus? There is also a zombie virus in the sea. The people on the side were talking endlessly. Siapuru was a little annoyed, and said in a bad tone, Shut up. The scene suddenly became much quieter. Siapuru and Whitington both understood in their hearts that it was almost certainly the toxins brought by the mutated marine creatures. Apart from the enlargement they saw with their own eyes, they had no idea what the mutant marine life would become. The situation was still not optimistic. If everyone needed so much spiritual spring water to excrete the toxins, it would be too much work. As the base commander said, most of the base was wounded, plus those from other bases. Could they afford to wait for the doctors to treat them one by one? Siapuru was very calm and confirmed with Whitington first. Will the wounds of every wounded person be infected? Whitington shook her head. As long as there is a wound on the body, even if it is only a pinhole-sized wound, there is a chance of infection if it is soaked in seawater without protection. Infection also has different degrees. Whitington looked at the wounded on the deck and sighed. This is the most serious infection I have ever seen. It has been too long, and the toxins have invaded the body. Siapuru reached out her hand and touched the wounded. Feeling that the temperature was a little wrong, she moved her hand to his forehead, which was scorching hot. Fever.